Chapter 1. Awakening Supreme Abilities. Have the Golden Fingers arrived? In a vibrant city of Mo High within the Summer Nation, the classroom of Class 2, senior year, at the National First High School was brimming with an electric atmosphere from the break of dawn. Typically, at this hour, the homeroom teacher would stealthily appear, delivering a piercing glare followed by a reprimand, declaring them to be the most unruly cohort he had ever encountered, in a bid to instill a sense of shame among the students. Yet today, classes were suspended, and all the teachers had tacitly permitted the students to revel in their exuberance. For today marked a momentous occasion in the lives of the Sunto graduates. Awakening Day, since the invasion from another realm over 5 centuries ago, which precipitated the resurgence of spiritual energy, the world has entered an era of universal awakening, where every individual has the potential to awaken their innate abilities. The rarity and potential level of the awakened abilities directly correlate with the future prospects of the awakened, garnering significant attention from the state, who would then provide focused cultivation for those with promising futures. Conversely, those whose abilities are commonplace are likely to remain in obscurity. Previously, the fate of students in the Great Xia was determined by their performance in the college entrance examinations. Now, it is the awakening of their abilities that will shape their futures. On such a pivotal day, it is indeed peculiar for students to maintain their composure. They needed a moment to vent their emotions. A mix of anxiety and excitement enveloped the students, their conversations dominated by the topic of awakening. Goodness, I'm so nervous. Who isn't? I barely slept a wink last night. I just hope I awaken a combat-oriented ability. Me too. Any level will suffice, as long as it's combat-related. No amount of flattering from the teachers will change my mind. I refuse to become just another cog in the machine. As long as I can awaken a combat ability, I would trade 10 years of my lifespan. Only 10? ID offer 20. ID wager 50 years. I'm all in. You all are so intense. I haven't lived enough to make such bargains. How about I'll give up on self-pleasure for a year, no? Half a year, no? Just a month, no? Let's say 3 days. All right, stop competing with yourselves. The second child is innocent even if the elder brother is useless. He shouldn't forget to reward his younger sibling. It's not the younger one's fault if the elder one is a failure. I've trained in combat for 10 years. If I awaken a specialization ability, it should at least be martial arts mastery, right? If I could get its level potential as a martial arts master, that would be even better. A martial arts master? What are you dreaming about? Even in level specialization ability is a top tier one. How many emerge in a year? You might as well sleep it off. Exactly. If you awaken martial arts mastery, it would be like winning the lottery. One of my cousins trained in swordsmanship for a decade and ended up awakening in level culinary specialization last year. He wields a kitchen knife like a pro. Goodness, don't scare me like that. I've trained in swordsmanship too. Thank heavens. I practice sword techniques. Why are you such a nuisance all the time? Do you believe I could stab you into a state of paralysis with one strike? Look at you, so confident. Come on, let's spar. Enough. You all need to tone it down. If you end up fighting and miss the awakening ceremony, you'll see where you go to weep. As the tension escalated with a few students nearly ready to clash, their peers quickly intervened to prevent the impending brawl. This moment, someone sensed something amiss, and, filled with curiosity, turned to glance at a young man sitting by the window in the back row. Gazing out at the scenery, he inquired, "Feng Xi, why are you so quiet today? Aren't you usually the one who livens things up? On such an important day, shouldn't you share your thoughts?" The young man, known as Feng Xi, turned around, revealing a resolute and handsome visage, complemented by a pair of deep, dark eyes at that moment. The intensity of his gaze left everyone momentarily stunned. Goodness, why does he suddenly seem so handsome? This was the collective sentiment among the onlookers. In the next instant, Feng Xi spoke in a grave tone, imbued with a touch of solemnity. The time of awakening has arrived. I shall seize destiny by the throat. The epic known as life has begun, and you all should offer thunderous applause. The classmates were left speechless. The previously animated discussion among them abruptly fell into a profound silence. After a prolonged silence, the students, somewhat helpless, awkwardly interjected, "Which novel did you pull that line from?" "Well said, but please refrain from such dramatics next time. I told you to stop writing novels. It won't earn you a dime and is a waste of time. Sitting in front of a computer all day will eventually lead to health issues. Employment will also be a challenge. Not only is the income unstable, but you also lack benefits. The pressure at work is immense. If you write well, people are constantly urging you for more. But if your writing is subpar, no one pays attention. If relatives and friends catch wind of it, you might face utter humiliation. In short, there's no future in this line of work." "Wait a minute. How do you know so much?" I have a friend." Listening to his classmates banter and poke fun at him, Feng Xi remained unfazed. Instead, he let out a cold laugh and retorted, "What do you lot know? I excel in both academic and physical education. I hardly need to review after class. I have ample time. So what's wrong with pursuing a side endeavor? Do you think I'm like you lot? Every adult has their own side hustle. You all rely on copying my homework to survive, yet none of you have the audacity to call me father. And now you stand here criticizing me? Moreover, my writing stems from passion. Only love can conquer all hardships." Upon hearing this, the group fell silent, rendered speechless. Indeed, this fellow was an exceptional talent. He never seemed to exert effort yet achieved perfect scores in every subject. His physical prowess and combat skills, including martial arts, weapon combat, and shooting, all ranked at the pinnacle that he was quite simply a polymath. This group of ordinary students clearly lacked the standing to mock him. Just as they were at a loss for words, the student who had previously claimed that writing novels was futile quietly pulled out his phone, opened a novel app, and checked the first book on his shelf, Battle Through the Heavens, that he then remarked, his expression unchanged, "You only released one chapter the day before yesterday, and you skipped yesterday." Another classmate, also a follower of Feng Xi's novels, promptly changed countenance and pointed an accusing finger at him. "Damn it, you've gone silent again." The formerly unproductive writer instantly became enraged, his face flushed with embarrassment as he bellowed, "Silence, you wretched child. Do you not care about passing your mock exam? Whose homework do you think you're copying? It's already the awakening day. Who still concerns themselves with such trivialities?" Perhaps Mr. Feng Xi, who has a passion for writing, could elucidate why he has left his readers in the lurch. Feng Xi could only stammer defensively. It cannot be called abandonment. A hiatus. Can the affairs of an author be deemed as such? He followed with a string of convoluted terms, such as adjusting the outline and writer's block, which elicited laughter from his classmates. The atmosphere in the corner of the classroom was filled with a buoyant spirit. After some playful banter, the conversation returned to its original topic, yet Feng Xi remained the focal point of discussion. Speaking of which, although the awakening of extraordinary abilities is largely dependent on chance, there's a certain probability that it relates to one's areas of expertise. One might even argue that many exhibit signs of awakening prior to the event. For instance, those destined to awaken physical enhancement abilities often display superior motor skills compared to their peers. Those who awaken extraordinary vision typically have keen eyesight beforehand. Individuals destined for fire abilities often possess a fiery temperament. Indeed, many prodigies who awaken high-level abilities were already renowned geniuses prior to their awakening. So, what do you think this anomaly, Feng Xi, will awaken? This fellow learns rapidly and has a particularly unconventional mindset. I suspect he might awaken a form of cognitive enhancement within physical abilities. Quite plausible. Very likely. The prospects of cognitive enhancement are quite promising. Research-oriented talents are highly sought after everywhere. They surpass many specialized fields and are unlikely to be thrust into frontline combat, ensuring their safety. Goodness, I'm envious, my friends. We're still at the beginning. Let's not jump to conclusions so soon. Given his extraordinary nature, what if he awakens an even more formidable ability? In that case, I shall be even more envious. Listening to the discussions of his classmates, Feng Xi appeared contemplative, a flicker of complexity evident in his eyes, for he did not genuinely believe himself to be so exceptional. The accomplishments he had achieved thus far were primarily due to the fact that he was a transmigrator with an inherently powerful soul, coupled with an innate wisdom that afforded him more time for realization and a deeper understanding of the value of hard work. Though he may seem carefree and nonchalant at school, in truth, his efforts far surpass those of his peers in the shadows. What a farce! Having been granted the rare opportunity of a second life, along with the inherent advantages of a transmigrator, how could he possibly forsake such a precious opportunity for complacency? As a young transmigrator, how could he ever find rest? In this extraordinary world, dangers lurked everywhere with life still ahead of him. How could he not strive relentlessly? Even for the sake of living freely in the future, he must seize the time to strengthen himself. Watch as I toil in secrecy, outpacing you all. Alas, this is a world that heavily favors innate talent, and to be frank, he felt a twinge of anxiety. What if he awakened a meager ability? No matter how great his advantages, they would amount to naught. Without the advantage of a golden finger, the aspiration to rise as a formidable individual must rely solely on one's innate abilities. One can only hope that the traveler possesses some unique enhancement in this regard. As she pondered these thoughts, the homeroom teacher finally arrived, albeit fashionably late. At this moment, her demeanor was marked by a slight reduction in sternness, replaced with a gravity and earnest anticipation. "Class, please settle down." The awakening ceremony is now prepared. I ask that you follow my instructions and line up orderly to proceed to the playground. Maintain silence, she announced. Today marks the most pivotal moment in your lives. As your homeroom teacher, I hold but one expectation for you all. Regardless of whether your awakened abilities are deemed good or ill, high or low, I implore you to remember that you are each a unique individual in this world. No matter the circumstances, summon the courage to live your own life to the fullest. Your abilities may be preordained and unchangeable, yet the path you choose to walk lies solely in your hands. I wish you all great success in your martial endeavors. As noon approached, the students of the third year of the National #1 High School had lined up by class, proceeding to the stage for their awakening in an orderly fashion. It was now the turn of the second class, to which Feng Xi belonged. Zhu Linlin, grade, specialization in sewing. Next, Wu Jie, a grade, proficiency in shooting. Zhou Kun, a grade, dynamic vision. Lu Jiadi, grade, arm enhancement. One by one, the students ascended the stage, activating the extraordinary energy manifestation device, known as the Awakening Activator. This machine was specially designed by the authorities to prevent irregular awakenings that could result in calamity, aiding each individual in awakening the latent extraordinary energy factors within them. Having developed over a mere few decades, this method had matured completely and become the norm worldwide. Except for the rare individuals who unexpectedly awakened before the age of 18, the majority of people experienced their awakening through this method. The success rate of this awakening process reached 100%, and its efficiency was remarkable, typically taking less than a minute to complete. The students watched intently, eager not to miss any details of each participant's awakening process, including Feng Xi. However, as the second class neared the end of their awakenings, none had stood out as particularly noteworthy. Most were classified as F or a grade awakeners, predominantly from the specialization and enhancement categories, which were the most common types of abilities. The appearance of even 1 or 2 grade awakeners was considered a novelty, and those who awakened were filled with excitement. Yet, Feng Xi understood that this was entirely normal. The potential levels of abilities were categorized into 7 tiers, ranked from high to low as S, A, B, C, D, E, and F. The types of abilities were further subdivided into several categories. Enhancement abilities that bolster physical attributes and organ functions, such as body function. Enhancement, limb enhancement, strength enhancement, and visual acuity enhancement, among others. The specialization system encompasses an adeptness and comprehension of a particular skill, where the practice of such a craft seems almost divinely inspired. S1 ascends through the ranks. This enhancement becomes increasingly pronounced, effortlessly producing extraordinary masters of various arts, such as marksmanship, martial prowess, swordsmanship, culinary expertise, and aquaculture specialization. The transformation system enhances combat capabilities by mutating one's biological form or material essence into forms not originally possessed, including transformations into werewolves, serpent-like beings, metallic or diamond-like states, plant forms, and uranium crystallization. The manipulation system allows for the effortless control of various physical entities, such as metals, rocks, and inorganic materials. The psychic system encompasses abilities related to mental prowess, including charm, mental perception, and telekinesis. The energy shaping system is characterized by the ability to generate and manipulate various energies, elements, and force fields, such as flames, storms, magnetic forces, thermal control, and kinetic release. The creation system possesses the capacity to alter or conjure objects from nothingness, with some formidable abilities capable of transforming mundane items into extraordinary ones. The special system encompasses all abilities that defy categorization and remain enigmatic, such as matter erasure, spontaneous healing, teleportation, ability theft, rule, establishment, and the endowment of lifeless entities with vitality. The vast majority of individuals in this world are merely specialized or enhanced practitioners, with ranks rarely exceeding a level, and level being a rarity among the populace. As for S-level abilities, even the most ordinary of specialized S-level individuals are regarded as prodigious, emerging from the masses with a 9 million rarity, capable of inciting widespread excitement. Such individuals become newsworthy figures. Feng Xi recalls a particular incident from the previous year, when their school witnessed the emergence of a senior named Yi Zhishi, a campus belle who awakened in S-level transformation ability known as the Sacred Lotus Heart, causing an immediate sensation. Not only did it attract the attention of the authorities, but various academies also vied for her, offering numerous advantages before even entering society. She had already become a celebrity, basking in fame and fortune. Feng Xi openly expressed his envy towards such a meteoric rise. Who wouldn't desire a swift ascent to prominence? As his thoughts wandered, the official staff on stage finally called his name. Next up, Feng Xi. He promptly regained focus, inhaling deeply before gracefully stepping onto the stage. His presence instantly sparked hushed discussions among his classmates. There was no escaping it. He was a notable figure at school, a person of distinction. It's Feng Xi from class 2. The academic prodigy. Prodigy? More like an oddity. He is indeed quite peculiar. I remember when the school enforced regulations, he stopped me at the entrance, insisting my hair color was inappropriate, demanding I dye it back to black before I could enter. I had spent hundreds dyeing it blonde. Wouldn't I be at a loss? In the end, he sold me a box of shampoo with dyeing properties that turn it back to black for days. I was initially grateful, only to later discover he wasn't even a member of the discipline committee. I recall last year's simulated warfare exercise, he turned it into a fireworks display, right? I was hiding in the restroom at the time, and someone tossed in a string of firecrackers. During the last mock exam, I sat behind him and stole a glance at his paper. He deliberately exposed it for me to copy, yet I ended up failing, while he achieved the top score in our grade. What does that mean? I once saw him whistling as he emerged from the girls' restroom, holding the hand of a disheveled girl. Eventually, that girl probably found it too embarrassing to remain at school and transferred shortly after. Wow, is he really that twisted? There's even more. I once witnessed him dragging a few little vixens from class 7 into the boys' restroom on the 3rd floor, closing the door behind them without anyone knowing what transpired. For an entire class period, impressive. He is truly a role model for our generation. I even spotted him smoking near the school gates with some thugs from outside. Though eccentric, he must possess some formidable supernatural abilities, right? Listening to the chatter of his classmates, Feng Xi maintained an impassive expression. The world harbors too many misconceptions about him, it matters little to him. He settled into the awakening activator, and the staff initiated the process. Soon, a peculiar energy surged through his body, awakening the extraordinary factors within him. The sensation was wondrous, as if every fiber of his being, even his very soul, resonated with a tremor. Though brief, it felt like an eternity to Feng Xi. Just as the frequency of the vibrations peaked, a cataclysmic explosion erupted deep within his consciousness. Following the explosion came rebirth. In the depths of his being, Feng Xi intuitively grasped the specifics of his supernatural abilities. He heard the staff's ecstatic exclamations. It's in Shrank. Shrank. Special type. Holy Spirit Manifestation. Class 3-2. Feng Xi has awakened in Shrank ability. Wow. The crowd erupted into a fervor, creating a cacophony of excitement. Yet, Feng Xi was oblivious to everything else, for he had discovered an unexpected addition to his consciousness alongside his inherent abilities. Detection indicates the host has unlocked extraordinary power, the source of time and space manifests, and the exclusive authority of dreaming through the heavens is activated. Dreaming through the heavens. What is this bizarre phenomenon? Could it be my golden finger? It's a bit late to be showing up after my rebirth of 18 years. As Feng Xi pondered in confusion, an inspiration for a new book suddenly struck him. Awakening top-tier abilities. The golden finger arrives late. After a brief exploration of the functions of this golden finger, he couldn't help but express his inner sarcasm. While sleeping, traversing into the worlds of various animated series and films to train and adventure, all while simultaneously acquiring extraordinary powers and treasures in reality. Do I also have to soul travel into the second dimension? Engage in adventures? Undertake training? Why not just provide a system directly? Why complicate things? Oh well, having something is better than nothing. Let me see which initial world instance they'll be facing. Feng Xi smiled faintly as he established a mental connection with his extraordinary ability, discovering a solitary initial instance of a dungeon that he promptly examined the details of this instance. The outcome left him astonished. Is it truly this world? Chapter 2. Negotiation. First copy, one person at a time. Feng Xi, are you alright? If you're fine, please come out. A somewhat obsequious voice from the staff snapped Feng Xi back to reality. Taking a deep breath to calm his nerves, he rose from the apparatus and nodded in gratitude to the staff. He then approached the stage, gazing at the complex expressions of the teachers and students below. Suddenly, he spoke. At this very moment, I wish to share a verse with you all. Only when I command my own fate can I cultivate golden lotuses in the flames. Destiny lies in our own hands. My present achievements are solely the result of tireless effort. I implore you to believe that hard work will yield rewards. Let these words serve as mutual encouragement. As his voice faded, the once boisterous playground fell into an immediate hush. The school leaders and teachers familiar with Feng Xi covered their faces in disbelief. Did you really just deliver a speech of gratitude? This is not the occasion for that. Get down from there. After a moment of shock, the students quickly regained their composure, erupting into a chorus of angry shouts, the atmosphere boiling with indignation. He must be doing this on purpose. He's clearly provoking us. How dare he say it's all due to self-effort? What does awakening a power have to do with hard work? This is utterly infuriating. I want to punch him. Don't. You 1T win. How frustrating. Why must such a person awaken an S-level ability? I refuse to accept it. He was insufferable before, and now he is even worse. He has completely lost touch with reality. So what if he awakened an S-level ability? Look at how smug he is. No matter what. If I awaken an S-level ability too, I'll be even more arrogant. Seriously. Isn't this messing with our mentality? What a jerk. Eventually, the cacophony of insults transformed into a unified chorus of boos. However, this incident swiftly altered the students' perceptions of Feng Xi. The distance and envy provoked by his S-level ability diminished significantly, at least for the time being. Some teachers noticed the shift. Their gazes lingering on Feng Xi as he descended the stage, their expressions complex. Feng Xi, however, was oblivious to their thoughts. As he was promptly called away by the principal without returning to his class. Feng Xi, first and foremost, congratulations on awakening your S-level ability. Your future is undoubtedly bright, and you will bear the weight of protecting human civilization. Honestly, I have long recognized your exceptional nature. You are undoubtedly gifted. Which is why I have kept a close watch on you. The facts have proven my intuition correct. In the principal's office, the kindly principal lavished praise upon Feng Xi. With a smile on his face, Feng Xi internally scoffed. You certainly have kept a close watch on me, but not because of my talent, I suspect. If it weren't for the frequent scoldings in your office, I might actually believe you. Rest assured, principal. My current achievements are inseparable from the nurturing provided by this school. It will forever be my alma mater. Excellent. 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 I knew I was right about you. Since we are on familiar terms, I shall speak candidly. Your extraordinary ability, the sacred heart of spirit transformation, belongs to the advanced stage of abilities and requires a profound mastery of transcendent combat techniques to be effectively harnessed. Thus, as you contemplate your future studies at the Extraordinary Academy, I urge you to give it serious thought. Feng Xi nodded, recognizing the principal's intentions, yet acknowledging the truth in his words. The S-rank special ability, Sacred Heart of Spirit Transformation, grants the remarkable powers of photographic memory and significantly enhances one's learning capacity and comprehension. Most importantly, it automatically deduces improvements for one's existing skills. Ordinary skills will transcend their initial limitations through continuous refinement, while inherently extraordinary combat techniques will be innovated and elevated to new heights. The effect of this ability is somewhat akin to that of the S-rank specialization abilities, yet it is far more comprehensive. For instance, the S-rank specialization ability, Master of Combat, allows one to master combat skills with a mere glance and rapidly reach an unparalleled level through relentless practice. Furthermore, it enables the enhancement of these combat techniques, transforming even ordinary combat styles into extraordinary martial arts. Similar scenarios apply to masters of swordsmanship and knife techniques, among others. The vast array of transcendent combat techniques that humanity currently wields to augment the combat prowess of extraordinary beings originates from these high-level specialized ability users. Feng Xi's innate ability possesses a similar effect, yet it is all-encompassing and finely tuned. It can apply to any skill, serving as a synthesis and advanced iteration of all S-rank specialization abilities. Should Feng Xi wish to leverage this extraordinary ability to rapidly elevate his power, he must diligently study the transcendent combat techniques left behind by his predecessors. Only the official institutions and the premier extraordinary academies possess a sufficient legacy of transcendent combat techniques, compelling Feng Xi to make a judicious choice regarding the most advantageous path for himself. With this in mind, Feng Xi inquired in alignment with the principal's suggestion. Might you have any recommendations, principal? Noticing Feng Xi's perceptiveness, the principal beamed with delight and promptly suggested. The top 10 extraordinary academies of the Great Xia are all excellent. Yet for you, there are only two suitable options. One is to join the directly governed institutions of Great Xia, as no other faction possesses extraordinary combat techniques that rival those of the official body. The second is Jiudu Academy, the foremost among the 10 academies. It is the oldest extraordinary academy, having produced a multitude of top-tier powerhouses, with half of the 12 celestial prodigies of Great Xia being alumni of this institution. Naturally, it also harbors the largest repository of extraordinary combat techniques and the legacy of formidable individuals, second only to the official institutions. Therefore, if you wish to learn a greater number of extraordinary combat techniques without excessive constraints, Jiudu Academy is the optimal choice. Upon hearing this, Feng Xi immediately grasped the principal's motive. Although he mentioned two options, his words clearly favored Jiudu Academy. He must be an advocate for the academy. Moreover, it seemed the principal had been appointed from Jiudu Academy, and the previous outstanding senior, Shi, had also joined Jiudu Academy. Feng Xi was convinced that this old gentleman must be receiving a commission. This will not do. He must secure a deal. The benefits that Jiudu Academy should provide are to be discussed separately. The principal must also contribute a share. Feng Xi was well aware of this and immediately pretended to ponder, saying, "The principal's suggestions are indeed insightful. However, I am but a single individual and cannot master every extraordinary combat technique. At most, I can select one from each category, as quality is far superior to quantity when it comes to skills. Therefore, other prestigious academies can adequately meet my needs. Of course, I will thoughtfully consider your advice." The principal, feeling a twinge of irritation at the cleverness of the young man, quickly pressed on. I haven't finished speaking. Jiudu Academy has always been exceptionally generous towards gifted newcomers. If you choose to attend, they will undoubtedly provide substantial resources and scholarships. He added, "You must understand that while the 10 major academies share equal renown, Jiudu Academy stands unparalleled in many rare extraordinary resources. For instance, the number of secret realms under Jiudu Academy's jurisdiction far exceeds that of other institutions. Only by joining Jiudu Academy can you secure the best opportunities for development." Feigning surprise, Feng Xi inquired, "Oh, what specific resources and subsidies are available? Could you elaborate, principal?" Observing the insincerity in his expression, the principal's lips twitched involuntarily, but he forced a smile and replied, "There are numerous benefits, far too many to enumerate in a single sitting." Feng Xi grinned widely. "No worries. We can discuss them at length. I have plenty of time." The negotiations stretched into the afternoon, ultimately culminating in a resounding victory for Feng Xi, who adeptly maintained the upper hand. Though the principal was no longer a staff member of Jiudu Academy and could not speak too assertively, securing certain conditions bore the same weight as final agreements. Feng Xi acquired a plethora of advantages regarding various aspects of enrollment, enjoying numerous privileges even before officially beginning his studies. The principal even personally sponsored him with an additional 2 million xia yuan in scholarship funds. Feng Xi was reasonably certain that he had extracted all the concessions he could without appearing excessively greedy. Asking for more would likely provoke refusal and counterproductive outcomes. Thus, he decided to take his leave, also requesting an extended vacation until graduation, exempting him from the college entrance examinations. Feng Xi ultimately met with his homeroom teacher and classmates, having just made plans to keep in touch with a few close friends before hastily returning home to prepare for his upcoming grand endeavor. Compared to his innate abilities, the golden finger of dream exploration was the true essence of his strength, and he intended to focus on sleeping and dreaming. No, it should be termed as dream adventures. After all, in this life, he was an orphan, free from interruptions, and could indulge in his whims. After stocking up on supplies from the supermarket, Feng Xi returned home, prepared a lavish dinner for himself, and then went to bed to embark on his journey through Myriad dreams. The initial quest commenced. In Feng Xi's understanding, this dream adventure was akin to grinding in a game. For the next half-month, he devoted himself entirely to this endeavor, spending nearly all his time in slumber, except for meals and restroom breaks. Half a month later, Feng Xi awoke from the dream realm and reached for the notebook by his bedside, inscribing a line of text. Upon closer inspection, several lines had already been pinned on the same page. Dream Realm Rule Experimentation Journal. Rule 1. Upon entering the realm, one experiences a phenomenon akin to soul transference, acquiring a new identity and body, wholly unrelated to one's existence in reality. Rule 2. The dream identity is entirely plausible, without any flaws, and allows access to the main storyline, yet does not replace any characters from the original work. Rule 3. The flow of time within the dream world differs from that of reality. The initial world operates at a rate over 60 times slower than the real world, where a month's experience equates to merely 12 hours of sleep in reality. Rule 4. When exiting the dream realm, time within it automatically halts, seamlessly resuming upon the next entry, suggesting that the dream realm exists solely from my experience. Rule 5. One's innate abilities from reality can manifest within the dream realm, indicating that such powers may also be utilized in other dream scenarios. Rule 6. One can extract not only skills and extraordinary items from the dream realm, but also extraordinary beings, provided there exists a connection to oneself. Upon completing the 6th rule, Feng Xi scrutinized his notes before tearing the entire page out. In the next moment, a surge of fierce lightning flickered from his fingertips, swiftly igniting the paper until it was reduced to ashes. Undoubtedly, this was a power acquired by Feng Xi within the dream realm, the 5 thunder spell of the Tianshi lineage of Longhu Mountain. However, under the refinement of his unique abilities, his version of the spell had undergone a significant transformation, now aptly named the Five Directions Thunder Calamity spell. Indeed, his initial realm was the world of one person. This universe teemed with numerous extraordinary skill legacies, making it exceptionally suited for Feng Xi's innate powers. While 2 weeks had elapsed in reality, he had spent over a year within the one-person world, achieving remarkable results. Starting by joining the Shaolin Temple as a lay disciple, he quickly mastered the Shaolin's Qi cultivation techniques and the 72 unique skills, ultimately refining and integrating them through his innate powers into a cohesive Buddhist martial art. Drawing inspiration from martial arts films he had previously watched, he named his creation the Great Sun Tathagata Sutra. Having gained formidable combat prowess and established himself as a master among the extraordinary, he renounced his lay status to engage with the secular world, aligning himself with the governmental organization Jiudu Tong. Leveraging his remarkable ability to deduce techniques, he astounded the higher-ups, swiftly garnering official recognition, and ultimately ascending to the position of chief advisor of Jiudu Tong. With the backing of the government and national support, he formally embarked on a quest to gather martial arts techniques. Initially, he connected with the protagonist, learning the Golden Light spell and the Five Thunder spell from the unyielding Bai Lian. This proved to be a straightforward endeavor, with Feng Xi's analytical prowess. Observing a few demonstrations and probing the flow of energy within the practitioner, he was able to deduce the essence of the techniques and master them accordingly. After the event, he feared not the exposure of flaws, for once the Golden Light spell was in his possession, he seamlessly integrated it into his self-improved Buddhist martial arts. The Five Thunder spell, on the other hand, was cleverly concealed, to be unveiled only after the completion of his deductions and enhancements. By then, he could assert that it was a technique of his own invention, and none would dare to question him, not even the venerable celestial masters, for it indeed bore a unique essence. In a similar fashion, he acquired a multitude of formidable legacies from the original text. For instance, the Jia family's method of the flying blade that slays immortals, the witch's divine mask of Wang Zhenqiu, Wang Ye's wind after extraordinary gate, the Feng family's spirit conjuring and commanding, Lu Jin's heavenly talisman, the divine mechanism of Ma Xianhong, among the 8 extraordinary techniques, for have already fallen into the hands of Feng Xi. The extent of Feng Xi's current strength is a mystery even to himself. Moreover, with the aid of his innate abilities, the latent potential of these extraordinary legacies from the initial dream realm will be swiftly unearthed, ensuring that he will only grow stronger with each passing moment. Chapter 3. Conditions for unlocking a new instance. Surprisingly, after dining, Feng Xi, who had not ventured outside for half a month, decided to take a stroll. Having immersed himself in the dream instances for the past 15 days, he had undergone years of adventures in his dreams, significantly enriching his life experiences, yet he also found his spirit somewhat fatigued. He intended to take a brief respite, while simultaneously seeking methods to unlock a new instance. In his dreams, the mystical golden finger of enlightenment randomly activated a new instance each year. However, to actively trigger a new instance, the host must absorb dimensional energy. Yet, what precisely is dimensional energy? Where could one absorb it? Such pivotal questions eluded Feng Xi, leaving him to explore on his own. Nevertheless, he felt no urgency at the moment. He had yet to fully tap into the potential of the abilities he had acquired from the initial instance, and there remained much to discover within the instances of the other world. Indeed, he had sufficient resources to last him for a while. With his hands tucked into his pockets, he wandered aimlessly along the streets of Magic Sea City, observing the towering skyscrapers around him. At that moment, Feng Xi experienced a profound sense of detachment, akin to being in a different era. This was the only notable side effect of the mystical golden finger of enlightenment, a dilemma he could not resolve but could only learn to adapt to. He silently hoped that as the dream instances proliferated in the future, they would not drive him to madness. As he mused, he turned back and realized he had traversed the bustling district and was not far from the seaside. Had he walked this far already? Should he take a stroll by the shore? A sudden thought crossed his mind, and Feng Xi began to calculate with his fingers. Utilizing one of the 8 extraordinary arts, the wind rear mystery, he sought to discern fortune and misfortune to divine his fate. After a moment of calculation, his eyes brightened. The hexagram revealed both peril and opportunity, suggesting that he could indeed find what he needed by the sea. The greatest conundrum that had plagued him could potentially be resolved at the shoreline. What more was there to deliberate? He must go and investigate. With a determined step, Feng Xi surged forth, running with such vigor that he seemed to fly, swiftly navigating through the streets. As he approached his destination, the surroundings opened up before him, and the sound of crashing waves filled his ears, mingling with the scent of the ocean carried by the night breeze. He leapt over the guardrail and landed on the sandy beach. Scanning the area, he found nothing unusual. The beach was deserted, save for the howling wind and the undulating tides. Feng Xi fell into deep contemplation. Had he miscalculated? Was it possible that the rules of the world differed, rendering the wind rear mystery ineffective in reality? Suddenly, a realization struck him, causing his brow to furrow. No, the absence of people was the most significant issue. It was only 8 in the evening, and this coastal beach was a popular romantic spot for couples and tourists alike, even if it were not bustling. It should not be entirely devoid of visitors. Concluding that there was indeed something amiss here, he felt certain he had overlooked something vital. At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted from the sea, instantly capturing Feng Xi's attention. He looked up to see several figures soaring toward him from the distant waters, seemingly engaged in a fierce pursuit, accompanied by the sounds of intense battle. Before long, they had reached the shoreline, allowing Feng Xi to discern their appearances. The fleeing figures consisted of 3 individuals clad in flowing black robes, their forms shrouded in the voluminous fabric, rendering them indistinguishable as either human or specter. As they soared through the air, their robes billowed ominously, emanating an eerie black mist that rendered them ghostly in appearance. Following closely behind were 12 men and women donned in tight-fitting black attire, draped with cloaks, some armed while others bore no weapons. Their ages varied. The cloaks they wore appeared almost sentient, unfurling like wings against the night sky, propelling them through the winds with agility that matched the 3 robed figures, forming a semicircular formation in pursuit, akin to a net cast for capturing fish. Were it not for the dark energy projectiles that the robed figures occasionally unleashed, causing explosions upon the sea and forcing their pursuers to react, they might have successfully encircled their quarry. Upon observing the cloaked pursuers, Feng Xi instantly realized their identity. They were members of the renowned Night Watch Division, an extraordinary incident response agency of the Great Xia, tasked with managing supernatural occurrences within its borders. Only the elite among the extraordinary could gain entry, serving as protectors of the populace. Given the circumstances, it seemed this was an operation by the Night Watch Division, and the individuals they pursued were not necessarily human. This could explain the absence of others in the vicinity. They had likely been dispersed by these agents. However, Feng Xi pondered, how had he managed to appear here without obstruction? Where were those responsible for securing the area? Yet, he dismissed these thoughts as secondary. The question remained, was what he sought to be found on the 3 robed figures or among the Night Watch members? As he contemplated, Feng Xi narrowed his eyes, remaining motionless. Meanwhile, the members of the Night Watch Division, nearing the shore, caught sight of him, their expressions shifting in surprise. What is this? Why is there still someone on the shore? Where's the second group? This is unusual. Everyone, be cautious. Protecting civilians is our foremost principle. Meng, you go and escort that young man away. Understood. At the captain's command, a tall woman with a ponytail and tactical goggles immediately complied, swiftly vanishing from her position. In an instant, she materialized before Feng Xi, without hesitation reaching for his shoulder. This place is dangerous. Come with me. Her voice was melodious and ethereal, yet tinged with urgency. However, Feng Xi found no amusement in the situation. Instead, he was somewhat bemused. With a deft motion, he grasped her wrist with ease, employing a delicate grip that caught her off guard. Miss, I appreciate your concern, but there is no need for you to worry about me. In fact, I could be of assistance. The attempt to rescue him was thwarted, halting both their movements momentarily. In that brief interval, the 3 robed figures had already made landfall on the beach. Clearly, in their eyes, the suddenly appeared female agent and the waiting Feng Xi were there to intercept them. Thus, they launched an assault on the 2 individuals. A pitch-black radiance erupted from beneath the hood of the dark robe, swiftly traversing the air towards them. The potency of this dark energy beam had already been witnessed by Feng Xi. Its explosive force surpassed that of a high-explosive grenade, rendering it exceedingly perilous. The 2 acted almost in unison. Feng Xi, suspended in midair, unleashed a palm strike, whereupon a golden light coalesced into a resplendent hand, intercepting 2 of the attacks mid-flight. The collision resulted in a tremendous explosion, obliterating both projectiles. The remaining dark beam was deftly redirected by a female teammate beside Feng Xi, who flicked her jade-like finger upwards. The space around them quivered slightly, altering the trajectory of the black light, which then shot straight into the night sky. The maneuver was executed with an effortless grace, exuding an air of nonchalance. Feng Xi cast a glance at her, intrigued by her extraordinary ability. Whether it was her instantaneous movement or her method of deflecting the attack, both were quite sophisticated. It was likely related to spatial manipulation. An ability intertwined with the fabric of space must possess immense potential, perhaps even reaching S rank. One could only marvel at the caliber of the elite members of the Night Watch, as their quality was undeniably exceptional. With this thought in mind, Feng Xi, alongside his female companion, charged towards the 3 figures cloaked in black robes that lunged at them. In the blink of an eye, a dark mist erupted from the figures, obscuring the duo's vision. Suddenly, from within the swirling darkness, a flurry of pitch-black blades was unleashed. As the woman surged forward, she drew her blade and executed a powerful slash, creating a fleeting fissure in the very fabric of space. At least half of the incoming blades were severed, spiraling down into the sandy beach. The remaining blades, however, surged forth from all directions, unimpeded by her strike, and were poised to strike the woman directly. Just in time, Feng Xi's golden hand arrived to intervene. The sounds of clashing metal rang out as he deftly deflected all the approaching blades. Without pausing, Feng Xi transformed his palm into fingers, interlacing his hands to unleash a flurry of phantom strikes. The recently severed blade tendrils were swiftly obliterated from their midpoints. In an instant, he had dispatched all the tendrils, retracting his hands before propelling them forward once more. A dazzling golden light erupted as a colossal phantom of a Buddha's hand surged forward. The encroaching dark mist was instantaneously dispelled, along with the true forms of the three monstrous beings lurking within it, sent flying by a single strike. The great compassionate palm, the female teammate, who had barely managed to deliver a single strike, stood in stunned silence, watching Feng Xi's seamless series of attacks send their adversaries reeling. Her own movements halted in shock. The other members of the Night Watch team, who had been pursuing, quickly surrounded the three monsters, equally astonished as they gazed at Feng Xi. Their expressions a blend of perplexity and intrigue. Chapter 4. The Disciples of the Dimensional Beasts. Noticing their unwavering gaze upon him, Feng Xi felt it was only courteous to extend a greeting upon their first encounter. With a smile, he raised his hand in a gesture of salutation. Hello, good evening. The moonlight tonight is truly, he faltered, realizing that the moon was elusive behind the thick shroud of clouds, obscuring the night sky. Indeed, the beauty of the moonlight was a sentiment he could not express. Witnessing his carefree demeanor, the members of the Night Watch grew increasingly speechless. This young man possessed remarkable strength, which was undeniably impressive, yet his personality seemed to embody a rather peculiar sense of humor. Some wished to inquire about Feng Xi's identity, but the captain preemptively cautioned, "Focus your attention. We must first eliminate these three disciples." He added a note of caution for Feng Xi. "Young man, please maintain your distance. The ensuing battle may prove perilous." Though Feng Xi paid little heed to the warning, he instinctively took a few steps back, signaling his harmlessness. His gaze, however, remained fixed on the three encircled monstrosities. At that moment, their true forms were unveiled. The tattered black robes revealed desiccated bodies of a dark gray hue, crowned with grotesquely contorted heads. Their gaping mouths were as dark as ink, devoid of substance, resembling phantoms in silent lamentation. Their lifeless, wooden-like torsos extended into slender limbs, each tip flat and razor-sharp, akin to obsidian blades capable of fluid motion. The previously lunged tendrils that had aimed for Feng Xi demonstrated their agility, indicating that these appendages were their primary weapons. After being struck down by Feng Xi's compassionate strike, they hovered once more, erupting with an explosive growth of additional limbs that intertwined and rapidly expanded their size. In a matter of moments, they transformed dramatically into three towering figures, each reaching 6 meters in height, adorned with withered appendages, and possessing a pair of grotesquely muscular arms fashioned from a multitude of intertwined branches. At the ends of these arms, one morphed into a sharp lance reminiscent of a medieval knight's weapon, while the other transformed into a massive scythe, exhibiting a fearsome and exaggerated design. The dispersed black mist emanated from their forms once again, enhancing their eerie and enigmatic presence, rendering them akin to specters. Observing the astonishing transformation of these creatures, Feng Xi was struck by a sense of déjà vu, reminiscent of a soul-hunting game. Initially thought to be mere minor adversaries, it appeared they had a second face. The oppressive aura they emitted unmistakably marked them as elite foes of boss caliber. Indeed, a creature capable of enduring the full force of his compassionate strike was not to be underestimated. Yet, the members of the Night Watch were no novices. They appeared well acquainted with these entities, anticipating such transformations, thus displaying an air of calm confidence. They encircled the three monsters, launching a coordinated assault. Blades flashed, flames roared, frost crackled, and bolts of lightning surged forth, unleashing a torrent of diverse attacks that swiftly subdued the three formidable creatures. Regardless of how frantically the monsters retaliated, every strike was deftly evaded or countered through impeccable teamwork, epitomizing the essence of synergy, collaboration, and the artistry of combat. Feng Xi stood by, observing the spectacle, and could not help but nod in approval. Indeed, he is undeniably handsome, a true embodiment of the Night Guard dedicated to protecting the people. His combat prowess is truly remarkable, clearly a testament to rigorous training. The uniform he dons is equally impressive, a combination of tactical attire and a cloak that perfectly complements his identity and status as a guardian of the night. Although the damage dealt may seem trivial, his charm more than compensates for it. After a moment of admiration, He turned his gaze towards a female team member who was also observing the battle from a short distance. After scrutinizing her for a while, he curiously inquired, "My lady, aren't you joining in?" Only now did he take the time to appreciate the beauty of this female comrade, and he was instantly captivated. Despite her tactical goggles obscuring her eyes, the lower half of her face was exquisite beyond compare. Her fair complexion and striking red lips, devoid of makeup, radiated an unparalleled beauty. Her figure was strikingly curvaceous, perfectly balanced, and the uniform she wore transformed into a tantalizing allure. Notably, her height was impressive, likely exceeding 6 feet, which is somewhat unusual for a woman, yet it appeared utterly harmonious on her, adding to her allure. Feng Xi's gaze unconsciously drifted downward, his admiration growing. "Those long legs are longer than my life." He refrained from staring too long, aware that such extraordinary beauty could easily unnerve him. However, it seemed she had already sensed his gaze, turning towards him with a somewhat frosty demeanor. "There's no need. With the captain here, it is sufficient." Feng Xi understood her implications clearly, offering his signature smile. "You're just here to keep an eye on me, aren't you?" This was hardly surprising. Having demonstrated impressive capabilities while maintaining an ambiguous identity, it would be unprofessional for the Night Guard not to exercise caution. Yet, directly voicing such thoughts elicited a roll of her eyes from the stunning female officer. "If you know, why ask? What is so clever about that?" She could only respond coolly, "Not entirely." Feng Xi nodded, sensing an underlying truth. He had felt something amiss earlier. The very fact that he could intrude upon the Night Guard's operations without hindrance posed a significant concern. Perhaps danger lurked in the shadows. "Stay calm. Let me consult the fates." Feng Xi's eyes flickered as he began to calculate with his concealed hand. The process was swift, and soon his expression shifted dramatically, almost simultaneously. The beautiful team member sprang into action, drawing her blade in readiness. Feng Xi turned abruptly to witness the space on the nearby beach ripple, as if disturbed by unseen waves. More dark-robed monstrosities began to emerge from the ripples. Upon witnessing such a signature manifestation, Feng Xi's expression hardened. Indeed, it appears to be creatures from another dimension, does it not? Chapter 5. The Fusion Mastery of the Sword Immortal. In this world, monsters are categorized into 2 principal types. One is the invasive species that directly traverse from the external dimensions into Blue Star, while the other comprises the indigenous species that have been corrupted by the essence of other dimensions. The former is considerably more challenging to guard against, as they can breach dimensional barriers at any moment, randomly manifesting in the realm of reality. Such creatures are collectively known as aberrant monsters. The latter, akin to humans, are native beings that began to evolve into extraordinary species amidst the resurgence of spiritual energy. They are referred to as other beasts. Both types are adversaries of humanity, but the former is universally acknowledged as more perilous. This is primarily due to the fact that aberrant monsters often infiltrate cities, inciting a wave of panic and catastrophe, while most other beasts remain confined beyond urban boundaries. At this very moment, a voice called out, "Be careful." The female team member warned in a grave tone, instantly traversing through space to confront the monster head-on, her blade slicing through the air. The dance of her sword unleashed a flurry of dark spatial rifts, and every foe that fell beneath her strikes was severed cleanly in two, exuding an aura of invincibility. However, these monsters possessed a second phase, even when cleaved apart. They would trigger a transformation, swiftly morphing into colossal beasts that encircled her. The team members' expressions shifted dramatically, and the captain shouted urgently, "Ing Meng, retreat now." Surrounded by a multitude of second-phase disciples, it was perilous for her, no matter how exceptional her talent or profound her potential. The notion of holding them back alone was exceedingly reckless. Yet, it was evident that she harbored her own intentions, relying on her ability to teleport for survival. She chose not to retreat, instead opting to engage with these monsters to buy time for her comrades. With a swish, the blade, as pure as snow, wove an intricate tapestry of light, severing the tentacles of the advancing monsters with remarkable precision, creating an illusion of parity in their struggle. Nonetheless, although her strikes were sharp, they were confined to the length of her blade, failing to transcend its reach. Severing the tentacles did not inflict mortal wounds upon the monsters. In no time, they would regenerate. Under the relentless assault, she could only manage to defend herself, lacking the capacity to eliminate the monster's physical forms. The members of the Night Watch sought to assist, but more monsters erupted from the void, placing themselves in peril as well. To survive in such dire circumstances already spoke volumes of their formidable strength and seasoned experience. The aspiration to rescue her felt almost extravagant. Damn it, the intel was flawed. There are more than a dozen disciples gathered here. This is beyond the capacity of a mere combat squad. Has the distress signal been dispatched? Yes, but assistance will not arrive in time. We must devise a strategy to hold them off ourselves. They gritted their teeth, their primary concern centering on the safety of their female teammate. In comparison, her situation was far more precarious. It became evident that calamity often strikes with alarming frequency, and the female member named Ingming ultimately could no longer endure, vanishing from the encirclement in a flash of teleportation. Unexpectedly, however, the monsters showed no hesitation, immediately pursuing her in the direction she had just fled. That was the very spot she had teleported to. As the dream of flight fleetingly escaped her grasp, she found herself confronted once more by these monstrous entities. Numerous long spears and an array of razor-sharp tendrils had already pierced her surroundings, leaving her in a state of immobility after her teleportation. She had yet to touch the ground and was caught entirely off guard, unable to react in time. With her current prowess, executing consecutive teleportations was beyond her capability. At that moment, death loomed ominously before her, and a flicker of regret surfaced in her gaze beneath the tactical visor. No. The team members, witnessing this dire scenario, were on the brink of despair, their eyes wide with horror, yet powerless to intervene. However, just as the situation reached its critical juncture, a dozen twisted beams of sword light surged forth, swiftly encircling her and weaving a dazzling net of blades. The tendrils and weapons of the creatures were instantly severed and shattered. In the next heartbeat, a figure of ethereal grace had darted to her side, effortlessly shielding her behind him. With a flick of his wrist, he commanded the radiant sword lights that shimmered incessantly, weaving through the monsters, relentlessly penetrating and cleaving their forms. With a grand flourish of his hand, several of the beasts were obliterated, disintegrating into a cascade of remnants upon the ground. With each movement, he seamlessly balanced the dual acts of rescue and destruction, exuding an air of effortless elegance. The girl stood behind him, captivated by the transformed youth, and after a moment of stunned silence, she inquired, "Who are you, handsome stranger?" As Feng Xi gracefully descended to the ground, he turned to her with a gentle smile, embodying an aura of celestial detachment. It was no wonder she posed such a question. At that moment, Feng Xi's long hair flowed like silk, his eyes glimmered with golden light, and his features had become strikingly handsome, exuding a celestial quality akin to a fallen immortal. An unusual layer of radiant light enveloped him, accentuating his divine presence. Though he had always been handsome, he now possessed an ethereal charm that rendered him breathtakingly extraordinary, making it seem as though he were a completely different person. Fear not, fair maiden. This is but a transformation technique. The situation is dire. I hope for your understanding, Feng Xi explained, though he spoke with an exaggerated theatrical tone. Ling Ming was momentarily bewildered, her lips twitching as she struggled to find words. Feng Xi paid her no mind, retracting his sword gesture, causing the myriad of wandering sword lights to return to him, coalescing into 12 gleaming flying swords encircling him. They radiated an extraordinary crystalline brilliance, perfectly mirroring the luminosity enveloping him. In this moment, he wielded one of his most formidable techniques, a synthesis of various secret arts known as the Sword Immortal mode. The 12 flying swords had been meticulously crafted with divine ingenuity, each a precious and sharp artifact. Collectively, they could form a set named the 12 sword-whirling immortal slashing flying swords, a masterpiece of his creation. The technique employed to manipulate the flying swords was an enhanced version of the Jia family's immortal slaying flying daggers, transformed into the immortal slaying sword control technique. Furthermore, Feng Xi's current state was empowered by the mask of the Wu Yu divine persona, channeling the strength of divine belief to embody the pure yang sword immortal, El Dongbin. With the faith of El Dongbin, the foremost of the 8 immortals, augmenting the 12 immortal slaying flying swords, he now wielded a terrifying might capable of shattering all obstacles and captivating all eyes. Had it not been for this, how could Feng Xi, who had merely awakened his extraordinary abilities half a month ago and trained for less than 2 years in the realm of the extraordinary, possibly exhibit such astonishing combat prowess? The individuals present were oblivious to the fact that he was merely a novice, yet they remained utterly astounded, soon succumbing to euphoric excitement, their emotions in tumult. Goodness! How magnificent! Who is this young lad? Possessing such terrifying strength at such a tender age, he must surely be a prodigious student from a prestigious academy of the extraordinary. Alas, this youth is truly formidable. Thank heavens, with a master like him present. Otherwise Ing Meng would be in peril, if anything were to befall her. How could we face Bureau Chief Zhu in the afterlife? Feng Xi, however, paid no heed to their gazes, for his proud and extraordinary demeanor was befitting of a sword immortal. Moreover, having commenced his display of prowess, he was determined to see it through. With a flick of his finger, he redirected his flying swords towards the monsters lurking near the Jinya division team. Attack! He uttered softly, and 12 flying swords shot forth, akin to 12 beams of laser light, piercing the heavens in a straight line. After penetrating the bodies of the monsters, they twisted in midair to launch subsequent assaults, continuously weaving a chaotic tapestry of radiant light, slicing through all in their path. The speed and intensity of the sword light left the monsters utterly defenseless, as they could only be relentlessly cleaved and obliterated. As the onlookers beheld this spectacle, their hearts were filled with awe. And a singular thought emerged in their minds. A sword immortal has descended to vanquish evil and eradicate malevolence. Chapter 6. Energy Abounds. Second instance. With a mere flick of his wrist, Feng Xi annihilated the monsters in the vicinity, summoning back 12 celestial swords. As he exhaled, he exited the state of the divine mask, the holy radiance enveloping him dissipating, along with the brilliance of the swords, which retreated into his being. Subsequently, the 12 swords simultaneously contracted, transforming into 12 spherical metallic sword beads that descended onto his wrist, merging into an unremarkable string of prayer beads. The onlookers observed this transformation with curiosity, yet refrained from probing further. They gathered around him, first offering a respectful salute, followed by expressions of gratitude. "Thank you for your assistance," one exclaimed. "You were magnificent. Without your intervention, we might have faced dire consequences. Truly impressive. Which esteemed academy do you hail from?" Another inquired. "Your prowess is extraordinary. May I inquire your name, esteemed sir?" Feng Xi, feeling somewhat overwhelmed, was aware of his own limitations. Despite having mastered numerous extraordinary techniques, his foundational skills were lacking, and his endurance was evidently insufficient. Nevertheless, he maintained his composure, responding with a smile, "There is no need for such formality. As a citizen of the Great Xia, I cannot stand idly by when I possess the capability to assist. I hold the Night Watch Bureau in high regard, and it was only fitting that I intervened today. By the way, I am Feng Xi, a student of the Jiudu Academy." "What do you mean by a student?" The members of the Night Watch Bureau exchanged puzzled glances but chose not to delve deeper, finding his statement quite reasonable. Jiudu Academy was renowned as the premier institution for extraordinary beings in the Great Xia, unmatched by any other. It was a breeding ground for exceptional talents, having nurtured countless remarkable individuals. Thus, it was hardly surprising that someone like Feng Xi emerged from its halls. Had he named a lesser-known academy, that would have raised eyebrows. So, he is a distinguished graduate of the foremost academy in the Great Xia. No wonder his abilities are so formidable. Truly, a hero in the making, remarked the team leader, who appeared to be in his 40s, his eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. "So it is you, Feng. I am Lin Baichuan, the captain of the first combat team of the Demon Sea Division of the Night Watch Bureau. These are my teammates. It is a pleasure to meet you. Feng, may I ask what your plans are post-graduation?" In previous years, many outstanding graduates from Jiudu Academy have joined our Night Watch Bureau. With your capabilities, should you wish to join us, you would undoubtedly start in a prominent position, promising a bright future. Feng Xi discerned the underlying implications in his words and could only respond with a polite refusal. "I am still far from graduation and have not given such matters much thought. However, I will certainly consider it seriously. The Night Watch Bureau is indeed an excellent option." Upon hearing this, Lin Baichuan became even more exhilarated. He mused that if Feng claimed to be far from graduation, it meant he was not even a recent graduate. The prospect of someone with such strength before graduation was almost unimaginable. If he could be recruited into the Night Watch Bureau, not only would the division head rejoice, but the higher-ups at headquarters would likely be over the moon as well. Upon contemplating this, his enthusiasm grew even more fervent. In truth, even if one is not yet graduated, it poses no obstacle. We possess a specialized recruitment method for extraordinary talents. Take, for instance, my teammate, Chu Ming, who awakened her abilities while still in high school and joined the Night Watch division in her senior year. Interestingly, she just graduated this year and is also set to further her studies at Jiudu Academy. She will soon be your junior. Oh? Feng Xi turned in surprise to glance at the stunning beauty standing quietly beside him. He hadn't anticipated that she was so young. A fellow newcomer of the same cohort, also bound for Jiudu Academy. It appeared she was indeed a remarkable prodigy. Her current prowess and experiences far surpassed the expectations of her peers, and what a coincidence it was. At this moment, Chu Yingming no longer bore the icy demeanor she had earlier displayed. Having been saved, her aloofness could not dismiss Feng Xi as a mere passerby. Noticing his gaze upon her, she pondered for a moment before returning a somewhat bashful smile, gently nodding in acknowledgement, inadvertently revealing a touch of grace. Yet, her smile seemed somewhat forced, indicating that she was not accustomed to smiling. Nevertheless, she remained strikingly beautiful, stirring something within Feng Xi's heart. This young woman possessed an undeniable allure, the kind that captivates without being overtly glamorous. The only person who could match her in his recollection was the illustrious Yi Xuejia, whom he had encountered only fleetingly. Feng Xi reciprocated her smile, and Captain Lin, observing this, narrowed his eyes slightly before continuing. "What I wish to convey is that the identity of a student does not conflict with that of a specially appointed combatant of the Night Watch Division. Special members have the autonomy to choose whether to undertake missions, allowing them to prioritize their studies. Many exceptional prodigies have traversed this path, becoming special members while still pursuing their education. thereby enjoying the resources, privileges, and rare opportunities for growth provided by both the Academy and the Nightwatch Division. This approach is particularly conducive to the rapid development of gifted individuals with extraordinary abilities. He spoke eloquently, enticingly, causing Feng Xi to feel a stir of interest. However, he had his own methods for becoming stronger and ultimately declined with the intent to consider the proposition further, leaving Captain Lin somewhat regretful. Were it not for Feng Xi's ambiguous response, he likely would have continued to persuade him. In the end, Feng Xi added Captain Lin as a friend and exchanged contact information before taking his leave. He had initially intended to inquire about the specifics of the recent incident, but given that it was a confidential operation of the Nightwatch Division, he deemed it prudent not to be overly curious, especially since he had already reaped the benefits. This evening had proven to be exceptionally fruitful. Having vanquished the otherworldly creatures, Feng Xi successfully acquired a substantial amount of otherworldly energy. He had finally discerned how to collect this energy. The multitude of monsters he had just defeated had satisfied the conditions for unlocking the next Dream Realm instance. He could hardly contain his excitement to return home and embark on this new adventure. Chapter 7. A New Instance. Upon returning home, Feng Xi was just about to take a shower and then retire to bed to delve into a new instance. However, a notification arrived on his phone. He picked it up and saw a friend request. The profile picture depicted a small cat with a black and gray coat, and the nickname consisted of a single character, Dream. Instantly, Feng Xi recalled the strikingly elegant Chu Ming from the team. His heart swelled with certainty. He clicked to accept the request and initiated a chat. Dream, hello, I'm Chu Ming. Do you remember me? Wind stops. Waves undulate. I am not forgetful to the point of overlooking someone like you, especially a beauty such as yourself, Miss Chu. It is likely that I could never forget. Dream, Feng Xi's smile faltered. After all that effort to type, she merely responded with an Enough with the teasing. Let us just end this. Wind stops. Waves undulate. Is there something you wish to discuss, Miss Chu? Dream, you saved my life. I have yet to properly thank you. So I requested your contact information from the captain. So, what now? Wind stops, waves undulate. There is no need for such formality. Anyone would have acted in the same manner. Dream, how does that relate to your saving me? Feng Xi? I offered a polite remark. Yet I seem unable to follow her train of thought. Wind stops, waves undulate. How would you like to express your gratitude? Dream, I'm not sure. But if you have any requests, let me know, and I will surely assist you. At this point, Feng Xi was certain. This girl was utterly naive, perhaps even a bit lacking in common sense. He felt reluctant to tease her further. Wind stops, waves undulate. In the future, refrain from saying such things to a boy. It can be perilous. Dream, why? Wind stops, waves undulate. Are you not afraid I might make some excessive demands? Dream, you want tea. I know that. Wind stops, waves undulate. You have only met me once. How can you be so certain? Dream, my intuition tells me you are not that type of person. Enough. She is handing me a good person card. Here I am, chatting with you late at night. Wind stops, waves undulate. I appreciate you. Dream, it is I who should be thanking you. Wind stops, waves undulate. Wind stops, waves undulate. Very well, I understand. In the future, should I encounter any difficulties or have wishes to fulfill, I will certainly approach you. Dream, wind stops. Waves undulate. I'm a bit tired and need to rest now. Miss Chu, you should also finish up and get some rest. Good night. Dream, good night. With a casual toss, he flung his phone aside and swiftly undressed to take a shower. In just over 10 minutes, he slipped into bed, ready for slumber. Sleep, sleep. It's time to embark on a new instance. Let me see what awaits this time. The next day at noon, Feng Xi awoke leisurely, feeling somewhat reflective. The second dream instance brought him surprises no less than the first. Although it lacked the complex legacy techniques, its unique combat system was still commendable. Furthermore, the anime boasted significant fame, belonging to a household name in his previous life. Its distinctive settings and stylish, yet somewhat embarrassing dialogue had once enchanted Feng Xi's childhood. Noteworthy indeed is the character who has shaped the most popular antagonist in the history of Japanese animation. Indeed, I speak of Bleach. Among the three great works of popular manga, Bleach stands as one of the titans. Although it met an early demise, its popularity remains second only to the other two giants. What boy wouldn't aspire to possess a Zanpakuto of their own? Now, Feng Xi's dream has come to fruition. Upon entering the realm, his initial identity is that of a prodigious student at the Central Spirit Academy of Soul Society. After Feng Xi personally steps into the fray, his innate abilities manifest spectacularly. He effortlessly masters the four principal disciplines, Zanjutsu, Hakuta, Ho, and Kid, achieving a level of proficiency that allows for early graduation in just over a month, astonishing all around him. It is well known that those who graduate early are truly exceptional, destined to attain at least a captain's rank within the Godei 13. The youngest captain, Hitsugaya Toshiro, is a prime example of such early brilliance. Given the considerable attention bestowed upon him, Feng Xi naturally acquires a Zanpakuto of his own. The moment he successfully completes his Shirkai release marks his graduation from the Spirit Academy. Reflecting on his Zanpakuto, Feng Xi smiles with pride. Rising from his bed and approaching the window, with a mere thought, he retrieves a longsword from his consciousness. A dark golden longsword, exceeding the typical length of a katana, materializes in his grasp, radiating a formidable aura even before it is unsheathed. As this blade appears, the very air seems to stir with agitation. The elements of earth, wind, water, and fire manifest, their energies drawn into motion. Feng Xi smiles softly, placing his hand upon the hilt, and as he murmurs, he slowly draws the blade. Shirkai, all things return to origin, open the firmament. Great heaven-s conquest. As the blade is drawn, a dazzling array of spiritual light erupts from its edge, stirring the elemental forces into a chaotic yet harmonious dance, transforming the space surrounding Feng Xi into a magnificent tapestry of time and space. In the next moment, the extraordinary spectacle dissipates. Feng Xi stands within the room, wielding a sword approximately 4 feet in length, with a width of 3.5 fingers, adorned with intricate T-patterns, a striking longsword that embodies a commanding presence, reminiscent of a warrior poised for battle. This sword is undeniably beautiful, yet somewhat peculiar. Its design transcends the traditional samurai sword, approaching the limits of Itachi in length, with a hilt that accommodates both single and double-handed wielding, and a curvature that differs from the conventional katana. However, its most notable distinction lies in the blade's extraordinary width. The 3.5 finger width feels rather robust when compared to a katana. Nonetheless, Feng Xi is unconcerned with its classification as a samurai sword, for its aesthetic aligns perfectly with his personal taste, a harmonious blend of the sharpness of a katana, the might of a dao, and the weightiness of a spring knife. This sword is named Great Heaven-s Conquest, or more simply, Heaven-s Blade. It is the first all-encompassing Zanpakuto of Soul Society, wielding the power to command the natural elements in combat, including earth, wind, water, fire, lightning, and ice, all of which can be harnessed. Moreover, when situated within specific environments, the corresponding elemental powers are significantly amplified. In environments engulfed by flames or amidst volcanic landscapes, the fire element of this blade significantly amplifies its destructive power. When immersed in rivers, lakes, or seas, wielding water-based attacks becomes remarkably effortless, allowing the blade's edge to manipulate the waters with grace. In glacial and snowy realms, the use of ice element strikes is most fitting. Under ordinary circumstances, the focus shifts to the attributes of wind and earth, for one must traverse the land, embracing the breeze as a vital essence. Though when considered singularly, its might may not rival the singularly potent blades such as Ririn, or Ka, or Hai Rinmaru. It excels in versatility. Moreover, Feng Xi possesses unwavering confidence in his ability to elevate the blade's power to surpass them, for his innate abilities are indeed formidable. The development of corresponding transcendent sword techniques to harmonize with the might of the blade marks Feng Xi's future endeavors with this Zanpakuto. Naturally, the pursuit of hunting interdimensional monstrosities and unlocking further dream realms remains an imperative task. No matter how many paths to strength one may pursue, none can compare to this. For clarity of priorities is essential. Chapter 8, Yijishi. 3 days had swiftly passed. Feng Xi had been cooped up at home for 3 days, and he could no longer endure the confinement. Just then, he received an unexpected message from the principal, indicating that Jiudu Academy had sent representatives to meet him and inquire about his availability. Naturally, he had ample time, especially since he had accepted their favors and would need to navigate their territory in the future. Maintaining an aloof demeanor was not advisable. After freshening up and tidying himself, the disheveled youth transformed into a dashing and charismatic young man, brimming with vigor and charm. Feng Xi nodded in satisfaction, shouldering his Zanpakuto as he stepped out. In his pursuit of quickly mastering his Bankai, he deemed it necessary to keep his sword close at hand. Was it merely for show? That was a secondary concern. Fortunately, in this world, there were no restrictions on carrying weapons. It was quite commonplace for extraordinary individuals to wield swords and knives, and even carrying a submachine gun at one side would attract little attention. It was not uncommon to see pedestrians armed. In the presence of Feng Xi was hardly notable. Those who glanced his way did so primarily because of his striking appearance. Sauntering into the National First High School, he found the atmosphere somewhat tense, as the students were in the crucial sprint leading up to the college entrance examinations. Thus, the sudden entrance of a carefree individual with a sword drew considerable attention. Who is that? So leisurely, flaunting a sword? Isn't that Feng Xi? The one who struck it lucky? Who? Feng Xi? The genius from First High who awakened S-class talent just half a month ago? Indeed. I heard he was directly admitted to Jiudu Academy post-awakening, exempt from the entrance examinations. How enviable. It said he took a leave of absence right after awakening and has shown up at school since. Must be living the dream. Why is he here again today? Who knows? Probably here to show off. How infuriating. I wish I could awaken such impressive abilities. Sigh. Comparing ourselves to others is a bitter pill to swallow. While the boys were filled with envy and jealousy, the girls were more straightforward in their admiration. Upon recognizing him, their eyes sparkled with excitement. Is that Senior Feng Xi? I've heard he is somewhat of a freak, but he is undeniably handsome. I feel like I could totally catch his eye. What could you possibly offer? He is an S-class prodigy. His future is destined for greatness. Would he even consider you? So handsome. He looks so suave with that sword. Isn't he just like a wandering knight? I'm in love. Let us add him as a friend. If I could be his girlfriend, my future would be secure. In this world, the strong are naturally favored, and he is so good-looking. He is practically a god among men. Since we're classmates, if I seize the opportunity, who knows what could happen? Back off, ladies. Don't compete with me. I'm going for him too. I've spoken to him before. I was even blown up by his firecracker. Did I say anything? Go, go, go. What are we fighting over? Let us see who has the real skills. As Feng Xi strolled along the path, he soon sensed a shift in the gazes directed at him. Turning his head, he noticed numerous girls looking at him with gleaming eyes, as if they were ready to devour him whole. He suddenly sensed something amiss and, without a moment's hesitation, sprinted towards the principal's office. Given his current speed, even without exerting himself fully, a group of students would struggle to catch up with him. Furthermore, as the school bell rang, his classmates were compelled to return to their classrooms, allowing Feng Xi to arrive at the principal's office unscathed. He thought to himself that a remarkable young man must protect himself well in the outside world and should not be too careless. As he rapped on the door of the principal's office, "Who is it? I explicitly stated that I have distinguished guests. Do not disturb me unless it is urgent," came the principal's voice from within. Feng Xi rubbed the stubble on his chin and casually replied, "Shall I leave then?" There was a brief silence behind the door. Perhaps the principal was pondering who dared to speak to him in such a manner, but soon came the realization of the sole possible answer, followed by a hurried patter of footsteps approaching the door. The door swung open, revealing the principal's bald head and his rather unkempt middle-aged visage. "Quickly, come in. I've been waiting for you," he exclaimed. "Principal, I've arrived rather promptly, haven't I?" Feng Xi grinned as he stepped inside, and upon raising his gaze, he noticed two distinguished guests in the office, a man and a woman, both striking in appearance. The man appeared slightly older, perhaps nearing 30. He was handsome, exuding a composed and cultured demeanor, a grace rarely found in youth. The girl, on the other hand, was even younger, looking only a few years older than Feng Xi. She was tall and elegant, with long hair cascading down her back, flowing like a waterfall, dark and smooth, adding an air of gentleness to her presence. However, what left the most lasting impression were her exquisite features and captivating eyes. Her skin was as fair as jade, and her brows and eyes were as picturesque as a painting, resembling a starry river. Flawless, she bore no blemish. Particularly striking was a subtle lotus flower mark between her brows, adding a touch of allure and a hint of sanctity, elevating her grace and charm to an entirely new realm. She was pure, untouched by the murk of the world, and yet radiant, a vision of elegance. After just one glance, Feng Xi instinctively formulated a thought in his mind. She was truly breathtaking. It was no wonder that such beauty inspired him to conjure an array of eloquent descriptors. He felt compelled to offer her the highest praise among his peers. "Wow, this girl is truly remarkable." Wait, why did he say truly? Never mind, that was not the point. What mattered was that he recognized this sister. She was the legendary campus beauty from the previous year, Yi Zhishi. Chapter 9, Everyone's cheating, so what if I speak boldly? It seemed that Yi, the elegant and exquisite senior, had noticed Feng Xi's gaze upon her. She turned to him, a hint of an enigmatic smile gracing her features. After appraising him with a glance, she offered a gentle smile and a humble nod. At that moment, the gentleman beside her spoke with a smile. "You must be Feng Xi, right? Truly a distinguished individual." The principal hurried over to introduce them. "Feng Xi. This is Commander Chang Hong, the chief instructor of weaponry from Jiudu Academy. Once you join Jiudu Academy, you will be studying under his guidance. Be sure to greet him." "Oh, so it is Commander Chang. Greetings, Commander. I am curious about the type of weaponry you teach. I shall undoubtedly seek your wisdom in the future. It would be splendid if I could receive some special instruction." Feng Xi jested with an air of confidence. Commander Chang Hong smiled slightly, seemingly unperturbed, and replied with a calm demeanor. "I possess knowledge of all manner of weapons, swords, spears, staves, heavy artillery, and exotic armaments. Should you wish to learn, Feng Xi, do not hesitate to approach me. The awakened of the Sacred Heart are known as the versatile prodigies of the postnatal realm. Thus, I eagerly anticipate your mastery of various combat techniques to further enrich humanity's martial legacy." "Haha, Commander, you flatter me. I am merely a student. It feels premature to discuss creating combat techniques. However, I shall remember your words and hope you do not find my inquiries bothersome in the future. To be honest, I have an innate passion for learning. That is splendid. No teacher dislikes a student who loves to learn, Commander Chang Hung remarked elegantly, concluding the conversation to allow the principal to continue with introductions. The principal, understanding the cue, proceeded. Feng Xi, this is Miss Yi Jishi, your senior by 1 year. She is the S-class awakened from last year and is currently furthering her studies at Jiudu Academy. It seems you two are quite fated to meet. I hope you will support one another and strive together. Feng Xi nodded, his smile widening as he took the initiative to greet her. Hello, Senior Yi. I cannot believe that in just a year, your grace has surpassed all expectations. Please leave some beauty for the other girls. You are already stunning. How can you become even more radiant? Yi Jishi chuckled at his playful banter, covering her mouth with a delicate hand. Feng Xi, you are as amusing as ever. Seeing you so carefree reassures me. Feng Xi was taken aback. What do you mean? You know me? Do not jest, Junior. You were not a nameless figure in high school. Every student at number 1 high has heard of your remarkable exploits, she replied with a smile. Feng Xi humbly expressed his gratitude, yet he failed to notice the principal's growing displeasure. The boy's actions were hardly of good repute, and the principal felt a surge of frustration every time he recalled them. He could only wonder if this troublemaker would exhibit more restraint at Jiudu Academy, a place where chaos was not tolerated. However, it mattered little. Should any disturbances arise, the principal knew he would be the one to bear the burden. He secretly hoped that this fellow would continue to remain oblivious to the realities of life, thus learning a lesson to temper his brashness. Feng Xi, unaware of the principal's covert thoughts, engaged in conversation with the two distinguished guests before directly posing his inquiry. Instructor Chang, Senior Sister Yi, is your visit related to me? Chang Heng replied with a smile, yes, but not entirely. Although you have already negotiated terms with the principal, we, at Jiudu Academy, feel it necessary to formally invite you. Solidifying this matter, Ji Shi, whose home is in the Demon Sea, had intended to return and thus decided to accompany them. Furthermore, the Academy had tasks assigned to me in Magic Sea City, which will require some time. Once I complete my business, I shall take you back with me. Upon hearing this, Feng Xi casually chuckled. Instructor, you need not concern yourself with me. If you have matters to attend to, go ahead. I can make my way to the Academy on my own. However, Chang Hung shook his head, his tone still gentle yet firm. That may not be feasible. Feng Xi furrowed his brow, suddenly realizing the implication. Could it be? Chang Hung nodded, advising, as you have awakened as an S-rank superhuman talent, you must exercise vigilance regarding your new identity. Since the day of your awakening, your affairs are no longer solely your own. Feng Xi remained silent for a moment before breaking into a grin once more. It seems I have underestimated the situation. However, this may not be entirely negative, as my days ahead will certainly be far from dull. Yi Jishi, observing his demeanor, could not help but inquire, aren't you concerned? Feng Xi, with a proud smile, boldly proclaimed, the fierce wind reveals the strong grass. In chaotic times, heroes emerge. Without sufficient trials, even the most talented cannot become heroes. I fear only that the pressure they provide me may not be ample enough. If I were to be crushed, it would merely reflect my own inadequacy, nothing more. At that moment, Feng Xi's audacity knew no bounds, yet the confidence of a transmigrator left him undaunted. With his fortuitous advantages, his words were imbued with conviction. Upon his declaration, the three present momentarily stood in astonishment, their eyes sparkling with admiration. What a profound statement. The fierce wind reveals the strong grass. Heroes emerge in chaotic times. I did not expect someone of your youth to articulate such wisdom. I now understand why you have awakened as an S-rank superhuman. Chang Heng's emotions surged, seemingly overwhelming his usual composed demeanor and refined bearing as he admired Feng Xi. He glanced at Yi Jishi, who wore a similarly astonished expression, and could not help but think, with such temperament and ambition, only the most exceptional powers are worthy of him. Indeed, those who awaken S-rank abilities must possess extraordinary qualities. Both Yi Jishi and Feng Xi exemplify this. Chapter 10, Extraordinary Combat Techniques. After their conversation, Instructor Chang Hong and Feng Xi formally confirmed the enrollment process, completing the identity registration. At this moment, Feng Xi could truly be considered a prospective student of Jiudu Academy. The two parties exchanged friend requests and agreed to maintain frequent contact during this period in Magic Sea City. Once their matters were settled, they would notify Feng Xi to accompany them back. After their discussion, Feng Xi should have taken his leave. However, he remained with a beaming smile, engaging the two in a light-hearted and animated conversation, inquiring about various topics with great enthusiasm. At one moment, he expressed his desire to treat them to a meal, and at another, he volunteered to serve as their guide, eager to show them around and ensure they had a delightful time. Beside them, Yi, with her innocent disposition, was somewhat perplexed by his intentions. Hearing his words, she felt a twinge of annoyance, pondering why he seemed oblivious to their commitments. Particularly, his suggestion of being a guide was absurd, as she was a local of Magic Sea City and had no need for someone to lead her around. In contrast, the more experienced Chang Hung quickly grasped his meaning. With a knowing smile, he took out his phone and sent an electronic document. With a little over a month until the start of school, if you have the time, classmate Feng Xi might begin cultivating an extraordinary combat technique. I see you carry a long knife, which suggests you wish to specialize in knife techniques, right? The 8 Desolations knife technique is our academy's most mainstream and prestigious extraordinary knife technique, and I believe it would suit you well. Under normal circumstances, this would be against protocol, as it is challenging for new students to learn extraordinary combat techniques solely from a manual, especially such a top-tier complete combat technique. It necessitates detailed explanations and hands-on guidance from an instructor, as premature self-exploration could be more detrimental than beneficial. However, classmate Feng Xi is an awakened practitioner of the Sacred Heart's spiritual ability, so self-study should not pose much difficulty for him. Not difficult at all. Thank you for your guidance, instructor. I shall humbly accept. Feng Xi, having gained an advantage, revealed a satisfied smile, his perception of the instructor improving dramatically. See, this is what it means to be considerate. Casting a glance at senior sister Yi, who wore a look of sudden realization, Feng Xi couldn't help but shake his head inwardly. After all, she is just a young girl, still lacking in experience. How can she navigate this intricate society without understanding the subtleties of human relationships? Clearly, she has been overly protected. Were it not for my own rapid ascent and time constraints, I might have given her a profound experience to help her mature overnight. Alas, I am too preoccupied. She will have to find her own way. Why would a woman need a cultivation manual when she can have something far more enticing? Yi, catching Feng Xi's gaze, suddenly felt a sense of disdain directed at her, igniting her anger. What is this brat's expression? To harbor such ill intentions while being so indirect, yet he dares to mock my perceptiveness? Absurd. How dare he show such disrespect to a senior on our first meeting? This will not end well for him. With a fierce glare, she conveyed her message clearly. You better watch out. I won't let you off lightly. Feng Xi was taken aback by her own naive thoughts, realizing her perceptiveness was quite keen. She quickly diverted her gaze, pretending not to notice. After acquiring what she desired, Feng Xi left with remarkable efficiency, leaving the 3 others in a state of bemusement. The principal immediately chuckled while chiding this rascal, still so unabashed. Instructor Chang, don't take it to heart. He simply has this nature, always eager for small gains, yet at his core, he is not a bad kid. Yi, however, scoffed quietly and retorted with playful annoyance, not bad? I think he is thoroughly wicked. At such a young age, how can he harbor so many ulterior motives? His intentions are far from righteous. Particularly his lack of reverence towards senior students was a point that warranted condemnation. Chang Hung, on the other hand, smiled with delight. I find this boy quite intriguing. His character possesses merit, and he may very well have a promising future, potentially reaching great heights. Xiaoxi, you are admirable in many ways, yet perhaps a tad too innocent. This boy compliments you. Remember to engage with him more. You might learn a thing or two from him, balancing each other as strengths and weaknesses. Upon hearing this, Yi felt even more vexed, yet also a touch astonished. Teacher, you hold him in such high regard? Are you considering taking him on as a disciple? He would be quite fortunate. However, Chang Hung turned to her with a perplexed expression. Please refrain from such remarks in the future. Should anyone misunderstand and think I intend to take him as a disciple, I would be in quite the predicament. Yi responded. Huh? What do you mean? Xiaoxi, let me impart a piece of wisdom. Never take Sheng Xinyanling as a disciple. Why not? A student who learns quickly should be quite desirable, shouldn't they? That may hold true for the average student, but Sheng Xinyanling is different. While instructing him is permissible, taking him as a disciple would only invite trouble. No matter how exceptional your talents or extraordinary your skills, he will swiftly master them, leaving you with nothing to teach. You would be left helplessly watching him surpass your once proud abilities in a mere fraction of the time, leaving you far behind. This can be quite demoralizing, particularly when you realize that there is nothing left for you to impart, leading you to question your own worthiness as his mentor. Moreover, there is another reason. Should anyone be so bold as to take him on as a disciple, they would face a rather awkward dilemma. If you teach him well, no one will credit you as his master. But should you fail to teach him adequately, you would become a laughingstock, your reputation utterly tarnished. To be unable to teach even Sheng Xinyanling, what a humiliation that would be. Yi grasped the underlying truth and found herself both amused and exasperated. This situation is rather absurd. Does this mean that this junior is destined to remain without a mentor for life? Why do I feel no sympathy, but rather envy? I too wish for such a talent that learns swiftly. Feng Xi was oblivious to their conversation after his departure. Even if he had been aware, it would not have concerned him. The notion of a mentor was far from his thoughts. With his extraordinary talents and formidable capabilities, he felt sufficiently empowered to defy the heavens. Having acquired a remarkable, extraordinary combat technique, he could hardly contain his eagerness to explore its intricacies. This extraordinary combat technique was a crucial element of an extraordinary individual's combat prowess, and he had long coveted it. Alas, prior to awakening his extraordinary abilities, all students were strictly forbidden from engaging with such techniques, leaving him in ignorance of their mysteries. Every extraordinary technique required a foundation of extraordinary power for its cultivation. Ordinary individuals attempting to practice would only face self-destruction, depleting their vital energy and ultimately leading to ruin. The cultivation of extraordinary techniques necessitated energy consumption, and until the extraordinary factors within a human were fully activated, engaging in such practices would merely exhaust one's essence and vitality. How much energy could a mere mortal possess for such expenditure? Only upon the activation of extraordinary factors could the human body interact with the energies of the universe, allowing for the sustainable restoration of extraordinary power. This regulation was established by the authorities with the well-being of students in mind. Thus, prior to awakening, students were confined to practicing conventional combat skills in the utilization of cold weapons, laying the groundwork for their extraordinary cultivation post-awakening. Feng Xi had diligently built his foundation, and now it was time for him to delve into the extraordinary system of this world. Arriving at a secluded grove within a spacious park, Feng Xi retrieved his phone and opened the document that Changhong had sent him. Chapter 11. The Art of the Eight Desolations. Cultivation Realms. Upon opening the document, an intricate tapestry of text and illustrations unfolded before Feng Xi. Yet, foremost was not the content of the sword techniques, but rather an elucidation of the extraordinary realms. In this world, the path of cultivation is not dictated by wealth or status, but by one's own mastery. The journey toward strength follows discernible patterns, categorized into several distinct realms. The foundation realm marks the nascent awakening stage, wherein the extraordinary factors within one's body passively draw upon the energies of heaven and earth, continuously refining the body to transform it into a nurturing vessel for extraordinary power. This foundational state ensures that even without deliberate effort, the body's transformation will naturally culminate in perfection. The spring source realm signifies the consolidation of the foundation, wherein the spirit spring arises. At this stage, one begins to perceive the extraordinary force within, which can significantly enhance the fundamental qualities of agility, defense, and endurance. When harnessing this power for extraordinary abilities, its potency is greatly amplified. The essence of this realm lies in guiding the stream within the body to carve out personalized pathways, establishing a self-sustaining system that, once complete, allows the power to flow and expand effortlessly into the next realm. The spirit stream realm represents a continuous source of water, where springs evolve into streams. The extraordinary power grows even stronger, becoming palpably perceptible as it courses through the body. The key to cultivating in this realm involves actively controlling the extraordinary streams, opening additional channels for more efficient operation, thereby accelerating the pace of cultivation. The clear river realm signifies the confluence of streams into a river, with a comprehensive enhancement of one's foundational strength, allowing one to stand independently. The elemental lake realm gathers rivers into a lake, wherein the concept of circulating channels dissipates, and the body transforms into a substantial reservoir of extraordinary energy. The efficiency of absorbing the energies of heaven and earth is greatly heightened, enabling the powerful practitioners of this realm to disregard energy consumption during regular combat, allowing for effortless energy transformation and a monumental leap in foundational strength, marking them as formidable beings. The Heart Summit realm utilizes the power of mental will to compress extraordinary energy, solidifying liquid energy into a solid state, forming peaks within the lake, and resulting in a significant surge in strength, capable of monumental feats with mere gestures. The very aura one exudes can manifest as a tangible pressure, shaking the spirit and subduing the will. The Mountain Unity realm witnesses the growth of peaks that coalesce into mountains, forming a majestic range that harmonizes with the waters, culminating in the self-creation of a domain within, representing the utmost capacity of the human vessel, reaching the theoretical limit. Practitioners of this realm can unleash a mountain-river barrier, temporarily sealing spaces and segregating reality from illusion. The Soul Sea realm transcends the limits of the human form, opening a realm of divine consciousness, wherein the soul undergoes refinement, merging into an ocean of essence, thus achieving the unity of the world and soul. The sea of divine souls is boundless, with infinite potential for enhancement, representing the state of transcendence. In this realm, one can project a domain of the soul into the physical world, within which one reigns supreme. The starry sky realm embodies an infinite soul sea, creating celestial bodies. Within this ocean, extraordinary power is distilled into celestial stars, adorning the night sky. The reflection of sea and sky gives rise to the embryonic form of a small world, further refining the domain into a mental landscape, deserving of reverence. The heaven-opening realm signifies the successful establishment of a new world within the realm of divine consciousness, becoming a sovereign of one's own domain. This small world influences the greater world, freely absorbing all existence from the larger realm to nourish itself, achieving immortality, as long as the small world endures. The physical form can be effortlessly reshaped. Moreover, boundless methods exist, allowing one to even create an extraordinary system, bestowing it upon others. In a moment of creation, one can bring forth life and races within their own world. Upon reaching this realm, one remains unaffected even if the world were to perish, thus earning the title of sovereign, or perhaps even deeming oneself a deity, with their miniature world referred to as the divine realm. There are a total of 10 realms, each step leading one towards divinity. Among these, the foundational realms, Stone, Spring, Spirit Stream, and Bright River, are known as the 4 extraordinary realms, where the vast majority of transcendent beings reside. The realms of Origin Lake, Heart Peak, and Connected Mountains represent the 3 holy realms, and without exception, all are formidable sovereigns, reigning supreme in the world. The Soul Sea, Starry Sky, and Creation of Heaven constitute the 3 divine realms. Upon attaining this level, even a sovereign of the Soul Sea embodies a nation's deterrent force, capable of suppressing national fortunes. The esteemed ones of the Starry Sky realm are unparalleled in the world. The 12 great generals of the Great Xia, known as the 12 Celestial Yuan, all belong to the Starry Sky realm. As for the Supreme Master of the Creation of Heaven realm, they exist beyond the reach of ordinary mortals. After reading this, Feng Xi felt a profound shock within. He had not anticipated that the upper limit of the power system in this world was so elevated. It had only been a little over 500 years since the Great Upheaval, yet they had already discovered the path to divinity, capable of reaching the level of a cosmic creator. After the initial shock, Feng Xi compared the descriptions with his own situation, which left him astounded once more. Currently, he was equivalent to someone just entering the spirit stream realm. It seemed his progress was rapid, yet he had been cultivating alone in his solitary world for nearly 2 years. He considered himself a top-tier expert, and though his combat prowess might not rival the old celestial masters, he could at least hold his own against 10 formidable foes. Among the younger generation, few could compare to him. Yet, to think that such strength barely qualified him for the 3rd realm in the real world. Of course, combat power cannot be solely determined by realm. Techniques and external factors play significant roles as well. Nevertheless, realm represents foundational strength, and Feng Xi, at the 3rd realm in the real world, could hardly be deemed a strong individual. It appeared that one must at least enter the Holy Realm to truly consider oneself powerful, and the first level of the Holy Realm, the Origin Lake Realm, likely equated to the level of the 3 admirals in One Piece. Elementalization, infinite ultimate moves, engaging in battle could even alter the environment. Such terror. There was still much effort to be exerted. Feng Xi's heart steadied, and the small pride that had arisen from his newfound strength was instantly shattered. He dared not grow complacent and began to delve into the formal content of the 8 Desolation Blade technique. Upon reading, he became utterly captivated. Frankly, the extraordinary combat techniques of this world possess a certain elegance in their simplicity. They appear straightforward and brutal, yet are replete with intricacies. After completing his examination, Feng Xi determined that the caliber of this blade technique was extraordinarily high, and had it existed in his solitary world, it would undoubtedly achieve remarkable acclaim. This 8 Desolation Blade technique comprises not only a fundamental set of blade routines, but also the essence encapsulated in 8 formidable moves. Each move possesses tremendous power, and mastering them equates to wielding a unique ultimate technique. Upon the successful cultivation of extraordinary martial techniques, most practitioners master but a singular lethal move. In contrast, the 8 Desolations Blade technique comprises 8 distinct strikes, each capable of being intricately combined to yield a formidable, unparalleled killing maneuver, truly astonishing in its potency. This remarkable feature is what elevates this particular blade art to the pinnacle of combat skills. However, to achieve such mastery, one must attain perfection in the blade technique and possess foundational power at the Yuan Lake realm or above, a feat that Feng Xi must temporarily set aside. After dedicating an hour to meticulously studying the content and illustrations, committing them clearly to memory, he began to mentally simulate the movements. At this moment, his innate ability, the Holy Heart's spiritual transformation, began to manifest its extraordinary prowess. In an instant, The blade was drawn from its sheath, and with closed eyes, Feng Xi unwittingly commenced his practice. The first iteration of the form was awkward and slow. The second iteration became steady and precise. The third iteration was executed flawlessly. By the fourth, his speed began to escalate. In the fifth iteration, the swiftness of the blade intensified, and the technique grew increasingly fierce. After completing 5 repetitions, he had grasped the fundamentals of the blade art. As he continued to practice, Feng Xi swiftly transcended the confines of mere forms, fluidly executing strikes and transitions with an effortless grace that resembled an extension of his own being. When night fell, his strikes exuded a formidable aura, imbued with a timeless, ancient resonance, embodying the spirit of sweeping through the 8 desolations. The blade's momentum had reached fruition, though he did not invoke the power of the Shinigami's initial release. A fierce wind surged around him, stirring blades of grass, stones, and causing trees to sway violently. The aura he emanated was, indeed, quite formidable. This spectacle could aptly be described as a tornado ravaging a grove. Chapter 12. The Moment of the Hunt, a Chaotic Tavern. In the course of a single afternoon, Feng Xi had preliminarily mastered the 8 desolations blade technique. Although he had yet to fully grasp the first formidable move, the foundational routines of the technique were sufficient for his regular combat engagements. Given his progress, it would not be long before he completely perfected this martial art. As he concluded his practice, twilight descended upon the land. Feng Xi sheathed his blade, yet he had no intention of returning home. The night, dark and tempestuous, was the prime time for supernatural beings to stir. It was indeed the moment of the hunt. Engaging in battle was the most effective means of honing his skills, and slaying monsters would also allow him to collect otherworldly energy, facilitating the unlocking of new realms, a perfect win-win scenario. He was prepared to vie for business with the night patrol, though they would likely not mind. With a flick of his fingers, he invoked the wind and elemental secrets to divine his path and locate his prey. Soon, he received several rough directions. With his long blade resting upon his shoulder, he scaled the rooftops, swiftly making his way to the hunting grounds. Under the cloak of night, he hastened to the first site he had calculated. To his surprise, it was a bustling tavern. It appeared to be an elegantly decorated high-end Chinese restaurant, and even from a distance, the enticing aroma of exquisite dishes wafted through the air. The entrance was thronged with patrons, a multitude of customers filling the establishment. Feng Xi furrowed his brow. On one hand, the crowd was not conducive to his intentions, as it posed a risk of collateral damage. On the other hand, he realized he was quite hungry. The delightful sense from within reminded him that he had neglected to dine, having merely nibbled at his lunch. After an afternoon of rigorous practice, his energy reserves were significantly depleted, and his stomach was clamoring for sustenance. People are like iron, and meals are like steel. One cannot function without nourishment. Thus, he resolved to eat first. How could he vanquish demons without sufficient strength? With determined strides, he entered the tavern, where the cacophony of voices enveloped him. However, he quickly sensed something amiss. The patrons were grumbling and discontent, expressing their dissatisfaction. What is going on today? Why is the food taking so long to arrive? How long have we been waiting? Our meals are still not served. What is this establishment doing? TMD. Getting a dish served is more arduous than childbirth. We ordered only 5 dishes, and it's been nearly half an hour. Are you wasting our time? The manager? The owner? Bring them here. I wish to file a complaint. It was never like this before. What is wrong today? Complaints echoed throughout the tavern, while the beleaguered waitstaff could only offer weak excuses, attempting to placate the irate customers. They're cooking. Apologies, the chef is working as fast as possible. Please bear with us. Such hollow reassurances failed to resonate with the frustrated patrons. Amidst the chaos, Feng Xi's expression darkened. It seemed that his anticipated dinner would have to wait for the time being. He could only saunter towards the kitchen, clutching a long knife, while the waitstaff of the establishment were entangled in their own affairs and paid no heed to his actions. Upon nearing the kitchen, he chanced upon 2 middle-aged men fervently embroiled in a heated argument. An idea sparked within Feng Xi's mind, prompting him to conceal himself and eavesdrop. Old Du, can you expedite things a bit? The patrons are in an uproar. One man exclaimed, Boss, we're already on the brink of madness. Can't you see that? If it's too much, just pause taking orders. The other retorted, Absolutely not. We cannot shoo away customers. We're not even at full capacity. If we do that, what will become of our century-old establishment's reputation? The first man insisted. What can I do? That customer in room 302 is so unreasonable. We must cater to his whims. How many dishes have we already sent in? Most of what we've prepared has been snatched away by him. No matter how fast we cook, it's never enough. That fellow must be a glutton. Can't you negotiate with him? Urge him to finish up and leave. We could at least offer him a discount. That's impossible. He is too unruly. He becomes violent if we stop serving him. He has been consuming incessantly, seemingly insatiable. He must possess some extraordinary digestive abilities or enhanced stomach capacity. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to devour so much. We cannot afford to provoke someone like him. How utterly infuriating. Why would a high-level extraordinary being visit an ordinary restaurant like ours? Shouldn't they be dining on exquisite dishes crafted by exceptional chefs using rare ingredients? Our humble fare cannot withstand such treatment. What a stroke of bad luck to encounter such a peculiar patron today. This is not the time for complaints. Old Du. Chef Du, you must think of a solution. If all else fails, just serve him rice and steamed buns, accompanied by some broth, and claim it as a specialty. Do you think that will suffice? What other options do we have? We're feeding him like a pig, from what I've seen. He devours his food without a care for flavor. Very well, I shall give it a try. The boss, feeling helpless, could only signal his staff to comply hastily. Though anxiety gnawed at him, if they failed to placate the customer, it would spell trouble. A formidable extraordinary being was not someone they could afford to offend. Just as he grappled with his distress, the youth wielding a long knife approached him, exuding an air of arrogance as he sternly inquired. You are the proprietor of this establishment, are you not? Why has my order not yet arrived? What is the meaning of this neglect? Do you look down upon me? The proprietor was taken aback, and upon witnessing Feng Xi's brazen demeanor, despair washed over him. What a calamity! How is it that yet another intimidating patron has graced us today? Is it not a day for conducting business? He could only respond with a forced smile and apologies. My sincerest apologies, dear patron. We are overwhelmed with customers today, and I regret that we have neglected your order. I shall attend to it immediately, if you would be so kind as to allow me. Upon hearing this, Feng Xi retracted his haughty expression. Yet his tone remained defiant. Eat? What do you mean by eating? My mood has soured. I've been observing for quite some time, and clearly witnessed my dishes being intercepted by other customers. Do you dare deceive me? Upon hearing this, the proprietor became increasingly flustered and hastily exclaimed, It must be a misunderstanding. Please, allow me to explain. However, Feng Xi directly interrupted his words, shifting his tone to assert, Enough. I have overheard part of your conversation and understand that you, too, are under duress. Nevertheless, this matter cannot simply be brushed aside. I insist on discovering who possesses the audacity to seize my ordered dishes. Take me to him. I shall personally address the issue. The proprietor was taken aback by this declaration, his expression turning to one of great discomfort. Feng Xi continued, Surely. He has been a source of trouble for you as well? You ought to feel relieved that I am willing to assist. Rest assured. I guarantee that no altercation will occur within your establishment. Any consequences shall rest solely upon my shoulders. After a moment of internal struggle, the proprietor cautiously inquired, Are you truly serious, esteemed guest? Feng Xi refrained from elaborating further, delivering a decisive remark. Consider it carefully, based on your previous descriptions. It remains uncertain whether that individual is even human. Upon hearing this, the proprietor's eyes widened in shock, cold sweat trickling down his brow. Recalling the peculiar dining behavior and savage demeanor of that guest, he began to harbor doubts. That fellow was indeed unlike the extraordinary beings who had visited in the past. With this realization, the proprietor grasped Feng Xi's arm as if clinging to a lifeline, pleading, Sir, save me. Do not panic. Prepare a feast for me, and I shall return shortly. Feng Xi offered a faint smile, gently pushing his hand away, deftly taking a large plate of steamed buns from a passing server, and strode confidently upstairs. Witnessing his composed demeanor, the proprietor's agitation began to subside. In a spontaneous moment, he called after Feng Xi's retreating figure, Esteemed guest. What kind of wine would you prefer? Ice-cold cola, Feng Xi replied. A gentle reminder, alcohol is not advisable for minors. Chapter 13, The Gluttonous Beast of Other Dimensions. In box 302, a corpulent man of considerable girth, with a round face and large ears, was indulging in a lavish feast, entirely alone amidst an array of sumptuous dishes. In stark contrast to his gluttonous display, even swine would appear refined. He voraciously tilted plates towards his gaping mouth, without a moment's pause. The round table was already littered with a chaotic abundance of empty plates, a scene quite exaggerated. In no time, the food was devoured, prompting him to pound the table and bellow, Bring more dishes. Quickly, I am still hungry. Not enough. Still not enough. With a swish, the door to the box swung open, and Feng Xi entered, balancing a large tray on one hand. His eyes immediately fell upon a mountain of steamed buns. Food. Give it to me. The corners of Feng Xi's mouth lifted into a slight smile as he placed the tray before him. The guest promptly snatched 2 hefty buns and stuffed them into his mouth, chewing while grumbling. Too little. Not enough. Bring more. Feng Xi, undeterred by his incessant demands, inquired with a smile, Are you satisfied with the meal, esteemed guest? The only response was the frantic sound of mastication. Clearly, the guest was relishing his meal, which put Feng Xi at ease. Narrowing his eyes, Feng Xi confirmed the nature of the guest's predicament. The target was identified. It was time to act. Ahem, esteemed guest. I regret to inform you that our establishment has run out of food and may not be able to serve you further. I hope you can understand. At this, the guest finally slowed his pace, glancing up at Feng Xi with eyes clouded yet glinting with a dangerous madness. If there is no food, I shall feast upon you. Such a declaration was indeed alarming, especially given the sincerity etched across his visage. However, Feng Xi remained unfazed, maintaining an innocuous smile as he approached slowly. Hands clasped behind his back. Surely you jest. Cannibalism is a crime, and our establishment does not offer such services. However, I do have an excellent suggestion that will surely satisfy your appetite. What is it? This suggestion is, oh my, what is that over there? A whole roasted lamb. Feng Xi exclaimed, feigning astonishment as he pointed dramatically toward a corner of the room. The guest, momentarily bewildered, turned sharply to look. In that split second, Feng Xi's other hand, hidden behind his back, seized a shimmering golden brick and brought it crashing down upon the back of the man's head. As the golden brick made contact, it radiated with brilliance, and with a resounding crack, the corpulent man collapsed, his bulk falling like a mountain in disarray. Feng Xi tucked away the golden artifact, a cold smirk playing on his lips. No roasted lamb, but a hefty pig has indeed been acquired. This golden brick was a magical artifact, crafted in imitation of the legendary Nez's golden bricks from mythology, designed to complement the divine mask associated with Nez's form. At that moment, it proved to be quite fitting for use. Once struck by the golden brick, the target would be compelled into a deep slumber, their inner strength temporarily restrained. At this moment, Feng Xi need not worry that this hefty swine would suddenly awaken. However, time was of the essence. The more formidable the target, the shorter their state of unconsciousness. He had to act swiftly. Opening the window of the private room, Feng Xi attempted to hoist the creature and throw it outside. No, rather, he aimed to stuff it out. It was too corpulent. The width of the window was insufficient, and he found himself stuck, hindered by the mass of flesh. The creature was exceedingly heavy, and despite his strenuous efforts, Feng Xi could not push it out. Frustration boiled over. He took several steps back and then charged forward, delivering a powerful kick. What kind of kick? The Shaolin's mighty iron foot. By heavens! Away you go! With a resounding boom, the dead pig flew out like a cannonball, creating a substantial hole in the wall, obliterating the window in the process. Passers-by on the street were startled. They looked up in astonishment as a large mass of unknown origin plummeted from the third floor of the fragrant pavilion. Their faces drained of color. At that moment, a figure had already dashed to the ground, positioning themselves at the anticipated landing spot, their center of gravity lowered. Eyes fixed intently on the descending mass of flesh, a dark golden blade firmly gripped in hand, poised for action. Let the heavens be opened. The great celestial battle begins. Suddenly, a tempest arose, a storm erupting from the ground. The fierce gusts scattered, pushing nearby pedestrians away from the street. Meanwhile, Feng Xi stood amidst the tempest, drawing his blade for a decisive strike, slicing upward. In an instant, the raging wind coalesced into a twisting, dancing tornado, resembling a ferocious wind dragon, enveloping countless sharp gusts and blades as they collided violently with the mass of flesh, propelling it upward while simultaneously encasing it, mercilessly shredding it. The air resonated with a faint dragon's roar. The Zampakit's initial release, Heavenly Wind, the first form of the 8 Desolation Blade technique, Dragon Rising in the Wild. The power of the Zampakit's initial release combined with the ultimate technique of the 8 Desolation Blade technique unleashed a whirlwind, howling skyward. The astonished onlookers, witnessing the spectacle of the wind dragon's fury, stood in shock. It took a moment for them to react, shouting as they scattered in panic. Good heavens! Extraordinary beings are battling. Run! By heavens! Such a scene could not be conjured by mere first or second realm extraordinary beings. This was the clash of high-level extraordinary beings. Quickly, seek shelter. Scatter! Scatter! Such a commotion is not for observation. We must leave. Do not get swept into this. The populace of this world had become accustomed to such occurrences, remaining relatively calm. Upon witnessing, they promptly retreated, clearing the battlefield. Once the street was vacated, the wind dragon propelled the mass of flesh forcefully to the ground, accompanied by a further roar. As the remnants of the wind subsided, a grotesque mound of flesh lay upon the ground, no longer resembling a human form. Feng Xi stood resolute, blade in hand, not yet relaxing his guard. For the mound of flesh still trembled slightly. Before long, the mass erupted, revealing a pair of large hands that pushed aside the remnants, and out emerged a grotesque giant. Emaciated, with an oversized belly and mouth, it appeared as a 10-meter-tall figure, entirely blackened, splattered with blood. One cannot fathom how such a colossal form could emerge from a human body. However, Feng Xi is aware that this marks its second phase, the 4th-tier aberrant beast. The gluttonous demon. It is among the few aberrant creatures capable of masquerading as humans, and it is relatively easier to identify due to its foolishness and distinct characteristics. Gluttony serves merely as an initial sign. Once it has consumed sufficient food, it will turn to devouring humans. The creature before me appears to have recently arrived on Blue Star, yet it seems poised to unleash its fury. Had Feng Xi not anticipated its presence, this hotel would likely have faced calamity today. This epitomizes the fundamental tone of this world. Disaster lurks nearby, and danger can manifest at any moment. Only the strong are granted freedom. Gazing at the grotesque monster before him, Feng Xi raised his blade, and a fierce wind howled to life. Chapter 14. The Great Luo Blade. Clang, 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 ding. As night fell, the bright moonlight enveloped the earth like a delicate veil, casting a serene glow over the city. The streets, illuminated by vibrant lights, exuded an air of bustling festivity. Yet, amidst this enchanting ambience, a fierce battle raged between a young warrior and a grotesque creature. On the brightly lit street, the hideous monster, towering nearly 10 meters with a grotesque belly, relentlessly stomped on the ants beneath its feet. The young swordsman, poised with his blade, deftly evaded and countered the creature's savage assaults, skillfully navigating through the onslaught while delivering precise retaliatory strikes. With each swing of his blade, he unleashed transparent gusts of wind, slicing through the monster's flesh. Or he employed his limbs to project radiant, golden energy, forcing the beast to stagger back. At times, he summoned a swirling tempest, restricting the creature's movements while inflicting continuous damage. Upon closer inspection, the youth appeared to hold the upper hand in this fierce confrontation. Notably, despite the intensity of their clash, neither the buildings flanking the street nor the surrounding environment suffered any damage. The massive creature seemed confined within an invisible barrier, its actions failing to impact the outside world. It was as if two realms existed, one of turmoil and the other of tranquility. Inside the adjacent Monxiang Tower, the patrons had been hastily evacuated through the back door by the owner. However, the proprietor and his staff remained, anxiously peering from behind the door to witness the unfolding battle. The middle-aged owner's emotions were undoubtedly complex. Had the young warrior not appeared in time to divert the fearsome beast, he and his employees might have faced dire consequences, and the century-old establishment would surely have met its doom, endangering the guests within as well. At this moment, he could only hope for the young man's safety, wishing for the timely arrival of the night watch to resolve the monster's threat. Yet, Feng Xi clearly had no intention of delaying. His aim from the outset was to vanquish the beast. To do otherwise would render all his efforts futile. Not only was there no time to waste, but he also needed to conclude the battle before the official extraordinary beings arrived, lest he invite further complications. In truth, the current circumstances did not permit Feng Xi to prolong the confrontation any further. Maintaining the wind after odd door to confine the colossal beast was a significant burden. If he delayed any longer, he might lack the strength needed to slay it. With this thought, Feng Xi's gaze sharpened as he resolved to end the battle swiftly. This was no simple task. The gluttonous demon was a level above him and possessed the ability to rapidly heal its wounds. The damage he had inflicted moments ago was already being mended. Striking its core was the only path to potential victory, and Feng Xi had calculated its location. With a twist of his blade, he sank his center of gravity, one hand gripping the sword while the other pressed down upon the blade's spine. The air around him began to compress, gathering around the edge of his weapon. As he prepared to unleash his power, he called out, "Kuan character, Earth River Chariot." The diagram of the Bagua unfolds, the mysterious gates rotate, and beneath the feet of the gluttonous demon, the concrete ground swiftly transforms into a torrent of mud, causing its colossal form to sink instantly. Its arms flail wildly, creating a momentary opening in its defenses. The word Qian resonates with the chaotic clang of metal. Time and space momentarily paused, rendering the monster's movements frozen for an instant. In that fleeting moment, Feng Xi vanished from his original position, leaving behind a translucent, straight trace in the air that pierced through the vacuum, connecting to the creature's maw. The next instant, Feng Xi's figure reappeared behind the monster's head, gracefully retracting his blade in midair before descending elegantly. Crack! As the blade returned to its sheath, the once silent wind resumed its haunting whisper, rushing ferociously into the gaping maw of the gluttonous beast. A smooth gash emerged, widening with the force of the tempest, until a significant portion of the creature's head was severed from its jaw. Indeed, with a single stroke, Feng Xi had effortlessly cleaved the monster's skull cleanly from its mouth. The auxiliary power of the wind after the mysterious gate harnesses the formidable strength of the storm through the might of the Zanpakuto, executing a swift advance with the Shinigami's Shuanpa technique. In this singular strike, it encapsulates Feng Xi's profound understanding and meticulous refinement of swordsmanship and the art of slashing. This technique was whimsically named Feng Xi Anwen Landing after a moment of contemplation, and thus he settled upon the title, De Luo Daozhang, First Form. Win's vanishing trace. The Deluo Daozhong is a title that Feng Xi had long envisioned for the exclusive swordsmanship he would develop in the future, symbolizing the essence of all cutting techniques from Myriad realms. Although he has only crafted the first form thus far, he is confident that as he acquires more cutting techniques from both the celestial realms and the material world, he will undoubtedly forge even more formidable sword forms. He aspires to elevate this swordsmanship to become the most powerful extraordinary blade art in existence. With a light chuckle, the monstrous corpse behind her collapsed with a resounding thud. Lifeless beyond revival. The influx of otherworldly energy registered, and Feng Xi assessed it to be approximately equivalent to the total earnings from vanquishing 10 disciples, which was quite satisfactory. However, it was still insufficient to activate the next Dream Realm instance. Unperturbed, Feng Xi turned and made her way toward the fragrant establishment. "Boss, where's the meal I ordered?" The young man is quite impressive. "Everything is ready. Please proceed swiftly." "Young ones, our esteemed guests have arrived. Serve the dishes." "Serve the dishes." "Very well." After the battle, indulging in a sumptuous feast is undoubtedly a most exhilarating experience. Even when the official extraordinary beings arrived and inquired about the situation, it did nothing to dampen his spirits. Once satiated, Feng Xi rose from his seat, bidding farewell to the owner and staff of the restaurant as they graciously saw him off, a resplendent golden card pressed into his hand. It was a super VIP card from the restaurant, granting the bearer complimentary meals for life. This gesture was the owner's token of appreciation, and refusing it would have left him uneasy. However, upon exiting, Feng Xi casually flicked the card with a deft gesture, pinning it to the central pillar of the restaurant's grand hall. In these trying times, ordinary people striving to make a living face great challenges. The owner was of good character, and after being unexpectedly burdened with an abundance of food and the destruction of a wall by a monster, he had already endured enough misfortune. He was already intent on hunting monsters. Assisting others was merely a convenient side task. Given this, it was only fitting to indulge in a complimentary meal. This was not an act of pretentiousness on Feng Xi's part, but rather an expression of his authentic desires. He would undoubtedly strive for what he yearned for, yet he would not weigh the merits of what he chose not to accept. There was no ulterior motive, merely a desire for clarity of thought. Let me see where the next target lies. The leisurely youth, bearing a long blade, idly counted on his fingers while humming an off-key tune, meandered through bustling streets and alleyways, eventually arriving at his next hunting ground. Resplendent and opulent, adorned with luxury vehicles, it was a place teeming with vibrancy. Upon raising his gaze, Feng Xi was immediately invigorated, his spirits lifted. What an astonishing sight! A paradise on earth. Chapter 15. Entering the club, how to act like a regular. One might say that a full stomach breeds desire. And Feng Xi unexpectedly found himself in such a place shortly after satisfying his hunger. The transition was rather clever, indeed. To be honest, he was quite intrigued by such establishments. In all his lifetimes combined, he had never set foot in such a place of indulgence. Previously, he could boast of his moral integrity, but today, circumstances compelled him to venture forth. Why was there a hint of anticipation lurking within him? With a helpless shake of his head, Feng Xi strode confidently towards the entrance. Today, he would experience it firsthand. With my resolve, there is nothing to fear. Amidst a sea of flowers, I remain untainted, aptly describes my demeanor. At this moment, Feng Xi exuded an air of bravado, yet before he could cross the threshold, a burly man at the door halted him. "Sir, I'm sorry, but we do not admit minors. May I see your identification, please?" "Oh no, this is disastrous." Before embarking on his journey, he was already facing social demise. Feng Xi froze in place. He could not produce his identification, revealing it would bar him from entry, as he was still a few months shy of 18. Moreover, he was reluctant to expose his true identity in such a place. It seemed he had to resort to bravado. With a glint in his eye, Feng Xi lifted his chin, glaring imperiously at them, and boldly declared, "Have your eyes gone blind? I am a distinguished student of Jiudu Academy. There is no place in this world I cannot access. Who dares to stop me? What audacity is this?" The two well-dressed men were instantly intimidated. The name of Jiudu Academy resonated powerfully. To the average person, it was an unattainable behemoth. Noticing Feng Xi wielding a long sword and exuding an air of arrogance, they recognized him as a formidable presence. Without a second thought, they stepped aside, their demeanor shifting to one of obsequiousness. "Ah, it is the pride of Jiudu Academy. Our apologies for the oversight. Please forgive our offense." "Sir, do not be angry. Right this way, please. We shall be more careful in the future. Today, your lordship is in good spirits. I would not wish to trouble you further. Otherwise, I would have dealt with you most severely." With a dismissive curl of his lip and a string of muttered expletives, Feng Xi swaggered inside, leaving the two men drenched in sweat. Upon entering, the scene before him was entirely unlike what he had envisioned. In the clean and tidy lobby, the staff were impeccably dressed, Handsome men and beautiful women greeted him with warm, courteous smiles, devoid of any suggestive undertones. Feng Xi furrowed his brow, and as he did, a young female attendant approached him with small steps, her face beaming with a smile. "Hello, sir. Welcome to heaven on earth. I am the manager. Who shall we? How may I assist you today?" Gazing at her lovely visage, Feng Xi inquired earnestly, "Is everything here above board?" The young manager was taken aback by his serious expression. Perhaps she was inexperienced, having just begun her role. Cautiously, she ventured, "Sir, are you looking for something legitimate or something less conventional? Who is coming in a formal manner?" The manager replied decisively, "Then it is not formal." "Very well, to the private room. Tell me about the services available. Tips are certainly in order." "All right. I assure you, you will be satisfied. By the way, there is a song and dance performance on the second floor, and a new band has arrived tonight. It is said that the lead singer is an absolute beauty. Would you like to take a look first, sir? Are you inviting me to listen to music or to gaze upon beauty? What is so captivating about them? Do you really think I am here for entertainment?" Feng Xi smirked, a mischievous grin spreading across his face, and said meaningfully, "I do not fancy watching others perform. I prefer to take the stage myself." The manager immediately grasped his implication, revealing a knowing and coy expression, flattering him with compliments. "I never expected you, handsome, to be so straightforward. I see. I will prepare a soft package for you right away. The ladies adore young and dashing gentlemen like you. Feel free to choose at your leisure. I guarantee you will have a splendid time tonight. Do not boast, my standards are quite high. Rest assured, the quality here is the finest in the entire realm of magic. The ladies are all exceptionally charming, and we have yet to receive a single complaint." "Is that truly the case?" "Absolutely, more genuine than gold. Just be careful not to be dazzled by the choices." "How could that happen?" "At worst, I will simply select all the ladies I fancy." Upon hearing this, the manager's eyes sparkled. He had encountered a wealthy young patron, a valued client indeed. The enthusiastic manager became even more attentive, arranging the finest private room for Feng Xi, with an abundance of snacks, fruits, and drinks laid out. He then produced a tablet. Presenting it to Feng Xi, "Sir, take a look. All our ladies are displayed here for your selection." Feng Xi didn't even glance at it. Tossing the tablet aside, "How can one choose merely by looking at photos? Even if celestial beings were stacked before me, I wouldn't be able to discern them from ghosts. Bring the ladies over. I shall select them one by one." This was not an unreasonable request. Many discerning clients prefer to choose in person, and the staff is typically accommodating, provided the client is generous. The manager quickly summoned a group of alluring ladies into the room. "This is Boss Feng. Ladies, do greet him." "Hello, boss." In an instant, the atmosphere in the private room became fervent and lively. Feng Xi raised an eyebrow, his demeanor composed, far more tranquil than he had anticipated. It is impossible not to have any lascivious thoughts. However, he remained steadfast. After all, while these ladies were adorned in their finery, most could only be deemed beautiful with the aid of makeup. Their curvaceous figures were often products of artifice and skill. Compared to Chu Yingming and Sister Yi, they were indeed worlds apart. If you all only possess such capabilities, then it would hardly compel me to wield my magical staff. Feng, only strong, Xi. Of course, their appearance is not the focal point. The priority is to ascertain whether they are truly human. Lift your skirts a little, and allow me to scrutinize." Upon encountering Feng Xi, she merely regarded him with a blank expression, showing little reaction. The anxious female manager promptly called out, "Ladies, why are we so distant? Hurry and introduce yourselves to Boss Feng." The young women immediately began to toss flirtatious glances and adopt their most charming tones, introducing themselves one by one. "Boss, I'm Nana. Handsome, I'm Huan Huan. I'm Qin Qin. I'm Qin Qin. This is Xin Xin. I'm Zhu Zhu. And I'm Wang Gang." Upon hearing the last introduction in a rough voice, Feng Xi nearly blurted out a retort, but he restrained himself, internally lamenting the fact that even Thailand's specialties had made their way to the summer nation. He waved his hand in discontent, exclaiming, "With such quality, are you attempting to convince me this is high-end? Do you have some misunderstanding of the term fresh? This won't do. Bring in another batch." In truth, it had nothing to do with quality. It was simply that none of these individuals stood out. They were all ordinary people. And even if there was an anomaly among them, they were still human. Feng Xi expressed that it wasn't their lack of excellence, but rather their failure to embody the extraordinary. Naturally, the young women were displeased, but the manager had no choice but to send them away and arrange for the next group. As batch after batch entered, they were all dismissed by Feng Xi, who waved them away with increasing irritation. "Next batch. What is this? Next. Next. Goodness. Are they all just the same? Are you trying to deceive me? Out with all of you." The manager's face darkened, thinking to herself, "Are you here to cause trouble?" Before she could voice her thoughts, Feng Xi sternly demanded, "Manager who? What is the meaning of this? I have made it clear that my standards are high. Yet you continue to present me with such inferior quality? Is it truly impossible to find a captivating lady in this vast establishment? The manager, taken aback, had not anticipated that what Feng Xi sought was not merely a woman. With no other option, she gritted her teeth and replied, "Sir, please calm down. Since your standards are so elevated, we can only present our ace in the hole. Recently, we have hired several exceptional princesses to entertain, who are certain to meet your expectations. However, since their arrival, they have been in high demand. With bookings extending into next month, I can arrange for one or two to accompany you, but it will take some time and the cost is." Feng Xi slammed the table, decisively stating, "Money is no object. I have never been concerned about expenses while out for leisure. Hurry and summon them." "Very well. You are indeed generous, sir. I will make the arrangements immediately. Please hold on." Feng Xi nodded, watching her hurriedly leave before narrowing his eyes slightly. His keen intuition had yet to lead him astray. There must indeed be something extraordinary concealed within this establishment. However, it seemed it might not be disguised as a princess, but could potentially take on another form. With this thought in mind, and taking advantage of the manager's absence, Feng Xi rose and stepped outside, intending to explore the surroundings for any additional clues. Feigning nonchalance, Feng Xi strolled down the corridor. However, after only a few steps, an urgent need arose, prompting him to hastily enter the restroom. Just as he finished and was about to pull up his trousers, the door of a nearby stall swung open. Out stepped a dapper gentleman, impeccably dressed in a suit, exuding an air of elegance and charisma. As their eyes met, both men froze in astonishment. "Feng Xi, Instructor Chong," they exclaimed in unison, and the atmosphere instantly grew heavy with silence. Chapter 16, Crimson Lotus. What should one do when unexpectedly confronted by a future mentor while reveling in the pleasures of a nightlife venue? Most individuals would likely find themselves flustered and scrambling to concoct an excuse, but Feng Xi is no ordinary person. He belongs to Class 2. "Ah, Instructor Chong. You're here to indulge as well? Had I known you were so open-minded, I would have invited you along. How do you find the ladies here? Do they meet your tastes? Would you care to join me in my private room for some fun?" Feng Xi spoke with ease and familiarity, exuding a nonchalant charm. As long as he retained his audacity, he would encounter no embarrassment. Chong Hong was momentarily taken aback, hesitating before posing a peculiar question. "Do you frequent this place often?" "Not too often, but I am indeed the charming scion of the flower capital, the young libertine of the magical metropolis." Feng Xi continued his banter, causing Chong Hong to struggle to maintain his composure. "So this lad has already become accustomed to such indulgences before reaching adulthood? What an audacious little libertine. I had even encouraged Ji Shi to associate with him. Am I not leading a lamb to a slaughter? By the way, where is Sister Yi? Has she come as well?" Feng Xi inquired casually, causing a pang of anxiety to grip Chong Hong's heart. "Look at that. This rascal harbors ill intentions towards my obedient disciple. She isn't here. I had her attend to something. Besides, it's not quite appropriate for a young lady to enter such establishments. What's the harm? Many people specifically bring their female companions to enjoy themselves here. The times are quite liberal. It's nothing unusual for a girl to visit a nightclub. But if she has matters to attend to, so be it. I shall invite her another day," Feng Xi replied with a dismissive wave. "Don't even think about it." Chong Hong gritted his teeth inwardly, reminding himself to focus on the matter at hand. He then said, "Student Feng Xi, I have friends awaiting me, so I shall take my leave. You may enjoy yourself." Feng Xi thought it fortuitous, as he had no time to entertain Chong Hong, so he nodded and responded, "Very well, instructor, tend to your affairs. Do remember to have fun. I shall invite you for a proper outing next time." Chong Hong had already turned away, yet upon hearing his words, he could not help but pause and offer a caution. "While it is fine to enjoy oneself, I must remind you, student Feng Xi, that you are still young and at a pivotal stage in your cultivation. It is crucial to exercise some restraint, otherwise you may squander your potential. That is all I have to say. Take care of yourself." With that, he turned and departed. Feng Xi understood that there had been a misunderstanding, but he was unconcerned. Such matters never troubled him. Upon returning to his private room, he found manager who had already returned, accompanied by two alluring and sensuous young women. They were likely newly summoned princesses. It must be said, the quality was indeed remarkable. Both were exquisite beauties, earning at least a score of 90 in Feng Xi's eyes. One wore a pink, low-cut evening gown, her face enchanting and her sultry gaze capable of ensnaring a man's very soul. The other was nothing short of stunning, with perfectly refined features and a captivating aura that blended charm with a hint of spirited elegance. Although she possessed an enchanting beauty, it did not render her frivolous. She exuded an air of mystery and an ethereal charm, devoid of any hint of worldly allure. Particularly striking was the prideful expression that graced her brow, which exceptionally aroused a man's innate desire for conquest. Adorned in a simple red dress, her radiant eyes, akin to stars, were accentuated by a rare touch of crimson eyeshadow, complemented by her vivid red lips and voluminous, crimson locks. Standing there in serene poise, she resembled a flamboyant flame, irresistibly drawing all who beheld her to approach. Akin to moths drawn to a fire, yearning to offer their very souls and lives. Feng Xi found himself nearly ensnared by her beauty at a mere glance. It was breathtakingly beyond the bounds of reason. If a girl in pink could merit a score of 90, this captivating maiden would undoubtedly surpass a perfect 100. The additional point stemmed from her unique allure. The disparity in their descriptions alone reveals the magnitude of their differences. Yet, inexplicably, Feng Xi felt a faint sense of familiarity upon seeing her, as if he had encountered her before. However, no matter how hard he pondered, he could not recall ever having met her. It was indeed their first encounter. Ultimately, he could only conclude that such extraordinary beauty often bore certain similarities, having previously met Yi Zixi and Chu Yingming, which may have led to a momentary illusion upon encountering another girl of her caliber. Moreover, since this sense of familiarity was quite subtle, there was no need to dwell on it. Feng Xi withdrew his gaze, fixating intently on the girl in pink, a smile gradually morphing into something unsettling. Unbeknownst to him, as the girl in the red dress turned to look at him, a flicker of unexpected surprise danced in her eyes, unnoticed by anyone else. After scrutinizing the girl in pink, Feng Xi, satisfied, remarked, "Excellent. Manager Hu. Now this resembles something worthwhile. These two young ladies appear quite promising." Manager Hu, with a fawning demeanor, replied, "As long as Brother Feng is pleased. This is Boss Feng. Shouldn't you greet him?" The alluring girl in pink immediately addressed Feng Xi with a charming tone. "Hello, Boss Feng. My name is Yuru, but you can call me Xiaoyu." After her playful introduction, the girl in red smiled and added, with a hint of mischief, "Hello, Boss Feng. I am Hong Lian. It's a pleasure to meet you. You are so young, truly remarkable." Feng Xi regarded her with a fleeting sense of discomfort, considering her tone somewhat presumptuous. How could one speak to a superior in such a manner? Such flattery ought to be delivered with more finesse. It was evident she was inexperienced. Under normal circumstances, he might have taken the time to guide her, but at present, he found himself bereft of such leisure. "Your name is Hong Lian, is it?" "Yes, boss. Would you like to order for me?" "You leave." "What?" echoed both Hong Lian and Manager Hu, taken aback. Especially Manager Hu, who began to doubt his own judgment. Initially filled with confidence, he had assumed both ladies would be retained, if not Hong Lian, then at least Yuru. While Yuru was pleasant, it was evident that Hong Lian was in a league of her own. The comparison was entirely unfounded. "Aren't you quite discerning? How could you be so blind at this moment? Or do you simply prefer this type?" Feng Xi, observing their lack of response, impatiently remarked, "Did you not hear me? I instructed you all to leave, with only Xiaoyu remaining." With that, he cast not a single glance at Hong Lian, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as they fixated on Xiaoyu, displaying an unmistakable eagerness. Hong Lian furrowed her brow, seemingly reluctant to concede. She stepped forward. Entwining her arm with Feng Xi's, and emulating Xiaoyu's demeanor, she began to plead, "Boss Feng, since I've come all this way, why not let me stay as well? Allow me to assist you alongside Xiaoyu, won't you?" Feng Xi shuddered slightly, taken aback by the effectiveness of her charm. He nearly succumbed to her appeal. Fortunately, he managed to resist, brusquely shaking off her hand and gesturing for her to leave. "I said no, and I meant it. Did you not hear me? How can you be so lacking in perception? What? Is my word ineffective?" Furious, Hong Lian ground her teeth. Taken aback that anyone could so decisively reject her allure, especially with such blatant disdain. "How can it be that I, too, can be dismissed?" She seethed. "Are you blind? All right. Hong Lian, cease your protests and come with me. Do not disturb Boss Feng's enjoyment." Before she could retort further, Manager Hu hastily led her away, reminding her to let Feng Xi enjoy himself. Feng Xi was already quite pleased, for he anticipated a lucrative influx of otherworldly energy. Indeed, he had confirmed in his own manner that this princess named Xiaoyu was the very elusive, disguised demon he had been seeking. However, a confrontation could not occur here. He needed to lure her away first. Patience was essential. Haste would yield no reward. Meanwhile, outside the private room, Manager Hu comforted Hong Lian, "Do not be disheartened. That foolish boy simply lacks discernment. With your beauty, you could enchant anyone. Come, I shall take you to another esteemed patron. If you work diligently, you will certainly earn more than you would here." Yet, Hong Lian paid no heed, her expression still dark. Upon hearing his words, she coldly smiled and snapped her fingers in front of his eyes. Instantly, Manager Hu froze, his gaze becoming vacant. Hong Lian cast one last glance at the private room before turning and vanishing down the corridor, leaving Manager Hu in a daze for some time before he regained his senses, bewildered. "How did I end up outside? Right, I brought her here. Xiaoyu is stable. That foolish boy, despite his pretensions, has been ensnared." Huh. In my esteemed establishment, the pinnacle of social elite. How could I not handle a mere inexperienced child? With a sense of triumph, manager who wandered off, never once recalling the presence of Hong Lian. To him, there simply was no girl named Hong Lian in the establishment. Chapter 17. Coming out, renting a room, and assisting in cultivation. Miss Xiaoya, where are you from? Are your parents still alive? In the private room, Feng Xi wrapped his arm around Xiaoya's slender waist, casually posing his inquiries. Xiaoya, with a smoky gaze and a playful demeanor, responded with a charming laugh. I am a local from the Magic City. Thank you for your concern. My parents are quite healthy. Do they know what you do? Feng Xi pressed further, causing Xiaoya's alluring smile to falter. Do you even hear yourself? Is there anyone so shameless? Does the young lady lack self-respect? Divinity told them. Her smile became strained, her eyes dimmed, and a hint of sorrow graced her features, truly a sight to evoke pity. Yet Feng Xi continued, why not be honest with them? Wouldn't it be heartbreaking for them to find out later? I fear their heartbreak, which is why I dare not tell them. Alas, life has forced my hand. I never wished for this. You have hands and feet. Why must you pursue this line of work? Xiaoya, now angered, retorted, are you done? My family is poor. My father's business failed and he owes a great deal of money, while my mother suffers from a severe illness, relying on exorbitantly priced medication. Moreover, my younger brother is soon to marry, and his fiancée's family demands a dowry of 500,000. My awakened abilities are useless, and I lack any skills. Working a regular job leads nowhere, hence I have succumbed to this life. Woe is me. As she spoke, she leaned on Feng Xi's shoulder and wept, her soft beauty and tears rendering her all the more endearing. Unbeknownst to her, Feng Xi wore a peculiar expression. You are piling on the drama. Stop crying. I can offer you an opportunity to earn money. Tonight, let us see how you perform. As long as you serve me well, I can help you resolve your difficulties. Feng Xi spoke nonsensically, yet Xiaoya seemed to take him seriously, suddenly sitting up with a look of astonishment, incredulous as she asked, really? Is there any doubt? Thank you, boss. Shall we begin now? How would you like me to serve you? As she spoke, her enchanting eyes sparkled, nearly mesmerizing. Feng Xi's lips twitched. How could he possibly engage in a card game with a disguised demon? Thus, he deflected. Ahem, let us not rush this. I prefer relationships that develop naturally. If the feelings aren't right, playing cards loses its allure. Come, let us discuss other matters, perhaps share a drink and sing. The night is long, and we have ample time. With that, he opened a bottle of high-proof liquor and handed it to her. Here, for our good rapport, down it in one. Xiaoya, bemused, silently accepted the bottle, inwardly cursing. Who drinks like this? Is this even human? Seeing her hesitate, Feng Xi urged, are you going to drink? Why aren't you drinking? If you don't, I might get angry. Meanwhile, his hand, hidden behind his back, discreetly retrieved a gold bar. The movement was subtle, unnoticed by Xiaoya. But her simmering anger could no longer be contained. Enough. I can't hold back any longer. Just end it. The boss, having made his intentions clear, naturally expects one to indulge in a drink. However, the individual is not particularly adept at handling liquor and finds the prospect daunting. No worries, take your time. The boss reassures, I do not expect you to down it in one go. But how does one sip leisurely? Comes the retort. Aren't you joining me? You go first. No, we should partake together. The two engage in an escalating tug of war, the conversation dwindling and irritation mounting, until suddenly. Look, what is that? Hey, a beautiful woman. They both exclaim simultaneously, pointing behind each other, as if something astonishing lurks there. Yet, neither turns to investigate, their attention diverted by one another. A heavy silence blankets the room, an awkward tension beginning to permeate the atmosphere. Feng Xi nearly lost the golden brick behind him, stopping just short of making a scene. Hastily stowing away his talisman, Xiao Yu swiftly retracts her hand, her previously extended claws now discreetly hidden. Hee. Boss, is there something behind me? She inquires. Nothing. I merely spotted a mouse darting by, and thought to startle you. He replies. Oh, you are quite mischievous. Where is this beauty you mentioned? Ah, she merely peeked in and left, likely mistaking the room. I see. Each harbors ulterior motives, masking their discomfort. Feng Xi decisively slams his palm on the table. All right, let us commence. I believe our rapport has reached its zenith. Xiao Yu, taken aback, exclaims. Is it already at that level? I haven't even finished my drink. No need for that. A moment of passion is worth 1,000 gold. We cannot afford to waste even a second. Just a moment ago, you suggested otherwise. Very well. What do you wish for me to do? My tongue is quite nimble. Perhaps you would like to test it? As she speaks, her ruby lips part slightly, revealing a delicate little tongue that dances and writhes enticingly. Feng Xi's eyes widen in surprise. Goodness, how thrilling. At that moment, Jack realizes he must propose to Jenny. Such excitement. However, not here. I am not accustomed to such locales. Come with me, Let us secure a presidential suite at a hotel and indulge at our leisure. Xiao Yu, undeterred, thinks nothing of it, coming out as a commonplace affair here. She has lured others outside on numerous occasions, and Feng Xi's suggestion aligns perfectly with her desires. All right, let us be off. I can hardly wait. After settling the bill, Feng Xi wraps his arm around Xiao Yu, leaving the establishment in high spirits. The night is deep, and the streets are nearly deserted, making it an opportune moment for their intentions. Feng Xi's eyes narrow, concealing his murderous intent. Xiao Yu then inquires, Boss, where's your car? Where shall we go to book a room? Feng Xi chuckles coldly. No need for a car. We can resolve matters right here. What? On the street? That is rather unorthodox. Xiao Yu gasps, covering her mouth in shock. Yet, Feng Xi has already made his move. What are you gasping for? Enchantress, I summon you to aid me in my cultivation. The hand that encircled her waist unleashed a surge of power, coursing through her body and rendering her momentarily paralyzed. 3 beads from the sword talisman on her wrist shot forth, transforming into flying swords that pierced her form. With this initial success, Feng Xi showed no mercy, bringing down a mighty palm of compassion upon her head. The decisiveness of his strike evoked admiration. What a grand display of benevolence. Yet, at the moment of impact, a pair of delicate, pale hands interposed themselves before her, absorbing the blow with unwavering steadiness. Utilizing the force of the strike, she slipped free from Feng Xi's grasp, gliding a short distance away. Once she regained her footing, Xiao Yu's expression had turned numb and indifferent. She cast a glance at the 3 flying swords that had pierced her, and with a hint of resignation, remarked, If you must strike, then do so. But please do not damage my body. I rather cherish this outfit and have no desire to change it at the moment. As she uttered the latter part, her voice grew increasingly peculiar, gravelly and coarse, deviating from that of a human. Merely listening was a torment to the ears. Feng Xi summoned his Zanpakuto, the De Tianzheng Shi, which materialized in his grip, poised for action. Xiao Yu remained unfazed, reaching to extract the flying swords one by one from her body. The celestial swords, which should have effortlessly cleaved her assailant into pieces, found their power restrained and lost all control, allowing her to withdraw them completely and cast them aside. Once freed from her body, the swords began to regain their vitality, but before they could do so, Xiao Yu had already parted her flesh, emerging from within as a grotesque creature, sleek and entirely black. The motion resembled that of merely shedding a garment. Chapter 18. The Dimensional Monster Skinner. This creature, with its rather rudimentary form, was entirely cloaked in black, its skin smooth and sleek. It possessed a gaunt physique, elongated limbs, and claws as sharp as surgical blades, accompanied by a tail that trailed behind it. Its face bore only the faintest semblance of facial features, yet its expressions were unmistakably human-like. At that moment, it regarded Feng Xi with a chilling gaze, a semblance of a smile curling at the corners of its mouth, reminiscent of humanity. Its overall appearance closely resembled the extraterrestrial beings often depicted in the science fiction films of previous lives. After revealing its form, it leisurely retrieved its garments, meticulously folding and placing them against its abdomen. The skin of its belly opened, swallowing the clothes whole, and in the blink of an eye, they vanished without a trace. Such behaviors and mannerisms served as compelling evidence of its intellect, rivaling that of humans, and it demonstrated a profound understanding of human behavior. Yet, despite the absence of overtly terrifying actions, an unsettling chill permeated the atmosphere. A creature clad in human skin, flawlessly masquerading as a human, was, in itself, a horrifying prospect. Feng Xi's expression sharpened. In a moment of focus, the 3 flying swords on the ground ascended into the air, darting towards it with astonishing speed. However, the creature displayed no inclination to evade or dodge, instead sauntering towards Feng Xi while rasping, Human, answer me. I have yet to sense any fluctuations of extraordinary energy. You should not have employed any probing techniques against me. How did you perceive my presence? Was there a flaw in my disguise? As it spoke, the swords passed through its form, akin to piercing through an illusion, leaving no impact. The creature appeared deeply concerned by the question, fixating its gaze upon Feng Xi, seeking an explanation. Yet, Feng Xi could not provide one. He had utilized the divinatory abilities of the wind and the mysterious gate, allowing him to ascertain the nature of the being before him. This method proved infallible, though it was too esoteric to articulate. Naturally, there was no obligation to explain himself to a monster. Under his command, the flying swords flickered incessantly, yet they merely traversed its form in vain. Furrowing his brow, Feng Xi remained perplexed by the creature's abilities, growing increasingly wary of making any rash moves. No response. Then I shall eliminate you. The monster shook its head, suddenly splitting its mouth wide, revealing a sinister grin. In an instant, Feng Xi felt an overwhelming sense of danger surge through his mind. Although he perceived nothing amiss, he was acutely aware that an attack was imminent. Clang. In a flash, a blade's gleam manifested, executing a swift strike, the sound of impact resounding sharply. A black hand appeared out of thin air, plummeting to the ground, its fingers sharp and twitching, yet the wound bore no blood. The creature's expression morphed in disbelief as it exclaimed, "What? Damned human, how did you detect me?" The certainty of its prior attack crumbled into failure, and the loss of a claw incited its wrath, demanding answers. Feng Xi offered a slight smile, standing resolutely with his blade, calmly responding, "Just a minor trick." Was it so difficult to deduce? Your ability must revolve around visual deception, perhaps other senses as well. Regardless, before my eyes, your current form indeed presents no flaws. However, no matter what, my flying sword cannot touch you, so I am certain that it is merely an illusion. Your true form lies hidden from my sight, waiting to strike. Upon hearing this, the monster remained furiously enraged. It is no surprise you deduced this, yet you have yet to answer my question. Speak. How did you discover my presence? You should not be able to see me. Feng Xi, however, smiled even more radiantly, his focus deepening as the concealed 8 trigrams formation beneath his feet swiftly expanded, enveloping more space within his domain. It is not solely through the eyes that one perceives the world. It is time to end this. Your life shall be mine. As he spoke, the celestial severing sword returned, and the remaining sword pellets simultaneously rose, transforming into flying swords that formed a circling vortex. In the next moment, 12 celestial severing swords united with the trigrams formation, each blade illuminating with a profound and intricate rune, before descending instantaneously. The sound of blades piercing flesh echoed incessantly. The nearby monster's phantom shattered in response, revealing its corporeal form, riddled with swords, in a state of utter disarray. The game is over. Almost simultaneously, Feng Xi unleashed a strike, his body following the blade, aimed squarely at the monster's neck. The creature had no time to evade. This strike was nearly guaranteed. Yet, unexpected occurrences often arise when least anticipated. A crimson blade beam surged from afar, trailing a violent blaze, reaching him before he could react. Feng Xi was forced to interrupt his assault, altering his strike to collide with the crimson blade beam. Boom! The clash shattered the blade beam, exploding into a conflagration. An overwhelming wave of heat and force propelling Feng Xi backward. Seizing this opportunity, the monster exerted all its strength to dislodge the swords impaling it, then turned and fled without a backward glance. Feng Xi's expression darkened instantly, and he hastily sought to pursue with his blade. However, a fiery figure appeared in a dazzling flash, like a shooting star, blocking his path and intercepting him with a swing of her sword. Clang! The blades met, yet no further combat ensued. Feng Xi coldly regarded the uninvited guest before him, his voice low. "Miss Honglian, what is the meaning of this? Are you truly in league with this monster?" The newcomer was indeed Honglian, whom he had encountered previously in the private room of the club. Now, she wielded a red long sword adorned with a lotus blade, radiating waves of heat, exuding an aura of formidable power, akin to a Valkyrie incinerating the world's sins, proud and breathtakingly beautiful. Upon hearing Feng Xi's inquiry, she merely replied with indifference, "I am not shielding it. It still possesses value and cannot be killed outright." Feng Xi paused momentarily, then smirked with a hint of mischief. "Is that so? Alas, you have arrived too late." Honglian frowned, quickly realizing the gravity of the situation, her expression shifting dramatically. She turned just in time to witness the monster, on the verge of escape, suddenly tremble and come to a halt. In the next second, boom, boom. Boom, its body erupted in a series of explosions, detonating 12 times, reducing it to mere fragments. "Damn it, what have you done?" Feng Xi smiled coldly, but offered no response. This was his final gambit. The 12 celestial slaying flying swords were inscribed with various permanent, transcendent runes, allowing for a single charge of energy before each use, thus omitting the need for the intricate process of inscribing spells. He had previously discerned that the creature's body possessed a certain ability to suppress extraordinary vitality. Thus, when the flying sword pierced its flesh, it would be restrained. Therefore, prior to his attack, he activated the transcendent runes on the sword, embedding the power of the talisman within the creature's body as he penetrated it. Although this force was momentarily subdued, it was not a stable structure, but rather a volatile explosive energy from the 12 activated swords, which the creature ultimately failed to completely suppress. Consequently, as it attempted to flee, an explosion ensued, though the force was considerably diminished. The simultaneous detonation of all 12 swords obliterated the creature into fragments. At that moment, Honglian's exquisitely beautiful visage turned a shade of ashen fury as she spun around to berate Feng Xi. "You scoundrel! You truly are something else, unable to contain it. Are we? With your capabilities, how could you be unaware that the Ripper is a highly organized and communal monstrosity? Merely slaying this one is of little consequence without tracing it back to its lair." Do you have any idea how much effort I expended to uncover its trail? Since earlier, you have continuously thwarted my endeavors, and now you've severed my lead. Now, all my efforts tonight are in vain, and I shall further alarm the beast. Were it not for your youthful ignorance, I would have smashed your head clean off for your ineptitude. Feng Xi was taken aback by the complexity of the situation surrounding his hunt for the monster and felt a tinge of embarrassment for potentially sabotaging another's efforts. Guilt? Not at all. Feng Xi acted without regret throughout his life. However, he deemed it appropriate to make amends. Stop. Enough with the accusations. Come down. So we lost a lead, right? I can help you track it down. Hong Lian was momentarily interrupted, her expression laden with skepticism and doubt. Just you? How do you suppose I located the celestial realm? Weren't you just indulging in pleasures? Does a high-quality human male like me need to spend money for such pursuits? High quality? That remains to be seen, but your audacity is certainly thick. Well, what more is there to discuss? You speak with such a lack of integrity. Enough of this. If you possess any leads, share them immediately. The consequences of mishandling this matter are dire. Be serious. Upon witnessing her earnest demeanor, Feng Xi lost his desire to jest. With a flick of his head, he turned to leave. Follow me. Hong Lian cast a doubtful glance at him, yet ultimately chose to follow in his footsteps. Chapter 19. Not much, but it can kill. Beneath the moonlight, two agile figures darted across the rooftops, steadily making their way towards the outskirts of the city. Feng Xi led the way, with Hong Lian following closely behind. Observing Feng Xi's unwavering determination and nearly linear trajectory, Hong Lian could no longer contain her curiosity and inquired, "Are you truly able to locate their base? How did you come by this information?" Feng Xi, counting on his fingers and without turning his head, retorted dismissively, "Firstly, I do not respond to hey. Secondly, since you have chosen to trust me, you ought to do so completely and refrain from asking too many questions. Lastly, you have yet to provide me with the details of this matter. As we are partners venturing into a den of danger, shouldn't you enlighten me?" Taken aback, Hong Lian shot him a frosty glare and, with a hint of sarcasm, replied, "What does the esteemed Mr. Feng wish to know?" "Naturally, I am interested in your identity and stance, as well as any intelligence regarding those creatures. Or do you expect me to decipher your intentions?" Upon hearing this, Hong Lian's eyes darted around, and she began, "My stance is undoubtedly to exterminate evil and protect the populace. The creature you just dispatched is known as a skinner. As the name implies, they possess the ghastly ability to strip the skin from humans and other beings, crafting it into exceptional items for perfect disguise. Moreover, they can deceive biological senses. The most formidable individuals can entirely mislead all five senses. To combat them, one must possess extraordinary perception capabilities, such as mental detection or clairvoyance, or enhanced sensory organs empowered by supernatural forces, like the eye of heaven or the eye of deception. Their most terrifying attributes are their flawless disguises and their gregarious nature. There was a notorious incident abroad where a tourist city was infiltrated for an extended period by a tribe of skinners. The local supernatural organization failed to detect this in time, ultimately resulting in the majority of the city's populace being unwittingly replaced by these monsters. Consequently, that once vibrant tourist destination transformed into a city of monsters, with an unending stream of visitors falling prey to them, sparking a widespread monstrous outbreak with devastating consequences, comparable to a calamity of divine proportions. Henceforth, any discovery of such creatures warrants utmost official concern. I am here to investigate their lair. Hence my need to disguise my identity to seek out clues. As for my identity, you need not concern yourself with that." Upon absorbing this information, Feng Xi gained a deeper understanding of the peril posed by these creatures, heightening the significance of their mission in his mind. Nonetheless, he jested, "What do you mean it's unnecessary? My dear lady, if this is your attitude, I find it difficult to place my trust in you." Growing somewhat impatient, Hong Lian responded, "Just knowing I am affiliated with the Xia government is sufficient. Why pry so deeply? If I were to inquire about you, would you be forthcoming?" Without hesitation, Feng Xi replied, "What is there that cannot be shared? At the very least, I am a man who faces the world boldly. A true man, born into this world, should walk upright and sit with dignity. Why must he cower in fear? I am a distinguished scholar from Jiudu Academy, destined to be a leading figure among the extraordinary new generation of the great Xia, a supernova destined to bear the hopes of humanity. My name is Feng Xi, and I am indeed quite dashing." Feng Xi, with an air of bravado, suddenly spoke candidly, leaving Hong Lian momentarily speechless, uncertain of how to respond. She could only grit her teeth and spit. Bah. Then, realizing her thoughts, she inwardly scoffed. What distinguished scholar from Jiudu Academy? So glibly spoken. Surely he has used the Academy's name to deceive others more than once. Unaware of her inner musings, Feng Xi, with a serious demeanor, gestured for her to speak. "I did not inquire. You prattled on at length of your own accord. I never said I would divulge anything to you." "Humph. A gentleman is open and magnanimous, while a petty person harbors grievances. Spare me your lofty words. I am no gentleman. I am a lady. Look at your pompous demeanor. One might think you were a female pugilist. Pugilist, you say? I am a specially appointed combatant from the Night Watch Division. Satisfied? Oh, from the Demon Sea branch? Not at all. I am from the Tiandu City branch. Then your actions are crossing the line. Hong Lian, now thoroughly incensed, chided impatiently, join operations. Is that any of your concern? How utterly irritating this man is. Though he possesses a decent appearance, his words are far from refined. A man so loquacious is bound to find no favor with women. Hong Lian cursed him silently, her naturally fiery temperament having been further provoked to the brink of explosion. She could only urge, enough of your chatter, have we arrived yet? Upon hearing her, Feng Xi abruptly halted, placing a finger to his lips to signal her to remain silent. Startled, Hong Lian quickly ceased her steps, instinctively covering her mouth. Her large eyes blinked inquisitively, as if they could speak. What now? Have we arrived? Feng Xi nodded and, with a sly demeanor, lowered himself to move ahead, gesturing for her to follow. Seeing this, Hong Lian imitated his actions, stealthily trailing behind him. On the rooftop, their figures exemplified stealth, epitomizing the art of subtlety. Do you see that factory over there? Feng Xi asked, pointing toward a distant facility still in operation, his expression resolute. Hong Lian nodded but then furrowed her brow. Turning to him, weren't we meant to remain silent? I merely meant for you to lower your voice. Who has a loud voice? Hong Lian shot him a glare. Then inquired, is that the stronghold of the skinning agents? It looks quite ordinary. How can you be so certain? A wise man has his own clever plans. Would I reveal my secrets? Just accept my word for it, woman. Having lost her patience, Hong Lian begrudgingly chose to trust him for the moment and, after a brief contemplation, said, assuming what you say is true, what are we to do next? Wait, what are you planning to do? Before she could finish her sentence, Feng Xi had already risen, poised as if to charge in, causing Hong Lian to grasp his pant leg in alarm. Feng Xi tightened his belt and turned back to ask, what are you trying to do? Getting hands on and pulling down my pants. Hong Lian's cheeks flushed crimson, and she quickly released her grip, lowering her voice to question, no? Are you planning to go in? Aren't we supposed to be slaying monsters? We've arrived, why waste time? We should eliminate them. Upon hearing this, Hong Lian was astonished. She thought she was reckless enough, yet Feng Xi proved to be even more audacious. Are you insane? We have no idea what awaits us inside, and you want to act recklessly with just the two of us. Have you considered the consequences? What if they escape or harm any innocent people inside? Feng Xi stroked the stubble on his chin and replied nonchalantly, of course, I don't intend to charge in blindly. I mean to infiltrate and execute a stealthy assassination. Even if a few manage to flee, I will track them down. As for the innocents, he paused momentarily, his tone growing somber. There are no innocents left inside. Hong Lian was momentarily taken aback, her expression swiftly darkening. If there are any stragglers, can you truly retrieve them all? Yes. How many monsters do you estimate are inside? Over 400. Not too many. We can slay them. In an instant, Hong Lian sprang to her feet, gripping her red lotus long knife tightly, her eyes radiating determination mingled with ferocity, her entire being brimming with battle spirit, exuding an aura of intimidation. Feng Xi was somewhat taken aback. A moment ago, she was considering the broader implications, and now she was ready to draw her blade and wage a fierce onslaught. The shift was remarkably swift. However, he discerned the reason behind it and couldn't help but smile broadly, giving her a thumbs up. Impressive. Miss Hong Lian, I'm starting to like you. Stop being so glib. Are you capable? Don't slow me down later. Just kidding. Stealthy assassination is my forte. Chapter 20. Does he like me? And is she going to compete with me? What are you doing? Are you done yet? At the edge of the factory, two shadowy figures were stealthily engaged in some mysterious activity. Hong Lian observed Feng Xi as he scribbled strange symbols on the outer wall of the factory, seemingly employing some form of extraordinary technique. After half an hour of this seemingly endless endeavor, she could no longer restrain her curiosity. Having nearly completed the setup near the exit, Feng Xi clapped his hands together, nodding in satisfaction. Done. Let us proceed to action. You still haven't told me what you did. Nothing much, just leaving a little insurance. Hong Lian refrained from pressing further, squinting her eyes at him and inquiring meaningfully. You have quite a few tricks up your sleeve. Where did you learn them? Feng Xi replied without hesitation. Where else? Of course, at the academy. How could a top student from Tiandu Academy be undeserving of their reputation? Upon hearing this, Hong Lian merely responded with a cold, humorless smile, thinking to herself, I believe you not at all. However, she chose not to expose him, finding the situation rather amusing. Reminiscent of a prank. Let us go? Where do we start? Once we get inside, just eliminate anyone we encounter. It's not a rescue mission, so there is no need for delicacy. As he spoke, Feng Xi leapt over the wall, directly infiltrating the premises. Hong Lian felt speechless but followed closely behind. Feng Xi, leading the way, spread out the Bagua formation to its maximum extent, using it to sense the positions of the monsters within the factory. Before long, they locked onto their targets. Two men disguised as security guards were patrolling, appearing no different from ordinary humans. The two exchanged glances, nodded slightly, and then approached simultaneously. Before the guards could react, two blades pierced through their backs. In the next instant, the crimson blade was engulfed in flames, violently searing into the guard's body, incinerating both the flesh and the creature within. The other blade unleashed a torrent of electricity, similarly extinguishing their life from within. Without even a sound, the two monsters fell lifelessly to the ground, having been unable to shed their disguises in time. The skinner does not possess a second stage, allowing for direct execution before shedding their skin. However, sufficient damage must be inflicted after Piercy this time. Accompanying her on this venture, he harbored ulterior motives of his own. He sought to experiment with forming a team, curious whether the monsters slain by others could also yield him the coveted dimensional energy. The outcome, however, was disappointing. He managed to acquire only the dimensional energy from a skinning creature, while the monster vanquished by Hong Lian brought him no benefits whatsoever, despite his proximity. This realization dampened Feng Xi's spirits considerably. The absence of free gains rendered his existence significantly less enjoyable, particularly for someone like him who thrived on such advantages. After all, he had indulged in novels for over a decade without spending a dime, amassing a 4-digit sum in Billy coins. While feeling crestfallen, he quickly recognized that his teammates would be vying for kills with him, with over 400 monsters to slay. How much dimensional energy could he have amassed had he monopolized the kills? Although a single skinning creature's energy was meager, the sheer volume could yield him numerous Dream Realm dungeons. Now, with a teammate of slightly superior strength sharing the spoils, his mood soured even further. If not for the overwhelming number of monsters making solo slaying feel somewhat precarious, and the urgency to eliminate them, he might have already begun to urge others to leave. Now, all he could do was contemplate how to secure as many kills as possible for himself. Unbeknownst to Hong Lian, he was wrestling with these thoughts. Yet she soon sensed something amiss. During the subsequent monster hunts, he consistently struck first, simultaneously targeting multiple foes with a determined attitude, eager to shoulder all the pressure. This behavior led Hong Lian to ponder, was he intentionally looking out for me? Or was he merely posturing before me, showcasing his prowess? Indeed, what could possibly motivate such actions? This scoundrel, it seemed, was no different from other boys after all. Had he, in truth, succumbed to my allure? At the very least, he was not as indifferent as he appeared. Perhaps his heart raced with excitement now? I knew my charm had never waned. It was merely a game of seduction. He played the part convincingly, almost deceiving me. In that moment, her thoughts deepened as she observed Feng Xi, engrossed and skillfully dispatching monsters. Her perception shifted. In truth, when he was earnest, he possessed a certain charm. His abilities surpassed those of many so-called geniuses she had encountered. If only he would abandon his usual antics. He could be a genuinely attractive gentleman, likely to win the affection of many girls. With this line of reasoning, she found that he was not so intolerable after all. However, I am not one of those delicate damsels. I have never required a man's protection. In matters of combat, I am no less capable than anyone else. This is something you ought to recognize. For reasons unbeknownst to her, this stubborn and proud girl felt a sudden surge of competitiveness and began to eagerly assist Feng Xi in shouldering the burden. Her inherent strength was already significantly greater than his, and at this moment, she found herself overpowering him somewhat. Feng Xi, in turn, became anxious. Goodness, did she sense something? Why are you suddenly acting as if you've been invigorated? How outrageous. You wretched woman. How dare you compete with me for the creatures? Unforgivable. Chapter 21. The Gossiping Exorcism Sword Array. As the two individuals vied to hunt down their prey, the scattered monsters around the factory were swiftly eliminated. With only a little over 30 remaining, the number was negligible compared to the total. Ahead lay the places where the monsters congregated. Stealthy attacks were no longer feasible, necessitating a direct confrontation. The factory workshop and the dormitory buildings served as the central hubs for the monsters, with their numbers roughly evenly divided. Regardless of which location they chose to assault first, the ensuing commotion would undoubtedly alert the entire monster horde. Faced with this predicament, the duo paused their actions to deliberate on their next steps. What shall we do? Should we strike one location first, drawing the monsters from the other to aid them, and then eliminate them all at once? After voicing this strategy, Feng Xi was immediately met with a vigorous shake of Hong Lian's head, signaling her disapproval. No. Given their behavioral logic, it is far more likely that they would scatter in a panic. This could provoke them into hastily altering their disguises, posing a grave threat to the townsfolk. If that happens, the number of casualties could swell beyond our control. We would be unable to eliminate them all in time. In their minds, even if some monsters manage to escape, their numbers must be kept below 20. Feng Xi nodded in agreement. Recognizing Hong Lian's superior experience in this matter, she inquired, "Then what shall we do?" "Wait," Hong Lian replied earnestly. "I have already contacted the local night watch department. They should be arriving shortly. It would be far more prudent to act in unison once they arrive." "What? Why didn't you mention this sooner?" Feng Xi exclaimed, suddenly agitated. "Even with just you, I feel at a disadvantage. Now you want to summon a whole group to compete with me? Absolutely not." Hong Lian furrowed her brow in confusion. What is so strange about that? It's only natural, so why the exaggerated reaction? Feng Xi understood that it was indeed a sensible course of action. Failing to do so would reflect poorly on her professionalism. However, her astute mind swiftly devised a more advantageous strategy. "True, I hadn't considered that. Yet, we cannot afford to wait idly here. Especially since we have already diminished their numbers significantly, they can easily recognize the threat now. To be cautious, let us split up. I'll guard the workshop, while you head to the dormitory. We can maintain remote communication. Should they suspect anything ahead of time, we can delay them long enough for the night watch to arrive, preventing any premature escape." Feng Xi articulated her plan with clarity, leaving Hong Lian without a counterargument. Instead, she regarded him with admiration, patting his shoulder and praising. "Your considerations are remarkably thorough. It's impressive to see such keen insight at your young age. Excellent. Your future is bright." Feng Xi, uninterested in the flattery, urged, "Add me as a friend quickly and let us move. Don't dawdle." With a smile, Hong Lian took out her phone to add Feng Xi as a contact before swiftly departing for the dormitory. Feng Xi concealed himself in the shadows, casting a glance at the bustling workshop as he retrieved his phone to stay updated on developments. Before long, a message arrived from Hong Lian. "Fiery Red Lotus. I have arrived. Everything is normal. The wind ceased, yet the waves continued to surge. Understood. As soon as the personnel from Night Watch arrive, notify me immediately." Acknowledged. In truth, Feng Xi did not wait for long. Merely a few minutes passed before Hong Lian sent another message. "They have arrived. They are currently surrounding the factory. In 5 minutes, their combat team will join us, and we shall spring into action." Upon receiving this, Feng Xi finally smiled. He refrained from replying immediately, instead counting silently to 10. "Why haven't you responded? Did you receive it?" Hong Lian inquired, but Feng Xi ignored this, continuing his silent countdown. 3, 2, 1. Now, as the final count concluded, he swiftly sent a voice message. "It's all your fault. Why the urgency? You got me discovered. Enough talk. I'm taking action now." Once the voice message was dispatched, Feng Xi stowed his phone into his pocket and leaped forth. Midair, he swept his hand across his face, activating the divine mask. In an instant, the mortal transformed into a celestial being. The celestial sword immortal descended from the heavens. Adopting the guise of El Dongbin, the sword beads on his wrist disassembled and flew outward, morphing into 12 celestial slaying swords, imbued with the Taoist sword immortal's faith. Their unparalleled radiance slicing through the air. The monstrous beings within the workshop finally reacted, but before they could act, Feng Xi had already touched down. The Bagua array spun and expanded to encompass the entire workshop, enveloping nearly 200 employees without exception. In the next moment, Feng Xi formed a sword gesture, dramatically intoning, "Bagua extermination sword array, arise." A brilliant light erupted, revealing the Bagua array beneath his feet, visible to all. The 12 celestial slaying swords suspended in mid-air established a direct connection with the Bagua array, merging the divine mask's wind and 12 celestial slaying sword techniques into a formidable, expansive sword formation. The Bagua array began to rotate once more. With each cycle of the inner and outer gates, the 12 radiant swords multiplied. 24, 48, 96. The numbers continually doubled, and in an instant, the sword formation was teeming with shimmering sword shadows, resembling a realm of swords. Feng Xi felt the extraordinary energy within him surging uncontrollably, prompting him to act without hesitation. With a flick of his finger, he declared, 10,000 swords exterminate evil. Attack. The command was instantly drowned in the deafening roar of countless flying swords, as if the very heavens were resonating with an endless chorus of sword cries. Boom. The building housing the factory could not withstand the overwhelming impact, collapsing in a thunderous crash. The soaring sword light illuminated the night sky. The sheer magnitude of the spectacle astonished the officials stationed outside the factory, their eyes wide in disbelief, as if their mouths could accommodate a chicken egg. Didn't Xi mention an assassination? Captain Lin Baichuan, who had once crossed paths with Feng Xi, stared blankly at his phone, turning to his fellow captain beside him, who wore an equally stunned expression. In the same team, Chu Yingming observed the scene, feeling an inexplicable familiarity. This aura. Is it him? The highest commander of this operation swiftly grasped the situation and urgently urged, "Stop watching. The plan has changed. First and second combat teams, hurry in to provide support." No sooner had the words left his mouth than the roar of battle erupted from the direction of the factory dormitory, with flames soaring into the sky. Chapter 22. They are all intentional. As Feng Xi prepared to unleash his ultimate trump card, the Bagua sword formation, a commotion erupted, alerting the monstrous inhabitants of the employee dormitory to impending danger. Startled, the creatures awoke, instinctively shedding their skins to reveal their true forms before hastily scattering in all directions. However, before their escape, a colossal flame lotus materialized, engulfing the entire dormitory in a sea of fire. Hong Lian stood resolutely, her blade in hand, casting a worried glance towards the workshop. Yet, she swiftly regained her focus, her eyes ablaze with a golden red light that enhanced her vision. Without hesitation, she plunged into the dormitory, unleashing her full might against the monsters. Before long, the combat team from the Night Watch arrived just in time to assist her, alleviating some of her burden. Another glance towards the workshop, now reduced to ruins, revealed another team from the Night Watch rushing to provide support, prompting a sigh of relief from her. However, before she could turn back, a familiar figure emerged from the rubble and, upon encountering the Night Watch team, dashed towards the dormitory. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Feng Xi. A flicker of joy sparked within her, quickly followed by a frown as she noticed him conversing with a tall, beautiful female teammate. For reasons unknown, her expression darkened. That scoundrel, even amidst the chaos, has not forgotten to flirt. Bah, a rogue. At that moment, Feng Xi, having exhausted considerable energy, had reverted from the state of the divine mask. The power of the Bagua sword formation was somewhat taxing for him, although he had swiftly dispatched all the skinning practitioners in the workshop. It had nearly drained his internal energy. Truth be told, he felt a bit weak, yet this did not hinder his swordsmanship. Conserving his strength, he relied on close combat to secure a few more kills. After all, the skinning practitioners, aside from their deceptive abilities and camouflage, were fundamentally the weakest of the dimensional monsters. As long as he employed the right tactics, eliminating them was not particularly challenging. Thus, without a second thought, he made his way towards the dormitory. This was his improvised plan, to create a time gap, first eliminating the monsters in the workshop before swiftly claiming more kills on the other side. This approach would not only secure his interests but also ensure he could wait for the Night Watch to encircle the factory, minimizing the risk of monsters escaping and harming civilians. However, he had not anticipated the Night Watch's swift response. Barely had he finished off the monsters in the workshop when he found them already in his line of sight. To his surprise, it was familiar faces, Captain Lin and the enchanting Chu Yingming. Captain Lin, you needn't go over there. I've already dealt with all the monsters. Feng Xi, it's you. You've been a tremendous help once again. Lin Baichuan exclaimed, pleasantly surprised, while Chu Yingming teleported to his side, walking alongside him. Indeed, it's you. Are you all right? I didn't know you could express concern for others, she remarked. Feng Xi merely smiled, his pace unbroken. Chu Yiming disregarded his jest, maintaining a serious demeanor as she explained, I sense that you appear somewhat weakened. It's nothing, merely a considerable expenditure of energy. I shall recover swiftly. You should rest. We will take it from here. Haha. Do not underestimate me, sister. I merely unleashed a formidable strike. My resources may be depleted, but that does not imply I am incapable of wielding my blade. No one could discern the urgency concealed within Feng Xi's feigned boisterous laughter. Do not slay too swiftly. Leave some for me. Enough chatter. Securing kills is paramount. With this thought, Feng Xi hastened his pace, leaping over the flames and into the staff dormitory, eagerly embarking on a rampage. Behind him, Chu Yiming beheld his valiant and indomitable figure, and her eyes sparkled with admiration through her tactical visor. Though he was evidently exhausted, he remained resolute, wholly devoted to vanquishing demons without the slightest hesitation or retreat. Such noble spirit and unwavering determination were truly commendable. Unfettered by duty, he willingly sacrificed himself, fully immersing in the pursuit of justice. This epitomized the purest form of heroism. A sentiment of admiration and reverence began to blossom quietly within her heart. In that moment, her mind recalled the day of her father's sacrifice, along with her mother's words. Yingming, if you have resolved to emulate your father and strive with all your might, then live like a hero, steadfast and unwavering. Perhaps one day, you too shall pass on like a hero. Her mother's earnest and stern voice resonated in her ears, igniting a fierce resolve within the young girl. In the blink of an eye, she too dashed into the dormitory, closely following Feng Xi's lead, determined to eradicate the evildoers. Feng Xi remained oblivious to the fact that in the brief moment she had experienced a motivational recollection, but he recognized that yet another competitor had joined the fray. Moreover, she exhibited an equally ferocious prowess in slaying monsters, almost as though she were devoid of human compassion. Her tactical visor seemed to possess an extraordinary capability to detect foes beyond the ordinary senses, allowing her to precisely locate the essence of the skinning beast, coupled with her relentless spatial slashes, making her a formidable force against the monsters. Feng Xi found himself outpaced by her ferocity, prompting his agitation. Hey, do not be so fierce. What grudge do you hold? Upon hearing this, Xu Yiming's spirit stirred, and her strikes grew even more vigorous. He cares for me. Feng Xi exclaimed inwardly, damn it. This wretched lot is intentionally vexing me. From now on, if I team up with anyone, I shall be the dog. Chapter 23. The affairs of humanity are not our concern. The Night Watch personnel had already arrived, and the outcome of the battle was irrevocably decided. Feng Xi ultimately felt somewhat disheartened. Within the confines of the employee dormitory, he had only claimed the lives of over 30 monsters, the majority of which had fallen to the hands of Hong Lian and the Night Watch. This modest tally was primarily due to the efficacy of the celestial conduit talismans he had strategically placed around the factory's perimeter, which intercepted and eliminated a considerable number of fleeing creatures. Nonetheless, he found the expedition to be worthwhile, as the over 200 skinning practitioners he had vanquished provided him with sufficient dimensional energy to embark on 5 or 6 dream realm instances, a veritable bounty. Even though he sat in a corner, panting heavily, a sense of joy welled within him. Furthermore, he had once again mitigated the threat of the monstrous entities, safeguarding the populace of the city, which instilled within him a modicum of pride. He had calculated that the skinning practitioners within the city of Mo Hai had been eradicated. At the very least, this perilous faction of monsters had been completely obliterated. Apart from the factory's lair, there were indeed other practitioners lurking about, but they were few, and all were under the clandestine surveillance of the Night Watch. Once the lair was dealt with, the disguised monsters hunting outside were rendered obsolete and were swiftly eliminated. Thus, this incident concluded satisfactorily. Here, have some water. A powder blue thermos was extended towards him, exuding a youthful charm. Looking up, he discovered it was Chu Yiming. Feng Xi was momentarily taken aback as she had removed her tactical goggles. Her eyes were pools of tranquil clarity, deep as if they contained the essence of the night sky. Feng Xi had envisioned her eyes to be beautiful, yet he was unprepared for how they could captivate him anew. Is something wrong? Chu Yiming's voice, laced with curiosity, jolted Feng Xi back to reality. He quickly averted his gaze, accepting the thermos and taking a sip. No, nothing at all, thank you. After a hearty gulp, he registered the cup's familiarity and glanced at her in surprise. This is your personal cup, isn't it? Indeed, she replied. Oh, so this is akin to an indirect kiss. Aren't girls typically sensitive about such matters? He mused to himself. Yet, he dismissed the thought. This girl was not like most. If she was unconcerned, then he need not be either. Feng Xi nodded in understanding and took another generous sip. Hey there, are you enjoying that? Would you like me to warm it up for you? Came the teasing voice of Hong Lian, prompting Feng Xi to turn. There stood the stunning beauty, a playful smile gracing her lips, her expression tinged with a hint of mischief. The glimmer in her slightly squinted eyes inexplicably made Feng Xi uneasy. What an oddity. Why did her gaze feel so off? While both were skilled in claiming monster heads, it was evident that Chu Yiming was far more gentle and considerate, even offering him water. In comparison, the distinction was glaring. No need, I'm not that finicky. As for me, I'm quite content just to have someone willing to fetch me water, Feng Xi replied with a similar playful tone, returning the cup to Chu Yiming and leisurely rising to his feet. Her expression was one of indifference, exuding an air of aloofness. Hong Lian, incensed, gritted her teeth, and with a fierce grip, crushed a bottle of mineral water behind her back, causing its contents to evaporate almost instantaneously. Smoke wafted from the back of her head, startling Feng Xi into retreat. What on earth is happening? I merely responded casually. Is it necessary to become so furious? A girl with such a temper? I should take my leave now. I'm feeling a bit weak, and it would be unwise to provoke such a volatile woman further. Oh dear, it's getting late. I really must go. Tomorrow, I need to rise early to practice. Early to bed and early to rise keeps one healthy. Burning the midnight oil only invites the grim reaper. With a few nonsensical remarks, Feng Xi clasped his hands in farewell, preparing to make his escape. However, he was promptly seized by Hong Lian. The rooster is about to crow, and you still intend to sleep? At least rest for a while, for some psychological comfort. Less chatter. Can't you see everyone is looking for you? Feng Xi turned around to find several captains from the night patrol of Jinya, along with a commanding figure of impressive stature and demeanor, indicating a leader of higher rank, approaching him. Feng Xi. This is our commanding officer from the night patrol branch of Mo Hai, Director Zhao Dongliang, Lin Baichuan introduced first. Although Feng Xi found the situation troublesome, he had no choice but to adopt a facade of polite social interaction, instantly transforming into a warm, humble visage, tinged with surprise. Ah, Director Zhao. It is an honor. I have long heard of a guardian spirit in our Mo Hai City's night patrol. Meeting you today, I can see your extraordinary presence. Having a formidable figure such as yourself in MO High is indeed a blessing for the populace. Why does it feel so strange? Am I really that famous? Guardian spirit seems a bit excessive, Zhao pondered inwardly, yet he felt a flicker of joy hearing such admiration from a younger generation. You're quite humorous. I am Zhao Dongliang, and I represent the Night Patrol in expressing gratitude for your repeated efforts in eliminating threats to MO High City. At such a young age, you possess remarkable prowess, truly a hero among youth. I wonder if you would be interested in joining the Night Patrol. Here we go again. Before even exchanging pleasantries, an invitation arises without mention of any benefits. Such a lack of decorum does not bode well for one's career. Feng Xi internally scoffed, but could only smile and say he would consider it, deftly deferring the proposition for now. After a round of polite exchanges, Feng Xi had somewhat acquainted himself with the key figures of the Night Patrol. Eager to embark on his next venture, he had no desire to engage in further superficial pleasantries and soon excused himself under the pretext of needing a break. After his departure, Zhao Dongliang turned to Hong Lian, his eyes glinting with curiosity as he inquired, Miss Hong Lian, I did not expect to see you here. Since you have come, why not inform us in advance? It would facilitate our coordination during operations. Hong Lian casually remarked, I merely stopped by MO High City to attend to some matters, and I did not expect to encounter such a situation. It was merely fortuitous. Director Zhao, there is no need for formalities. Oh, may I inquire what business you are attending to? Is assistance required? Nothing significant, just a personal matter. It's no trouble. Hong Lian seemed disinclined to elaborate further and took her leave, stating, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. My friend is awaiting me. Miss Hong Lian, please feel free to visit the Demon Suppression Department at any time, Zhao replied. Without further ado, Hong Lian turned and departed, though not before casting a lingering glance at Chu Yingming. Once she had left, only the personnel from the MO Hightown Night Department remained. Lin Baichuan inquired with curiosity, Director, do you know this Miss Hong Lian? Director Zhao responded with a meaningful smile. She is the newly emerged prodigy of the Tiandu Prefecture's Demon Suppression Department. Admired by many esteemed figures, she is quite remarkable. However, it is understandable that you are unaware, as she operates with an air of mystery, seemingly shielded by higher-ups. Until one reaches a certain threshold, they truly lack the qualification to know her. Upon hearing this, the crowd expressed astonishment. She is that formidable? Yet her abilities are indeed extraordinary. It appears she has already attained the fourth realm, remarkably at such a young age. However, her appearance seems rather coincidental, does it not? Wasn't it stated that the Tiandu Academy's elite faculty and students would be dispatched to investigate the Skinwalker clan? Instead, this Miss Hong Lian handled it effortlessly. There must be more to this. Director Zhao interjected, let us not dwell on such matters. The issue has been resolved, which is what truly matters. The Night Department's duty is to protect the populace. We need not delve too deeply into the affairs of our own kind. Lin Baichuan nodded in understanding, reflecting that the director's clarity of thought was commendable. After all, that is why he is the leader. Chapter 24, The Unveiling of New Realms. Discovering New Functions. When Feng Xi returned home, it was already 5 in the morning. Just as Hong Lian had predicted, the roosters were beginning to crow. However, this did not deter him from indulging in a refreshing shower before sinking into a deep slumber. Sweet sleep not only rejuvenates the spirit, but also allows for adventures within dream realms, a dual benefit that is truly unparalleled. Moreover, it was time to embark on new adventures. In the vastness of the universe, the opening of new realms reigns supreme. Destroying the lair of a low-level monster granted Feng Xi an abundance of otherworldly energy, a level of wealth he had never experienced before, naturally filling him with exhilaration. In his excitement, he opened 2 realms simultaneously to celebrate. This moment could only be described as a double blessing. He soon immersed himself in the thrilling escapades of the newly opened realms. Yet, what brought him even greater joy was that upon entering a new realm, he still possessed a considerable amount of otherworldly energy, thus triggering another hidden function of his golden finger. Upon entering a new realm, he could expend additional otherworldly energy to customize his initial identity and innate talents, ensuring he started at an advantage. In other words, as long as he could afford the energy, Feng Xi could choose any initial identity he desired, along with various inherent advantages from the realm's power system, making him an exceptionally gifted being. The significance of this feature for Feng Xi's upcoming Dream Realm adventures was undeniably immense. The only stipulation was that the identity he crafted must be entirely new and could not directly replace any character from the original narrative. Intrigued, Feng Xi was eager to experiment. Among the 2 newly opened Dream Realms, one was the world of JoJo. After some contemplation, he decided against consuming additional energy to set his initial identity and innate advantages. The power system of this world did not boast a particularly high ceiling. Ripple energy and stand abilities were the primary forms of extraordinary power, and he was confident he could acquire both without initial advantages. The crux of the matter was that he intended to focus his otherworldly energy on the second new realm. For this dream realm was none other than the world of Naruto, a seemingly spirited tale of youthful ambition, yet fundamentally a world steeped in the absurdity of bloodline supremacy. The advantages conferred by an initial identity in this world would undoubtedly yield far greater benefits. Upon realizing he was entering the Naruto universe, Feng Xi was instantly exhilarated and immediately contemplated granting himself a lineage from the Uchiha Clan. The Hyuga, Senju, and Uchiha clans paled in comparison, did they not? Wouldn't it be far more delightful to jump straight to the top? Starting as an Uchiha reincarnation, ruthlessly harvesting the ninja world, just listen to that. Isn't at the title of a super exhilarating fanfiction in the Naruto universe? Unfortunately, while it was indeed a possibility, the otherworldly energy at his disposal was woefully insufficient. He could afford at most a trivial fraction of what he desired. Disappointed but resigned, Feng Xi had no choice but to adopt a more modest approach, meticulously calculating his enhancements one by one. First and foremost was the bloodline. It was imperative that he chose the lineage derived from the Sage of Six Paths. After considerable contemplation and arrangement, Feng Xi cleverly capitalized on his bloodline. As a member of the Senju clan, Senju Feikong's lineage bore traces of the Uchiha clan due to ancestral unions with their kin. This unique amalgamation resulted in a remarkable chemical reaction within him, endowing him with both commendable talent in senjutsu and the potential to awaken the Sharingan. While such a phenomenon might be deemed improbable in theory, the function of his extraordinary abilities rendered the impossible attainable. Consequently, the possibilities of both the Sage Body and Sage Eye seemed to converge splendidly. Furthermore, his innate affinities for the elemental chakra natures, lightning, fire, earth, water, and wind, were fully unlocked, allowing him to develop any future bloodline abilities as he wished. An indispensable talent for space-time ninjutsu was also essential, as the Flying Thunder God technique was a must-learn for Feng Xi. What followed? Nothing more. For the otherworldly energy had been nearly exhausted. The last vestiges were insufficient to add any more talents, serving only to refine his identity details. Tsunade, the esteemed Senju matriarch, held him in high regard as a junior of their clan due to his resemblance to her late brother, Senju Rope Tree, coupled with his extraordinary gifts. With a solid background established, his advantages were thoroughly maximized. What more could he desire? With his initial identity meticulously crafted, an eager Feng Xi embarked on adventures across two worlds. Everything was set. No words were necessary. Only the fervent pursuit of growth. He devoted himself entirely to the Naruto realm. Although he did spare some moments to conquer the JoJo universe, where he acquired the Ripple technique and integrated it into his self-created martial art, the Great Sun Tathagata Sutra, further enhancing its potential. He also invested time and foresight, obtaining the insect arrow before the plot commenced. This arrow possessed the dual capability of aiding beings in awakening their stand and allowing for the secondary awakening of the stand into a requiem. After successfully piercing himself with the arrow and awakening a fearsome and powerful stand, Feng Xi largely forsook the JoJo realm, concentrating instead on mastering Naruto. The timeline within the Naruto realm began with Naruto's schooling, placing Feng Xi in the same grade and class as Naruto and Sasuke. He did not partake in the Uchiha Clan massacre night, nor did he possess the strength to do so. His interest in others' eyes was minimal, focusing predominantly on ninjutsu and senjutsu. Not only did he lack the ability to awaken his eyes, but even if he did, he would refrain from utilizing them publicly in the short term, fully aware of the sensitivity surrounding such eyes in Konoha, especially since he was not an Uchiha. Maintaining a low profile, he aimed to safeguard against potential threats until he amassed sufficient strength to treat them as a formidable adversary and utilize a plethora of Sharingan resources. Thanks to the effects of his extraordinary talents, his efficiency in learning ninjutsu far surpassed that of native ninjas in the Naruto world. Even the daunting and perilous pursuit of senjutsu posed little challenge for him. By the time his seclusion concluded, Feng Xi had garnered significant achievements within the Naruto realm. The narrative unfolds with Naruto's failure to graduate. Under the insidious influence of Mizuki, he clandestinely pilfers the sealing book, acquiring the coveted multiple shadow clone technique. In this unfolding drama, Feng Xi subtly interjects, seizing the opportunity to master several infamous forbidden techniques. This maneuver appears to be devoid of complications. Likely, only the third Hokage has discerned his clandestine actions. However, considering Feng Xi's lineage as a direct descendant of the Hokage, a natural ally, it is presumed that he will be treated with the same leniency as Naruto, perhaps even implicitly encouraged. The primary reason for this oversight is that Feng Xi merely cast a fleeting glance, and the third Hokage, unaware of his photographic memory, likely dismissed the incident without concern. This clever ruse has yielded substantial rewards, sufficient for prolonged benefit. Particularly, the Flying Thunder God technique, which has long occupied his thoughts, is now within his grasp from the outset. Although he has just begun to acquire it, given his rapid learning pace, mastering this formidable technique should not take long. Enthralled by his newfound abilities, Feng Xi initially intended to devote several more days to honing his skills within the world of Naruto. However, at that moment, a call from Instructor Chang urged him to embark on his journey to the Heavenly Capital Academy, compelling Feng Xi to cease his intensive training. Nevertheless, with the techniques now in hand, there is no urgency to perfect them immediately, as he can continue his practice in the real world. Chapter 25, The First Encounter with a Cult. Upon receiving a call from Chang Hong, Feng Xi hastily tidied up and departed without a trace of nostalgia. During this period, he had been engrossed in grinding through instances, leaving him little inclination to pack. However, he was always carefree and preferred not to be burdened with excessive belongings while traveling. So there was not much he needed to bring. His money resided in a bank account, and the magical artifacts he had crafted were either on his person or stored within his self-made spatial device. He merely packed a backpack with a few changes of clothes and personal items, and that was all. With the power turned off, everything was set. Hello, Instructor Chang. Senior Sister Yi, how have you been? In the VIP lounge of the airport in Mo High City, Feng Xi arrived as promised. There were no other individuals present. Only Chang Hong and Yi Ji seated opposite each other, comfortably engaged in a game of Go. Quite pretentious, Feng Xi thought, curling his lip in disdain. Yet he still greeted them with a beaming smile. The two turned to him, their expressions warm, yet their gazes held an inexplicable quality. Feng Xi, you came at the perfect time. Would you like to join us for a match? No, you continue playing. I have no experience in this. Feng Xi waved his hand in refusal, but then noticed Yi Ji squinting at him, a forced smile on her face as she pressed, Junior brother Feng Xi. What have you been busy with lately? You hardly reply to my messages on WeChat. Really? Haven't I replied? You messaged me in the morning, and I only received your response in the evening. You claim you're not busy? Feng Xi was puzzled. Were they truly that familiar? Did she genuinely think of herself as a sister just because he called her senior sister? He thought, even if I didn't reply promptly, what of it? I am not a sycophant. Well, to be honest, I have been quite occupied, devoting myself wholeheartedly to cultivation, neglecting sleep and food. And I hardly check my phone throughout the day. I hope you can understand, senior sister. Feng Xi smoothly followed her line of conversation, leaving her momentarily speechless. Is that so? I had no idea you were so diligent, putting in such effort even before enrollment. There's no choice. The essence of society nowadays is competition. Every day, I grit my teeth, striving to outdo others. I believe in a balance between work and rest during cultivation, or it may backfire. Not at all. The thrill of surpassing others is my greatest pleasure. Rather than worrying about me, senior sister, you should be cautious of yourself. Cautious of what? Cautious not to be outdone by me. Huh, quite a bold claim. Are you challenging me? Very well, I accept your challenge. However, you still have a long way to go to catch up with me. Yi Ji, she displayed great confidence, her demeanor proud, her lively eyes seemingly declaring, in matters of cultivation, I shall not be surpassed by anyone. Upon witnessing her expression, Feng Xi was suddenly struck by a sense of familiarity, causing him to momentarily pause as a vivid image of a fiery figure flashed through his mind. That spirited young lady who loved to seize the spotlight was just as proud and confident as she was now. Why did I suddenly think of her? He pondered. Though both women shared similar beauty, their appearances and dispositions were distinctly different styles. Feng Xi concluded that he must have been in seclusion for too long, his mind now somewhat disoriented. Upon reflection, the young lady before me appears rather peculiar. During our initial encounter, she exuded a gentle and refined demeanor. Yet now her personality seems altered, imbued with a touch of haughtiness and defiance. Are women truly as capricious as eels? Shaking off the unfounded musings and the urge to critique, Feng Xi redirected the conversation. Have you two concluded your matters? Chang Hung nodded, and before he could speak, Yi Ji she interjected with a hint of mystery in her smile. Thanks to a certain someone's assistance, all is accomplished. Otherwise, we might not have made it in time. Feng Xi, oblivious to any nuance in her tone, curiously inquired, what exactly were you tasked with? Now that it is completed, may I know? Yi Ji she glanced back at Officer Chang, and upon receiving his nod, she elaborated. In fact, a perilous group of magical creatures known as Skin Peeler has been discovered in Mo High City. This is of grave significance, prompting a request for aid. Our Jiudu Academy has a long-standing tradition of providing martial assistance to extraordinary institutions across various regions, serving as a means of training for both students and faculty. Since we were already returning to Mo High City, we accepted this assignment in conjunction with our visit. Our time has been devoted to addressing this issue, while simultaneously seeking the mastermind behind it. Feng Xi's interest peaked at this revelation. The mastermind? Yi Ji, she continued. The skin peelers are rare, subterfuge-type magical creatures that seldom operate within the realm of Xia. Their sudden appearance as an entire clan has raised suspicions of clandestine machinations by the cult of the evil god. Feng Xi's brow furrowed at this unsettling connection. This matter is indeed entwined with the evil god cult? The so-called evil god cult comprises traitorous and despicable elements among humanity, among the various species invading this world. The most significant threat does not stem from the bizarre creatures of other dimensions, but rather from the external malevolence of the evil gods, possessing incomprehensible and godlike powers. These entities are shrouded in horror and mystery. Even the briefest glimpse of an evil god can taint a mortal's psyche, gradually transforming them into monstrosities. Each descent of an evil god, even if incomplete, wreaks havoc and calamity on a massive scale. The evil god cult is composed of traitorous humans who worship these dark entities with fervor. Each faction venerates a different evil god, drawing upon their worship to gain strange powers, as well as the ability to manipulate and command certain otherworldly creatures. Their motives are rather straightforward. They are essentially a collective of despair-driven individuals and guides for the malevolent. Given the terror posed by these evil gods, even transcendent beings can hardly ensure their immunity from corruption. Thus, some choose to defect, aligning themselves with the evil goddess cause, at least by becoming a follower. They are spared from complete madness and the fatal consequences of an evil god-esque calamity. In this way, they can acquire power with relative ease while avoiding most disasters. The only cost being their humanity, which seems a preferable exchange to living in perpetual fear. This mentality is precisely why the evil god cult persists despite attempts to eradicate it. No matter how many are slain, the scourge remains. Theoretically, as the plight of humanity grows more dire, it only serves to foster the growth of the evil god cult. The upper echelons of the human race harbor a profound disdain for them. Upon discovery, they unleash a tempest of retribution, rooting out the menace entirely. The effort expended on them each year rivals that devoted to combating the invasion of malevolent creatures. For these despised traitors, Feng Xi shares an equally intense loathing. Betrayers and collaborators are always the most contemptible, as their treachery inflicts losses upon humanity greater than those caused by the demons themselves. Have you captured those wretched beings? Indeed. But this group of lunatics holds little value for interrogation. Their minds have deteriorated. Aside from confirming their involvement, we have gleaned no further insights. So I have dealt with them directly. Moreover, the stronghold we eradicated was filled solely with low-level acolytes. Not a single one above the fourth realm remained. And there were no noteworthy cult leaders to speak of. They must have fled long ago. Instructor Chong casually concluded, prompting Yi Ji to interject with indignation. These scoundrels are akin to rats, each one secretly scheming. Capturing their leader is no simple feat. Suddenly, her expression brightened, and she fixed her keen gaze upon Feng Xi, scrutinizing him as if he were a most useful tool. Feng Xi felt a shiver run down his spine under her intense scrutiny and hastily inquired, "Why are you looking at me like that?" "Oh, it's nothing. Junior, you must devote yourself to your training. In the future, I shall take you along to slay demons and eradicate the traitors of humanity." Feng Xi was instantly incensed. "What? You wish to compete with me for kills? Dream on. Don't even think about it." Chapter 26. The campus bell seeks you for a game of poker, yet you succumb to slumber? After encountering Officer Chong and Sister Yi, Feng Xi followed them through the VIP passage to board a private jet en route to Jiudu Academy. However, upon gazing at the sleek aircraft stationed on the exclusive tarmac, he found himself momentarily taken aback, filled with a sense of surprise. The aircraft, though compact in size, boasted an innovative and striking design, adorned in a dark hue that emanated an unusual sheen. It exuded a futuristic aura, reminiscent of a sci-fi creation, instantly capturing Feng Xi's attention. Most notably, the aircraft was equipped with an array of onboard weaponry, clearly engineered for warfare. This private jet, is it military grade? Noticing Feng Xi's astonishment, Chong Hung offered a subtle smile and elaborated. This is the Black Dragon Z-30, the pinnacle of the Daxia's next-generation multifunctional military aircraft. Yi Ji, wearing a similar smile, patted Feng Xi on the shoulder and remarked, "It's only natural that we secure an armed transport aircraft to protect a genius like you. There's no need for such astonishment. This is merely a privilege of Jiudu Academy. You will soon grow accustomed to it." Feng Xi nodded vigorously, experiencing for the first time the tangible weight of Jiudu Academy's esteemed reputation. "Excellent. It seems that when leveraging the Academy's name in the future, I can adopt a more audacious demeanor." Observing the glimmer in his eyes and the mischievous smirk gracing his lips, Yi Ji furrowed her brow, seemingly sensing something amiss, and narrowed her eyes as she inquired, "Are you contemplating something perilous?" "Not at all. I'm merely reflecting on how fortunate I am to join Jiudu Academy. Is that so? Indeed. I must caution you, though. The Academy's reputation must be upheld by all its members. You must refrain from actions that could tarnish our standing. Haha. I have no idea what you are talking about. Please, do not question my character. Feng Xi replied with a chuckle, turning away while inwardly scoffing. Huh. Is she truly that perceptive? It appears I must tread carefully around her. Upon entering the immaculate and orderly cabin, it became evident that only the three of them were aboard the aircraft. Realizing this, Feng Xi could not help but inquire, where is the pilot? Who will fly the plane? Before he could finish, he observed Chang Hung making his way towards the cockpit, exuding an air of ease and nonchalance. I can pilot a bit, and modern military transport aircraft come equipped with autopilot mode. It's quite convenient as long as the flight path is set. Knowing a bit is one thing. What do you mean by a bit? Is it truly reliable to entrust such a high-end aircraft to an academy instructor? Are the military personnel so carefree? Feng Xi silently criticized, though he felt no trepidation. After all, should anything go awry, it would not be his responsibility. He even followed Chang Hung into the cockpit, eager to learn the art of flying. While he would undoubtedly master flying skills in due course, it never hurts to have additional knowledge. In the cabin, Yi Zhishi found herself alone, feeling bored, and decided to join them in the cockpit. Feng Xi paid her no mind, instead watching with keen interest as Chang Hung skillfully maneuvered the aircraft into the sky. His swift actions were so deft that, were it not for Feng Xi's remarkable memory, she might have struggled to recall his steps. Observing the young instructor's handsome profile, her expression turned somewhat peculiar. Was this merely a casual proficiency? Perhaps sensing her thoughts, Chang Hung offered an explanation. I used to serve in the military, and my comrades in the Air Force trained me. While I may not rival an ace pilot, handling this aircraft is well within my capabilities, so rest assured. Well, I'm not particularly curious, she replied. You just watched it once. Have you grasped it? If there is anything unclear, I can teach you. No need. I've learned quite enough. I should be able to operate it to some degree. While Chang Heng's modesty came across as genuine, Feng Xi's assertion seemed somewhat arrogant. However, the instructor merely smiled, harboring no doubts, for he was well aware of the remarkable learning abilities of the St. Heart's extraordinary practitioners. How long do we need to fly? Feng Xi inquired. About 20 hours. You two should take a rest. I'll keep watch here. 20 hours? Feng Xi exclaimed in astonishment. This is a military transport plane. Are we really flying for that long? Is Jiudu Academy that far away? Seeing his expression, Yu Zhishi interjected. Jiudu Academy is established in one of the most perilous border regions of the Xia nation, safeguarding the area. Naturally, it is quite distant from the core city of Mohi. If we were to travel by sea, it could take over a week. 20 hours of flight is already remarkably swift. Feng Xi felt a surge of respect, establishing an academy in such a dangerous locale, while simultaneously nurturing future generations and ensuring regional safety, elevated the institution beyond the realm of a mere school. Even without further elaboration, Feng Xi had already formed a grand impression of Jiudu Academy. The foremost academy of the Great Xia indeed held a certain allure. As Feng Xi and senior sister Yi returned to the cabin and settled in, Yi Zhishi proposed, since there's nothing pressing at the moment, shall we play some cards? What cards can we play? We can't even challenge the landlord. Then let's play chess. I'll teach you. Her enthusiasm was palpable as she retrieved a go board. However, Feng Xi merely reclined his seat and declared, not interested. I'm going to sleep. Senior sister, keep an eye on things and call me if something comes up. How can you sleep in broad daylight? Sleeping is my favorite pastime. I can sleep anywhere, regardless of the time or circumstance. My sleep quality is excellent. Enough said. Senior sister, I'm off to slumber now. With that, he closed his eyes and promptly drifted into a deep sleep. Yi Zhishi initially thought he was feigning sleep to avoid playing with her, which irked her somewhat. Yet, upon closer inspection, she realized he was genuinely asleep, eliciting a mix of annoyance and amusement. She had never encountered a young man so carefree in her presence. In contrast, any other boy would have relished the opportunity to be alone with her, eager to impress. Even without overt flattery, they would have strived to present themselves with gentlemanly decorum. Feng Xi, however, was the first to outright reject her invitation to play and simply succumb to sleep. She finds herself increasingly perplexed by him. Yi Zhishi, of course, remains unaware that Feng Xi is practicing while he sleeps. After a moment of frustration, she decides to take out a book and quietly immerse herself in its pages, restoring her serene and elegant demeanor. Time flows gently by. Meanwhile, Feng Xi diligently focuses on mastering the Flying Thunder God technique within the Naruto subworld, all the while cautiously monitoring the passage of time, unwilling to become too engrossed. His prudence proves well-founded. Shortly after he begins to grasp the technique, approximately 8 hours have elapsed in the real world when his senses suddenly alert him. There is commotion outside. With a mere thought, Feng Xi awakens in the real world. Chapter 27. The Heart Peak Realm. The moment he opened his eyes, Feng Xi sat up abruptly. He could still hear senior sister Ye's abrupt call. Feng Xi, wake up. Quickly wake up. You're awake. Turning his head, he saw Yi Ji standing from her seat, her expression tinged with a hint of gravity. Glancing down, he noticed a blanket draped over him, evidently placed there by senior sister Yi. Such an act, devoid of threat or malice, did not trigger the automatic defensive mechanisms he possessed. A warmth spread through his heart, yet he refrained from excessive sentimentality and simply inquired, Senior sister, what has happened? The instructor just sent a warning, stating that radar detected a large flying magical creature approaching us. The military transport aircraft is coated with a special invisibility layer, capable of evading the perception and sight of most flying magical beasts. Its current altitude exceeds the limits of most magical creatures. So this situation is rather unusual and warrants our caution. Feng Xi nodded. He lacked experience in this area and could not assess the situation, but if Chang Hong, who was professional, deemed it concerning, it certainly deserved attention. Thus, he proposed, let us head to the cockpit. Yi Ji shared the same sentiment, and the two swiftly made their way to the cockpit to meet with instructor Chang Hong. At that moment, his expression bore additional seriousness. As Feng Xi peered through the glass to observe their surroundings, he inquired, Instructor Chang, what is the current situation? Chang Hong pointed to the radar. We appear to be targeted. Feng Xi looked down and saw several conspicuous red dots flickering at the edge of the radar screen's detection range, indicating a pursuit that seemed to encircle them. Can we ascertain what kind of creatures they are? Not yet. There are not many types of creatures capable of flying at this altitude, but I suspect they are not ordinary magical beasts. Are they coming for us? Could they be cultists? Yi Ji narrowed her eyes, her tone laced with a hint of menace. Chang Hong did not respond, but decisively declared, Feng Xi, I will step out for a moment. You take over the controls. Feng Xi was taken aback. You're going out? Aren't either weapons on the plane? Chang Hong smiled confidently. If they are indeed cultists, the weapons on this aircraft will be ineffective against them. Staying aboard would only leave me vulnerable. If they get too close, it will be dire, and the Academy would have to bear the cost if the aircraft is damaged. Let Ji handle the weaponry. With that, he rose and left the pilot's seat, making his way into the cabin. Feng Xi could only call out, Instructor, be careful, before settling into the pilot's seat to take control of the aircraft. Turning to look, he found Yi Ji already seated in the co-pilot's position, curiously examining the array of buttons and screens before her, seemingly searching for the weapon control system. Noting her lack of concern, Feng Xi could not help but ask, at this high altitude, is Instructor Chang going to be all right? Without turning her head, she dispelled his worries with a single statement. The instructor is in the Heart Peak realm. Feng Xi couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. How terrifying. The Heart One realm, the second stage of the sacred entry. How could Instructor Chang, at such a young age, already be a formidable warrior of the sixth realm? Though he appeared youthful, in reality, he was already in his 70s or 80s. Nonetheless, that was quite remarkable. In Feng Xi's mind, most individuals who reached the sacred entry were ancient beings, and it was hard to believe that there existed anyone below a century in the second stage of the sacred entry. Feng Xi mused, curiosity swelling within him. Do you know what unique abilities Instructor Chang possesses, Senior? An A-level specialization, an expert in weaponry. Is that all? What's wrong with specialization? If developed adequately, it can be no less effective than any other ability. Your mindset needs adjustment. Abilities are merely a starting point. The true measure of one's accomplishments lies in the results. Ultimately, this world is governed by strength. Even a specialization F-level chef can overpower an S-level prodigy with extraordinary abilities if they reach the sacred entry. Feng Xi understood this principle well. He was merely expressing his admiration. However, he couldn't help but inquire further. Then, Senior, what realm are you currently in, if you don't mind sharing? Me? I'm not high. Just at the initial stage of the Mingi. Yi Ji smiled gracefully, her subtly lifted lips revealing a hint of pride and satisfaction. Feng Xi was taken aback. You only awakened your abilities last year, and you're already at the fourth realm? His tone suggested disbelief, as if questioning whether she had some hidden advantage. Seeing his astonishment, Yi Ji felt even more pleased, though she maintained an air of nonchalance. Responding with a mysterious smile, what's so surprising about that? For geniuses with high-level abilities, reaching the fourth realm is not an arduous task. There are several other remarkable students in our school who are on par with me. Do not underestimate the value of an S-level ability. Just as you grasp the Sacred Heart Yinling swiftly, my Lotus Heart Sacred Embryo offers significant enhancements in cultivation. Moreover, I possess a unique cultivation method that accelerates my progress, allowing me to achieve the fourth realm within a year. Intrigued by her enigmatic words, Feng Xi's curiosity was piqued. A unique cultivation method? I wish to know more. Are you curious? Not telling you. It's a method unique to me, one you cannot replicate. so do not dwell on it. With that, she shifted the conversation. Enough of this. Where is the weapon system? Quickly, teach me how to operate it. Feng Xi felt slightly irked by her teasing. Even though her cheerful and curious demeanor was utterly charming, reminiscent of a playful yet cautious kitten, he steeled himself to ignore her. Not teaching. Such a sophisticated weapon is beyond the capabilities of a novice like you. Don't blow up Instructor Chang's equipment. Just stay quiet and sit still. Her words sounded familiar, provoking an indignant pout from Yijishi. Hey, you can't be serious, being so stingy. Stop joking and teach me how to use it. I said I'm not teaching you. Don't distract me while I work. You. Fine, just wait. I refuse to believe that you one teen need my help someday. You still believe it, don't you? I, the son of the turbulent seas, seek no one. Young lad, do not speak so boastfully. I have unwavering confidence that even if I remain single for a lifetime, I can rely solely on my own hands to navigate the remainder of my days. So, do tell, am I not resilient? Bah, how crude. Men who casually make lewd remarks in the presence of women are truly despicable. It was you who first uttered phrases like young lad and hard or not, leading me astray, and now you dare to blame me? Women who argue irrationally before men are equally contemptible. Silence. Do you dare to speak further? Chapter 28. The Bishop of Dusk. As Feng Xi and Yi Zhishi exchanged barbs, Instructor Chang Heng had already flung open the hatch, defying the immense atmospheric pressure of high altitudes, and leaped forth, swiftly positioning himself atop the aircraft. His feet seemed to be firmly anchored to the plane, unyielding to the howling winds that assailed him. He stood there with poise, hands clasped behind his back, gazing toward the pursuing adversaries. Behind the aircraft, 9 colossal black avian monstrosities, each with a wingspan exceeding 20 meters, were hot on their heels. With beakless heads adorned with straight, horn-like protrusions, they efficiently cleaved through the air. Their razor-like feathers created peculiar ripples that devoured the displaced atmospheric pressure, transforming it into thrust behind them. These creatures, with their exceptional aerial capabilities, outpaced even military fighter jets, rapidly closing the distance. These were the otherworldly beasts of the void, high-level aerial monsters that required neither sustenance nor rest and could perpetually exist in the skies, posing a dire threat to all human flying machines. Yet, what truly captured Chang Heng's attention were the riders perched upon their backs. With his keen eyesight, he discerned that each colossal bird bore a figure clad in a dark yellow robe. Upon recognizing the distinctive garb, Chang Heng instantly comprehended the implications. Dusk cultists? Have they truly come seeking vengeance? But with such scant numbers? 1 from the 5th realm and 8 from the 4th realm. It seems I have been underestimated. In an instant, a resounding clash of steel echoed through the heavens. Chang Heng, as if conjuring a blade from thin air, brandished a long sword that shimmered like autumn waters, unmistakably a remarkable weapon. The moment he revealed his armament, his demeanor transformed dramatically, shifting from the composed and serene mentor to a formidable harbinger of death. Though the enemy remained at a considerable distance, an almost palpable aura of murderous intent enveloped them, instilling a profound sense of dread. The cultists of the dusk felt as if their hearts were gripped by an iron fist, rendering them breathless. While their minds screamed in alarm, an overwhelming fear surging within them. Their formation disintegrated in an instant, and even their mounts, typically so adept in the skies, cried out in terror, their innate aerial prowess faltering for the first time. This pressure, a psychic assault. This is perilous. The opponent is at the Heart Summit realm. I miscalculated. Retreat swiftly. We stand no chance against this 6th realm powerhouse. The dusk cultists cried out in hoarse, inhuman voices. The sole leader among them, a 5th realm cult chief, immediately commanded a hasty retreat in their unique manner. However, it was far too late. With a sudden, ferocious sweep of his blade, Chang Heng moved with a speed that was nearly indistinguishable to the naked eye, leaving only fleeting afterimages in his wake. Alongside him flashed 64 brilliant arcs of light, slicing through the sky, the 8th form of the 8 desolate blade technique, 8-fold destruction. The colossal wave of blade light traversed the heavens in an instant, offering the adversaries no time for reaction. The dusk cultists, on the verge of scattering, and their mounts were instantaneously dismembered, their forms dissolving into the air. In an instant, the dark feathers scattered across the sky, swept away by the wind, vanishing without a trace. Only a shadowy, yellowish energy entity managed to escape, fleeing without a backward glance. Yet, this clearly did not elude Chang Heng's keen eyes. Oh? Temporarily transforming one's physical form into energy, leaving behind only half a life? The response is quite swift. After all, a dusk apostle of the 5th realm is not akin to an ordinary devotee. However, that is all there is to it. With a sneer, he struck once more, unleashing a blade of energy that morphed into a dragon, unfurling its illusory wings to pursue the elusive target with incredible speed. The 2nd form of the 8 desolate blade technique, dragon soars in the sky. The flight speed of a fifth-realm powerhouse in energy form is indeed formidable. Yet it pales in comparison to the unparalleled swiftness of this ultimate technique. In the blink of an eye, the ethereal dragon of blade energy caught up with the fleeing black light. Just as it was about to cleave through the target, a surge of dark yellow flames abruptly ignited in the void, cleverly positioned before the dragon of blade energy. The fiery dragon collided head-on with the flames, resulting in its immediate ignition, followed by a simultaneous disintegration with the flames. Although the impact from the collision of these two forces caused a momentary fluctuation in the fleeing dusk devotee's form, it ultimately preserved his life. Chongheng's brow furrowed at this sight, his expression finally turning grave. Flames capable of burning and dispersing blade energy were none other than the dusk sect's twilight flames. Have we finally encountered a worthy opponent? In the void, the dusk-like flames reignited, revealing a similarly robed figure clad in dark yellow, their face obscured by a hood. However, this robe was far more ornate, adorned with an abstract, twisted sun emblem upon the chest. This was the attire reserved for the higher echelons of the dusk sect, worn only by the dusk bishops. Initially, one might have presumed that the Heavenly Academy would dispatch merely a fifth-realm powerhouse to escort the students. Little did I expect it to be a sixth realm. It appears I have underestimated your regard for S-rank newcomers. Moreover, you were the one responsible for the destruction of our Magic Sea Church branch, were you not? The Dusk Bishop, commanding the dusky flames, effortlessly hovered behind the aircraft, drawing nearer to Chongheng, speaking with an air of nonchalance, albeit with an unpleasantly raspy voice that grates upon the ears. Instructor Chongheng stood resolute, matching the bishop's imposing presence. I did not anticipate that even a Dusk Bishop would take the field personally. After all, it is merely an S-rank student. Is it truly necessary? Who said there was only one? Is there not a second? You seem quite confident. However, if it is just you, then you shall meet your demise here today. Chongheng, lacking the patience to engage in further dialogue with the cult leader, was poised to act. Yet the opponent let out a sinister laugh. Who said it was only I? No sooner had the words left his lips than a second ball of dusky flames materialized before the aircraft. Another Dusk Bishop revealed themselves, summoning a plethora of fiery clouds that cascaded towards the aircraft. Upon witnessing this, Chongheng's previously cheerful demeanor completely solidified. Two Dusk Bishops. You truly spare no expense. Since you have shown such sincerity, I shall graciously accept this remarkable achievement. As I murmured softly, a gleaming sword emerged in the other hand of Chongheng, its blade radiating brilliance. With a single stroke of the blade and the sword, the momentum surged once more. Chapter 29. If all goes as expected, then an unexpected incident is imminent. Why do I feel an ominous premonition? The commotion outside is quite significant. I hope nothing has happened to Instructor Chong. As Chongheng battled the two Dusk Bishops, Feng Xi expressed his concerns from the cockpit. His intuition had always been remarkably acute, especially after mastering the art of Feng Ho-Chi-Men. However, Yi Zixi maintained her composure, reassuring him, "Do not fear. The fiery wave from earlier was dispelled by our teacher." Was it not? Although it seems they have dispatched bishops from the cult, their power stems from the malevolent gods rather than personal cultivation, rendering them weaker than a typical Xin Yuan realm expert. Moreover, our teacher's strength surpasses that of an ordinary sixth realm practitioner. A mere cult bishop poses no threat. Today, they shall not return. In the cockpit, they could only observe the Dusk Bishop that appeared later, launching a fiery ambush against the airplane, unaware that two sixth realm cult leaders were already present. Nevertheless, Feng Xi could calculate the situation. He pinched his fingers, his expression growing grave as he looked toward Yi Zixi. If there are indeed two Dusk Bishops, can Instructor Chong handle them? Yi Zixi was momentarily taken aback, her expression shifting to one of uncertainty. Two. And no, it'll be fine. Did I not mention that our teacher's power exceeds that of a typical sixth realm expert? As long as nothing goes awry, it should be manageable. Even if two pseudo-sixth realm Dusk Bishops come, they shall not return. However, she pondered, but the instructor must also consider our safety and that of this aircraft. Engaging in battle may hinder him. While the enemy can act without restraint, Feng, she reminded her thoughtfully. I recall that the residual impact from Xin Yuan realm battles can permanently alter the terrain, with a wide-reaching effect. In such circumstances, can this aircraft truly endure? Yi Zixi felt her confidence wavering under his words, her tone becoming hesitant. Do not dwell on the negative. Trust in our teacher's abilities. If all else fails, I am here as well. Feng Xi was momentarily speechless, unable to comprehend her confidence as a novice in the fourth realm. It's not that I doubt Instructor Chang's strength. I simply believe it wise to prepare for the worst, just in case. Boom. Before he could finish his thought, a sudden explosion resounded, and the aircraft began to tremble violently. The cockpit's malfunction alarms blared promptly, red lights flashing amidst the shrill sirens. Oh no, This is disastrous. Feng Xi was momentarily stunned, then shrugged helplessly. Seriously? Is this intuition so uncanny? Yi Zhishi rolled her eyes playfully, exasperated yet amused. As the aircraft spiraled into chaos, she frantically questioned. What is happening to the plane? How do we control this thing? Speak up. Feng Xi nonchalantly replied. There's no need to fret. Both the right wing and tail have malfunctioned. There's no saving it. Damn it. More expenses to cover. These high-tech gadgets are utterly unreliable. So fragile. A mere touch and they break. Had I known, I would have opted against flying. Why do you keep saying that? Feng Xi silently complained in his heart, then reminded. Prepare to exit the cabin. Give me your hand. Yi Zhishi glanced at him, not wanting to be overly sentimental. She extended her hand and asked, what do you intend to do? Feng Xi grasped her hand and swiftly etched a simple, abstract sun pattern onto the smooth surface of her palm. Yi Zhishi was taken aback, about to inquire about the meaning of this gesture. When she saw Feng Xi had already shattered the cockpit's glass with a punch and was pulling her out of the plane. The two of them, hand in hand, soared through the air, limbs outstretched, yet they continued to plummet, the howling wind roaring in their ears. Feng Xi shouted, can you fly? Why didn't you ask before jumping? A cerulean storm converged beneath Yi Zhishi's feet, forming a massive azure lotus platform that caught them securely and halted their descent. Feng Xi stepped on it, feeling as if he were treading on cotton, soft and somewhat unstable. However, it was at least capable of supporting their combined weight, which sufficed. Not bad, senior. Feng Xi gave her a thumbs up. Yi Zhishi pouted, her demeanor suddenly modest. It's nothing significant. It hardly counts as flying, merely a target in midair. The danger isn't over yet, so be cautious. Feng Xi was well aware of this. Their adversaries had never aimed to destroy the aircraft, but rather to eliminate them. The two of them looked up and quickly located Changhong. Above them, a magnificent battle was raging fiercely. Changhong wielded his sword, unleashing astonishing arcs of light that cleaved through the murky flames conjured by the two dusk bishops, extinguishing their attacks. The bishops continuously manipulated the flames into various forms, beasts, waves, pillars, and fiery tornadoes, attacking from all sides. Yet these relentless assaults bore no fruit against Changhong's unmatched swordsmanship. Regardless of the monstrosities or tricks they employed, he dispelled them all with a single strike, embodying the essence of a sword that breaks all techniques. Though it was 2 against 1, the tide of battle favored Changhong, leaving his equally ranked adversaries somewhat overwhelmed. Observing this, Feng Xi could only exclaim, Senior was right. Instructor Chang is indeed formidable. However, Yi Zhishi perceived more than just her teacher's overwhelming prowess in battle. With a grave tone, she remarked, the teacher is furious. These two will undoubtedly perish today. Is that so? Feng Xi was uncertain of Changhong's limits and refrained from further commentary. Suddenly, he glanced in another direction and cautioned, but before that, let us ensure our own safety first. Yi Zhishi followed his gaze, but before she could discern anything, a dark yellow laser shot forth, aiming to slice them in half. Chapter 30. The Azure Lotus Sword Body. At the moment the dark yellow laser approached, the azure lotus beneath their feet suddenly radiated an intense light, conjuring a wall of tempestuous wind to shield the two. This was the inherent protective feature of the azure lotus platform upon which Yi Zhishi stood, a spell designed for defense rather than flight. Simultaneously, Feng Xi, ever perceptive, immediately executed a Buddhist mudra, radiating a brilliant golden light that materialized into the serene image of a seated Buddha. The hand gesture featured the right palm facing upwards, resting upon the left palm, with the thumbs touching, mirroring Feng Xi's own hand position. In an instant, it was as though the manifestation of the Tathagata had descended, steadfast as a mountain, enveloping both individuals within its protective aura. Coincidentally, this manifestation was seated precisely upon the azure lotus platform, resembling a divine throne of the Buddha. The golden light chanted the mantra of the great sun Tathagata. This was Feng Xi's most formidable defensive technique, the 10,000 Buddha's seal, Dharma realm affirmation. The dual defenses were promptly established, and just then, the laser surged forth, momentarily halting against the azure lotus wind barrier before slicing through it with ease, continuing its descent toward the Buddha's manifestation, triggering a cataclysmic explosion in an instant. It was as if a miniature nuclear bomb had detonated in the sky, unleashing boundless light, heat, and energy, conjuring a transient sun. The explosion persisted for several seconds, gradually relinquishing its energy, the dim yellow glow subsiding to reveal a majestic Buddha. This was. Yi Zhishi reopened her eyes, witnessing her own unscathed condition, and could not help but cast a shocked glance at Feng Xi, her expression imbued with incredulity. That laser, potent enough to obliterate a mountain, was an attack only a fifth realm powerhouse could unleash, and thus, she had believed her proud azure lotus would falter. Yet, to her astonishment, Feng Xi, with merely a third realm strength, had managed to withstand it. This was not merely a disparity of two major realms. It was a chasm between the extraordinary and the sanctified. Had she not witnessed it with her own eyes, who would dare to believe such an occurrence? What kind of technique is this, capable of fending off even the assault from the Yuan Lake realm? Maintaining the Dharma realm affirmation. Feng Xi could not help but shoot her a glance of exasperation. This is not the time for questions. Our opponent is formidable. Now is not the moment to relax. Before Feng Xi could finish speaking, their adversary had already materialized before them. Upon closer inspection, it was a grotesque figure, entirely devoid of clothing. Formed from semi-substantial dark yellow energy. Though humanoid in shape, its features were distorted, reminiscent of a wraith, with a gaunt physique, elongated limbs, and yellow eyes situated at its navel and armpits, creating an unsettling visage. At that moment, it regarded the Tathgata's manifestation with cold scrutiny, seemingly surprised that this statue could thwart its ambush. An energy body, indeed, was a fifth-realm dusk apostle. Beware, physical attacks are ineffective against it, Yi Zhishi warned. Her brow furrowed, her expression grave. Feng Xi, of course, understood this well. After all, he estimated that a fifth-realm Yuan Lake powerhouse could potentially rival a naval admiral in strength. He was acutely aware of the complexities of elemental and energy manipulation. However, despite the enemy's strength, it did not imply fear. At this moment, he was even contemplating a counterattack. This move consumes a significant amount of energy. I cannot hold out for long. We must not remain passive. We must take the initiative. Others, upon hearing such words, would undoubtedly think him mad. How could a mere cultivator of the third realm dare to launch an assault against a powerful being of the fifth realm? It was utterly absurd, warranting a label of lunacy. However, upon hearing him, Yi Zhishi hesitated for but a moment before resolutely nodding in affirmation, offering a firm response. Very well. Let us strike first. I shall lead the attack, and you will provide cover. Feng Xi was taken aback, gazing at the senior beside him in astonishment, momentarily rendered speechless. Where did this girl find the confidence to utter such words? You lead the attack? Shouldn't you reconsider what you were saying? What is so strange about it? Yi Zhishi, oblivious to his confusion, wore an expression that clearly conveyed, I am stronger than you. Is that not self-evident? Feng Xi was immediately incensed. If it weren't for me just now, you would be dead. I shall lead the attack. No arguments. You may have misunderstood. I am more proficient in offense than defense, she retorted. At this juncture, can you not listen to me just once? Enough with the hesitation. Let us charge together. Yi Zhishi, unwilling to prolong the debate, extended her hand in a swift gesture, causing the Qinglian seat beneath her to instantly bloom with a lotus bud. As the bud ascended to her hand, it magnificently unfurled, revealing an exquisitely crafted sword hilt. Grasping the hilt, she drew forth a long sword that shimmered with both a cold glimmer and a sacred radiance. Simultaneously, her form underwent a transformation amidst a cascade of ethereal light. The lotus mark between her brows blossomed entirely, and she donned a breathtaking battle attire adorned with white lotus patterns on a green background. Her aura surged exponentially, embodying a celestial elegance, her sword energy as frosty as the winter air, resembling a Qinglian sword immortal. Lotus heart, sacred embryo, secret art, Qinglian sword body. Feng Xi stood beside her, utterly mesmerized, exclaiming, Wow, senior, you can transform too. Do not panic, it is merely a secret technique. I am prepared, what about you? Once transformed, Yi Zhishi appeared as a different person entirely, her demeanor and temperament markedly more serene, speaking as though she were an ethereal being untouched by worldly affairs. Feng Xi, compelled to suppress his astonishment, grinned and said, Wait a moment. Allow me to transform as well. He pressed his hand against his face, and upon sweeping it away, he became divine. Wuyo divine mask, El Dongbin form. Once he donned the divine mask, the radiance of his prior form gradually faded. The lurking dusk apostle immediately unleashed a barrage of lasers toward them, but the two simultaneously leaped forth, their movements synchronized as they deftly evaded the lasers with precision, soaring toward their adversaries. Chapter 31. The terrifying presence of the Five Realms strongman, the audacity of the two extraordinary beings who confronted him instead of fleeing, left the Twilight Apostle somewhat taken aback. Despite having lost half his vitality to Chongheng's earlier strike, he remained a formidable figure among the Five Realms. Even if his power was not self-cultivated, he was an insurmountable force against his extraordinary adversaries. Foolishness. Feeling insulted, he bellowed in scorn, unleashing a flurry of dark yellow energy, orbs that cascaded like a dense barrage. Yet, Feng Xi and his companion did not falter in their advance, pressing forward with unwavering determination. With a swift gesture, Feng Xi summoned 12 sword pellets from his wrist, transforming them into a shimmering cascade of sword light that deflected the incoming barrage while forging a path towards their foe. Sister Yi, graceful as a lotus, danced through the air with agility, deftly evading the energy blasts as she closed in on the Twilight Apostle. Even when faced with unavoidable attacks, her Azure Lotus sword adeptly parried and redirected the force. The two approached rapidly, seemingly impervious to the Apostle's onslaught. Unfazed, the Twilight Apostle merely conjured a defensive shield to deflect several incoming strikes of sword light, followed by a chilling smile and a thunderous proclamation. "Huh." The multitude of energy orbs he released instantly detonated, each explosion exceeding the power of high-explosive grenades, engulfing the two in a tempest of blasts. Moreover, he relentlessly summoned more energy orbs, igniting them with a frenzied laughter. Ha ha ha. Die, die, die. Meanwhile, on a higher battlefield, moments earlier, as Feng Xi and his companion disembarked from the aircraft and faced the Twilight Apostle, Chang Heng had already gained the upper hand in his duel against two Twilight Bishops. His strikes were forceful and swift, each move a formidable display of power that could cleave mountains, yet he wielded them with such ease they resembled casual blows. Employing both sword and knife techniques, even Gongsun Ji was left in awe, while the little dragon maiden was rendered speechless. This relentless assault left the two Twilight Bishops dazed. They had never encountered such an extraordinary opponent. Despite their specialization and abilities, he surpassed even the most renowned combatants of the energy manipulation class. Struggling to defend themselves, they found no opportunity to retreat. Undoubtedly, if this continued, they would perish that day. Thus, they resorted to attempting to disrupt his onslaught with words. "Did you witness the earlier explosion? The Twilight Apostle you failed to kill is now seeking your two students. Will you not intervene? Perhaps there is still time. Indeed, is it not your duty to protect them? If you linger in this conflict, the genius of the human race will be lost. Even if you slay us afterward, it will be of no avail. Can you bear such a loss?" They each uttered a sentence, believing they had grasped Chang Heng's Achilles heel. However, Chang Heng remained utterly unaffected, his resolve unwavering, intent on annihilating them. The two continued to chatter, convinced he was merely putting on a brave front. "Stop pretending. We know you must be anxious right now. Go ahead, we won't hinder you. It would be a pity for two S-rank prodigies, who could shape the future of our nation, to perish here. If they suffer losses under your protection, surely you will face repercussions, won't you? If you delay any longer, they will truly be beyond salvation. Is it worth it? At least we will have accomplished our mission. While you become a sinner, you cannot seriously believe those two youngsters can survive under the hands of a Dusk Apostle, can you?" Amidst their incessant prattle, the ground below erupted with a series of thunderous explosions, a cacophony that was impossible to ignore. Upon hearing the commotion, they erupted into cold laughter. "Ha! We told you to save them, yet you refuse. I wonder if they're still alive. Those two youngsters are surely dead. This is all you're doing." However, at that moment, Chang Heng interjected. "Do you truly believe that girl is someone who requires my protection?" The two were momentarily stunned, their laughter abruptly ceased, only to be replaced by scornful chuckles. "Isn't she? A mere fourth realm cultivator. What can she accomplish? Don't tell me she can safeguard her life against a fifth realm powerhouse, while also protecting another fledgling. Stop feigning bravado. The number of geniuses capable of challenging realms is exceedingly rare, let alone those who transcend the extraordinary. You must be aware of the vast chasm between the fourth and fifth realms, surely?" Without warning, Chang Heng halted his assault, his blades raised in unison, a terrifying aura surging forth that sent shivers down their spines. This was the prelude to a lethal strike. Individuals like you, who rely on borrowed strength, could never comprehend what true genius represents. I will bring her back with me, and it is certainly not to burden myself. However, there is no need for you to know any further, for your demise is imminent. As he concluded his words, his blades slashed forth simultaneously. In an instant, an array of blade shadows blanketed the heavens, while sword radiance cleaved through the very fabric of existence. The 8 Wilderness Blade technique converged into its ultimate form. The 8 Wilderness Divine Ban. The 7 styles of the Celestial Sword technique merged into its finality, the Celestial Horizon Severance. No. In the face of such cataclysmic and inescapable onslaught, the two Dusk Apostles could only issue a futile, mournful wail, utterly obliterated before they could even mount a defense, leaving not a trace behind. As if to echo Chang Heng's words, the battlefield below also experienced a sudden shift as his ultimate technique engulfed the two Dusk Apostles. As the Dusk Apostle, consumed by madness and laughter, continued to unleash a barrage of projectiles, a voice suddenly resonated in his ear. "Truly, this is the realm of Yuan Hu. Such abundant energy is indeed remarkable. How extravagant it is to engage in battle like this. A formidable opponent from the 5 realms, how terrifying. What?" The Dusk Apostle's eyes widened in disbelief as he turned to see Feng Xi and Yi Zhishi, who had inexplicably appeared behind him. Yi Zhishi stood poised atop a green lotus, her delicate fingers resting on the blade of her sword, exuding a chilling aura of murderous intent. An invisible tempest of sword energy swirled around her, reminiscent of a sword immortal poised to vanquish a demon king. Meanwhile, Feng Xi, balanced upon a flying sword, wore a cold smirk, his long knife equally prepared to strike. "You, when did you?" The Dusk Apostle, stunned, instinctively attempted to turn away. However, the two assailants unleashed their attacks simultaneously, leaving him no opportunity to react. Yi Zhishi thrust her sword forward, her form transforming into a straight beam of azure light that effortlessly pierced through his defensive barrier. When she re-emerged, she stood behind him. Feng Xi executed a swift draw of his blade, vanishing as he left a faint azure scar in his wake, instantly slicing through the Dusk Apostle's body and appearing behind him as well. The marks left by their strikes formed a grand X, with the intersection precisely at the Dusk Apostle's form. In the next moment, an explosion of endless sword light and blade radiance erupted from within him, enveloping him in a frenzied whirlwind of azure sword energy and intangible wind blades, mercilessly tearing him apart. 9 styles of the Azure Lotus Sword, Blooming Lotus. Second style of the Great Luo Blade Chapter, Wind's Breath Ceases. Chapter 32, Post-War Mutual Praise. No, how could I? In the twilight of life, the Apostle of Dusk finally emitted a cry of reluctance, and then its energy-formed body utterly shattered amidst the endless barrage of strikes, culminating in a tremendous explosion. Feng Xi and Yi Zhishi stood back to the blast, not glancing back, their expressions icy as they clasped hands together, and then, before the shockwave of the explosion could reach them, they vanished in an instant. When they reappeared, they were already far beyond the blast radius. This was the technique of Flying Thunder God. It was also through this skill that they had stealthily positioned themselves behind the Apostle of Dusk to launch a fatal strike. The medium for activating the Flying Thunder God was naturally Feng Xi's 12 celestial severing flying swords. Immediately after mastering the technique, he inscribed his Flying Thunder God seal upon the 12 swords, the pattern mirroring the simple sun mark he had left upon Yi Zhishi's hand. At this moment, the two, hand in hand, descended gracefully from the air, gazing upwards at the colossal explosion in the distance, the flames casting a radiant glow upon their faces. After a brief moment, they could not help but share a smile, a scene that felt surprisingly romantic. "Well done, Junior. You truly possess remarkable skills," Yi Zhishi remarked. "Not only can you deflect the attacks of a formidable Five Realms opponent, but you also have the means to strike at an energy-formed body. Most astonishingly, you can teleport others as well. It's simply incredible. Just how many secrets does this young man hold? What other techniques does he possess? And you, Senior Yi, are no slouch." "The power of that sword strike alone would have been sufficient to slay him even without my assistance," Feng Xi replied. "It seems that after your transformation, your strength has surged tremendously. Your uniqueness cannot merely be encapsulated by the term genius. I wonder what other hidden powers you possess." Amidst their mutual admiration, both harbored their own thoughts. Yet their eyes reflected a newfound recognition of one another. It was the camaraderie of geniuses, an appreciation for each other's seamless cooperation, and perhaps the stirrings of unspoken emotions. Who could tell? After falling for a while, the two simultaneously exerted their strength. One summoned a lotus beneath their feet, while the other stood upon a flying sword, halting their descent gracefully, naturally releasing each other's hands. Neither mentioned the act of holding hands, as if nothing had transpired. With a flick of his thought, the 12 celestial severing flying swords flew back to Feng Xi, transforming into a bracelet that settled upon his wrist. He then sheathed his soul blade. Without this ethereal weapon, he would have had few means to touch the energy-formed corporeal body of his adversary. Thus, he would have been unable to claim the final blow. Indeed, after vanquishing the Apostle of Dusk, he had acquired a substantial amount of energy. It seemed that slaying these cultists could also aid him in opening new dungeons. And there was plenty. A single Five Realms cultist contributed more energy than several hundred. This revelation thrilled him, as if he had discovered a new continent. Why hunt magical beasts when slaying cultists would be swifter? Henceforth, the priority of hunting cultists had ascended above that of magical beasts. Feng Xi declared, "Traitors of humanity, let them all be eradicated," with a resolute demeanor. "It appears that you have successfully dealt with him." Shortly thereafter, Chonghang gracefully approached the two, his expression calm, seemingly already aware of the outcome. However, his gaze was predominantly directed towards Yi Zhishi, accompanied by a silent smile. As her mentor, he was acutely aware of the myriad of cards his disciple held and the true extent of her combat prowess. Thus, he naturally concluded that Yi Zhishi bore the brunt of the credit for vanquishing the Twilight Apostle, while Feng Xi merely played a supporting role. Observing her teacher's nonchalant demeanor, Yi Zhishi's expression became somewhat complex, leaving her at a loss for how to respond. Should she disclose just how extraordinary this fellow was? Perhaps it was better to withhold that information. it was not her place to unveil his secrets. Moreover, there was a certain thrill in being the sole keeper of this young man's hidden talents, and she was keen to witness the astonished expressions of others upon discovering his true nature. With that thought, she chose silence and merely nodded. At that moment, Feng Xi suddenly inquired, "Instructor Chong, is there a reward for eliminating cultists? Shouldn't the cultists of the 5 realms be regarded as formidable opponents? Surely, eliminating threats to humanity warrants some form of recompense?" Chong Hang chuckled, having gained some understanding of Feng Xi's character, and nodded. "Indeed, there is a reward. The official channels will grant military merit points that can be exchanged for various extraordinary resources, special privileges, or monetary compensation. Upon our return, I shall report your deeds." Feng Xi, upon hearing this, smiled contentedly. While the specifics of the reward were yet to be determined, he was assured that future endeavors against cultists would yield additional benefits. After all, if they were to eliminate them regardless, receiving rewards from the authorities could only be termed as a fortuitous gain. After reveling in this thought for a moment, he suddenly pondered, will the rewards suffice to cover the cost of the military aircraft? Chong Hung's smile promptly faded. Why must you always bring up that particular matter? Rest assured, the rewards will more than suffice. Do you think I had any other motive for eliminating them? Feng Xi grinned, giving a thumbs up. Instructor Chong, you are formidable. As representatives of Jiudu Academy, we must not suffer losses in the outside world. You haven't even enrolled yet. Who do you think is mingling out there? Chong Hung nearly succumbed to the urge to retort, his eyes filled with exasperation, eliciting a stifled laugh from Shi beside him. All right, let us depart. Nightfall is approaching, and the military will handle the wreckage of the aircraft themselves. How shall we proceed? Let us first descend. Finding the city would be ideal. Otherwise, we may end up spending the night in the wilderness. Chapter 33. The Snake-Phobic Senior Yi. It has become evident that Feng Xi and his companions were not particularly fortunate. Perhaps the Twilight Sect had deliberately initiated an assault in this region. The site of the plane crash lay entirely within a desolate mountainous wilderness, devoid of any urban semblance. Even at great heights, as night descended, the time when the aberrant beasts became most active was upon them, rendering it ill-suited for travel. Even with the ability to fly, the aerial predators could easily detect their presence, and peril was ever present. It seemed they would have to spend the night in the wilderness, seeking a safe haven before proceeding. With determination, Chong Hong made a decisive choice. Having just endured a fierce battle, none of them were in a condition to traverse the night. Moreover, even as a formidable 6th realm expert, he could not claim immunity to the threats that lurked in the wild. No one could ascertain whether they might inadvertently trespass into the territory of an aberrant beast monarch. Since the celestial upheaval, humanity, largely confined to the steel cities, had essentially lost its dominion over the wilderness. For most humans, the wilds represented a realm of peril. Accompanied by 2 students, prudence was the better part of valor. Feng Xi had no objections, while she remained notably composed. She was not one of those pampered young ladies. Enduring a night in the wild was hardly enough to make her frown. The trio quickly reached a consensus and set forth. The crash site was nestled at the heart of a forest. Given the resounding noise of the wreckage, it was clearly unsuitable for resting nearby. Chong Hong led the 2 through the forest with haste and stealth. The dense undergrowth of the primordial forest left no paths upon the ground, compelling them to leap between branches. With night already enveloping the area, the forest was shrouded in complete darkness. Initially, Chong Hang worried that Feng Xi might struggle, offering to carry him. Feng Xi, however, promptly declined, demonstrating through his actions that he required no special accommodations. In fact, he adapted to the environment even more swiftly than Shi, moving more quickly, steadily, and silently, as if he had fully integrated into the surroundings. This left the mentor and his disciple astonished. It seemed nothing could daunt this young man. In response to their incredulous gazes, Feng Xi grinned, a mix of pride and disdain evident on his face. What a joke. This is my forte. Have you ever seen a leaf ninja walking obediently along a path? Why would I tread a road when I can leap through the trees? If this mere forest path were to challenge me, what would that say about Hashirama's tireless efforts in cultivating these woods? Were it not for the concern of overshadowing Instructor Chong, he might have considered leading the way himself. Yet, traversing the forest of the real world differed significantly from that of the Naruto universe, as reality posed far greater dangers. Indeed, it was not long before they encountered an ambush. What appeared to be ordinary vines and branches suddenly transformed into venomous serpents and massive pythons, launching an attack upon them. Such exquisite camouflage was easily overlooked, even by Chong Hong. Fortunately, these were merely low-tier aberrant beasts, and even a close-range assault would not inflict harm upon them. Boom. With a casual flick, he struck the head of a colossal python. Yet Feng Xi continued his stride, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes. He discovered that slaying these aberrant creatures yielded but a meager amount of dimensional energy, particularly from these low-tier beasts, which rendered their contributions nearly negligible. This realization swiftly drained Feng Xi's initial intrigue towards such monsters. Any creature that could not aid in the acquisition of dimensional energy held no value for him as prey. Be cautious. The varieties of serpentine aberrations are myriad, and most have evolved an array of toxins. Even the low-level serpents should not be underestimated. It is best to avoid their bites, Chang Hung cautioned as he led the way, deftly obliterating venomous snakes in midair with a flick of his hand. Understood. Feng Xi replied, though he remained unconvinced. Even if these venomous serpents were allowed to bite him, it was unlikely they could penetrate his skin. The Shaolin's indestructible diamond body was no idle boast, particularly the version modified by Feng Xi after incorporating the golden light spell. However, a glance to the side revealed that Sister Yi appeared somewhat out of sorts. Her expression was as frigid as winter, her demeanor betraying a hint of tension. At some point, she had unsheathed her Qinglian long sword, gripping it tightly, her vigilance palpable. She followed only the branches that Chang Hung had leapt over, resulting in her lagging behind. Feng Xi raised an eyebrow, his understanding deepening. He slowed his pace and discreetly transmitted a message to her. Sister, why are you moving so slowly? Are you afraid of snakes? Yi Zhixi's cheeks flushed immediately, and she retorted defiantly, what nonsense are you spouting? Do you think I am someone easily frightened? Those mere snakes disgust me. There is no creature more repugnant than a snake. Oh, is that so? Feng Xi replied with a knowing smile, the corners of his mouth curving into a mischievous and ambiguous arc. Though he said nothing further, the meaning behind his smile was unmistakable. How infuriating. What kind of expression is that? She exclaimed. Please do not misunderstand. It is perfectly normal for girls to dislike such creatures. It's akin to how most women can tolerate cucumbers, but find eels unacceptable. After all, those willing to venture into the unknown are a rare breed. What on earth are you talking about? Yi Zhixi looked at him, utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend his words. Observing her innocent and endearing confusion, Feng Xi felt a twinge of guilt. I apologize. I misspoke. Such topics may be premature for you. Do not suddenly apologize out of the blue. You scoundrel. Did you say something inappropriate? No. Please disregard my previous comments. So you were indeed mocking me. She replied, exasperated. Amid their playful banter, Feng Xi felt a profound realization dawn upon him. He confirmed that this sister, a year his senior, was truly not as worldly as he had presumed. Not only was she untainted, but she was also even more innocent than he had imagined. In this day and age, such a girl was a rarity. A beautiful and earnest young woman like her was far more scarce than the giant pandas of his past life. Feng Xi resolved to refrain from making inappropriate jokes in her presence, recognizing that even he would feel a pang of guilt for corrupting the innocent. Remaining silent, Feng Xi chose not to provoke the beautiful senior any further. Instead, he walked alongside her, matching her stride. Whenever venomous creatures drew near, he would preemptively take action to eliminate them. Yi Zhixi soon noticed this, and as her mood lightened, a sense of reassurance blossomed within her. Stealing a glance at the seemingly indifferent boy beside her, a subtle smile tugged at the corners of the senior's lips, though she kept it hidden from all eyes. Chapter 34. A night in the wilderness under the cover of darkness. The three individuals did not traverse the forest for long. Approximately half an hour later, Chang Hung led the others to a concealed cave. After setting it up, they transformed the space into an excellent resting point. Chang Hung retrieved a carpet and some provisions from his storage tools, and said, let us partake in some food before resting well. I shall keep watch throughout the night, so there is no need for concern. Naturally, the two had no objections. Having a formidable six-realm expert on guard was far safer than sleeping in their own homes. Feng Xi devoured his canned food and bread with gusto. Just as he was about to tidy up, a familiar, delicate fragrance wafted through the air, and Sister Yi stealthily approached, sitting beside him in the dark. Thank you for earlier, she said, her melodious voice echoing softly in the shadows, imbued with endless warmth and a hint of shyness. Her gentle tone, though barely above a whisper, struck a resonant chord within him. Please refrain from expressing your gratitude so suddenly. It is unnecessary, he replied with a smirk. Humph. Regardless, I have thanked you. Whether you acknowledge it or not is your concern, she retorted. Sister, do you require something? Not really, just unable to sleep, thought I might chat with you. Chit-chat can be rather dull. I have a favor to ask. What is it? Speak. I wish to sleep. Could you keep an eye on me? Good night. With that, Feng Xi laid his head down and fell into a serene slumber. By the time Yi Zhixi processed his response, he had already drifted into the realm of dreams, igniting her frustration. Hey, did you not sleep the entire day on the plane? How can you still be sleepy? As a transcendent being, must your routine be so regimented? You rascal. Her quiet grumbling was evidently insufficient to rouse the deeply slumbering Feng Xi. Realizing this, she resigned herself to silence, muttering a curse under her breath before fetching a blanket to drape over him. The subtlety of her actions did not escape the keen eyes of a high-level transcendent nearby. Chongheng observed her gesture, an ominous premonition stirring within him, a sense of impending crisis, as if his prized cabbage were about to be devoured by a swine. Ahem. Little Shi, you seem to treat this lad quite differently than your other classmates. I recall you were rather aloof in school, Chongheng jested, feigning casualness to gauge his disciple's reaction. He anticipated a blush, yet was surprised when she merely smiled faintly, reflecting, it cannot be said that I am aloof. Rather, most of my classmates approach me with undue pragmatism, making it challenging to interact with them on equal footing. I can only maintain a safe distance from everyone. As she glanced at Feng Xi's peaceful visage, a rueful smile graced her lips. Only this fellow allows me to feel he genuinely regards me as a peer, balanced in mindset, devoid of flattery or ulterior motives. Interacting with him feels natural, free of pretense. Thus I see no need to adopt a distant demeanor. Although I must admit, he can be quite infuriating at times. Upon hearing this, Chongheng finally grasped his disciple's unusual demeanor. Nevertheless, he still felt a twinge of unease and thus cautioned. This lad is certainly not like the average person. However, one must not be entirely without vigilance. He does not strike me as a person of integrity. Do not let yourself be ensnared. Master, what are you saying? Do I appear so easily deceived? Better to be safe than sorry. Even in matters of romance, thorough scrutiny is essential. This young man possesses undeniable talent and a promising future, yet his character remains to be evaluated. I sense he harbors a few ulterior motives. Master, why do you persist in this line of thought? I have no such intentions. There is no shame in considering these matters. Ultimately, one must contemplate their future. One cannot live a life of solitude forever. I am merely offering you a word of caution. I shall say no more. I must focus on my training. The conversation between master and disciple concluded with Yi Zhishi's indignation, plunging the cave into utter silence. Until the following morning. Feng Xi was awakened by Yi Zhishi's gentle shaking, and upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by her flawless, stunning visage. Everything about her was breathtaking, save for the absence of a smile. Good morning, senior. What time is it? Should we be setting off soon? You truly are like a pig. You sleep so soundly in the wilderness. Were it not for my calling you, would you still be slumbering here all day? This is all thanks to you, senior. With you watching over me, I feel an overwhelming sense of security, hence my deep slumber. Yi Zhishi could hardly retort against Feng Xi. After a night of rest, her anger had dissipated, and she had no intention of making things difficult for him. She tossed him some water and food, offering a few instructions before attending to her own morning routine. Stop with the banter. Quickly tidy yourself up and eat something. We are departing shortly. Understood. Thank you, senior. Feng Xi responded and sat up, a smile breaking across his face as he spotted the familiar blanket draped over him. He sprang into action with remarkable speed. Before Yi Zhishi had finished her preparations, Feng Xi was already ready, showcasing his remarkable swiftness. Just as dawn's light began to break, the trio set out once more. During the night watch, Chongheng had already determined their current location and mapped out their route, allowing for a journey free of hesitation. Soon, the three of them vanished into the vast wilderness. Chapter 35. The Cloud Mountain-based city. Only after traversing the wilderness do the inhabitants of cities come to comprehend the true peril of the wild. Even with the protection of a formidable sixth realm expert like Chongheng, their journey through the untamed terrain cannot be deemed secure. The entire ecological system, forests, skies, mountains, and rivers, relentlessly repudiates their presence as uninvited guests. They must contend with swarming beast clans, perilous predators, treacherous plants masquerading as innocuous flora, and insidious insects lurking everywhere. All these constitute the threats that Feng Xi must face. Though Feng Xi possesses numerous abilities, he swiftly concludes that without the safeguarding of the seasoned master Chongheng, he might not have emerged from the forest unscathed. It is unfathomable that he currently lacks the capacity for solitary survival in the wilderness. He finally grasps the rationale behind the saturation of survival pressure in human cities and the reluctance of the higher-ups to explore the wild and establish additional cities. It is not a matter of unwillingness. The cost is simply too exorbitant. Under these circumstances, the challenge of founding a new city seems no less daunting than instigating an extraordinary war, one that must culminate in complete victory. For a moment, Feng Xi's thoughts had wandered extensively. Even after spending an entire day finally emerging from the forest, he remained contemplative. Yi Zhishi seemed to perceive his unusual silence. Recognizing that the typically vivacious Feng Xi had grown unusually quiet. Junior, what troubles you? Are you preoccupied with something? Feng Xi did not conceal his feelings, candidly articulating his thoughts. In my previous life within the city, I had little concern. However, after this experience in the wild, I have come to a profound realization. The plight of humanity is indeed dire. The wilderness is fraught with danger, and the pressures of city defenses must be formidable as well. Given the harshness of the surrounding environment and the constant vigilance required against threats from otherworldly dimensions, it is truly remarkable that humanity has endured thus far. Upon hearing this, Yi Zhishi chuckled. So, you too have moments of undue concern. I had thought you were utterly carefree. Nevertheless, such feelings are normal. One will grow accustomed to them. As long as we do not relinquish our beliefs, humanity shall ultimately regain its greatness and once again stand atop the world. That will be the moment we launch our counteroffensive against the enemies from beyond. Normal? This is far from normal. It is merely a resigned perspective, Feng Xi retorted silently. At that moment, Chang Heng, who had been leading the way, spoke solemnly. Humanity has taken centuries to adapt to the post-catastrophe world, and even now, we cannot claim to have fully emerged from our tribulations. The path ahead remains long, and the burdens we bear are substantial. Especially for prodigies like you, it is imperative to forge ahead diligently and seize the time to grow stronger. From the moment you awaken, you have already shouldered the future of humanity. Feng Xi nodded in response. While he still harbored some personal views, he fundamentally agreed with this sentiment. I understand that becoming stronger is merely the first step. I shall do everything within my power to change this world. This declaration was delivered with remarkable composure, concealing the depth of his earnestness from all who heard it. Endowed with extraordinary abilities from the heavens, it is only natural for him to grow stronger. Indeed, his capabilities extend far beyond merely being a protector of his realm. He possesses the power to alter the course of an era, a unique confidence that belongs solely to him. While it may sound somewhat arrogant, I shall take your words seriously. Having aspirations is commendable, and I hope you will not forget this sentiment in the future. Yi Zhishi half-jokingly offered her encouragement. Extending her fist towards him, let us strive together, Junior. Feng Xi naturally refrained from offering explanations, merely extending his fist to meet hers. As night fell once more, the trio finally arrived at the city nearest to them. Gazing upon the imposing modern steel walls, adorned with a multitude of heavy artillery and a vigilant defense force, Feng Xi suddenly experienced a profound sense of security. Only fortifications of such caliber could safeguard an entire city's populace, could they not? The scrutiny of the city defense forces is notoriously stringent. Stay close to me, do not stray too far, and refrain from speaking. I shall handle the negotiations. In response to Chang Heng's admonition, Feng Xi and the others nodded obediently. Even someone as spirited as Feng Xi would not act recklessly in the presence of the military. His temperament may be lively, but he is not so oblivious as to misjudge the occasion. Indeed, the examination by the city defense forces proved to be exceptionally rigorous, particularly for outsiders such as them. Fortunately, the status of being faculty members from Jiudu Academy carried considerable weight. After confirming their identities multiple times, the steely soldiers displayed signs of surprise and respect. The trio successfully entered the city, intending to find a hotel for a restful night. Along the way, Chang Heng remarked, "This city is known as Yunshan Bay City, one of the essential waypoints to Jiudu Academy City. It appears we have not strayed too far off course. That is good news. Let us rest well tonight, and tomorrow I will engage with the local military leadership to negotiate for an aircraft. If that proves difficult, even a commercial flight will not take long." This, indeed, was favorable news. Upon hearing this, Yi Zhishi smiled. That is wonderful. I must take a good bath and relax, and indulge in a hearty meal. She then turned to Feng Xi and inquired, Junior, would you like to stroll through the night market? Senior will treat you to a late-night snack. Feng Xi promptly declined. No, late-night snacks lead to weight gain. I always refuse them. After my bath, I shall retire for the night. Senior, you may go alone. It was a jest. The nighttime is a precious opportunity for adventuring through dungeons. What need is there for late-night snacks? Last night, he had already mastered the sage art of the wet bone forest in the Naruto dungeon, and he was currently at a pivotal moment for refining his techniques. Hunting monsters was far more pressing. However, Yi Zhishi was unaware of this, and once again met with the same refusal, leaving her incensed by Feng Xi's response. If he had declined her invitation for the sake of cultivation, she would not have been so upset, but what kind of excuse was merely wanting to sleep? All you do is sleep. Are you a pig? How pitiful it is to wander alone, indulging in late-night snacks. Then there's no need to go. What delicacies can be found at roadside stalls? What culinary delights are absent from the hotel? If one desires something to eat, why not simply have the waiter deliver it directly to the room? It is far more convenient, clean, and hygienic, dear senior. Go to hell. Amidst the clamor, the three of them took a taxi to the finest hotel nearby. In the end, Yi Zhishi did not indulge in a midnight snack. Uncertain whether it was due to Feng Xi's irritation or his remark about how late-night eating can lead to weight gain. However, Feng Xi was unfazed by such matters. After finishing his shower, he promptly entered the dream quest, wholeheartedly dedicating himself to the refinement of his celestial arts. Chapter 36. The The enhanced sage arts. It is widely acknowledged that the sage arts in Naruto merely bear the title of sage, yet at their core, they represent a form of chakra that integrates a fragment of natural energy. Chakra is formed through the amalgamation of mental and physical energy, and when these three energies, mental, physical, and natural, achieve equilibrium, it manifests as sage chakra. The capacity for an individual to wield sage chakra is inherently limited. Once depleted, one reverts from sage mode. Thus, in the original narrative, sage mode is depicted as a temporary augmentation state. Although the increase in power is significant, the prerequisites are stringent. In the original work, the sole method to sustain sage mode for an extended duration involves external assistance, allowing one to simultaneously utilize and absorb natural energy for replenishment. The direction of Feng Xi's enhancements is to advance this concept further. He aims to integrate the cultivation experiences acquired from one person below with sage mode, aspiring to forge a genuine cultivation technique within the Naruto universe, provided that his body can fully acclimatize to and manipulate natural energy at will. Establishing a continuous cycle of absorbing external energy and perpetually generating sage chakra within himself, he would be able to activate sage mode at his discretion. Should he achieve this milestone, sage mode would transform into a regular technique for Feng Xi, naturally evolving his physique into that of a sage, consequently amplifying his chakra volume to rival that of Hashirama. This pivotal step is crucial for Feng Xi as he embarks on a self-directed journey towards the Six Paths level. He has aptly named this refined sage technique Heavenly Unity Sage Body, symbolizing the harmony of heaven and humanity, a direct passage into the path of the sages. Remarkably, Feng Xi has navigated this critical juncture with exceptional ease. During that night at the hotel in Yinshan City, he accomplished the preliminary enhancement of sage arts within the confines of the dungeon, establishing a self-circulating system of sage chakra within his body. Upon awakening, the world appeared profoundly transformed to him. The environment became vibrantly alive, and he could distinctly perceive the energy permeating the air. His sensory abilities were remarkably heightened. Even without the activation of sage mode, such feats are typically attainable only by those who have ascended to the holy level, yet he has achieved them ahead of time. Furthermore, having just attained success, the total energy within him has surged, breaking through to the fourth realm, the Bright River stage. The enhancement of his combat prowess is even more formidable. Even in the presence of a Dusk Apostle, he could effortlessly eliminate them without injury. As the Heavenly Unity Sage body matures and perfects itself over time, he will effortlessly shatter the extraordinary limits, reaching the fifth realm, where he would no longer fear confrontation with sixth realm adversaries. The velocity of this advancement is astonishing, especially considering he is yet to enroll in school. Even Feng Xi himself is exhilarated by this progress, so much so that in his emotional fervor, he inadvertently activated his Sharingan, and to his surprise, both eyes manifested the double tomo. Are you being polite? It seems that regardless of whether emotions are negative or positive, they can trigger the activation of the Sharingan. Naturally, Feng Xi is even more convinced that this is a resultant effect of his enhancement of the sage arts, leading to the initial manifestation of the sage body and, by extension, the awakening of the sage eye. It seems entirely reasonable, does it not? Thank you. With his strength significantly enhanced, Feng Xi was naturally in high spirits. After rising and refreshing himself, he stepped out, feeling invigorated. Upon meeting Chang Heng and Yi Zhishi, both were momentarily taken aback, their expressions filled with skepticism. Chang Heng remarked, "Feng Xi, you seem a bit different today." Yi Zhishi added, "Junior, have you ascended to immortality?" Feng Xi was immediately puzzled. Was it that apparent? He hadn't noticed any significant change while washing his face. Is there really a difference? I don't feel any. Indeed. Yi Zhishi confidently nodded, circling around him a few times, commenting uncertainly, although there aren't any visible changes on the surface, your aura has transformed. There's an ethereal quality about you, reminiscent of your demeanor after your last transformation. She was, of course, referring to the sword immortal mode he adopted after donning the divine mask. In truth, Feng Xi did indeed possess a subtle, transcendent quality that enhanced his overall charm, though it was not overly evident. A thought crossed Feng Xi's mind, and he hastily concocted a response. Perhaps it's due to my recent progress in techniques. That makes sense. Yi Zhishi nodded in understanding, accepting his explanation. Chang Heng, after listening, merely cast a deep glance at Feng Xi, sensing an increase in his strength, but choosing not to elaborate further. He shifted the conversation to matters at hand. I will go to the military to speak with the higher-ups. You two can act freely during this period. I will contact you once there is news. What? Free action? Then why did I wake up so early? Feng Xi was momentarily stunned. However, Yi Zhishi smiled brightly and waved at their teacher. All right, teacher, you go ahead. I will take good care of junior Feng Xi. Chang Heng nodded and departed. Feng Xi, feeling a spark of inspiration, turned to Shi and said, "Senior, since we have free time, then you will accompany me shopping, right?" She interjected with a beaming smile, radiating sweetness that felt overwhelmingly intense to Feng Xi. He sensed a dangerous aura if he dared to refuse. The consequences would not bode well for him. "Of course, accompanying you on a shopping trip is a junior's duty. I was just about to invite you. That is wonderful. I adore obedient and understanding juniors. Let us go. Feel free to tell me what you wish to eat or buy. I need nothing. Just seeing your smile brings me great satisfaction." "Ha! Junior, you're quite clever." The two departed side by side, engaged in cheerful banter, their demeanor intimate and showcasing a harmonious camaraderie. However, unbeknownst to Shi, Feng Xi's hands were discreetly calculating behind his back, moving with such speed that they nearly created an afterimage. Feng Xi thought, shopping? That's out of the question. Let's obediently accompany me in hunting monsters instead. Chapter 37. The troubles of beauty in the bustling heart of Yinshan Bay City. At the vibrant Uni Commercial Plaza, a taxi came to a swift halt at the roadside. The door swung open, and a tall, stunning young woman stepped out, instantly captivating the attention of countless onlookers, as if she were the very epicenter of the universe. Her allure irresistible to all. In contrast, the boy who followed her, though undeniably handsome with a certain charismatic ease about him, was merely an afterthought, garnering mostly envious glances. It is only natural that a man accompanying such a beauty would bear the weight of scrutiny and resentment. Fortunately, Feng Xi remained unfazed. He approached Shi, braving the disapproving stares from all around, and remarked with a frown, "It's quite astonishing to see so many people at the mall this early. The residents of this city certainly lead leisurely lives." Shi, well accustomed to the surrounding attention, glanced at the boy beside her and found the situation amusing. She smiled and replied, "This indicates that the living standards of the city's inhabitants are quite commendable. That's merely a sign of complacency. They are far too idle. Unlike the industrious residents of Mahai City. Why the strong opinions? Are you afraid? Afraid? Me?" Feng Xi chuckled coldly, puffing out his chest defiantly as he extended his arm. Shi glanced at him, a slight smile gracing her lips as she gracefully linked her arm with his, a gesture of camaraderie. The gazes upon them intensified, almost scorching, and Feng Xi imagined he could hear the sound of hearts shattering, perhaps the result of men's gnashing teeth in frustration. Amidst the myriad of complex expressions, the pair strode confidently like a couple attending a lavish soiree, effortlessly outshining their surroundings. Their exceptional beauty and charm drew even more attention, with many becoming so entranced that they collided with objects in their path before realizing it. Nearby couples found themselves embroiled in disputes, unable to escape the enchantment surrounding the duo. "What are you staring at? Your eyes are about to pop out. She already has a boyfriend. Isn't she stunning? Keep looking if you wish. Farewell. I'm still here. Your soul is nearly escaping you. You won't step foot inside my house today without at least 10 gifts. Do you believe I'll gouge your eyes out?" Such roars echoed incessantly. The very passageways became congested as they made their way through. Observing the scene, Feng Xi couldn't help but click his tongue in disbelief. "Wow, this is a bit exaggerated. Isn't it? Haven't they ever seen a beauty before?" He turned to glance at the senior beside him. Her complexion was as smooth as cream, and her features were both delicate and refined, exuding elegance and grace. Truly, her profile was breathtakingly exquisite. Such a level of beauty was indeed rare, and it was no wonder that onlookers were rendered speechless. "I find myself somewhat sympathetic towards you now, senior. You understand why I sought your company today, don't you? To be honest, I haven't been shopping in quite a while. That does sound rather pitiful. But I don't understand why you wouldn't don a hat and sunglasses before venturing out. You underestimate those charming yet disreputable men. Indeed, if it were me, I could discern whether someone is beautiful merely by observing their physique and demeanor. So, are you also one of those men? First of all, I am not old. Secondly, it is in a man's nature to be attracted to beauty. Bah, what nonsense. If you truly wish to, you could certainly disguise yourself a bit more. I refuse to believe that if you were completely wrapped up, indistinguishable as male or female, you could still attract attention. Please. Wouldn't it make me seem even more peculiar to walk alone on the street like that? Rather than being regarded as an oddity, I would prefer to stay indoors. Alas, being exceptionally attractive can indeed be troublesome. Looks should suffice, after all. For instance, I find myself perfectly situated at the upper limits of human aesthetic acceptance. Handsome enough to be a quietly alluring gentleman. You never mind, as long as you are happy. Speaking of which, is there no extraordinary method to conceal oneself? Perhaps some transformation technique? If only one could learn such a skill. Feng Xi casually mentioned this while walking, oblivious to the sudden arch of Yi Shuejia's brow and her peculiar expression as her gaze flickered away. Do you think everyone is like you? Are extraordinary skills learned so easily? Am I really to dedicate vast amounts of time and energy to mastering a skill of disguise for such trivial matters? I can barely keep up with the courses assigned by my teacher. Oh, my apologies. You know I did not mean to sound boastful. No worries. Isn't this a solution? In the future, when I wish to go out, I can invite you along. You wouldn't refuse, would you, Junior? Yi Zhishi smiled sweetly at Feng Xi, her half-serious, half-teasing tone instantly causing a shiver down his spine. Where would I find the time to play with you? Absolutely not. Think of a solution with your clever little mind. I would be truly honored, but it may not always be so convenient. How about this? I will take care of it. Oh, what do you have in mind? I should be able to create an item that would effectively disguise you. Yi Zhishi was immediately astonished. You possess such abilities? Feng Xi replied with a cold smile, remaining silent. Just kidding. Have you heard of the art of clever invention? Leave this matter to me. But what? It is still an extraordinary item, and it cannot be fabricated out of thin air. Therefore, a fee is required. Yi Zhishi paused for a moment, then quickly comprehended, smiling casually. I was wondering what this was about. If it is a matter that can be resolved with money, then it is no issue at all. At that moment, Yi Zhishi's radiant face clearly conveyed a message. I, the wealthy lady, have money. Seeing this, Feng Xi couldn't help but smile. Splendid. I do enjoy clients who are not constrained by finances. This business venture might yield a handsome profit. Why are you grinning so mischievously? You're not trying to swindle me, are you? How could that be? Am I the kind of person who would do such a thing? Rest assured, based on our relationship, you shall receive the friendship price, just a token for workmanship and material costs. My business is always built on integrity. Well then, I shall entrust this to you. To express my gratitude, I will pick out a few outfits for you, as yours have become rather worn. How could I possibly accept such generosity? Feng Xi waved his hand in polite refusal, but swiftly shifted the conversation, pointing towards a nearby upscale boutique that exuded an air of sophistication. Let us go to that one. It appears quite appealing. Yi Shuejia had grown somewhat accustomed to his audacity. If he were genuinely polite, she would find it rather peculiar. Indeed, it is quite splendid. You possess a discerning eye. Come, today's expenses shall be borne by your elder sister. As Yi Zhishi turned around, she was oblivious to the fact that Feng Xi's eyes were narrowing slightly. Chapter 38. I desire the goods, yet reluctant to part with my money. The location of this establishment is relatively favorable, not overly secluded, and one can discern the considerable effort invested in its decor, which is quite innovative, and the clothing styles are exquisite. However, for some inexplicable reason, the store lacks patrons. As the two entered, a languid, high-pitched voice promptly greeted them. Welcome. Please feel free to browse. If you find something you like, you may try it on. If you decide to purchase, simply bring it to me for checkout. Following the sound, Feng Xi glanced towards the cash register and beheld an eccentric figure reclining comfortably in a lounge chair, indulging in fruit while perusing a fashion magazine. His eyes never once glancing in their direction. The primary reason for the store's poor business became evident. With such a lackadaisical attitude, it was a wonder they had any customers at all. Yet, what left Feng Xi utterly speechless was the individual's appearance. Although his facial features appeared somewhat normal, this tall, middle-aged man was clad in flamboyant attire, with a style that was neither distinctly masculine nor feminine. His long fingernails, adorned with nail polish, and the way he delicately held his fruit with an exaggerated flourish evoked an unsettling dissonance. Feng Xi could not help but feel that this was a flagrant assault on conventional aesthetics. Had it not been for other intentions, he would have turned on his heel and exited without a moment's hesitation. Yi Zhishi, though slightly bemused, did not display any overt disdain. Noticing Feng Xi's reluctance to leave, she courteously responded with a thank you, then took his hand and led him into the store to select clothing. Despite the peculiar store owner, the garments appeared commendable, showcasing superior quality and style. The racks were well stocked with sizes and clearly marked prices, alleviating the need for sales assistance. With great enthusiasm, Yi Zhishi selected several outfits for Feng Xi, assisting in their coordination and prompting him to try each one. The results were highly satisfactory. The senior's taste in aesthetics and fashion was indeed commendable. Feng Xi, whose foundation was already strong, transformed remarkably under her careful styling, exuding a unique charm that elevated his overall appearance to at least a score of 5, prompting multiple impressed reactions from the senior. This one is splendid. The ascetic vibe. Come now, strike a more aloof pose. This set is also fitting, casual, and sunny. Let us have one of those too. Black suits you well. Without uttering a word, you'd be the epitome of a cool, handsome man. Before long, Yi Zhishi had selected 7 or 8 outfits, displaying an unrelenting zeal for the task. Feng Xi quickly raised a hand to halt her. Senior, that's enough. Too many. The women's section here looks quite appealing as well. Why not select something for yourself? Only then did Yi Zhishi cease her remarkable endeavor, but did not spare Feng Xi. Instead, she smiled charmingly and said, Junior, having chosen so many for you, would you kindly provide your input on my selections? Upon hearing this, Feng Xi's excitement surged. Absolutely. At last, someone believes in my taste. In that case, I shall graciously accept the challenge. Rest assured, I will ensure you radiate an unprecedented allure. Witnessing the fervent gleam in his eyes, Yi Zhishi felt an ominous premonition wash over her. Come, do give this bodycon dress a try. It will undoubtedly accentuate your alluring figure, especially when paired with black stockings, rendering you a true marvel. And this one, though slightly revealing, could represent an entirely new style. Combined with black stockings, it is simply a showstopper. Wow, you must try this. The neckline is lower, emphasizing your decolletage. Paired with black stockings, it will be utterly mesmerizing. Come on, quickly change and give it a go. Trust me, you won't regret it. Yi Zhishi's complexion paled as she beheld the series of seductive garments that were utterly unacceptable to her. Instinctively, she took 2 steps back. And no thank you. I believe these are not suitable for me. By the way, your obsession with black stockings is rather profound, isn't it? For men, black stockings are divine. But, dear senior, it seems you just don't understand. Well, white stockings will do, and if all else fails, flesh-colored stockings are my last resort. Thank you. I shall choose for myself. In the end, Yi Zhishi fled in disarray, selecting 2 long skirts before retreating into the fitting room. Feng Xi expressed his disappointment, noting that the senior was still too conservative, unwilling to explore new styles. However, when Yi Zhishi emerged from the fitting room, gracefully holding her skirt, she took his breath away. The elegance she exuded was perfectly suited for dresses. Standing there with a radiant smile, she instantly captivated the moment. Even Feng Xi, who prided himself on his imperturbable demeanor, found it difficult to resist the flutter of his heart. Oh dear, the feeling is exquisite. How does it look? Is it acceptable? Absolutely. You look stunning in anything, but the dress is particularly lovely, though it is a tad long. If only it could be paired with a pair of stockings. No need. Thank you. I will just select these few items. They are all quite similar, and there's no need to try them on. Let us go and pay. With that, Yi Zhishi carried a sizable bundle of clothes to the cashier. Excuse me, could you please ring these up and package them? Thank you. The quirky shopkeeper finally set down the magazine, glancing at the 2 with a neutral expression before lowering his head to tally the items. Leisurely preparing the packages with an exaggerated flourish of his fingers. That will be 120,500 yuan. Let us round it off to 120,000. Such a price was indeed exorbitant. Each set cost over 10,000. However, for Yi Zhishi, it was inconsequential, as she effortlessly produced a black card without a blink. Just as the shopkeeper reached out to take it with his elegantly poised fingers, a strong, fair hand abruptly intervened. Wait. Feng Xi's voice rang out, prompting both to look up in confusion. With a charming smile, he pulled Yi Zhishi's hand back. Boss, before we settle the bill, I have a little dilemma I'd like your assistance with. The shopkeeper squinted, his patience wearing thin. What issue does the customer have? Please, feel free to state it directly. Feng Xi grinned coldly, his demeanor growing increasingly brazen. You see, I desire this item, yet I am unwilling to part with my money. What do you suggest I do? The shopkeeper's expression darkened, his voice turning grave. What does the customer mean by this? Are you implying a robbery? Yi Zhishi was growing anxious, perplexed by Feng Xi's sudden change in demeanor. She quickly grasped Feng Xi's arm and inquired, Feng Xi, what are you doing? Why create trouble for others when we are not in need of money? Please refrain from causing a scene in the city. It could lead to complications. However, Feng Xi merely chuckled and patted the back of her hand, offering her a glance that suggested she should remain calm. Yi Zhishi furrowed her brow, finally realizing something was amiss. Though Feng Xi was known for his impulsive nature and unconventional methods, she understood he was not one to bully the weak. His sudden actions likely stemmed from a deeper motive. Feng Xi released her grip and, with a sardonic smile, addressed the shopkeeper. How can this be deemed robbery? I am merely enacting justice. Capturing a cultist lurking within human society is indeed a significant achievement. No sooner had he spoken than the atmosphere within the shop turned tense. In the next instant, a deafening explosion erupted, shattering the silence. Chapter 39. A lack of reaction to a beautiful woman certainly indicates trouble. A thunderous explosion shattered the glass of the boutique in an instant. 3 figures leapt forth from the chaos, their sudden appearance startling the surrounding crowd, who turned their gazes in astonishment. Before they could comprehend the situation, a stunningly beautiful woman appeared before them, her expression grave as she urgently called out. The Night Watch Department is conducting an operation. We have identified a cultist. Everyone, please retreat swiftly and do not approach. I repeat, retreat immediately and keep your distance. Yi Zhishi's voice instantly heightened the tension, prompting the crowd to turn and flee, urging others to evacuate as well. In no time, the area was completely cleared of bystanders. It must be said that humanity in this era has consistently demonstrated commendable instincts for emergency avoidance, just as Uchiha exhaled in relief. Another deafening roar echoed through the air. She quickly looked up to see two figures descending from the sky, each landing atop a building, facing each other. One of them was Feng Xi, wielding a blade in one hand, with sparks of lightning flickering in the other. The other was the shopkeeper. Though he had now adopted a grotesque visage, his long hair cascaded down his shoulders, his upper body bared, revealing a gaunt frame adorned with 3 pairs of eyes on his chest. His skin was covered in dark red spider silk patterns. His eyes turned black with pinprick white pupils. His hands had elongated into obsidian claws, exuding waves of dark mist. Though he retained a human form, he was no longer recognizable as one. Yi Zhishi soared to Feng Xi's side, and upon seeing the shopkeeper's compound eyes and the spider silk patterns on his skin, her expression darkened as she warned, "He is a cultist of the Spider God sect. This is an underground organization operating in foreign lands. I cannot believe they have extended their reach to the Great Xia. We must not let him escape." Feng Xi nodded, channeling the lightning into the blade as his hand pressed against the edge, causing the electric energy to surge dramatically. The shopkeeper regarded them with a cold gaze, seemingly unimpressed, and in a shrill voice asked, "Boy, my disguise is flawless. How did you uncover me?" Feng Xi, of course, could not reveal that he had divined it through fortune-telling. Instead, he casually retorted, "Flawless disguise? What a joke. With such a stunning beauty as my senior standing before you, how could you not show even the slightest reaction? Surely, that is indicative of an issue. Her beauty transcends the bounds of gender. Any individual would be compelled to respond, yet you have not even cast a glance. Do you still consider yourself human? Junior, you." Yi, the senior, felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment and indignation, momentarily at a loss for words, cursing inwardly. "Why drag me into your nonsense? Do I not have my own dignity? How vexing. What?" The shopkeeper's expression darkened, incredulous at the absurdity of the reasoning. "Do you even hear the words you speak?" He quickly regained his composure, bellowing in fury, "You dare mock me? Seek your own demise." Feng Xi scoffed coldly. "Enough with the prattle. A mere cultist like you shall meet your end swiftly. How dare you speak so boldly?" The two individuals exchanged fierce words, simultaneously launching their assaults. The shopkeeper waved his claws, unleashing a myriad of crimson energy threads that densely enveloped the surroundings, cleaving through the very fabric of reality. Meanwhile, Feng Xi vanished in an instant, transforming into a blinding flash of lightning that surged forward with remarkable speed. The scarlet thread snapped before the lightning, proving utterly ineffective as. In the blink of an eye, the lightning had already reached his front. What? How could this? The shopkeeper's eyes widened in shock, his incredulity interrupted by a thunderous roar that resonated, shattering his disbelief. Amidst the thunder, the advancing lightning flickered past, revealing Feng Xi's silhouette behind him, poised with a lowered center of gravity, ready to deliver a decisive strike. The shopkeeper's head soared into the air, his face still adorned with an expression of disbelief. With lightning crackling and thunder roaring, the soul-stirring strike severed the wicked. The Daluo blade technique's third form, a stunning display. This strike was nothing short of breathtaking. Even Yi Zhishi was taken aback, unable to draw her sword in time to join the fray. Feng Xi felt a surge of satisfaction. This blow sought absolute speed and precision, a signature move he had crafted specifically for securing kills, and its inaugural execution yielded promising results. Rising and sheathing his blade, he turned just as the head tumbled to the ground. Before he could fully pivot, Yi Shuejia's anxious voice pierced the air, warning, "Be careful. He isn't dead yet." No sooner had she spoken than numerous crimson threads erupted from the decapitated body, piercing the ground and buildings around them, instantly reducing them to countless fragments. Feng Xi seemed engulfed by the onslaught. Yi Zhishi's heart tightened, instinctively rushing forward, yet a firm hand landed on her shoulder, restraining her. Turning to see Feng Xi, she felt a wave of relief wash over her at his unscathed appearance. Realizing the myriad of tricks he possessed, she belatedly acknowledged that her concerns had been somewhat unwarranted. They exchanged a glance, wordlessly observing the scene before them. Countless threads began to retract, coalescing into a vaguely human form, entirely blood-red, resembling a malevolent specter from the depths of hell, its sinister aura fixated on them. The body had become energy incarnate. So it was a fifth-realm being. No wonder his bravado was so pronounced. This presence felt different. Unlike the previous Twilight Apostle, this was a formidable individual who had attained the fifth realm through sheer strength. Yi Zhishi, her expression grave, cautioned, drawing her sword as her feet summoned the blooming green lotus, activating the green lotus sword body. Feng Xi sensed that this entity's aura was significantly more formidable than that of the previous Twilight Apostle, and upon hearing her words, he too grew solemn. Is that even possible? Yes, but it is rare. Most of them are originally powerful, extraordinary beings who have defected to the service of the dark gods. Such individuals pose a greater threat than ordinary cultists. Do not act rashly. We are not his match. Let us delay him until the city's stronger warriors arrive. Wait for reinforcements? That simply won't do. I want to claim the experience for myself. Feng Xi wore a sullen expression, remaining silent. While he outwardly seemed to acquiesce, inwardly he was fervently calculating how to eliminate this foe. By a curious twist of fate, it was evident that the adversary harbored a fervent desire to eliminate him. Countless quantifiable crimson threads were unleashed by the apostle of the spider god, swift and lethal, compelling them to evade incessantly. Amidst the onslaught, he taunted, "You little rascal. You are performing admirably. You nearly fell into my trap. For one of your age to possess such prowess is a testament to your innate talent. You must be an S-class esper, am I right? Splendid. Though you have thwarted my plans, if I can eliminate you, His Holiness shall surely not hold me accountable. I shall claim your life. In your next incarnation, do remember, refrain from meddling in affairs that do not concern you." No sooner had he uttered these words than a palpable aura of death enveloped the arena. A scarlet web of fate ascended, having ensnared the two without their notice. Once tightened, escape would be impossible. Chapter 40. Dimensional Slaughter, Young Man. The scarlet web tightened instantaneously, leaving Feng Xi and the others with no escape route. She wore a grave expression as she executed a series of sharp slashes with her long sword, weaving an intricate dance of blades. Yet, the pace at which she severed the threads paled in comparison to their ability to mend and reconstitute, rendering her efforts futile. Beside her, however, Feng Xi maintained an expressionless demeanor, exuding tranquility as he coolly uttered a beautifully crafted phrase, "Fool." In the next moment, he grasped Ye's hand, and they vanished in an instant. When they reappeared, they found themselves on a balcony, far removed from the web of the spider god-S apostle. The omnipresent web retracted, but it only captured emptiness. The spider god-S apostle was momentarily taken aback, cursing under his breath, "You evade so effortlessly, making me look foolish, you brat. Teleportation? And you can bring someone along? You wretched child, how dare you possess such abilities?" It was evident that the apostle was now flustered. With the ability to teleport, he was at a distinct disadvantage, making it nearly impossible for him to eliminate his adversary. "Sister, this fellow is rather troublesome. Please provide support while I engage him. If we fight together, I may be hindered," Feng Xi suggested to Uchiha, who pondered for a moment. Despite her reluctance, she eventually nodded in agreement. Clearly, this spider goddess apostle was beyond her capacity to confront directly. It was Feng Xi's unparalleled teleportation that allowed him to handle the situation with ease, and her involvement would only serve to impede him. "Be cautious, and do not act recklessly. Just hold him off. The teacher is on the way," she advised. Unbeknownst to her, this statement equated to, "If you intend to kill him, you must do so swiftly. The one claiming the kill is approaching." Feng Xi's expression shifted gravely as he nodded in understanding. No sooner had he spoken than he vanished from sight. The celestial slashing sword emerged from an unknown source, glistening with a frigid radiance as it swiftly lunged toward the spider god-S apostle. Clang, clang, clang. The apostle's claws danced, weaving a barrier of crimson threads that deflected the sword's assault. Yet, in the next moment, Feng Xi's figure materialized behind him, his eyes framed by a ring of dark shadows. Celestial mode activated. The true power of the chakra circulation system within him surged forth, granting Feng Xi the ability to manipulate the forces of nature itself. With the blade at his waist, his hands moved like fleeting shadows, completing a series of seals in an instant. Feng Xi exhaled sharply, unleashing a purple laser that sliced through the sturdy barrier of threads, simultaneously cleaving the apostle in two. Celestial technique, Gale Release, Light Fong. This technique, capable of severing even the black rods of the Sage of Six Paths, was renowned for its ability to cut through all things. Although Feng Xi's version, developed through his own mastery of Gale Release and enhanced by Celestial Chakra, did not reach the level of the Sage of Six Paths, it was more than sufficient to breach the defenses of a Fifth Realm powerhouse. With the barrier shattered, Feng Xi swiftly readied his decisive strike. A piercing thunderclap erupted suddenly, reminiscent of a cacophony of birds in unison. Grasping the thunder-cutting blade with one hand, I seized the soul-cutting sword, great heaven's convergence, from behind my waist. As the lightning coursed through the blade, I drew it with a swift, fierce slash. In an instant, the lightning illuminated the surroundings, and the space shattered like fragile glass. My figure, as I executed the strike, flickered wildly around the spider god's apostle, as if a multitude of me were simultaneously assaulting a single target. The scene was indescribably ferocious, frenzied, and even possessed a touch of the uncanny. This miraculous spectacle was birthed from my enhancement of nerve reflexes through lightning attribute chakra, which significantly accelerated the execution of the Flying Thunder God technique. It is crucial to understand that the speed of utilizing this technique largely hinges on the user's neural reaction time. Thus, by amplifying this fundamental attribute, I could unleash the technique with remarkable swiftness. In this scenario, with the 12 flying swords of extermination I had strategically positioned around my foe, I unleashed multiple strikes of the Flying Thunder God in less than 2 seconds, encircling my opponent's form. Each slash was a potent blow augmented by the soul-cutting sword's chakra, striking with such rapidity that the damage inflicted was immense. The velocity of my spatial transitions was so rapid and frequent that it birthed a fantastical phenomenon of shattering space. Reminiscent of the dimensional slash from Devil May Cry 5, I named this technique the Great Luo Sword Style, Fourth Form, Clamor of the Path. The tempestuous flurry of slashes ceased within a mere 2 seconds, so swift that it seemed almost illusory. My figure then appeared as if teleporting, landing gracefully on the ground in a half-kneeling position, with an icy demeanor as I sheathed my blade. With a swift motion, the blade returned to its scabbard, and behind me, the battered form of the spider god's apostle plummeted helplessly to the earth, its threads scattered, strength dissipated, and vitality extinguished. Virgil, kid, that's my signature pose. You owe me royalties for that. Unbeknownst to my own mimicry of a certain demon's iconic stance, I slowly rose and turned to face the corpse of the spider god's apostle, gazing down upon it. The threads lay in disarray, the body was shattered and charred, presenting a tragic sight. However, such injuries alone would not suffice to slay a being of the fifth realm. Typically, a fifth realm evil god apostle would self-detonate before succumbing, leaving no remains. The primary reason for this demise lay in the sheer swiftness of my strikes. The soul-cutting sword inflicted lethal damage upon the soul after the opponent was gravely wounded, precluding any chance for self-detonation. With the soul dissipated, the body could no longer sustain its energy, resulting in its remains. After observing for a moment, I suddenly crouched down and picked up several strands of crimson threads from the corpse, examining them with great care. The more I scrutinized, the brighter my eyes gleamed. The material of these threads possessed remarkable strength and exceptional energy conductivity, making them an exquisite, extraordinary substance, ideally suited for forging. Was this not the very material for the mysterious sky silk? If I were to weave a counterfeit mysterious sky silk from this, it would undoubtedly become the most formidable artifact in my possession. As he contemplated this, he immediately took action, eagerly tugging at the crimson strands upon the corpse. Feng Xi, are you all right? Did you truly succeed in slaying him? From a distance, Yi Zhishi finally regained her composure after the shock of Feng Xi's solitary defeat of the apostle, and she dashed towards him in a few swift strides. Upon reaching him, she was taken aback by his actions. What are you doing, senior? This thread is of remarkable quality. I was thinking of collecting it to weave you a pair of stockings in the future. Yi Zhishi was left utterly bewildered by his words. You intend to use something from a corpse to make me stockings? From a cultist, no less? Are you even listening to yourself? Go to hell. Chapter 41. Encounter. Coincidence. By the time Chang Hung arrived at the scene after receiving the news, the battle had long since concluded. The aftermath was a scene of utter chaos, and he found his beloved disciple berating Feng Xi with fervor. Did I not instruct you to merely delay for time? Yet here you are, merely paying lip service. I told you not to act impulsively or seek to prove your prowess, but you insisted on opposing me. Is my guidance as your senior so ineffective? Furthermore, when you first engaged in combat and realized there was a problem, why did you not alert me before exposing him? Why not devise a more prudent plan? What if innocent bystanders were caught in the fray? There were undoubtedly more comprehensive approaches available. Why must you gamble recklessly? How could you be so reckless? Feng Xi, wearing an unfazed smile, deftly avoided her pointing finger, remaining silent and adopting an attitude of letting her words flow in one ear and out the other. Have you already dealt with that cultist? Chang Hung interjected, stepping closer to the two. Feng Xi quickly replied, Instructor Chang, you have finally arrived. We had no choice. The villain was exceedingly brutal and obstinate, refusing to surrender and even daring to strike at us. To safeguard the lives and property of the populace, we had to join forces to swiftly eliminate him, lest greater losses ensue. His words were delivered with an air of righteous indignation, prompting a roll of the eyes from Yazixi, who stood nearby. However, she chose not to expose him, maintaining silence as a gesture of grace towards Feng Xi. This led Chang Hung to mistakenly believe that Yazixi had once again taken the lead in the confrontation, leaving him somewhat astonished. You managed to dispatch a cultist of the fifth realm, who was in a pristine state, with only this extent of devastation? How remarkable! He glanced at the wreckage surrounding them. Despite the square resembling a wasteland, it would take a fifth realm powerhouse little time to obliterate a city if unrestrained by an equally formidable adversary. The aftermath had only laid waste to a square, sparing the adjacent shopping center, which was rather a minor loss. Yazixi found herself at a loss for words, as this indeed exceeded the limits of her capabilities. However, Feng Xi interjected confidently, a mere fifth realm cultist? With Yazixi and I collaborating, it was simply a matter of overwhelming force. There's nothing unusual about it. Is that so? Chang Heng replied non-committally, though his gaze towards Feng Xi bore a hint of intrigue. He was well aware of his disciple's abilities. Even if she were a prodigy, she must have her limits. It seemed that Feng Xi had played a significant role in this encounter. Chang Heng had previously sensed that Feng Xi harbored secrets and had already attained considerable strength, but it now appeared that his prowess surpassed expectations. This was becoming increasingly interesting. Feng Xi, feeling somewhat scrutinized, had no intention of concealing anything, yet he found it difficult to explain the origins of his methods. Fearing further inquiries, he quickly shifted the topic. By the way, Instructor Chang, were you not seeking assistance from the military? What was the outcome? Were you able to secure the aircraft? Chang Heng did not delve deeper into the matter, shaking his head and stating, "No, we couldn't secure a military aircraft. The armed forces have no spare jets. However, they do have a few prodigious newcomers requiring escort to the Celestial Academy, and we could hitch a ride with them." I agreed, as it is certainly more convenient than traveling on a commercial flight. Isn't that quite fortuitous? When do we set off? We're scheduled for tomorrow. You still have a day to enjoy yourselves, he replied, pausing momentarily before adding. However, given the recent incident, you may not have time for leisure. Feng Xi and Yi Zhi exchanged a glance, quickly grasping his implication. Yi Zhi inquired earnestly, "Are we to assist with the official investigation?" The presence of cultists of such caliber within human cities is no trivial matter. As witnesses, you will certainly need to visit the Night Patrol Bureau. Just then, a large group hurriedly arrived at the scene, among them the striking figures of the Night Patrol Bureau officers, resplendent in their stylish uniforms, having flown in from the skies. Feng Xi lifted her gaze and was suddenly taken aback by the sight of a familiar, graceful silhouette. Chu Yingming, having stowed away her aerial cloak, materialized before Feng Xi with a look of surprise that momentarily broke her usual stoic demeanor. "Feng Xi, what brings you here? Yingzi, why is it always you? It seems you two are reporting to the Celestial Academy. What a coincidence." At the Night Patrol Bureau headquarters in Yinshan City, after completing her statement, Feng Xi sat beside Chu Yingming. Upon learning the reason for her presence in Yinshan City, a realization dawned upon her. Chu Yingming nodded thoughtfully. Yinshan City serves as a transit point for those heading to the Celestial City. In previous years, new students with official backgrounds from nearby cities would gather here before departing together. My presence here is hardly surprising. Rather, it is you. Being attacked by cultists leading to a plane crash, ending up in Yinshan City to recuperate. That truly is a stroke of luck. Had even the slightest deviation occurred, you would not have crossed paths with them today. Pondering this, she expressed concern. You should be all right, correct? What could possibly be wrong? A few cultists could hardly harm me. That's reassuring. By the way, you aren't even a member of the Yinshan team. Why are you here as well? They wouldn't be recruiting even able-bodied individuals, would they? I was also at the Night Patrol Bureau when the incident occurred. I insisted on being involved. The threat posed by high-level cultists is immense, and I cannot stand idly by. Why are you, a young lady, so audacious? Can you truly contend with fifth-level cultists? Why do you always rush into danger? This is not merely a matter of strength. Should we refrain from action simply because the enemy is formidable? Someone must engage in battle, and I am no exception. Observing the matter-of-fact expression on Chu Yingming's face, Feng Xi found herself at a loss for words. A sense of disquiet lingered within her. How had she become the recipient of such admonishment? This girl possessed so many admirable qualities, yet her unwavering righteousness seemed almost excessive. How had she been raised to embody such valor? Did her family not worry for her? Feng Xi chose not to comment further, recognizing this as another's choice. Instead, she redirected the conversation. What are the authorities planning regarding today's events? I am uncertain, however. The presence of a senior member of a foreign cult here is indeed unsettling, and one cannot ascertain how long they have been lurking. This is undoubtedly an ominous sign, and it is expected that the authorities will conduct a thorough investigation. Will this affect our itinerary for tomorrow? It is unlikely. Yet I have heard that the military personnel originally assigned to escort us may be reassigned, with your esteemed instructor Chang Heng taking over the escort duty. How shrewd of them. This is the Night Watch Bureau. Is it wise to speak so freely? What is there to fear? We are all prodigies. After all, a touch of arrogance is warranted. Meanwhile, the two conversed jovially, oblivious to Yi Zhi, who stood nearby, her expression cold and her eyes narrowed in displeasure. That scoundrel. In the brief moment of turning away, he is already flirting again. Chapter 42. As clever as I am, borrowing the slope to descend the donkey. As anticipated by Chang Heng. By the time Feng Xi and his companions completed their statements and reported all circumstances, nearly an entire day had elapsed. They departed at 8 in the morning and after a series of detours, concluded their business by 4:30 in the afternoon. I express my gratitude to the three of you for eliminating a significant security hazard in Yunshan City. On behalf of the city's citizens and all members of the Night Patrol, I thank you sincerely. Please take a well-deserved rest tonight. I entrust tomorrow's matters to you all. At the entrance of the Yunshan branch of the Night Patrol, the director and deputy director personally saw off Feng Xi and his companions, their expressions warm and congenial. Chang Hung nodded in acknowledgement. Rest assured, as a faculty member of Tiandu Academy, safeguarding the students is indeed my obligation. Given the gravity of the situation, it is only fitting that I share some of the burden, especially considering the manpower shortage. Please, return now. You all have much to attend to and need not accompany us further. We shall return tomorrow. After an exchange of pleasantries, they finally parted ways. On the journey back to the hotel, Feng Xi glanced at his non-existent watch and suggested, "It's nearly mealtime. Shall we find a place to dine?" Just as Chang Hung was about to agree, Yi Zhi interjected with a hint of sarcasm. "Do you still have time to dine with us, Junior? You seem to be enjoying a delightful conversation with Miss Chu. Why not invite her to dinner and deepen your rapport?" Feng Xi shot her a glance, thinking to himself, "Am I really so inept at social graces? I did extend an invitation, but she mentioned needing to assist at the night patrol this evening." Yi Zhi, upon hearing this, became even more irate, uncertain whether he genuinely did not comprehend or was intentionally provoking her. "But that won't do. Shouldn't you wait until she's free to extend your invitation? It shows a lack of sincerity." Upon hearing this, Feng Xi's eyes lit up as if struck by a revelation. He immediately feigned an epiphany. "Indeed, how could I have overlooked that? It was certainly my oversight. Thank you for your reminder, Senior. I shall forego dinner with you all and return later on my own." With that, he turned on his heel and dashed away. Yi Zhi was taken aback by his reaction. She had merely spoken in jest, yet he took her words to heart. By the time she turned around, Feng Xi had vanished from sight, leaving her to gaze at the empty street, her thoughts in disarray. Chang Hung, standing beside her, teased, "My dear disciple, are you still going to have dinner?" "Of course. Just because he isn't here doesn't mean I want to eat. Let us go. We shall indulge in a grand feast and post it on social media to make him envious." Yi Zhi huffed, turning to leave. With her pride, even in anger, she would never allow her master to witness her vexation. Chang Hung, relishing the rare sight of her in such a state, followed closely. Continuing to provoke her, he south off to court another young lady. Are you truly unbothered by this? What does it matter with whom he is courting? It's quite amusing, as long as you're at peace with it. But what if he doesn't return tonight? Let him come or go as he pleases. Are you certain? Master, you are too chatty. Haha, I shall refrain from further commentary. Matters of youth are beyond my purview. On the other side, Feng Xi, who appeared to be heading back to the night watch to find Chu Yingming, actually turned into another alleyway. He certainly did not have any genuine desire to pursue romantic endeavors, although Miss Chu indeed captivated his heart. However, how could he squander such a splendid evening on frivolous pursuits? With the time at hand, he was determined to embark on a hunt. For there were ample prey in Yunshan City. His pretense was merely a ruse, following senior sister Ye's words as an excuse. This way, they would assume he was on a date, and naturally, would not disturb him, thus allowing him to successfully evade everyone and secure ample time for solitary hunting. Thus, it is said that the clever always find opportunities. This is what one calls adaptability, seizing the moment and taking advantage of circumstances. In short, Feng Xi took great pride in his cunning. However, as the sky had yet to darken, with dusk only just beginning to descend, there was no need for haste. Before commencing his hunt, he decided to find a place to satisfy his hunger. In the heart of Yunshan City, within the most prestigious restaurant, Yi Zhi sat before a table laden with exquisite dishes, her expression still stern as she adjusted her phone to capture the perfect angle for photographs. Chang Hung, seated opposite her, observed in silence, a teasing smile gracing his lips. "Can we eat now?" he inquired. "You may begin. I shall be ready shortly," she responded. With graceful elegance, Chang Hung picked up his utensils, leisurely spearing a small piece of meat and savoring it slowly, casually reminding her, "Do eat up. In this world, one must not neglect the pleasures of food. Do not contend with yourself. Remember to be graceful." Upon hearing this, Yi Zhi set her phone aside, seemingly coming to an epiphany, and finally resumed her composure, elegantly lifting her utensils to relish the delectable meal. One must admit, a beauty remains impeccable even while dining. The patrons in the same restaurant had been stealing glances her way, completely absorbed by her presence, likely oblivious to the flavors of their own meals. This, of course, incited the displeasure of her female companions, resulting in a rather tense atmosphere within the restaurant. Nevertheless, the master and apprentice remained unfazed, engaging in conversation while they dined. Speaking of which, that young lady Chu indeed possesses a captivating charm. It is difficult for any young man not to be smitten by her allure. And it is no wonder Feng Xi is so attentive to her. Once she enrolls in school, I suspect she may pose a threat to your status as the most admired beauty. I can already envision the frenzied expressions of those boys at the academy. Indeed. But I care not for such matters. Let us measure strength instead. Why do you bring this up with me? Oh, merely a casual remark. Yet she is indeed worthy of attention. Does she possess any special attributes? I have conducted my research. Although she is not classified as S rank, she has reached the peak of A rank, and her awakened ability is of the spatial type. When it comes to talent, she surpasses many S rank individuals. Furthermore, I have heard that she awakened her powers autonomously several years ago and joined the Night Watch during her high school years, lacking neither strength nor combat experience. Oh, that is indeed intriguing. After listening, Yi Zhishi finally felt intrigued, for she understood the implications of the conversation. Chang Heng nodded and continued, among this year's new students. Aside from Feng Xi, she is likely the strongest. The slot for the first year's abyssal trial will probably fall to them. So what? I have been there before. She retorted. It's different. Back then, you had just awakened, and your cultivation had yet to commence. Your strength cannot compare to hers. Perhaps she may acquire more opportunities within that realm, and in due time, she might even catch up to you. It would be wise not to underestimate her, he cautioned. Yi Zhishi, upon hearing this, smiled haughtily. Huh? Should I fear this? Master, you should know that those who come after me will only be left further behind. No one can match my pace. She was confident in her unparalleled cultivation speed, certain that she would not be outdone by anyone. And what about Feng Xi? Chang Heng's inquiry caused her expression to falter momentarily. Noticing the change in her demeanor, he offered a profound reminder. You yourself have mentioned that this individual is quite exceptional. Even though you currently hold a significant advantage, the future may not favor you over him. Should he seize those top-tier resources, do not blame me for not warning you. Yi Zhishi fell silent, pondering inwardly. There is no need to worry about the future. Even now, I find it challenging to suppress him. Such a prodigy. It matters not. Let us see what he is capable of. I certainly shall not lose. Your confidence is commendable. I am full now. I shall take a stroll. Master, you may return first. Alone? Is it not permissible to wander alone? Fear not. I shall not get lost. Very well. Do as you wish, but remember to return early. Understood. Chapter 43, The Substitute, Ashen Time and Space. As night descended and the city lights flickered to life, the evening in Yunsan Bay City was far from the vibrant chaos of Magic Sea City. The populace returned home early, seeking rest, leaving only the city center to pulse with nocturnal activities. Elsewhere, only a scant few bars and casinos remained operational. Unbeknownst to many, the tranquil night concealed myriad evils and dangers. However, this night was unlike any other, for the shadows were not merely home to the hidden monsters and cultists lurking within the city. On the 4th Street of the West District in Yunsan City, Feng Xi strode forward, wielding a long blade. This area was widely recognized as a slum, plagued by poor conditions, littered with refuse, and illuminated by a handful of dilapidated street lamps casting a murky glow over the worn pavement. In this desolate environment, a cacophony of chaotic noise erupted from ahead, causing Feng Xi to pause momentarily before quickening his pace towards a modest, rundown bar. Narrowing his eyes, he pushed the door open and entered. Despite its shabby appearance, the bar thrived unexpectedly. Upon entering, he was immediately enveloped by deafening music, interspersed with raucous laughter and boisterous shouts. A glance around revealed a scene of wild revelry. A group of heavy metal punk-clad youths swayed feverishly on the dance floor, while burly men guffawed, raising their bottles in drunken cheer. In the shadowy corners, indistinct figures engaged in unabashed indulgence. It was chaotic and disarrayed. Feng Xi surveyed the surroundings and sheathed his blade. Dancing, a forte of his. Maintaining an air of icy detachment, he began to sway in time with the music, stepping onto the dance floor with an abandon that seemed to disregard all else. His movements were so captivating, reminiscent of a reincarnated Jackson or an embodiment of Bruno Mars, that they elicited cheers from the crowd. The rhythm pulsated, and he immersed himself into the throng. As he entered the crowded dance floor, his flamboyant movements inevitably resulted in collisions with others, particularly as he glided through the space, inadvertently bumping into many. Yet, no one paid heed, continuing to nod their heads in rhythm. Eventually, Feng Xi found himself at the center of the dance floor, unperturbed, lost in his own world, even closing his eyes in a display of complete immersion. At that moment, he was the brightest star in the room, until, in a moment of exuberance, he raised his hand, swaying and snapping his fingers, with a resounding clap. In the next instant, torches ignited abruptly within the dance floor, blazing fiercely and illuminating the dim surroundings. Upon closer inspection, the so-called torches were not mere flames, but individuals writhing in agony, engulfed by the fire. Ah, it's on fire. What is happening? Run. In an instant, the scene transformed into utter chaos. Guests who had not been set ablaze scrambled to escape the dance floor, while others in the bar were terrified into fleeing outside. Only a small contingent remained, their expressions fierce as they gazed towards the dance floor. Yet, Feng Xi remained steadfast at the center, undisturbed, continuing to sway as if oblivious to the mayhem around him. The surrounding figures, ablaze and emitting anguished cries, writhed and twisted, as if they were his dancers in this macabre performance. The scene exuded an inexplicable eeriness, coupled with a touch of gothic madness. Suddenly, the music ceased, and Feng Xi's movements came to an abrupt halt, frozen in a strikingly provocative pose, motionless in place. He opened his eyes, calmly observing the fiery figures beside him, their bodies contorting as they inched closer, filled with resentment, eager to drag him down to hell. Yet, the minuscule distance between them felt insurmountable. Before they could reach Feng Xi, their forms disintegrated into ashes amidst the flames. From an unseen vantage point, maintaining his alluring stance and an expression of indifference, a bizarre silhouette gradually emerged behind Feng Xi. The figure appeared as if it were composed of charred black lava, adorned with crimson fissures, as though magma coursed through its veins. Its eyes burned fiercely like the sun, and flames danced atop its head, resembling a crown of fire. It embodied a spirit of destruction, a harbinger of annihilation, possessing an aura of impending doom that silenced all existence. This was Feng Xi's exclusive stand activated within the dream realm of JoJo, aptly named Ashen Time. Its apparent ability was fire, yet its true power lay in igniting any material it touched, incinerating it entirely. Contact with air ignited the oxygen, unleashing flames from a distance. When coming into contact with more complex substances, he could choose one component to serve as fuel, ensuring that the flames would not extinguish until that particular fuel was entirely consumed. Blood, chitinous bones, cells, muscle, and even fundamental molecules could all serve as fuel. Feng Xi could also dictate whether this enforced combustion could spread indefinitely. He determined whether it would only incinerate the target without affecting surrounding objects or ignite the same fuel within any other beings that touched the flames. Essentially, it was a power bordering on the realm of rules, transcending mere pyrokinesis. Should he desire, igniting an entire planet was merely a thought away. Overall, it was a highly useful yet perilous stand. In an instant, the flames had consumed everything, leaving only a carpet of ashes on the dance floor as the light dimmed once more in the bar. Before the flames extinguished, Feng Xi flashed a grin at the guests outside the dance floor, shifting into another pose, brimming with provocative intent. With a nod to Dio, Feng Xi had effectively communicated to everyone present the truth behind the spontaneous comb. The approaching monsters were swiftly repelled, igniting midair and transforming into fiery orbs that scattered chaotically. The scene was a cacophony of destruction. However, the flames did not consume the bar's contents. Only the monsters were destined to burn. With a decisive flourish, Feng Xi swiftly dealt with the low-tier fallen beings. The flames of a higher order could not be extinguished. They could only continue to wail as they turned to ash. Feng Xi cast not a glance at these minions, striding purposefully to the bar counter and seating himself with nonchalance. Before him stood a middle-aged man, impeccably dressed in a suit with silver hair meticulously styled, calmly polishing a glass, as if the battle unfolding in the bar bore no relevance to him. A cultist. Are you? These fallen creatures are your doing? Which sect do you belong to? Do you comprehend the rules? Feng Xi casually seized a bottle of high-proof spirits from the counter, flicking the cork off with his thumb and taking a swig. Ah, a fiery burn. Chapter 44, The Requiem of the Apostles. Dear guest, allow me to offer you a drink. Let us pretend you were never here, shall we? The silver-haired man raised his wine glass, his gaze fixed elsewhere as he chuckled. With a cold smirk, Feng Xi retorted arrogantly, that simply won't do. I haven't had my fill of amusement yet. Why not join me in a little game? The man sighed with apparent regret. Ah, it seems you are determined not to let me go. Frankly, I have no desire to engage in combat at present. That is not for you to decide. In that very instant, both of them sprang into action. Feng Xi hurled the wine bottle in his grasp, the liquid splattering forth and igniting into a fierce blaze that enveloped the silver-haired man. Meanwhile, the latter flung his wine glass, unleashing a torrent of icy wind that shattered the glass into crystalline blades, hurtling toward Feng Xi's eyes. The collision of fire and ice erupted in a brilliant explosion. A blade of light cleaved through the air, entwined with flames, creating a dazzling crescent of fiery energy. The bar was instantly sliced apart, the fiery arc striking the ice barrier conjured by the silver-haired man, igniting it into a curtain of flames. Seizing the opportunity, the silver-haired cultist attempted to escape. Upon noticing the flames licking at his arm, he sought to dispel the fire with a chill, only to inadvertently intensify the blaze. Undeterred, he severed his own arm with a swift motion, the blue blood that flowed forth conjuring a wave of cold that crystallized into numerous icy spires, shooting outward. Feng Xi, wielding his blade and summoning a torrent of flames, swiftly incinerated the icy projectiles. The unquenchable fire ignited by his doppelganger, Ashen Time, harmonized beautifully with the fiery slashes of his Zanpakuto, Daidian Juncture, resulting in an overwhelming force far exceeding mere simplicity. As he stood there, brandishing a flaming longsword encircled by fire, the silver-haired cultist began to sense the gravity of the situation. Despite being merely a fledgling in the fourth realm, Feng Xi exuded an aura that rendered him formidable, an unexpected development. Your flames are quite peculiar. Is this the source of your audacity? Audacity? Merely a basic attack. Yet you insist on treating it as a grand technique. What can I do? Feng Xi replied, raising his blade once more to strike. The silver-haired cultist, wary of being ensnared by the strange flames, continuously conjured ice to shield himself, eventually crashing through a wall to escape outside. Upon turning back, he encased the entire bar in ice, sealing it thoroughly. Not wishing to prolong the confrontation any further, he prepared to depart. Engaging in battle within the city would soon attract the attention of powerful authorities, and a lurking cultist such as himself dared not act recklessly. Yet while he sought to retreat, Feng Xi was resolute in his pursuit. The icy constructs swiftly melted, steam rising in the air. With a thunderous roar, the entire structure of the bar was cleaved in two, as Feng Xi, engulfed in flames, leapt forth, delivering a decisive strike, the fiery blade descending upon his foe. Flee not, knave. Taste the flames of my flowing blade. The silver-haired cultist's expression darkened as he summoned a towering ice spire to intercept the attack. After successfully blocking it, he ascended into the air, his form rapidly transforming into crystalline ice. His body had become ethereal. In a state of quantification, his disguise could no longer be sustained. A horn sprouted from his forehead, his eyes transformed into slits, and a layer of coarse, hardened skin erupted across his body, while a pair of wings unfurled behind him. In the blink of an eye, he metamorphosed into an ice demon. Feng Xi could not discern which malevolent deity this cultist worshipped, but it mattered little. It sufficed to know he was an apostle of the fifth realm. Although his aura suggested that his strength was far inferior to that of the spider god apostle he had slain during the day, he was still of the fifth realm, and eliminating him would undoubtedly yield a substantial influx of anomalous energy. Contemplating this, Feng Xi felt no trepidation. Instead, he smiled joyfully. To the demon, this smile appeared as a blatant mockery. You little brat. Even at death's door, you can still laugh. Killing you, a fourth realm, is as easy as pie. I can still depart after your demise. Die. As he roared, a frigid wave descended, transforming into a colossal ice crystal bird that blotted out the sun, swooping down upon Feng Xi with an intensity of cold. Are you finally taking this seriously? Yet, this is merely the beginning. You are far from being able to slay me. Feng Xi sneered coldly, instantly entering a celestial mode to augment his overall power. With one hand, he swung his blade, unleashing a fiery arc, while with the other, he formed a seal and exhaled a torrent of ferocious dragon-shaped flames. Celestial Technique. Fire Escape. Celestial Dragonfire Technique. The fiery slash struck the ice crystal bird, igniting it in flames. Subsequently, the dragon-shaped flames collided with the giant bird, hastening its melt. Within mere seconds, the massive ice crystal bird was completely incinerated. The dragon flames, nearly exhausted, were rejuvenated by a breath from Feng Xi, surging forth once more, branching into dozens of small fire meteors that swiftly shot towards the cultist's face. A mere parlor trick, the silver-haired apostle scoffed, waving his hand to summon a countering cold wave that instantaneously extinguished the fireballs. However, as the flames dissipated, 12 celestial slaying flying swords revealed themselves, accelerating in an instant and penetrating his body before he could react. The energy imbued in the swords drained a fraction of his vitality, though it was not fatal. Though startled, he quickly realized he had sustained minimal damage and was about to sneer in derision. Yet, just as the corners of his mouth lifted, he found that Feng Xi had vanished from view. What? Where are you looking? Feng Xi's voice echoed from behind him. Before he could regain his senses, his form flickered, the space shattered, and an endless thunder engulfed him in an instant. Great Luo Sword Technique. 4 styles of raucous chaos. After a single strike, Feng Xi teleported to the ground, kneeling as he sheathed his sword. With a swift motion, the blade returned to its sheath, and the lifeless body, devoid of a soul, crumbled to the ground with a resounding thud, shattering into icy fragments. Feng Xi mused, enthralled by the act of casting tiles, unable to extricate myself. What a predicament. This move is addictive. Just after vanquishing the apostle of the malevolent deity, applause unexpectedly resonated through the night, measured and unhurried. Still in the process of rising, Feng Xi paused, looking up in surprise, his brow arching in astonishment. Before him, upon a roof eave, sat a striking figure draped in vibrant red. Her long, Elegant legs swung leisurely beneath the eave, their curves alluring and captivating. The familiar, beguiling smile that could enchant any soul now gazed down at him. And with an air of grace, she waved and greeted, "Hello there, young one. It's a pleasure to see you again. Your performance was quite impressive. You looked rather dashing." Feng Xi was momentarily rendered speechless, feeling an uncanny sensation wash over him. What was it about Yushan City? Despite the distance, he continually encountered familiar faces, as if by some prearranged design. "Miss Honglian, what brings you to this place?" Seeing the expression on his face, Honglian's smile widened with delight as she teasingly continued, That's a long story. Are you really going to engage me in conversation from that angle? While I understand your excitement at seeing me again, there's no need for such formalities." Feng Xi's expression darkened, yet he refrained from rising hastily. Instead, he retorted with a cold smirk, "You are the one being overly polite. From this vantage point, I can see everything quite clearly. The view is splendid. Thank you for your hospitality." As before, Honglian was clad in a striking red dress. Realizing her situation, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she promptly leaped down from the eave. Her anger ignited. "Bah! Scoundrel! Unseemly!" Feng Xi stood up, brushing off his trousers with an air of disdain, a mocking smile playing on his lips. "Can't take a joke, can you? Yet I must admit, I never expected Miss Honglian to possess such a youthful heart, so pink." Before he could finish his thought, the girl lunged at him fiercely, her teeth gritted, ready to engage in a battle to the bitter end. "Silence. Go to hell." Chapter 45, A Collaboration Once More. The unexpected reunion with Miss Honglian evoked a complex array of emotions within Feng Xi. Encountering an old acquaintance in a foreign land is undoubtedly a delightful occurrence, especially when that individual embodies an irresistible blend of innocence, allure, and elegance, a paragon of beauty. Who could resist such a captivating presence? Feng Xi was no exception. Yet, amidst his surprise, a tinge of frustration lingered. This evening, he had envisioned a grand hunt, fervently seeking to harvest a substantial amount of otherworldly energy, but her sudden appearance threatened to derail his intentions. One must remember, this young lady had a history of snatching prey. What does it matter if she is beautiful? No one shall impede his monster-slaying endeavors. After all, he had risked incurring the ire of Sister Yi for this fleeting moment of freedom. How could he squander it on flirtation? Thus, after a brief bout of playful reminiscence, Feng Xi, disinterested in inquiring about her presence in Yinshan City, stated directly, "Miss Honglian, it is a pleasure to see you again. But I have pressing matters to attend to. Let us not converse today. Our paths may cross again in the future. Farewell." With that, he turned to leave. However, Miss Honglian, her cheeks slightly flushed, was not so easily deterred. With swift reflexes, she grasped his arm. "Wait. You are off to hunt monsters, aren't you? Take me with you. I can assist." Feng Xi's expression darkened immediately. The girl was indeed as relentless as ever, intent on claiming his kills. "No need. I prefer to operate alone. Having an extra person might seem beneficial, but I assure you, I won't hinder your progress. This isn't merely about hindrance. Having a girl nearby makes me uneasy. To be candid, I suffer from an affliction known as inability to concentrate when teaming with a beauty. Spare me your nonsense. You, heartless and shameless, cannot possibly be nervous. Moreover, the name of that ailment is excessively lengthy. If you must feign an excuse, at least do so with sincerity. You misunderstand me. In truth, I am quite sensitive and shy. My nonchalance is merely a facade. Enough of your prattle. Even if you refuse to take me along, I shall follow you regardless. You wouldn't want to attract too much attention, would you? Miss Honglian, please refrain from speaking in that manner. I fail to comprehend why you are so insistent on accompanying me. Because I know you possess the means to locate hidden monsters. Accompanying you will yield significant rewards and save me the trouble of searching. Do not think you are the only one eager to vanquish evil." Reluctantly, Feng Xi opted for a compromise. "Very well, you may join me, but you must follow my lead. I will take the offensive, you will provide support. And you are not permitted to claim the final blow. I have no objections, but why delineate such roles? Is it not all about slaying monsters? Do not ask so many questions, simply agree. Fine. I shall allow all accolades to be credited to you. I desire not a single point. Such willingness surprises me. What? Pray tell, do you seek in return? Is it truly an altruistic endeavor?" Feng Xi expressed his astonishment. "Had I known you would acquiesce so readily, I would have suggested this sooner. What are you lingering for? Lead the way. Let us embark." Upon observing Feng Xi's dazed expression, Honglian felt compelled to urge him onward. Feng Xi, no longer entangled in his thoughts, acknowledged that having an additional capable and aesthetically pleasing ally was indeed a fortuitous circumstance. With the enigmatic technique of Feng Ho Chimin guiding their path, the two swiftly vanished into the embrace of the night. Having a compliant companion undeniably enhanced their hunting efficiency. Feng Xi meticulously pursued each target, leaving no prey unaccounted for. Their synergy was impeccable, Dispatching the extraordinary tier monsters required no more than 3 swift strikes, executed with precision and minimal commotion. They even found moments to converse amidst their endeavors. Miss Hong Lian, my presence in Yinshan City was purely coincidental. May I inquire about your purpose here? After deftly severing the head of a disguised monster with a swift strike, they proceeded towards their next target, during which Feng Xi casually voiced his curiosity. With grace, Hong Lian floated on her fiery lotus and responded, having completed my errands, I must return to Tiandu City to report. It is not unusual for me to be here, as it is a necessary stop on my journey. Feng Xi nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from probing why she was returning so late. Instead, he proposed, what a coincidence. Since we are heading the same way, would you care to accompany us tomorrow? It would be beneficial to have someone to watch each other's backs along the way. Hong Lian raised an eyebrow and, without a moment's thought, declined, no, I prefer to operate alone. That sentiment sounds oddly familiar, he remarked with a hint of amusement. Surely you are not entirely alone, are you? Ah, I see. I am rather introverted and somewhat socially anxious. Thus, I tend to avoid interactions with strangers. Feng Xi maintained a stoic expression, casting her a skeptical glance, and retorted bluntly, that's rather rich coming from you. With a playful giggle, Hong Lian covered her mouth. Are you allowed to dismiss me so easily? Regardless, I appreciate your kindness, but I have matters to attend to in Yinshan City and will not be departing tomorrow. Oh, really? Feng Xi replied, his gaze lingering suspiciously on the fiery lotus beneath her. For reasons unknown, an increasingly strong sense of familiarity emanated from her. With a subtle intuition, he ventured, is there something you require assistance with? Hong Lian narrowed her eyes, offering a teasing smile laden with implications. Assistance is unnecessary. It is, after all, a predicament you have caused. You mean the apostle of the spider god? He queried. Indeed. Due to this incident, the Yinshan City authorities are preparing a thorough investigation. Yet they are severely understaffed. Coincidentally, I am here, so they requested my assistance. We are all part of the same system, making it difficult for me to refuse. Oh, I see. How serendipitous. So, did you seek me out upon learning of my whereabouts? Merely bored in the evening, I ventured out hoping for a stroke of luck, and to my surprise, I indeed found you. Her explanation bore no apparent flaws, allowing Feng Xi to momentarily suppress his suspicions. After conversing for a while longer, they arrived at the location of their next target. Feng Xi's demeanor grew serious as he halted their conversation, his gaze turning grave as he cautioned Hong Lian that their next target posed a considerable challenge. His calculations indicated that while numerous monsters lurked within Yinshan City, only 3 posed a significant threat. One is the daytime apostle of the spider god, while the other is the silver-haired apostle of an unknown cult, whom he eliminated first at night. Now, they must confront the third. This too is a cultist of the 5th realm, and indeed the most perilous among them. For this is a stronghold of heretics, housing a congregation of cultists, undoubtedly accompanied by a horde of malevolent creatures acting as enforcers, rendering its danger far greater than that of the previous layer of the skin peeler. Where lies the enemy? What course of action shall we take? Should I serve as bait? Ms. Hong Lian, brimming with excitement, elicits a roll of the eyes from Feng Xi. Weren't you once an advocate of strategy? Why this sudden boldness? This is merely confidence in you. Spare me. It would be wise to exercise caution this time. Hong Lian furrows her brow, retracting her previously carefree demeanor. Is this target truly so perilous? A cult stronghold, with a 5th realm presence. Consider for yourself. Oh, upon hearing this, Hong Lian's frown deepens. The two simultaneously turn their gaze toward the imposing skyscraper not far away. Arts Pharmaceuticals and Biotechnology Company, Limited Chapter 46, Silent Assassination of the Flying Thunder God. Wait a moment. You mentioned that this is a stronghold of a sinister cult, and there is even a 5th level apostle inside? Hong Lian suddenly recalled something, her tone turning serious as she inquired. Feng Xi was perplexed by her expression and responded with curiosity. Yes, what of it? Are you frightened? Hong Lian, devoid of any jest, shook her head and analyzed. This is not merely a matter of fear. Do you not find it peculiar? With this revelation, there are already 3 hidden cult apostles in Yinshan City. Feng Xi paused, confused. What of it? Is that a problem? Do you think apostolic cultists are as common as cabbages? Even among cults, apostles represent rare mid to high-tier combatants, far from being mere cannon fodder. They typically refrain from executing infiltration missions personally, as it would be a waste of their capabilities. In an ordinary city like Yinshan, the presence of a single apostle is already significant, yet you assert there are 3. This is evidently abnormal. Upon hearing this, Feng Xi finally grasped the underlying issue. What could possibly draw these high-ranking cultists to such a small place as Yinshan City? What were their intentions? This was a chilling thought indeed. To claim they were not plotting anything grand, who would believe that? Feng Xi asked solemnly, so what do you imply? Let us not rush into action. Instead, We should infiltrate stealthily to investigate. Since this is a concealed cult stronghold, there should be some clues within. Infiltration again. How? Isn't that your forte? It's a bit troublesome. Never mind, let us settle on this for now. Feng Xi preferred the straightforward approach of storming in and annihilating all enemies, simple and effective. However, considering the considerable number of foes and the presence of a dangerous individual capable of citywide destruction, recklessness indeed posed a risk. Thus, he acquiesced. We shall first infiltrate, eliminate a batch of cultists, and eradicate their minions. It's a sound plan. You will handle the investigation while I focus on the assassination. We will act separately. Feng Xi extended his palm towards Hong Lian, saying, "Come, give me your hand." Hong Lian paused, her eyes narrowing with suspicion as she guardedly drew her hand to her chest, questioning him defensively. "What are you up to?" No contact between men and women. Feng Xi, not overthinking it, considered her a reserved girl with a striking exterior. He abandoned the idea of leaving a flying thunder god mark on her palm and instead produced a specially crafted kunai, offering it to her as a substitute. "If you prefer not to take it, then carry this instead. Should any issues arise, I can reach you immediately. Do not lose it." Hong Lian accepted the kunai, glancing at the simple sun emblem etched on its handle, understanding its significance, and carefully secured it at her waist. "Is this your medium for instant teleportation? Why haven't I seen you use this technique before? In the time we've been apart, you've grown significantly stronger and even begun to dabble in fire techniques. How have you trained? Where do all these peculiar methods come from? This is a secret, and I have no obligation to disclose it. Would you be willing to share your measurements with me? Go away. Isn't that the case? However, inquiring about one another's secrets forms the foundation of friendship. My curiosity compels me, and these two matters are hardly the same, are they? You certainly have a way with words. Forget it, let us not discuss it further. You shouldn't have asked, but I can see through it." Feng Xi suddenly flashed a mischievous smile, and Hong Lian momentarily failed to respond. See through what? 88, 62, 90, with a waist-to-hip ratio of less than 0.69. Feng Xi earnestly recited a string of numbers, then suddenly broke into a grin, giving her a thumbs up. 32D, pear-shaped figure, quite nice. Go to hell, pervert. Inside the Ariad's technology building, darkness enveloped everything, devoid of any light. It appeared as if no one was working inside at night. Not even a security guard could be seen. However, only Feng Xi was aware that numerous entities resided within, none of them human. After parting ways with Hong Lian, she descended while Feng Xi ascended, each pursuing their own course of action. Upon entering, Feng Xi exhibited unparalleled infiltration skills. The ninjas of the Naruto world are masters in this art. And with the unbeatable combination of the celestial sword and the flying thunder god technique, Feng Xi glided into the building as effortlessly as a dragon in the sea, evading even the keenest surveillance cameras. The flying sword maneuvered through the dark stairwells, corridors, and offices, with Feng Xi's figure appearing and vanishing like a wraith, flashing in and out of sight, reappearing on the next floor in an instant. For Feng Xi, any space accessible to the flying sword was akin to a private garden, as it could alter its size at will and effortlessly penetrate metallic barriers. In such an efficient manner of infiltration, he soon located the cultists' hideout. This seemingly tranquil building was, in fact, the playground of these nocturnal rats. In an expansive studio, a dozen figures busily flitted about in the darkness, the shadowy environment presenting no hindrance. As if each possessed the ability to see in the night, they appeared to be operating machinery, processing something. Yet, amidst their industriousness, the hunter had silently emerged from the shadows. Before they could react, multiple flying swords pierced through their bodies in an instant, Feng Xi's silhouette flickering repeatedly. The slaughter continues to unfold in silence. In the dimly lit corridor, two employees hurriedly pushed a cart to deliver goods, only to be abruptly intercepted by a shadow that glided past, snatching away their heads without a sound. The elevator doors opened, revealing a beautiful supervisor clad in work attire, clutching a computer as she stepped out. Yet, in an instant, a shadow darted past, accompanied by a flash of steel, and within a heartbeat, her body was cleaved in two, crashing back into the elevator. A patrolling security guard descended the stairs, but as he rounded a corner, the shadow flickered, and his head fell to the ground, his lifeless body tumbling down the stairs. The massacre blossomed in silence, the pitch-black shadow of death swiftly reaping lives. The efficiency of this grim harvest was nothing short of astonishing. Even Feng Xi had reached the top floor before anyone realized that the building was on the verge of being depopulated. With a swish, Feng Xi's figure emerged from the darkness, 12 celestial swords simultaneously embedding themselves into the corners of the top floor. He did not pause to survey his surroundings when suddenly, the lights flickered on, dispelling the darkness. A sharply dressed Caucasian gentleman lounged in the opulent office, swirling a glass of wine in his hand. turning to regard Feng Xi with a bemused expression. Pray tell, why do you visit at such an hour uninvited? Is this the custom of the people of Xia? Chapter 47. Unexpected Discovery, the Egg of the Evil God. Upon witnessing the ostentatious demeanor of the Caucasian man, Feng Xi coldly smirked, expressing disdainful mockery, even with death looming. You still pretend? Did you not just discover my presence? I have already dispatched all your subordinates, yet you continue this charade. A flicker of rage and murderous intent flashed in the man's eyes, though he maintained an air of indifference, nonchalantly responding. They are merely a collection of foolish and disposable tools. With just a hint of my master's formidable power, countless fools will eagerly rush to become my lackeys. Feel free to slay as many as you wish. Oh, so you're stubborn? It appears this fellow possesses a touch of arrogance. Such a repulsive trait in a grown man. Feng Xi displayed a face of disdain, retorting, if I were to kill you, I presume you would not refuse, would you? Then let us see if you possess the capability to withstand it. The white apostle sneered coldly, utterly dismissive. Yet, before he could finish his words, his smile froze in place. For in an instant, Feng Xi vanished before his eyes. A blade of astonishing thunder cleaved through the world he perceived. With a delayed, resounding thunderclap, Feng Xi's figure materialized behind him. 1 foot perched upon a flying sword, he struck a pose reminiscent of a monk's fierce strike, exuding an aura of dominance and chill. Behind him, the body of the Caucasian man slowly cleaved in twain, crumpling to the ground, motionless and unchanged. The flying thunder god slash, a blend of blinding speed and space-time ninjutsu, had executed a strike that transcended the limits of neural response. In one fell swoop, the apostle was annihilated. Indeed, the white apostle was a formidable fifth realm entity, possessing the troublesome ability to materialize his body's energy. However, such energy manifestation required conscious effort. This strike had occurred so swiftly that even the neural response of a fifth realm master was insufficient to react, let alone enter a state of energy manifestation. Although, with practice, entering the energy manifestation state could be achieved with but a thought. Feng Xi's strike had surpassed his very thoughts. If blame were to be assigned, it would rest upon the man's excessive verbosity and arrogance, underestimating Feng Xi due to the latter's perceived fourth realm prowess. Yet, it was not entirely unfathomable. Who could conceive that a fourth realm extraordinary could possess the capability to annihilate a fifth realm saint in a single blow? With a swift motion, Feng Xi sheathed his sword and summoned the flying sword back, ready to reunite with Hong Lian. However, at that moment, a series of chilling howls erupted, shattering the night's tranquility, echoing in a relentless crescendo. Subsequently, the entire building began to tremble, as if an earthquake of magnitude 8 had suddenly struck. What is happening? Feng Xi was taken aback, a profound sense of crisis flooding his senses. Ignoring the violent tremors, he immediately calculated using the wind after strange gate, the results causing his expression to shift dramatically. The building was transforming into a monster's den, and the source of the impending peril lay beneath its depths. Hong Lian. Without a moment's hesitation, Feng Xi activated the flying thunder god technique, vanishing from her original position in an instant. Driven by thoughts of the red-haired girl she intended to investigate, time rewound slightly. As Feng Xi executed her relentless assassinations within the building, Hong Lian descended. After some exploration, she discovered a vast hidden space beneath the edifice. Yet, the entrance eluded her. Luck was on her side as she soon witnessed several cultists emerging from the basement via a concealed elevator, pushing a small cart laden with unknown contents. Without a second thought, Hong Lian swiftly dispatched them, seizing an employee card necessary for operating the elevator. Before departing, curiosity piqued. She sliced open the sealed metallic box resting atop the cart. To her horror, she recoiled upon discovering its ghastly contents, a mass of black, bloodied flesh, exuding a bizarre and repugnant stench, writhing irregularly within the confines of the box. Revolted, Hong Lian wasted no time and unleashed a torrent of lotus-shaped flames, engulfing the entire cart, which was reduced to ashes in mere moments. Turning away, she approached the elevator concealed within the steel walls, swiping the employee card. However, an ear-piercing alarm blared forth. Warning. Identity card does not match facial recognition. Elevator lockdown engaged. Warning. Identity card boom. A violent conflagration erupted, silencing the alarm. The area surrounding the elevator was instantaneously dissolved, leaving behind a gaping, unsettling void. How troublesome. She scoffed. So you think you can hide your cameras? High-tech, are we? You dare to provoke me? With a fiery resolve, she incinerated everything in her path. I was merely trying to follow protocol, but you left me no choice but to resort to violence. Everything depicted on television is indeed a fabrication. With a vexed expression, Hong Lian leapt into the elevator shaft. No longer holding back, she shattered every obstacle in her way with brute force, swiftly entering the building's subterranean domain. The various defense systems crumbled before her purifying flames. Explosions and alarms resonating incessantly, rendering the basement a cacophony of chaos. Such commotion should have attracted the attention of the cultists. Yet most had already fallen victim to Feng Xi's stealthy assassinations, leaving none to impede Hong Lian's advance. Under no pressure during this infiltration, she mused. Although a handful of cultists remained in the underground space, their numbers were surprisingly sparse. Hong Lian swiftly dispatched them with a few strikes, allowing her the opportunity to survey her surroundings. The underground chamber was expansive and structurally uncomplicated, featuring only a few isolated rooms amidst the vastness of the large basement. Neatly arranged within the space were enormous square iron boxes, each exceeding 5 meters in length, width, and height, their contents a mystery. However, Hong Lian's attention was captivated by a colossal entity in the center of the basement. It resembled a massive, fleshy egg, its surface cloaked in darkness, with irregular, bulbous growths anchored firmly to both the floor and ceiling, towering at least 10 meters high. The grotesque growths and the fleshly egg pulsated erratically, reminiscent of breathing. The most bizarre of the growths sprouted tentacles of peculiar shapes, writhing mindlessly and eliciting an indescribable sense of revulsion. A foul, ominous aura emanated subtly with the rhythmic throbbing of the flesh, prompting Hong Lian to instinctively conjure flames, enveloping herself in a protective layer of fire, isolating her from the external world. Her countenance was ashen, displaying a grim countenance, and her gaze bore an expression of disbelief. The egg of the malevolent deity. The unhatched progeny of an evil god. Damn it, can such a ghastly thing truly exist? Has Yunqing City been infiltrated by cultists to such an extent? As her mind swirled with anger, Hong Lian felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. This entity was perilously dangerous. Any rash action could have dire consequences, and she could not manage this alone. Yet, just as she contemplated reaching out for assistance, an unforeseen upheaval occurred. The immense egg of the malevolent deity began to tremble violently, emitting an indescribable roar that reverberated throughout the entire building. Subsequently, as if triggered by a chain reaction, the large iron boxes in the vicinity began to shake, producing a cacophony of piercing cries before fracturing, as if something sought to break free from within. This is bad. It is awakening. Chapter 48. The grand scene is better suited for wood release. With a thunderous roar, the iron box shattered, and the first grotesque black beast emerged, its murky eyes fixated on the fiery-haired girl amidst the flames. Subsequently, more boxes burst open, revealing an array of bizarre monsters that surrounded the girl, transforming the scene into a chaotic dance of demons, reminiscent of hell itself. Hong Lian cast a cold glance at them, her primary focus still on the ominous egg of the evil god at the center. Although these hideous beasts were not otherworldly monsters, but rather a unique breed of modified creatures, their strength was formidable, not falling below the 4th tier. Yet, compared to the descendants of the evil god, they were merely trifling nuisances. Just as her heart sank to the depths, Feng Xi suddenly appeared beside her in a flash. What is happening? Are you all right? Upon assessing the situation, Feng Xi's expression shifted dramatically. My goodness, what a spectacle. There was no time for explanations. Feng Xi, you. Before Hong Lian could finish her sentence, Feng Xi grasped her hand firmly. Now is not the time for discussions. We must escape first. In an instant, the two vanished from their location, narrowly evading the onslaught of monsters. On the street outside the building, Feng Xi and Hong Lian reappeared, with Feng Xi holding onto the beauty with one hand and drawing the flying kunai he had left outside with the other. Stowing the kunai away, he inquired with a grave expression, "Now you can speak." Regaining her composure, Hong Lian hurriedly explained, "There's no time for elaborate details. That massive flesh orb is a descendant of the evil god, highly dangerous. I must immediately notify the higher-ups to handle this situation. Before they arrive, we must buy some time." Descendant of the evil god. Feng Xi immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. Although he was unaware of the specifics regarding the evil god's descendant and the extent of the danger it posed, the mere mention of evil god was sufficient to instill concern. It was no longer a matter of merely battling monsters. The priority was to contain the disaster and protect the city. I understand. You contact them right away. I'll handle things here. No sooner had he spoken than the nearby building began to tilt amidst a series of explosive roars. The ground fractured, and monsters began to emerge from below. Feng Xi's expression darkened. He pointed his sword and unleashed a flurry of celestial swords, which shimmered beneath the collapsing structure. He then executed a teleportation technique to appear beneath the building. With a blink, he activated his Sage mode. In that moment, Feng Xi clapped his hands together, invoking a powerful jutsu that shook the earth. The wood release technique, the tree realm, descended. The ground split apart as robust trees erupted from below, growing wildly. With the largest soon towering above the building itself, enveloping it from all sides and providing support for the entire structure. This way, there was no need to worry about the building collapsing and crushing nearby edifices, thus averting collateral damage. Meanwhile, the monstrous beings that had only just emerged from the earth were swiftly ensnared by the serpentine trunks of the trees, binding them tightly in an instant. The seemingly ferocious and terrifying modified beasts found themselves utterly powerless against the formidable forces of nature. With a deft application of wood release, the indomitable prowess of Heisai's mother was once again on display. Upon witnessing this, Feng Xi finally exhaled in relief. Reflecting on the wisdom of prioritizing the development of wood release during his exploration of bloodline jutsu. For Feng Xi, who possessed extraordinary abilities, the development of bloodline limits was not particularly arduous. Up until now, he had successfully unlocked numerous bloodline limits regarded as symbols of power by the ninja community. Wood release was the first bloodline he developed, even before Gale release. Although it was comparatively more challenging to master, his inherent Senju lineage provided a solid foundation, facilitating a relatively smooth development process, no more difficult than other bloodline techniques. At this moment, the synergy with Sage Chakra, employed for the first time in reality, yielded astonishing results that captivated all present. Not far away, the vigilant Hong Lian, who had just dialed a clandestine number, was jolted back to reality by the commotion. Her expression one of sheer astonishment, abruptly halting her report mid-sentence. What on earth? Hello? Hello? Hong Lian, what's wrong? Have you encountered an attack? Speak up. Has the egg of the evil god truly been discovered in Yinshan City? Hello? The urgent inquiries from the other end of the line snapped her out of her shock, prompting her to resume her report hastily. I apologize for the interruption. A situation has arisen, but I assure you I am unharmed. However, the existence of the evil goddess egg is undeniably true. I have witnessed it firsthand. Please take note. Signs of the evil god's offspring are already manifesting. Immediate reinforcement from powerful allies near Yinshan City is crucial. We will strive to buy time on site. We should approximately be able to hold out a little longer. But I urge you to hurry. Understood. Emergency deployment orders have been issued to the Night Watch and Guardians of Yinshan City. Please hold on a little longer. After hanging up the phone, Hong Lian swiftly opened her contact list to send a text message before resolutely turning towards the direction of the building. Yet, just as she made her move, the earth erupted with a deafening roar. Ominous black mist seeped forth from the crevices of the ground, rapidly engulfing the surroundings. The once vibrant giant forest began to wither and decay, gradually losing its vitality. In contrast, the bound beasts, infused with the mist, became inexplicably invigorated, their strength surging, even causing their physiques to swell. Feng Xi furrowed his brow and leaped onto the rooftop, momentarily distancing himself from the encroaching black fog. Activating his Sharingan, he peered down into the depths of the mist. With blood-red pupils adorned with tomo, he pierced through the obscurity, clearly discerning a colossal arm emerging from the ground, propping itself up and dragging forth a terrifyingly mysterious entity. A thunderous roar reverberated through the heavens and the earth, as from within the black mist arose a towering figure. Initially devoid of any distinguishing features, its face an abyss of emptiness. However, upon its emergence, its form expanded at a visibly astonishing pace. Its features began to crystallize. Eyes bulging forth, and tendril-like, fleshy hair sprouted from its crown. The skin hardened, and bony spikes protruded from its limbs and joints. In the blink of an eye, the giant transformed into a lithe war machine, standing upright, its height surpassing that of the towering building. Slowly turning its head, a pair of indifferent, vacant, and foolish eyes fixated on Feng Xi atop the roof. With an expression as still as water, Feng Xi met its gaze unwaveringly. Their eyes locked in proximity. The imposing giant and the diminutive human stood at an impasse, creating an inexplicable and profoundly shocking atmosphere. Hong Lian looked up, captivated by the intense tableau resembling a confrontation between man and deity, unable to avert her gaze. She understood that this scene would be indelibly etched in her memory for a lifetime. In the next moment, Feng Xi's solemn voice resonated through the air. Would release. Sage Art of the Wooden Man, Kasayapa Descends, Arhut. Chapter 49, The Wooden Arhut. Fiery Slash. With the proclamation of Feng Xi, the earth erupted, birthing an abundance of intertwining trees that swiftly transformed into a colossal wooden arhut, its hands pressed together in reverence. Entwined by a serpent of wood, as its eyes opened, a radiant golden light enveloped the figure, bestowing upon it a shimmering golden hue, as if it had been gilded in divine brilliance. The wood release. Wooden arhut technique employs immense wood release chakra to manifest a gigantic wooden arhut, wielding formidable power. This technique was first employed by the original Hokage Hashirama Senju, who, in an epic confrontation, single-handedly withstood a devastating blow from the complete Susanoo under Madara's control. as well as deflected the tailed beast bomb launched by the Ninetails back at it. The portrayal in the original work is remarkably exaggerated, showcasing both offensive and defensive capabilities. Thus ranking it among the strongest would release jutsu. Feng Xi has further refined this technique, merging Sage Chakra with the brilliance of the Golden Light spell and the potent energies derived from the Great Sun Tathagata Sutra, augmented by the divine attributes of a sacred mask. This innovation has birthed a dazzling wooden Arhut of unparalleled might. The revered K Yappa, known as the dragon-subduing Arhut, indeed imbues this wooden Arhut with the strength to conquer both dragon and tiger. This technique represents the apex of Feng Xi's current abilities, and conjuring such a monumental entity nearly depletes his internal energy. Were it not for his Sage mode, which allows for the continuous absorption of natural energy from the world, enabling rapid recuperation, he would never dare to expend his energies so recklessly. Nevertheless, a grand move is indeed potent, and the results are impressive. The golden wooden Arhut, of comparable size to the abominable offspring of the dark deity before it, promptly unleashed a mighty punch aimed squarely at its visage. The dark progeny attempted to raise a hand in defense, but was nonetheless struck down by the overwhelming force. The wooden Arhut, emboldened by its advantage, relentlessly pounded its opponent, even mounting it to deliver a flurry of strikes. A strange black mist enveloped the battlefield, seeking to corrode the life force of the wooden Arhut. However, the golden sheen of its surface repelled the malevolent aura, leaving it entirely unscathed. The scene unfolded with the wooden Arhut firmly in command. Seeing this, Feng Xi breathed a quiet sigh of relief, a hint of pride swelling within him. So this progeny of the dark deity is not as formidable as it had seemed. It had stirred his blood, yet he remained focused, diligently working to restore his internal energy. Currently, his energy comprised two primary sources, the chakra system and the chi intertwined with ripple power. The refined sage techniques primarily rejuvenated his sage chakra, while the restoration of light-infused chi was significantly slower. Having never before exhausted all his energy, this experience illuminated a pressing concern. It appeared he would need to dedicate time in solitude to harness the source of his chi. As he pondered, Feng Xi glanced downward to assess the ongoing battle. The initial trees he summoned, now affected by the black mist, had mostly withered, thereby releasing the beasts from their bindings. Below, flames flickered vibrantly, revealing a fiery figure gracefully traversing the battlefield, striking at the beasts with fervor, drawing their ire and ensnaring them within the confines of this territory. Though besieged by dozens of formidable magical beasts, she continued to dance amidst the peril, deftly navigating the crisis with grace. Her form was both agile and elegant, exuding an aura of strength and dominance, truly a Valkyrie of the battlefield. It was indeed Hong Lian who was commanding the situation. Feng Xi let out a sigh of relief, thinking to himself that this girl was quite impressive. Observing that the wooden figure was still suppressing the offspring of the evil god, and feeling his celestial chakra replenishing significantly, he hesitated no longer and leapt directly from the rooftop. In midair, he swiftly formed hand seals and unleashed a torrent of blazing flames that engulfed the battlefield. Fire release, great fire annihilation. The expansive fire technique, augmented by his celestial chakra, wielded power that even surpassed that of Uchiha Madara, cascading down like a tangible deluge of flames, instantly transforming the earth into a sea of fire. The magical beasts, already congregated by Hong Lian, were immediately engulfed in flames, their cries of anguish only heightening their madness. Hong Lian looked up and saw Feng Xi descending like a divine weapon, unable to suppress a smirk. This audacious brat, still attempting to play the hero at such a time. Just let me handle this. Why are you rushing over? Ignoring her loud warning, Feng Xi grasped the hilt of his Zanpakuto in midair before landing. Stand aside. Let me take care of this. Allow me to savor the experience. Though he had no knowledge of the otherworldly energy coursing through these beasts, he believed it better to kill incorrectly than to let any escape. He would seize the heads first. With a swift draw of his blade from the air, Feng Xi transformed into a blazing sun. The flames below surged wildly in response, countless tongues of fire intertwining, spiraling towards the sun suspended in the sky. In that fleeting moment, Hong Lian perceived a fiery dragon rising from the inferno, coiling around the battlefield, its maw agape to welcome the golden sun plummeting from above. In an instant, the flame dragon clamped down upon the blazing orb, accelerating as it dove back into the fiery sea. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted, unleashing a torrent of golden-red flames and an overwhelming wave of heat that crashed upon the earth, completely submerging the hordes of magical beasts in an explosion of boundless light and heat. The scene was utterly ferocious, profoundly shocking. In the moment of the blast, the monstrous creatures were obliterated, reduced to mere ashes. The fifth style of the great Luo blade art, Dragon Flame of the Sun, utilizing the fiery environment created by his fire release technique, Combined with the environmental amplification effect of his Zanpakuto, Feng Xi's all-out strike was nothing short of extraordinary. Its might rivaled that of Yamamoto's supreme fire-based Zanpakuto, Rijin Jaka. This strike embodied Feng Xi's pinnacle understanding of fire-infused slashing techniques. While also maximizing the uniqueness of his Zanpakuto, at this moment, he dared to proclaim that iconic line, "All things in the universe shall be reduced to ashes." Amidst the fading brilliance of the inferno, Feng Xi stood proudly, uttering this line with flair as he slowly sheathed his Zanpakuto. Though Hong Lian had never heard this line before, the sight of him striking such a pose left her subtly shaken. Miss Hong Lian found herself unable to tear her gaze away. It was undeniably a bit kitsch, yet oddly captivating. This brat was certainly showing off again. Nevertheless, she couldn't help but be impressed. "Didn't I entrust this to you? While you deal with the offspring of the malevolent deity, why do you turn back to involve yourself in my battle? Are you underestimating me? Your actions are quite embarrassing." With her cheeks slightly flushed, Miss Hong Lian stepped closer to Feng Xi, her words laced with complaints, yet her tone inadvertently carried a hint of tenderness. "This pretentious young man is undoubtedly concerned for me. Isn't even at such a critical moment, he insists on putting on a brave front. What a reckless display." At this moment, Feng Xi was still immersed in the joy of his recent triumph, having vanquished the beasts in a single strike and acquired a wealth of exotic energy. He felt immensely fortunate not to have missed this bountiful opportunity. Upon hearing her voice, he snapped back to reality, only to find her increasingly flushed cheeks and her bright, affectionate eyes, which made him furrow his brow in confusion. "Why are you blushing like a teapot? Didn't we agree that I would deliver the final blow? Why are you in such a hurry?" Chapter 50. The rapidly ascending offspring of the malevolent deity. Just as Feng Xi was about to retort to Hong Lian, an unexpected turn of events unfolded in the battle of giants nearby. A resounding roar echoed through the air, prompting both to glance upwards. To their astonishment, the wooden guardian that had been restraining the offspring of the malevolent deity was suddenly pushed aside, staggering back a few steps before regaining its balance. The offspring swiftly regained its footing, exhibiting a notable increase in speed and agility. Upon closer inspection, its physique had transformed significantly, evolving from a withered and emaciated form into one of robust stature, a stark contrast to its previous appearance. The metamorphosis from a scrawny figure to a brawny one occurred in mere minutes. Feng Xi furrowed his brow and commanded the wooden guardian to resume its assault. The guardian, displaying a fierce and wrathful expression, unleashed a series of strikes with its palms in a Buddhist hand gesture. Two colossal golden palm shadows soared through the air, crashing forcefully against the opponent. This technique could be aptly named a Rohit flip. Upon impact, the offspring of the malevolent deity stumbled backward, seizing the opportunity. The wooden guardian lunged forward, delivering a mighty blow aimed at its face. However, what should have been a surefire attack was thwarted as the offspring raised its hands to block, gripping the guardian's fist with unwavering strength. The two giants entered a fierce contest of strength. Just moments ago, the offspring had been no match for the guardian, yet now they were evenly matched. A growth rate that was exceedingly abnormal. "Miss Hong Lian, is this the peculiarity of the offspring of the malevolent deity?" Feng Xi inquired, sensing the gravity of the situation. Hong Lian nodded, finally having the opportunity to elucidate. The terrifying growth rate is indeed the most fearsome aspect of the offspring. At the moment of its birth, it is at its weakest, yet it grows at an astonishing pace, evolving into various forms and functionalities as circumstances demand. Presently, it is merely exhibiting ordinary growth. If it were to consume sufficient flesh and blood, its rate of advancement would surpass all imagination. Thus, instinctively, it will devour all surrounding life, continuously evolving. This is the peril of the offspring. If not dealt with promptly, a single one could theoretically render an entire Nashio subsequently, feeling that the pace was still too slow. The descendant of the malevolent deity suddenly let out a furious roar. From its armpits and shoulders, 4 additional arms sprouted, seizing the wooden monk. 2 arms clamped down on the monk's head while the other 2 grasped its body, forcing it to creak under the pressure. Even when the wooden monk's shoulder-mounted wooden dragon retaliated instantly, biting down fiercely on one of the arms, the creature showed no inclination to relent, as if it were impervious to pain. Soon, the force exerted upon the wooden monk grew increasingly intense, causing the golden sheen on its surface to flicker, wavering as if it could no longer bear the strain. Feng Xi, unable to watch any longer, prepared to intervene while inquiring, "Is there any way to curb its growth?" Hong Lian shook her head, replying, "It is quite difficult. Only abilities of an exceptionally high ceiling level can restrain their growth. Otherwise, we can only attempt to deplete it through relentless attacks." As she spoke, she unsheathed her crimson lotus blade and charged into the fray. Thus, the only recourse left to gain more time was to engage in battle. However, Feng Xi's brow furrowed slightly. Are sealing abilities effective against the descendant of the malevolent deity? It seemed he would need to carve out time to study sealing techniques reminiscent of those in the world of Naruto. Perhaps new dungeons in the future would also feature similar methods. He suddenly felt acutely aware that he was still not strong enough. His repertoire of techniques was still insufficient. There could be no room for complacency. He must continue to strive in his training and enhance his prowess. With a flicker of thought, Feng Xi executed a flying thunder god technique, surpassing Hong Lian and plunging into the battlefield ahead of her, forming hand seals with both hands. He completed the ninjutsu in a breath, unleashing a slender violet beam that sliced through the night sky, arcing toward the descendant of the malevolent deity. Celestial art, Gale, transformation, light Fong. For a fleeting moment, the colossal form of the malevolent deity's descendant halted before beginning to slide apart, as it had been cleaved diagonally in two. Yet, before the two halves could separate, countless tendril-like appendages of flesh sprouted from the wound, intertwining to prevent the division. They swiftly began to seal the wound, visibly mending the injury at an astonishing rate. Seizing this opportunity, as the strength of the six arms faltered, the wooden monk instantly swung its arms free and launched a barrage of punches at its adversary. At that moment, Hong Lian arrived, leaping high into the air, her body spinning to gather momentum as she brought down her blade with tremendous force. The blazing crescent of her blade sliced through the giant head of the malevolent deity's descendant, astonishingly severing half of its cranium. Flames erupted from the wound, significantly impairing its regenerative abilities. Hong Lian executed the blade technique known as Radiant Moon Slash. Enraged by the repeated blows, the descendant of the malevolent deity, still unsteady, retaliated ferociously. 1 foot lifted, it stomped down towards Feng Xi. Of the 6 arms, 2 engaged with the wooden monk while the remaining 4 flailed wildly, relentlessly striking at Hong Lian in midair. Yet, Hong Lian remained undaunted, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on the approaching giant hands. The flames beneath her feet erupted, propelling her with agility to evade the attacks, while simultaneously unleashing fiery crescent slashes as counterattacks. The growth rate of the offspring of the malevolent deity is indeed astonishingly swift. After a prolonged struggle to evade its grasp, the speed of its arm's swings has escalated dramatically, to the point of leaving behind afterimages. This has significantly increased the pressure on Hong Lian, making her evasion increasingly laborious. Just then, the ground beneath her trembles once more, erupting with a multitude of robust trees that ascend along the legs of the malevolent offspring, binding and constraining its movements. Consequently, its actions inevitably slow, alleviating some of the burden on Hong Lian. She instinctively recognizes this as the handiwork of Feng Xi, allowing herself a moment of relief. However, in her moment of unwitting relaxation, she fails to notice that the remaining eye of the malevolent offspring is fixed intently upon her. Suddenly, a dark red beam shoots forth from that eye, offering her no time to react. The laser pierces the night sky, yet it does not find its mark, as she has instantaneously teleported to the other side, landing in Feng Xi's embrace. Miss Hong Lian, you have grown somewhat careless. This is perilous. Please remain vigilant. Feng Xi's voice jolts her from the grip of fear, and she realizes her face is pressed closely against his chest, causing her cheeks to flush a deep crimson as she hastily retreats. Thank you. I owe you a favor. Not at all. It was the least I could do. However, I propose that we work together moving forward, Feng Xi suggests earnestly, a rare moment of seriousness in his tone. Hong Lian nods, quickly grasping his intent. His unique ability to teleport others alongside him indeed makes their collaboration significantly safer. All right, I shall heed your advice. Chapter 51, A Battle of Flare. The River and Mountain Barrier. With a swift motion, the Flying Thunder God technique brought Feng Xi close to the descendant of the evil god, and he struck down with his blade upon its head. Behind him, an intangible stand seized the opportunity, launching a flurry of powerful punches. Aura. The fists were merely a secondary concern. The primary objective was to trigger the stand's unique abilities. Undying flames surged forth, rapidly enveloping its entire being and transforming it into a colossal figure of fire. Strangely, the massive wood entangled around it remained unscathed by the inferno. Only its foul and wicked flesh burned. The flames inflicted immense agony upon the descendant of the evil god, inciting a fierce rage within it. It roared, swinging its 6 arms in a desperate attempt to swat Feng Xi down like a mere fly. Alas, Feng Xi vanished in a flash, and its hands only struck its own face, leaving it dazed and nearly toppling over. Seizing this moment, Hong Lian surged forth like a blazing comet, her long blade dancing wildly, cleaving off 3 of its arms with relentless strikes. Before it could retaliate with its remaining limbs, Feng Xi employed the Flying Thunder God technique once more, appearing beside Hong Lian and swiftly transporting her to a safe distance. The wooden warrior then engaged in a continuous struggle with the foe, while Feng Xi and Hong Lian, hand in hand, hovered in midair, launching ranged assaults. Each wielded a blade, unleashing a barrage of slashing attacks that left the descendant of the evil god battered and bruised. Having sustained excessive damage, its recovery rate began to wane, and in a fit of rage, it recklessly retaliated against the two. Dark red beams shot from its eyes, and it expelled black magical projectiles with abandon, targeting the duo in the sky. At this juncture, Feng Xi would utilize the flying thunder god technique to evade, changing directions to continue their onslaught. Honglian placed her utmost trust in him, focusing solely on her offensive, confident in Feng Xi's protective abilities. Occasionally, when Feng Xi amassed a surplus of chakra, he would not only evade attacks but also strike back with his blade while using Honglian's hands to form seals, unleashing powerful sage techniques that left Honglian in awe, her scalp tingling with astonishment. Thus, the wooden warrior played the role of tank, while the two circled around the descendant of the evil god, nimbly avoiding its strikes and delivering relentless blows, thoroughly dominating the creature. It was less a game of cat and mouse and more akin to Jerry toying with Tom. The battle devolved into a one-sided affair, with the descendant of the evil god enduring relentless punishment. Admittedly, the creature possessed some resilience, enduring far more than anticipated. Despite the countless injuries inflicted upon it and the flames that continued to burn, it exhibited an invigorated demeanor, showing no signs of fatigue beyond its furious roars. Fortunately, its growth had been stymied, revealing no significant enhancements, and its movements remained confined to the vicinity of the building, preventing further destruction. As for the collateral damage caused by their skirmish, Feng Xi could only express regret. This was the utmost they could achieve, and further demands were unwarranted. Thanks to their relentless efforts, they had secured ample time, and after approximately 10 minutes, the official champions of Yinshan City finally arrived on the scene. A colossal golden spear, stretching several hundred meters long, descended from the heavens, piercing through the body of the offspring of the malevolent deity and anchoring it to the ground. A figure alighted upon the spear's end, wielding a lance, gazing impassively at the head of the abominable creature with an air of calm composure. After making his entrance, he scanned his surroundings, examining the wooden figure of the Arhut for a moment before glancing down at Feng Xi and Hong Lian, his expression suddenly shifting to one of peculiarity. The newcomer was none other than Instructor Chang Hong. Following his arrival, the combatants of the Night Watch quickly converged, encircling the scene. In midair, three formidable figures gradually descended, with the central individual emanating a palpable aura of pressure akin to that of a mountain. Towering even over Chang Hong, without any visible motion, he manifested a faint yellow barrier that enveloped the entire area. In an instant, the world outside was isolated. Within the barrier, ethereal mountains and rivers faintly materialized. Feng Xi felt a significant hindrance in his absorption of natural energy, a clear indication that this region had been severed from the outside world. Was this the mountain river barrier? A standard for the formidable practitioners of the Seven Realms. Perceiving the gravity of the situation, Feng Xi refrained from further assault, pulling Hong Lian aside. As the barrier unfolded, the extraordinary reinforcements, including Chang Hong, launched a relentless barrage against the offspring of the malevolent deity, an overwhelming onslaught that threatened to engulf it entirely. At last you've arrived? Hong Lian sighed in relief, a sheen of sweat glistening on her forehead, indicating that she had exerted herself considerably during the earlier battle. As she instinctively reached to fan herself, she then remembered that her hand was still clasped by Feng Xi, causing her cheeks to flush with a delicate hue as she playfully admonished, "Little brother, how long do you intend to hold on?" Feng Xi turned to her, his demeanor serious as he replied, "Just a moment longer. The target remains unresolved, and we must not grow complacent. Should it unexpectedly turn to launch a surprise attack on you, I fear I may not reach you in time. Rest assured, though your hand is both smooth and tender, I harbor no intentions of taking advantage. Trust in my integrity." He emphasized his point by giving her hand a gentle squeeze, clearly teasing her. Hong Lian's face deepened in color, a mixture of bashfulness and indignation as she shot him a flirtatious glare. "Your emphasis on that only raises my suspicions. You dare to indulge in my affections. Your audacity is quite remarkable, and yet you claim to be shy and reserved around girls. This is how you express your nervousness?" Despite her words, she did not withdraw her hand, allowing him to hold it while maintaining a facade of composure, even as her heart raced chaotically, akin to a startled fawn. However, her acquiescence prompted Feng Xi to become more mischievous. With a scoff, he released her hand, feigning indignation. "What do you mean by that? Miss Hong Lian, as a distinguished student of the Heavenly Capital Academy, how could I possibly entertain such notions? Do you dare accuse me of defamation? Bah, a presumptuous simpleton. Truly insufferable. Miss Hong Lian, am I incapable of wielding my blade then?" Miss Hong Lian nearly lost her temper, poised to strike this oblivious scoundrel. Just as she was about to explode, a tall figure suddenly appeared beside them. Turning to look, she recognized Chu Ming. Senior Feng Xi. Miss Hong Lian. You are here too? Are you both unharmed? Senior? Hong Lian cast a dubious glance at the two individuals, and upon observing Feng Xi's seemingly unsurprised demeanor, a possibility struck her, compelling her to bite her lip in frustration. Could it be that this fellow relinquished his hold because he had anticipated the arrival of this young lady? How utterly pragmatic. Bah, what a scoundrel. Nevertheless, a mere scion of the evil god cannot inflict harm upon me. Unbeknownst to Feng Xi, who was oblivious to Miss Hong Lian's predatory gaze, she waved dismissively at Chu Yingming and inquired, Miss Yingming, who is this formidable figure of the seventh realm? It is astonishing that such a powerhouse exists in Yushan City. Chu Yingming elucidated that is Mr. Yu, reputed to be the protector of Yushan City, due to his dual role in safeguarding the nearby mountain pass fortress. The authorities have deliberately dispatched a seventh realm expert to oversee this matter. Feng Ran, now enlightened, recognized that it was indeed remarkable for a city to have even a single guardian of the sixth realm. Typically, ordinary cities are defended by those of the fifth realm. The presence of a seventh realm champion in Yushan City undoubtedly indicated some extraordinary circumstances. Fortunately, this was a positive development. The troublesome scion of the evil god, besieged by Mr. Yu, Instructor Chong, and two other fifth realm experts, had become severely battered, its recovery rate entirely suppressed, visibly deteriorating before their eyes. It was on the brink of annihilation. Feng Xi's eyes glimmered with intent as she narrowed them, a sense of anticipation brewing within her. Surely, the aberrant energy emanating from the evil god Scion must be substantial. After enduring such toil tonight, there must be some reward. No, I must seize a trophy. Chapter 52, Lightning Escape Immortal Technique, 5 Directions Qilin. In pursuit of interdimensional energy, Feng Xi is willing to take risks, not merely content with seizing ahead. He is capable of far more perilous endeavors. As a group of official powerhouses relentlessly ravages the body of the evil god's descendant, dismantling it inch by inch, Feng Xi swiftly channels his focus and prepares for a formidable move. Observing his demeanor, the two women beside him, Hong Lian and Chu Yingming, exchanged glances. Sensing an unspoken intensity, yet they dared not intrude with inquiries. With a clap of his hands, an immense reservoir of celestial chakra was summoned, intertwining with Feng Xi's qi and ascending into the heavens. Unbeknownst to them, dark clouds began to gather in the sky. These clouds thickened, illuminated by flickering lightning, casting an oppressive and solemn atmosphere, as if the wrath of the heavens was imminent, heralding an apocalypse. Several powerful individuals sensed this terrifying aura and looked up in astonishment, their expressions turning grave. Even Mr. Yu, a formidable figure of the seventh realm, paused momentarily, revealing an intrigued glint in his eye. Chang Hong also took note, instinctively lowering his gaze to the battlefield's edge where Feng Xi stood. Is this young man responsible for such phenomena? Chang Hong wondered. Is he truly a student of your Jiudu Academy? Such prowess at a tender age is indeed formidable. While Mr. Yu unleashed cataclysmic forces against the evil god's descendant, he could not help but extol Chang Hong, though the glimmer in his eyes caused a twinge of unease in Chang Heng's heart. This is troublesome. The old fellow seems intent on recruiting him. Ah, you flatter me, Commander Yu. S-rank abilities are always somewhat exceptional. This young man has indeed made some progress. Yet he is still far from polished and requires several more years of refinement to become a true gem. The implication of Chang Heng's words was clear. This youth remains a novice, and only our Jiudu Academy can provide him with the optimal environment for growth and sufficient training. Any attempts to recruit him must wait until after his graduation. Upon hearing this, Mr. Yu refrained from comment, merely laughing lightly. It appears that Jiudu Academy truly sets high standards. Its reputation is well-deserved. Though he said little outwardly, the thoughts in his mind remained his own. Chang Hong understood that those from the official ranks were all of a similar ilk. Should they find someone to their liking, they would not relent easily. These old dogs are cunning and exceedingly difficult to handle. The mere thought of it gave Chang Hong a headache, and he chose to disengage. Recognizing that the official identity did not significantly conflict with that of a student, it would ultimately depend on the young man's choice. With this in mind, Chang Heng returned to the matter at hand, addressing the group. It is nearly time. Let us deliver the final blow. The others nodded in agreement, as the evil god's descendant had been reduced to mere torso and head, and it was indeed time to conclude this. Except for Mr. Yu, who remained unfazed. The other three began to gather their strength. Moments later, their most potent techniques cascaded down simultaneously. Celestial Star Explosion, Annihilation Light Punishment, Infinite Spear Techniques, Ultimate Truth, Chaos Infinite. The terrifying transcendent power caused the evil god's descendant to accelerate its disintegration. However, at that moment, Mr. Yu ceased his assault, lifting his gaze to the ominous clouds above, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. Feng Xi could discern that this was the final strike. Having prepared for this moment for an extended period, He unleashed his ultimate move designed for securing kills, a technique that represented his most formidable offensive capability at this stage, the lightning release Sage Art, 5 Directions Qilin. With a low proclamation, the long-accumulated might of heaven and earth was summoned from the dark clouds above. The thunder reverberated throughout the world as 5 beams of multicolored lightning descended, connecting the heavens to the earth, rendering the universe speechless and stripping all things of their color. The 5 thunders crashed down upon the remnants of the malevolent deity's progeny with an unmatched force. Instantly, the dark clouds dispersed, and the land was left utterly leveled by the tempestuous lightning. This technique, an amalgamation of S-rank ninjutsu, lightning release, Qilin, the 5 Directions Thunder Calamity spell, 5 forms of elemental escape techniques, and all of Feng Xi's Sage Chakra, left the audience in awe, profoundly shaking their souls. Through the fusion of Sage Arts, the pure lightning attribute was infused with diverse elemental properties and effects. Each of the 5 lightning strikes bore the might equivalent to a single lightning release, Qilin, and each carried distinct special effect damages. The golden lightning, imbued with magnetism, was sharp and formidable, combining electrical and cutting damage, aptly named the metal thunder of divine might. The red lightning, infused with fire, emanated searing heat, amalgamating electrical and burning damage, known as the scarlet flame thunder of divine might. The azure lightning, infused with wood, extinguished vitality, merging electrical and pure yang damage, called the wood thunder of divine might. The cerulean lightning, infused with water, was subtly lethal, combining electrical and venomous damage, referred to as the water thunder of divine might. The brown lightning, infused with earth, was profoundly heavy and mysterious, merging electrical and crushing damage, dubbed the earth thunder of divine might. As the 5 forms of thunder struck simultaneously, the damage surged exponentially, culminating in a scene of breathtaking spectacle. The onlookers stood in stunned silence, gazing as the remnants of the malevolent deity were obliterated into ashes by the astonishing thunder. For a moment, they were rendered speechless, unable to utter a word, overwhelmed by the sheer fey beside them. Hong Lian couldn't help but cover her forehead, her expression one of exasperation. This fellow truly is one to seize an opportunity at the slightest hint. Yet, this girl seems to lack the necessary discernment. Will she not be easily led astray by him in the future? Meanwhile, as they conversed, Chang Heng had already approached them. He cast a subtle glance at Hong Lian before smilingly addressing Feng Xi. Feng Xi, my dear classmate, did you not mention going to meet Miss Chu for a date? What brings you here to confront the scion of the evil god? Is this your discovery? Feng Xi offered an awkward smile, thinking to himself, isn't this a question he already knows the answer to? And to ask it in front of the young lady. However, he then surveyed the surroundings as if noticing something, narrowing his eyes and retorting, this is a long story. Let us discuss it further upon our return. By the way, where is senior sister Yi? With such commotion, did she not accompany you? As he spoke, his peripheral vision drifted towards Hong Lian, his gaze subtly laced with suspicion. Chapter 53, Doubtful Misjudgment? Why hasn't senior Yi come alongside instructor Chang'eng? Logically, such a significant matter should warrant her attention. Unless, of course, she is unable to make an appearance at present. In a state of perplexity, Feng Xi found himself harboring a tinge of suspicion directed towards Miss Honglian, who was beside him, although he possessed no tangible evidence. An inexplicable intuition gnawed him. Senior Ye's extraordinary ability is the sacred lotus heart, and she has honed her swordsmanship through the Qinglian sword technique, complemented by a unique transformation of the Qinglian sword body. Upon transformation, her demeanor undergoes a profound change, accompanied by subtle alterations in her appearance. In contrast, Miss Honglian wields a fiery power, and her looks, personality, and aura, as well as the weapon she employs, are markedly different from Senior Ye's. Yet, certain attributes of hers vaguely resonate with the essence of a lotus. For instance, the lotus fire prison she unleashed in the lair of the Skinner in Moheshi, the fiery lotuses beneath her feet while flying, and her weapon, the red lotus long blade, all evoke this imagery. Most significantly, upon first encountering Honglian, Feng Xi sensed an uncanny familiarity about her. Initially dismissing it as mere illusion, he now pondered whether there might be more to it. The perceptions of extraordinary beings differ from those of ordinary folk, and some premonitions can indeed serve as a basis for belief. Amidst these myriad details, an audacious conjecture suddenly emerged within him. Could it be that Senior Yi possesses other transformation forms? Might Honglian actually be Senior Yi? Is her current appearance merely another manifestation of Ye's abilities? The mere thought of this possibility sent a chill down Feng Xi's spine. If he were correct, the implications were terrifying. It felt as though he had become a pawn in a grand deception. Consequently, his gaze took on an unsettling intensity, causing Miss Honglian to feel a twinge of fear. Why are you looking at me like that? Just because you're senior ISNT here doesn't mean you can scrutinize me. I don't even know her. Her tone was laced with uncertainty. possibly a result of being unsettled by Feng Xi. Yet, to Feng Xi, her demeanor only deepened his suspicion. Oh, you truly do not recognize Senior Yi? By the way, it seems you also hold a position in Tiandu City, do you not? Have you truly never crossed paths with her? Ridiculous. Tiandu City is so vast. And I am not a student of Tiandu Academy. It is entirely normal not to know someone. Hong Lian displayed a mixture of indignation and bewilderment, appearing devoid of any apparent flaws. Feng Xi turned his attention back to Instructor Chang, who maintained his usual composure without revealing any signs of peculiarity. Noticing Feng Xi's gaze upon him, he calmly explained, I parted ways with Xiaoxi after we had dinner. She mentioned she wanted to purchase some local specialties. As for her current whereabouts, I haven't had the chance to inquire. Perhaps you could call her? Feng Xi cast a dubious glance at the two before surreptitiously calculating a divination, while simultaneously retrieving his phone to dial. The results of his calculations confirmed that Hong Lian was indeed an independent entity, possessing only a flying thunder god Kanai, devoid of any markings of the flying thunder god. Upon connecting the call, there was no reaction from Hong Lian. Even if she had set her phone to silent, she would have sensed at least a vibration. This revelation rekindled his doubts once more. At that moment, the phone connected, and Yi Zhixi's voice came through. Hello? Junior Feng Xi. Where are you right now? It seems there has been an incident in the city. Are you there? It actually connected? Could I have guessed wrong? Feng Xi was bewildered and responded. I'm over here, Senior. Where are you? I was just shopping, but after hearing the commotion, I returned to the hotel. When I found the teacher was absent, I came straight over. I'm about to arrive at the scene. What exactly happened? Did you cause this? Are you all right? Feng Xi thought to himself how accurately she guessed, feeling a bit embarrassed, and replied, It's nothing, just an unexpected discovery of a cult base. Instructor Chang is with me, and the situation has already been resolved. It's fine if you don't come. What? There's a cult base in Yinshan City too? How do you always stumble upon these things? Just wait, I'll be there shortly. With that, Yi Zhishi hung up the phone. Feng Xi put away his phone, and nonchalantly looked up at the starry sky, marveling at the beauty of the night. The night is truly magnificent. Look at the moon, so large and round. And the stars, so bright and numerous. In such a moment, I feel inspired to compose a poem. However, Hong Lian was not about to let him off easily. She seized his ear with her fingers and coldly demanded, Stop changing the subject. Explain to me why you looked at me with that expression just now. Why did you ask such strange questions? What do you mean? It's nothing. You're overthinking it. I merely wanted to know if you recognize my senior. Who is your senior? Why should I know her? She, like me, is an outstanding student from Tiandu Academy. I heard she is even the campus belle. With a wonderful personality and impressive skills, she speaks beautifully. She's a remarkable representative of the new era, just like Miss Hong Lian. I believe you two would have much in common, and I'd like to introduce you. Oh, is that so? Miss Hong Lian clearly did not believe him and was about to inquire further when several figures descended from above, approaching them with cheerful smiles. Ha! Young people are so full of vitality. After just experiencing a fierce battle, they're still so lively, truly invigorating. Indeed, youth is truly wonderful. They are all exceptionally talented individuals. And in them, I see the future of Daxia. Indeed, they make a striking pair. It's quite enviable. I can't help but reminisce about my lost youth. The two ceased their playful banter, turning to see three local official powerhouses from Yinshan City, who had just arrived, one of whom was Mr. Yu, a powerful figure of the 7th realm overseeing this area, accompanied by two seemingly older 5th realm individuals, one of whom was the deputy director of the Night Watch Department, whom they had encountered previously. The three spoke in harmony, appearing as benevolent elders, their gazes toward Feng Xi radiating warmth. Young brother, that thunderous display just now was unleashed by you, wasn't he? Truly astounding. At such a tender age, to wield the might of the heavens for one's own purpose is indeed a remarkable talent. I am Yu Peng, the guardian of Yinshan City. On behalf of all the citizens of Yinshan, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to you and Ms. Hong Lian for your efforts this evening. Had it not been for your intervention, Yinshan City would have faced untold chaos, and you have averted a tremendous disaster in advance. Mr. Yu, appearing as a distinguished middle-aged gentleman, spoke earnestly, unabashedly expressing his admiration for Feng Xi. The gaze he directed towards Feng Xi mirrored that which he had previously cast upon Captain Lin Baichuan, a look of desire to recruit. While he sensed potential complications, he graciously offered a humble response. You flatter me, Commander Yu. I merely acted in accordance with my duties. The prior attack was merely a fortunate stroke of luck, hardly worthy of mention. While modesty in youth is commendable, excessive humility can border on insincerity. If such actions are deemed unworthy of recognition, who among the younger generation of the great Xia could possibly merit it? After Yu Peng's praise, Feng Xi chose to remain silent, fully aware of the impressive nature of his earlier maneuver. After exchanging pleasantries, they casually inquired about the background of Feng Ran and the descendants of the evil god. Upon receiving Feng Xi's candid account, several officials quickly began to analyze the intricate details surrounding the entire incident. Chapter 54. The details here. This sinister cult stronghold nurtures the offspring of an evil deity within the city. Driven by a singular purpose, to swiftly consume the lives of an entire city upon the birth of this malevolent progeny, thereby hastening its maturity. Concurrently, the strength of the cultist, as the covenanter of the evil deity's egg, will also rise in tandem, propelling them to the status of a high-ranking cult official at the seventh realm. Other malevolent factions infiltrating the city are likely drawn by the allure of the evil deity's egg, as it is regarded as a supreme treasure among cultists. The creation of such an egg is exceedingly arduous, and the temptation it presents could even incite discord among allied cult sections. This evil deity's egg is nearing maturity. The cultist you dispatched was presumably its covenanter, and his demise triggered the egg to emerge prematurely. The beasts that accompany it are mere byproducts of the egg. Utilizing the flesh and blood of the egg allows ordinary animals, and even humans, to be transformed into these monstrous creatures, akin to artificially created aberrations. Once the offspring of the evil deity is born, these beasts will serve as instruments of devastation against the city. As for the substance you mentioned, potentially infused with the flesh and blood of the evil deity, it is indeed a matter of utmost concern. This company, ostensibly a renowned pharmaceutical enterprise in Yinshan City, has been circulating its products in the market for many years. It remains uncertain whether any of these medications contain the tainted essence of the evil deity. A thorough investigation must be conducted promptly, and these substances should be subjected to rigorous analysis to ascertain their potential dangers. The leadership of the Night Watch spoke eloquently, clarifying the situation for everyone. After absorbing this information, Feng Xi felt considerably enlightened. Mr. Yu, upon concluding his thoughts, expressed no further dissent, excusing himself to join the two officers nearby to oversee the scene and allocate tasks. It is likely that the pharmaceutical market in Yinshan City is poised for upheaval. Feng Xi also handed over the medicinal herbs and drugs he had gathered to the official personnel for their examination. Following a comprehensive search, the officials confirmed the absence of any remaining monsters or cultists at the site, prompting Yupeng to retract the mountain and river barrier. At that moment, personnel waiting outside flooded in, methodically managing the scene. Among them was Yi Zhishi. As Yi, the senior student, gracefully approached them with agile leaps. Feng Xi relinquished his previous doubts. Teacher, Junior Feng Xi, are you both unharmed? Yi Zhishi inquired with genuine concern upon her arrival. After confirming their safety, she sighed in relief and then noticed Chu Yingming and Hong Lian beside Feng Xi. Miss Chu is also here. And who might this be? Feng Xi hastily introduced. Senior Yi, this is Miss Hong Lian, a member of the Night Watch from Tiandu City. She previously assisted me in Moheishi, and it is quite a fortuitous encounter to collaborate with her in the eradication of this cult stronghold in Yinshan City. She has contributed significantly. Turning to Hong Lian, he continued, Miss Hong Lian, this is the Yi Zhishi I mentioned earlier, a year my senior and an exceptionally talented individual from the same alma mater. Upon hearing this, the two women exchanged glances, quietly appraising one another. Subsequently, Hong Lian, with a charming smile, spoke first. Hello, you must be Yi classmate, right? Truly, you are deserving of the title of the campus belle of Tiandu Academy, a beauty that could make fish sink and birds fall, captivating enough to make even the moon hide and flowers blush. It is no wonder that Feng Xi, that young lad, is so infatuated with you. What a pleasure to meet you. Yi Zhishi, upon hearing this, cast a surprised glance at Feng Xi, then replied without a hint of trepidation, You flatter me. Miss Hong Lian, you are the true vision of brilliance. I am grateful for the care you have shown to my junior, and I am equally pleased to make your acquaintance. With a playful smirk, she teased Feng Xi, Junior Feng, I never expected you to have such a way with women, associating with such a beautiful friend as Miss Hong Lian. Just moments ago, you were on a date with Miss Chu, and now you're off with Miss Hong Lian to confront cults and slay monsters. You certainly have your hands full. Her words dripped with sarcasm, and Feng Xi could easily perceive her mockery. At this moment, Chu Yingming, who had been quietly observing, was drawn into the conversation. Her beautiful eyes widening in confusion as she looked at Feng Xi. A date? Is there something I'm missing here? Feng Xi felt overwhelmed. It is often said that three women form a play, yet the performance had not even begun, and he was already struggling to keep up. He quickly interjected, All right, let us not linger on this. It's late. We should all head back to rest. This battle has been exhausting, and I yearn for a hot bath and sleep. Let us disperse. We can chat more another time. After all, we'll all be in Tiandu City, and there will be ample opportunities to meet. The three women exchanged glances and said nothing further, merely adding each other as friends, agreeing to keep in touch when time permits. On the surface, The atmosphere appeared harmonious and familiar, yet the true thoughts of the women remained known only to themselves. However, one thing was certain to Feng Xi. Xu Yingming genuinely wished to befriend them, with no ulterior motives. Given her innocence, she likely wouldn't entertain any convoluted ideas. With this matter coming to a close, it was indeed time for everyone to return home. Hong Lian took her leave first, departing with elegance. Xu Yingming wished to stay and assist, but Feng Xi and the others opted to depart ahead. Just as he was about to leave, Yu Peng reappeared, blocking Feng Xi's path. "Brother Feng, I have a matter to discuss. May I speak with you privately?" Feng Xi understood that this was an attempt to recruit him. However, given that Yu Peng was a formidable figure, a guardian of the city, he couldn't refuse outright. Ultimately, he informed Instructor Chang of his intention to speak with Yu Peng, allowing the others to return first. Chang Heng did not object and took Yi Zhishi back to the hotel. This was Feng Xi's own affair. Jiudu Academy was solely responsible for nurturing talent for the Great Xia, indifferent to where they may find future endeavors, as long as they did not betray humanity. Feng Xi and Yu Peng's conversation lasted only about half an hour. In response to the olive branch extended, Feng Xi merely stated that he would seriously consider it, affirming that if he were to join any organization, the official one would certainly be his first choice. This statement brings a sense of reassurance, indicating that as long as such a genius is not lured away by other private factions, it matters not which official institution they join. The benefits will remain within the realm of the Great Xia. He does not wish to impose excessive pressure on Feng Xi, for being overly forceful would yield counterproductive results. After a pleasant exchange, during which they conversed amicably, they returned to the hotel in the dead of night. Feng Xi refrained from disturbing Chang Heng and senior sister Yi, and after freshening up in his room, he seized the opportunity to rest. Once again, the much-anticipated moment of embarking on a new side quest had arrived. Chapter 55. The Pirate King's Quest, beginning with the Celestial Dragons. As Feng Xi drifted into slumber to embark on his quest, a clandestine assembly of individuals donned in various styles of cultist robes convened in a secluded valley outside Yinshan City. Your doomsday cult has extended its reach into the Great Xia, believing you could operate undetected. Now, you're facing the repercussions, aren't you? Did you think the realm of Xia was akin to your free federation? The regulations there do not apply here. A cultist clad in a dark purple robe adorned with crimson flowers mocked, exuding an air of arrogance. In response, a pale-skinned high priest dressed in a gray robe emitted a disdainful snort. "It is merely a minor setback. What are you so pleased about? You lost an egg of the dark god. You dare call that a minor issue? Are foreign sects so complacent?" Another cultist, garbed in black with a pale ghostly pattern, joined in the derision. A bishop from the Twilight Church interjected coldly. "You were initially invited to collaborate, yet you refused. Had you accepted, you wouldn't have squandered an egg of the dark god. You brought this upon yourselves. Enough. We will settle this grudge with the Great Xia authorities ourselves. There is no need for your interference. What will you use to exact revenge? Do you have any other strongholds in Great Xia? Do you truly believe that a few potions will throw the Xia officials into disarray? What do you propose then? Our previous discussions still stand. We can form an alliance. Our sects are willing to provide cover for your doomsday cult. Oh, what do you desire? Someone informed us that your dark god has a particular affinity for spawning eggs. Is that true? Was it the wretched ones from the spider god cult who told you? So what if it is? You cannot covet what you do not possess. Covet? Not quite. But isn't this the task assigned to you by your dark god? With increasing failures in hatching, you must be suffering as well, no? The reason you congregated in Great Xia is because times are tough for you, isn't it? What do you mean? We can help you share the burden. Let us unite. With our assistance, it will be more advantageous than your repeated failures. So this is your intention. Very well. However, you must first demonstrate your sincerity. What do you propose? The ones who thwarted our endeavors, if you can eliminate them, I will believe in your sincerity. Even if you remain silent. We would not let them escape. When it comes to vengeance, we harbor no less than you. Just wait and see. They are doomed. The following morning, Feng Xi awoke. Keenly aware of the time, a glimmer of excitement flickering in his eyes. Last night, he had unlocked a new dream quest world. And fortune smiled upon him. It was a renowned realm brimming with oceanic waters. One Piece. Splendid. The trifecta of popular laborious manga has been completed. Feng Xi did not rush into the adventure. Instead, he invested a considerable amount of otherworldly energy into his initial identity within the One Piece realm. The D-Clan? Nonsense. Lao Tzu directly embodies the noble celestial dragons of the world. His physical endowment is unparalleled, with innate resilience akin to that of a seasoned matron. His domineering aura is exceptional. Possessing the rare conqueror's haki, his swordsmanship is destined for greatness, poised to become a legendary swordsman of unparalleled prowess. However, these attributes, while impressive, are not extraordinary in the context of the One Piece universe. The true extraordinary initial talent lies in the innate abilities associated with the devil fruits. Consider Blackbeard, whose unique constitution allows him to wield multiple devil fruit powers simultaneously. This indicates that the original narrative permits the existence of individuals with multiple devil fruit abilities. If Blackbeard can possess such powers, then so can he. Thus, Feng Xi has designed for himself a unique constitution that permits the consumption of multiple devil fruits. The tri-elemental body. This unique physique allows him to harness the powers of 3 distinct devil fruits, one from the Paramecia class, one from the Logia class, and one from the Zoan class, without peril or conflict, and without any adverse effects. With this remarkable constitution, he can maximize the benefits of the Pirate King's dreamlike realm. What does it mean to be inclusive? What does it mean to embrace all rivers? After establishing his initial identity, Feng Xi delves into the new realm, indulging in the opulent lifestyle of the celestial dragons. It must be said, it is immensely gratifying. While everyone despises the celestial dragons, deep down, everyone yearns to become one. The privileges associated with this initial identity are so vast that Feng Xi finds himself able to obtain whatever he desires. Consequently, he immediately requests the world government to procure the most formidable, finest, and rarest of devil fruits. In addition, he demands the finest martial arts and swordsmanship instructors to impart the knowledge of the power systems within the One Piece universe, aiding him in his training. In summary, he deliberately exhibits a fervent desire for strength, quickly capturing attention. After all, it is quite a rarity for a driven individual to emerge amidst a crowd of complacent souls. As a newcomer to the pirate realm, Feng Xi is merely a young lad. But the emergence of a celestial dragon descendant eager to grow stronger is indeed a welcome sight for the 5 elders. Thus, Feng Xi naturally becomes a focal point of the world government's nurturing efforts, with all his requests being met with utmost diligence. Devil fruits? That is hardly a concern. While not an unlimited supply, the world government's vast collections make it quite effortless to fulfill Feng Xi's desires. Before long, a selection of devil fruits is presented before him, allowing him to choose at will. Upon reviewing the offerings, Feng Xi is left in awe. Dozens of exquisite devil fruits nearly overwhelm his senses. However, what truly stuns him are 2 exceptionally rare devil fruits among the selections. The Logia-type ice fruit, the Zoan-type mythical beast fruit, the human fruit in its Titan form. The presence of a mythical beast fruit greatly exceeds Feng Xi's expectations. Upon inquiry, he learns that the Titan fruit is the world government's most prized possession, specifically reserved for celestial dragons aspiring to become formidable. Feng Xi considers himself exceedingly fortunate. Without hesitation, he selects the Titan fruit. He also desires the other fruits. But the 5 elders stipulate he may only choose one, and for now, he intends to keep his secret of being able to consume 3 devil fruits concealed. Moreover, while the frost fruit is indeed commendable, it is not the most suitable choice for Feng Xi, who does not feel compelled to pursue it further. Among the natural-type devil fruits, his foremost desire lies with the dark fruit, followed closely by the flash fruit, and thereafter the thunder fruit. Unfortunately, during this period, the flash fruit has already been consumed by Kizaru, leaving him to devise a means to acquire the dark and thunder fruits. Fortunately, he possesses a general knowledge of their locations, making them not entirely elusive. As for the Paramecia type, he intends to exercise careful selection, refraining from haste. Should he secure the dark fruit first, it would enable him to seize the Paramecia fruits of renowned powers. Tremor, soul, float. Feng Xi chuckled sinisterly, contemplating the path of Blackbeard, leaving him with no escape. With a preliminary plan forming in his mind, Feng Xi subdued his immediate urge to consume all 3 fruits at once. Starting with a mythical beast fruit, he felt immense satisfaction and without a second thought, took a bite, successfully gaining a new extraordinary ability. The only aspect that proved somewhat challenging to endure was the overpowering flavor. Nonetheless, the strength of the Titan fruit significantly enhanced his capabilities, yielding noticeable improvements upon consumption. Additionally, the extraordinary power accompanying the Titan fruit, aside from physical fortitude, delighted Feng Xi immensely. Heavenly thunder, a golden lightning imbued with divine retribution. Excellent. The thunder fruit may now be spared for future collection. Thus, the developmental trajectory of the Pirate King replica has become clear with Feng Xi. In his part-time role as a web novelist, penning titles such as Reborn as Celestial Dragon, starting with a mythical beast fruit, traversing the pirates. The Celestial Dragon harvests the seas, and pirates, Celestial Dragon, Dark Titan. It resonates well. Chapter 56. No way. This lacks strength. Upon exiting the dungeon, Feng Xi felt an overwhelming surge in his physical prowess. The sensation of newfound strength was intoxicating. He then opened his palm, watching as golden lightning danced between his fingers, sacred, weighty, and pure, imbued with a formidable power that resonated deeply within his soul. This force was entirely distinct from the 5 elemental thunder energy cultivated within his internal organs. Yet he sensed a harmonious synergy between the two, much like how the technique of lightning release could seamlessly merge with the 5 thunder tribulation spell. Amplifying both potency and effect, he realized that by successfully amalgamating these various thunder attributes, his offensive capabilities would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. With this thought, Feng Xi's spirits lifted even further. He rose, refreshed himself, and descended to gather with the others. Instructor Chang Heng and Yi Zhi were already waiting in the lobby below. The moment she spotted Feng Xi, Yi Zhi greeted him with an elegant smile, her gentle voice ringing out, "Good morning, Junior Feng Xi. Did you sleep well last night?" Her radiant smile was enchanting, brightening the world around them. Feng Xi was momentarily taken aback, then slightly surprised. "Senior, Yi seems to be in a remarkably good mood today. You weren't quite so cheerful last night." "Senior, you know my sleep quality is always excellent. I rested well last night and woke up feeling invigorated. How about you?" "Not too bad, as long as you're well rested. That's what matters. I thought you might be exhausted after yesterday's battle, but seeing you in such great spirits puts me at ease," Chang Heng replied, maintaining his refined demeanor. After their pleasantries, he signaled for the trio to depart. "Let's head out and check out of the hotel. The military should be waiting for us." The three made their way to the designated military airport, and as anticipated, the officials were already assembled. In addition to Chu Yingming, several young individuals were present, with the boys surrounding her, chattering incessantly, likely vying for her attention. The 2 other girls stood nearby, observing with a cool demeanor, appearing somewhat displeased. It seemed they were the new students from Jiudu Academy who would be embarking on this journey together. "Mr. Chang, I leave these students in your capable hands. I trust you will take good care of them." "Not at all. It's my duty," Chang Heng replied. After completing the handover with the official, he approached the new students. Chu Yingming spotted Feng Xi first and came forward to greet him. "Senior Feng Xi, and Teacher Chang, and Senior Yi, good morning." "Senior?" Chang Heng cast a puzzled glance at Feng Xi. Feng Xi could only pretend not to notice. He had previously masqueraded as a current student of Jiudu Academy in front of Chu Yingming, which led her to believe that he had entered the academy before her, unaware that he was, in fact, a new student just like her. This misunderstanding was the reason behind her calling him senior, and at that moment, her words seemed to sway the perception of the other new students present. Their gazes turned toward Feng Xi, now infused with a hint of reverence and caution. It appeared they were on par with him. So he was indeed a senior? No wonder he exuded such an extraordinary aura. He must not be offended. Subsequently, they all fixed their gaze upon Yi Zhi, utterly astonished by her beauty, instantly elevating her to the status of a celestial being in their eyes, with the boys particularly captivated. Goodness, another stunningly beautiful woman. They had initially thought that Chu Yingming was the epitome of beauty, but to their surprise, this senior was equally enchanting. This journey was indeed worth it. Just this sight alone justified their trip. Chang Heng observed their expressions, his heart accustomed to such reactions. It would have been truly strange if they remained indifferent upon seeing his beloved disciple. He stepped forward and offered a simple introduction. "Hello, students. I am Chang Heng, a faculty member of Jiudu Academy. You will have the opportunity to attend my classes, and I am here to escort you to Jiudu Academy. I hope we can coexist harmoniously in the days to come." In unison, the crowd responded, "Hello, Teacher Chang." Chang Heng nodded and added a brief mention of Feng Xi and Yi Zhi. "These two are your fellow students, Yi Zhi and Feng Xi, who will also be returning with me." The newcomers felt less restrained around them, and the atmosphere became much more lively. "Hello, Senior Yi." "Hello, Senior Feng." Senior Yi is truly beautiful. She must be the campus flower of Jiudu Academy, right? Senior Feng is also quite handsome. Can we consult with you about cultivation issues? Observing their enthusiastic demeanor, Feng Xi stroked his chin, suddenly finding the role of a senior quite enjoyable. With a spark of mischief in his eyes, he felt a playful urge arise within him. Sensing this change in him, Yi Zhi immediately took the initiative to speak. "Hello, juniors. It's getting late. Let us board the plane first and chat once we're airborne. The attendants are already waiting for us." With the beautiful senioress invitation, it was only natural for the freshmen to comply, and they all boarded the plane together. Feng Xi shot a glance at Senior Yi, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction. "You want to let me have any fun? Not a chance. If I don't stir things up, I'll feel restless." Once everyone had boarded the military transport aircraft, the pilot swiftly initiated takeoff. Chang Heng proceeded to the cockpit to communicate the flight route, allowing him to stay updated on real-time conditions. Consequently, the cabin was filled entirely with students, with only Yi Zhi being a formally enrolled student. After takeoff, the boys could hardly contain their excitement. With 2 stunning beauties so close at hand, their emotions were in turmoil, making it impossible for them to remain composed. Just as they were about to strike up a conversation, Feng Xi suddenly stood up and called out loudly, "Come, come, follow my lead. Freshmen, please stand up." The crowd was bewildered, but seeing their senior's command, they obediently rose to their feet, confusion evident on their faces. "Senior, what are we doing?" Feng Xi adopted a stern expression, assuming an authoritative demeanor as he naturally explained, "You are already familiar with our names, yet we remain unaware of yours. Let us proceed with self-introductions in an orderly manner. Form a line. Stand straight." The freshmen, suddenly enlightened, thought to themselves that this indeed made sense. Given their military backgrounds, they found no oddity in the request to stand in line. Rather, they were inwardly astonished that Jiudu Academy also embraced militarized management. This approach, while somewhat imposing, felt rather fitting. Speaking of which, this was our forte. It was the perfect opportunity to make a good impression in front of the beautiful senior sisters. "Meng, you need not stand. We already know you. Please take your seat. Attention. At ease. The first young man on the left, please begin." Feng Xi shouted the commands with utmost seriousness. The first tall boy on the left, sporting a buzz cut, earnestly complied and introduced himself. "Hello, seniors. My name is Jiudu Libin, and I come from." His voice was deep and steady, exuding a natural confidence. However, before he could finish his sentence, he was abruptly interrupted by a thunderous reprimand. "No, that lacks energy. Do it again." All the freshmen were taken aback, startled by Feng Xi's fearsome countenance, which was strikingly serious. The boy was momentarily at a loss and quickly began anew. "Yes, my name is Jiudu Libin, and I am from." "I can't hear you. Speak louder. Did you skip breakfast? With such a quiet voice, do you expect to command a warship? Start over." "Senior, I am already speaking quite loudly. Also, what does it mean to command a warship?" "Silence. Are you questioning me?" Feng Xi's expression grew even more menacing as he boomed. "You all listen closely. The upperclassmen are your elder brothers. What the upperclassmen say is law. If I say I can't hear you, then I can't hear you. Now, immediately, I want to hear your voices." With Feng Xi's current strength and imposing presence, his fierce demeanor and booming voice were far too intimidating for the freshmen to withstand. They were all left stunned, standing upright, scarcely daring to breathe, behaving more obediently than puppies. Their attention was entirely focused on Feng Xi, eyes fixed ahead, oblivious to the fact that Yi Zhi beside them had already facepalmed in disbelief. Chapter 57. Excellent. Full of spirit. I am Jiudu Libin, hailing from Tushan Bay City. I am 18 years old, and my ability is A-level transformation, titanium battle body. I am Daimai from Qingyo Bay City. At 18 years of age, my ability is A-level control, plant manipulation. I am Lin Qingyao, also from Qingyo Bay City. I am 18. And my ability is A-level mental, beast contract. My name is Zhu Yuming, from Hanyuan Bay City. I am 18 years old. And my ability is A-level specialization, martial arts expert. Within the cargo hold of the military transport plane, the new students took turns loudly proclaiming their names, their voices resounding like thunder. Each one possessed an A-level ability, each a true genius. Once they had all introduced themselves, Feng Xi nodded in satisfaction and, with equal vigor, declared, "Excellent. Full of spirit. Students of Jiudu Academy should embody this spirit. Remember, you must maintain this demeanor within the academy. Do you understand?" "Understood." "All right. Please take your seats." The new students finally breathed a sigh of relief, returning to their seats, still dazed, momentarily devoid of any inclination to engage in idle chatter. Feng Xi chuckled quietly to himself, only to be met with a surprise attack from Yeshuejia, who struck at his waist with a two-finger jab. He quickly turned to escape her grasp, whispering an inquiry. "Shuejia, what are you doing? There are so many juniors and seniors watching. Can you please act a bit more decorously?" "Playful." Yezhishi's face twitched with anger. "You expect me to be decorous?" She could only question him telepathically. "Are you out of your mind? Why are you tormenting them for no reason? You already know. Why ask?" "I'm merely seeking a bit of amusement due to my boredom." "Keep it up. Just wait until they find out. Let's see how you handle that. Rest assured, they will understand." "Understand what?" "I'm using this method to inform them that the world can be treacherous. They should not trust others blindly and must form their own opinions rather than follow the crowd." Yezhishi was at a loss for words. She found herself unable to counter his reasoning. Forget it. Do as you wish. After all, they are your peers. If they isolate you in the future, it will be of your own making." Upon hearing this, Feng Xi merely smiled mysteriously, showing no concern. In truth, he was intentional in his actions. If his classmates isolated him, no one would disturb him while he indulged in his dreamscape adventures. Of course, the primary motivation was simply for amusement. Now that he had enjoyed himself, it was time to attend to serious matters. Yoshishi was astonished to see Feng Xi produce 2 red silk balls and a long needle from seemingly nowhere, skillfully beginning to weave. "What are you?" "Knitting." Feng Xi, focused on his needlework, replied without turning. This is not knitting with such fine yarn. This is called weaving silk. What are you making it for? Did I not mention that I would craft a pair of stockings for you? You haven't given up yet. Yujishi's face immediately flushed deep crimson. He did not employ any form of telepathic communication. Instead, he spoke outright. The nearby freshmen, with their keen ears, could not help but widen their eyes in astonishment. Turning to gaze at him, their expressions filled with wonder and disbelief. So, this was the nature of their relationship. How infuriating. Such a beautiful senior had already been claimed. What a bitter pill to swallow. Furthermore, their peculiar preference was utterly. A boy hand-knitting stockings for his girlfriend? They had never encountered such an eccentric sentiment before and were profoundly shaken. As they cast complex glances in her direction, Yijishi felt an overwhelming sense of social mortification for the first time, regretting her words immensely. Must I really ask? Can you refrain from making such absurd statements? If you wish to wear them, do so yourself. What? That seems a bit perverse, doesn't it? Aren't you the one who's perverse? Please, spare me from your conversation. Just go on with your knitting. The embarrassment was too much for Yi Shueji to bear, and she turned away, pretending to rest, wishing to avoid any further confrontation. Feng Xi could only shrug, relishing the ensuing tranquility. Upon catching sight of their peers curiously peering from nearby seats, he inquired, "Would you like me to knit a pair for you as well? If you don't wear them, they could serve as a clever disguise." They were instantly alarmed and shook their heads vigorously, hurriedly declining. No. Thank you, senior. We don't need them." Straightening up, no one dared to cast their gaze towards Feng Xi again. Even though the notion of a man knitting stockings was quite outlandish, it no longer intrigued their curiosity. Just when Feng Xi believed he would be left in peace, a figure wafted in, accompanied by a pleasant fragrance, and took a seat beside him. It was none other than Miss Chuing Ming. She regarded the item in Feng Xi's hands with curiosity, her gaze innocent and seemingly uncritical. "Can such delicate stockings really be hand-knitted? Your hands are truly skilled, senior." Feng Xi was taken aback, looking up at her, momentarily unable to discern whether she was genuinely complimenting him. "Miss, is your focus slightly peculiar?" Seeing her pure expression, he found himself unable to maintain his earlier shamelessness and could only offer a casual explanation. "This isn't ordinary material. I don't employ conventional methods. So it has little to do with skill. Isn't that even more impressive? What a pity I don't wear stockings. Otherwise, I would definitely ask you to knit me a pair. Do you realize what you were saying?" Feng Xi was rendered speechless by her, fully aware she might be attempting to comfort him, yet her words seemed wholly inappropriate coming from someone as beautiful as she. He felt an inexplicable guilt for tarnishing her purity, leaving him bewildered. Let us end this topic. However, his gaze involuntarily drifted downwards, catching a glimpse of her long, slender legs, perfectly curved. Feng Xi could not help but exclaim, "What a pity. Those legs should not go without stockings. It would be a waste. Nevertheless, it matters not. I shall knit myself a scarf instead." "A scarf? Isn't that a bit too thin?" "Not at all. It's not as if it's meant for warmth. In truth, this is merely a prop, and I cannot elaborate too much on it. Oh, by the way, I have plenty of materials. Would you like to have one as well?" "Me? I observe that your extraordinary ability appears to slice through space, does it not? However, it seems you lack a means of long-range attack. Is it not possible for your spatial slashing to be projected outward? I notice you always engage in close combat with your blade. To be frank, it seems rather perilous. At this moment, I am unable to detach my ability. I can only imbue it onto my weapon. For long distance, I can only slightly influence the spatial orientation. I cannot tear through space. Must it be a weapon? Well, as long as I do not release my grip, it should be feasible. That simplifies matters. I believe you could experiment with new weaponry instead of persistently wielding the long sword." "What new weapon? I could craft a whip for you." "You can even weave a whip? Here, nothing is impossible. By the way, if you trust me, you might consider handing over your sword. I have a delightful combination in mind for its enhancement." Chapter 58, Tiandu City, Kangyi Demon Abyss. On the airplane, Feng Xi diligently crafted magical artifacts using the divine machine while engaging in lighthearted conversation with Chuing Ming, relishing the moment. The surrounding classmates maintained a quiet demeanor, yet their inner turmoil was palpable. The jealousy and resentment of the boys swiftly eroded their respect for the senior. How infuriating. Is the senior truly exceptional? What distinguishes him from us, save for a mere year or two of earlier enrollment? Why does he monopolize the attention of such beauties? It would be one thing if he had a vague connection with Senior Yi, but why has he also ensnared Chuing Ming? Is he attempting to claim them all? It was particularly vexing that she approached him of her own accord, leaving them without grounds for complaint. Their teeth nearly ground to dust in frustration, consumed by jealousy. They felt as if they were being torn apart. Meanwhile, Yi Zhishi, feigning meditation, seethed inwardly as she listened to the ceaseless chatter of the two. Having cursed Feng Xi under her breath countless times, Yi Zhishi thought, "We are on the same flight, yet when I seek your company, you fall asleep." But with other girls, you are animated and engaged? Very well. Go to hell. You insufferable oaf. The flight from Yunshan City to Tiandu City was nearly complete, having taken less than 3 hours to reach their destination. The journey was uneventful, and they safely entered the realm of Tiandu City. As Feng Xi focused on crafting a replica of the Mingtian silk, he suddenly paused, glancing out the window. At that moment, he sensed that he had crossed a peculiar boundary, and the nature of the space around him seemed subtly altered. This revelation astonished him, casting a shadow over his expression. Just then, exclamations of awe erupted from the classmates in the cabin. Have we arrived? Is this Tiandu City? Wow, it's enormous. Such a spectacular city. Completely unlike an ordinary base city. Truly deserving of its reputation as Tiandu Academy City. This scale is beyond comprehension. Is this another world? Is this where we will live for the next few years? I am already filled with excitement. Feng Xi's gaze shifted from the window to the magnificent city below. Before him lay an endless expanse of a city, devoid of towering skyscrapers, but filled with an array of uniquely designed buildings. Towering spires rose towards the heavens like straightened swords, while colossal metallic statues gazed down upon the earth, surveying the entire city. Suspended iron landscapes exuded a heavy, oppressive grandeur. Numerous low-lying buildings of varying shapes constituted a marvel of architectural history, each rivaling the renowned stadiums of past civilizations. Together, they created a stunning visual impact, reminiscent of a blossoming garden. No matter the perspective, this was undoubtedly a city that transcended the current technological capabilities of the world, a realm of science fiction and fantasy. Anyone witnessing this city for the first time would be profoundly shaken, and even someone like Feng Xi, a traveler from another world, was no exception. It was difficult to fathom that such a magnificent city was constructed solely for the purpose of housing an academy. No wonder the illustrious title of the city of Tiandu Academy resonates across the globe. There is indeed substantial reason behind it. How do you find it? Are you not awestruck? I, too, was taken aback during my first visit. Observing the look of wonder on Feng Xi's face, she couldn't help but chuckle softly. Her demeanor tinged with pride and a sense of shared glory. However, remembering her earlier admonition to not forgive a certain big oaf and to absolutely disregard him, she quickly masked her smile, huffed softly, and turned her head away, adopting an aloof and unapproachable stance. Feng Xi, unable to restrain himself, found her adorably charming. He ventured to inquire, "Indeed, it is quite spectacular. However, senior, does this city harbor any peculiar restrictions? I sensed something unusual just now." She was momentarily taken aback, momentarily forgetting her frosty demeanor, as she turned to him in surprise. "You can feel it?" From her expression, Feng Xi gleaned the answer. "It truly exists?" She nodded and explained. "This is a restriction left by the esteemed ancestor of humanity who founded Tiandu Academy. The first formidable being of the great Xia to reach the celestial realm, Lord Song Yili. It serves to protect the spatial integrity within the boundaries of Tiandu City, known as the Tsang Qiong Demon Abyss. Under the influence of this restriction, all dimensional passages that open within the confines of Tiandu City are automatically redirected to the Demon Abyss, ensuring that the city's inhabitants remain unharmed by interdimensional monstrosities. Consequently, Tiandu City has become one of the few places in the world completely devoid of demons. Moreover, the interdimensional creatures trapped within the abyss will be transformed by the unique environment, serving as tools for the students' training and resources for cultivation, thereby nurturing the growth and development of the academy. This information is typically disclosed after enrollment, but I never expected you to perceive the spatial anomaly. Ordinarily, it would be Miss Zhu who senses such things first." Upon hearing this, Zhu Yingming, who had been listening attentively, nodded in agreement. "I see. I too felt a hint of something amiss earlier, though it was rather vague. I assumed it was merely an illusion." At this moment, Feng Xi had plunged into deep contemplation. Although he held great admiration for the founder's prowess, this news was not particularly favorable for him. Internally, he exclaimed, "What does this mean? So the entire Tiandu City is devoid of interdimensional monsters? Where am I to source interdimensional energy for new quests? I intend to study here for several years. Had I known, I would not have come. Wait, it's not entirely isolated. Rather, the interdimensional creatures invading Tiandu City are all automatically confined to a place called the Demon Abyss, and that location is designated for students' training. This implies that as long as one can access the Demon Abyss, he can still acquire energy, and since the monsters are centralized, he need not search far and wide. In a sense, this is even more convenient." With this realization, Feng Xi calmed himself slightly and deliberately remarked, "So that is the case. This is indeed an impressive feat. This founder is truly a master of dual purpose, making the most of every resource. In this manner, could the residents of this city not truly live in an environment of absolute safety?" Yet, Shi shook her head, cautioning against premature elation. Although the threat of interdimensional monsters has been contained, it does not imply the absence of other perils. The Jiudu Academy, which governs the most crucial border checkpoint of the Xia Kingdom, frequently faces assaults from wild beast hordes. Moreover, in the eyes of the cultists, Jiudu Academy is the epitome of their disdain, and they incessantly yearn to obliterate this place, often infiltrating the city to create chaos. A significant portion of the city's military defense and public security is managed by our Academy's personnel, hence the senior students are never lacking in combat experience. In such an environment, one must remain vigilant and not relinquish their guard. Upon hearing this, Feng Xi's eyes immediately sparkled with excitement. Oh, so there are cultists to hunt down? That poses no problem at all. Thank you for the reminder, Senior. I understand now. Having said that, I shall continue to ignore you. Chapter 59, Jiudu Academy. The aircraft ultimately did not descend, but instead landed at a suspended air defense base high above the city. This location serves as the garrison of the Great Xia military, where military aircraft are permitted to enter, and it is only fitting that they land here. Upon disembarking, the group unexpectedly had to part ways. With only a few days left before the official start of the semester, the new students, including Chu Yingming, all hailed from military backgrounds and were naturally assisted by the local garrison in arranging their accommodations. In contrast, Feng Xi, being a self-recruited student of the academy and a special admit, was directly organized by the institution and needed to report to the academy first. This meant a temporary farewell to the charming junior students. Junior, I must take my leave now. Your whip and knife should be ready in a few days. I will bring them to you when school starts, so take it easy for now and refrain from accepting any tasks, Feng Xi advised as he patted Chu Yingming's shoulder, casually taking her personal weapons with him. Without your weapons, you can surely enjoy a break for a few days, can't you? Chu Yingming obediently nodded. Yes, Senior, goodbye. I entrust the matter of the weapons to you. I have a spare knife, so it's all right. Feng Xi thought, this girl is hopeless. Whatever. He then added, take care of yourself, goodbye. As they waved farewell, the three leaped into the air, plummeting towards the ground. Although there were small aircraft available for direct descent to the ground from the base, it was apparent that Feng Xi and his companions had no need for such assistance. Before long, Changheng brought the two down to a pristine and tidy urban area. Once amidst the city, the grandeur of the place became even more palpable, as if standing in a futuristic metropolis, filled with novelty at every turn. Surveying his surroundings, Feng Xi casually inquired, Instructor Chang, which direction is the academy? I don't see it. Changheng smiled slightly. There is no designated area for the academy. The entire city falls under the purview of Jiudu Academy. This area is designated as the housing zone for new students. I will first take you to register. Once your information is entered into the Jiudu network, you will understand how the city operates. Feng Xi could not help but marvel. The entire city is Jiudu Academy? Such a vast area is merely student accommodations? This is truly grandiose. He suddenly felt like a country bumpkin entering the city, momentarily forgetting to jest and dutifully following Changheng's lead. To his surprise, the registration process was not cumbersome. It could even be described as simple. There was no need to meet anyone in particular. Changheng facilitated the operation at a commonly found public computer station, referred to as a network terminal operation room. In the future, all aspects of life in this city, shopping, applications, accepting academy tasks, exchanging rewards, and more, could be conducted here. Simultaneously, he received a sleek and technologically advanced wristwatch, known as the terminal wristwatch, which automatically linked to the entire Jiudu city network, boasting formidable capabilities. From now on, he could utilize it for course inquiries, map navigation, identity verification, and communication, making this single wristwatch sufficient to address all his academic and daily needs. Is this not the epitome of an intelligent lifestyle? How advanced it is. Gazing at the virtual screen projected from the wristwatch, Feng Xi couldn't help but exclaim in wonder. Beside him, Shi shot him a cold glance, her icy tone dripping with sarcasm. Have you never seen such things before? No need to be so astonished. Unfazed, Feng Xi leaned in closer and inquired, Senior, do all the students reside in this area? Are the accommodations separated by gender? Don't you live here as well? Still irked, Shi initially intended to ignore him, but his question prompted a response, albeit with a hint of annoyance. Are you thinking of something inappropriate again? Don't get ahead of yourself. Although both male and female students reside in this area and can freely choose accommodations to register as their own rooms, the dormitories for boys and girls are indeed separate. Boys can only select from the blue apartment buildings, while girls are confined to the pink ones. So don't even think about living in the same apartment as other girls. She continued, as for me, I don't reside in these complimentary student dorms. I rent a place in another district, quite far from here. Upon hearing this, Feng Xi nodded, understanding the situation. It seemed the academy did not support co-ed housing. At least not overtly. However, if one rented their own residence, the academy likely had no jurisdiction over that. Without a doubt, there were students among them who cohabited by renting their own apartments. Yet, he felt no envy. Living alone offered a certain freedom. After all, who wouldn't relish the luxury of a free, upscale apartment? Subsequently, Chong Hung imparted some fundamental knowledge to Feng Xi and encouraged him to explore the wristwatch independently and find an unoccupied room to settle in. Each apartment bore a unique number, and once he selected an empty suite, it would automatically register under his name, allowing him to claim it. If he wished to relocate in the future, he would need to apply again. Feng Xi had no particular demands regarding his living arrangements and chose a vacant boys' apartment nearby, occupying the topmost suite. These apartments featured a spacious layout, with each floor housing a single suite, fully equipped and boasting smart home technology, epitomizing convenience, cleanliness, and efficiency. After surveying the space, Feng Xi felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. The accommodations rivaled those of five-star hotels in other cities, and they were provided to him at no cost. What more could he desire? Senior, I find it intriguing that the complimentary dormitories are of such caliber. I wonder what the paid rentals must be like. Feng Xi plopped down on the sofa and turned to Yi Shi, who remained silent at the other end. Chong Hung had already departed, leaving Yi Shi behind, her expression still frosty. What? Are you eager to take a look? She asked. No. How could I venture into a girl's room casually? It's mealtime now. Let us find a place to eat, he replied. Eat? You wish. No thanks. If you have nothing else to do, I'll head back now. You can go eat by yourself, Yi Shi stated, rising as if to leave. Feng Xi quickly stood to escort her out, casually remarking, Oh, senior, do you have other matters to attend to? Well, then forget it. Perhaps next time I will invite you again. Take care, Senior Yi. Yi, the senior, couldn't help but roll her eyes, thinking, You can't even make an effort to keep me here? You must be wishing for my departure. Humph. This time, she truly left without looking back. As Feng Xi watched her walk away, a slight smile crept onto his lips. He thought to himself that he could finally enjoy a period of tranquility. The days leading up to the start of the semester were ample time for him to accomplish many tasks. Zhu Yingming's weapon was merely a trivial matter that would not consume much of his time. Primarily, he could focus on diligently leveling up in the dungeons. Currently, he had numerous dungeons at his disposal, with many treasures awaiting his discovery and numerous skills yet to be mastered. Time was becoming increasingly scarce for him. It was time to seize the moment. Activating the shopping feature on his wristwatch, Feng Xi ordered an abundance of food and beverages, summoning the delivery robot to his doorstep. He then embarked on his journey into the realm of dreams without ever stepping outside. Chapter 60, a renowned healing anime. 5 days later. The reminder on his terminal wristwatch roused Feng Xi from his slumber. During these days, he was undisturbed, allowing him to relish in restful sleep and significantly enhance his strength. Most importantly, he acquired a plethora of extraordinary abilities, supplementing his skill set to address previously identified shortcomings. In the realm of the extraordinary, he delved into the secrets of chi body source flow through his studies of Zhang Chulan. In the world of Shinigami, he developed a Shinigami version of the spirit dispatch technique by intertwining it with the ways of the soul arts. Within the Naruto universe, he mastered sealing techniques and the 8 gates, while also innovating several bloodline limits. In the world of pirates, he grasped the 6 forms of the Navy and activated both armament haki and observation haki. Unable to contain his curiosity, he ventured into a new dream realm. The outcome, however, was somewhat lackluster. The power ceiling of this new dream was not particularly high, although it introduced a bug-level antagonist that could manipulate the fabric of time. Its overall value paled in comparison to the Deadfire Sea. Notably, it did offer a range of potent items, some even touching upon the realm of rules. As many may have surmised, it was indeed the famed, spirited healing anime, Attaining Kill. This series is profoundly soothing, and it would be wise for readers to first view the JPG. While the potential discoveries were limited, every little bit counts, and Feng Xi did not abandon the endeavor. He dedicated some time to strategizing, refraining from investing initial resources, confident that he could conquer this realm with his innate extraordinary powers. Though he did not spend much time in this new dimension, he managed to join the Revolutionary Army, replacing one of the protagonists, Labo, and acquiring one of the 42 Imperial artifacts, the Metamorphic Tail. Before the ensuing plot could unfold, time slipped away, leading him to exit the dream. Sitting up in bed, Feng Xi gazed at the Imperial artifact, the Metamorphic Tail, and a spark of inspiration ignited within him. While not as formidable as the magical treasures found in the cultivation world, this artifact possessed its own uniqueness, especially given the rarity and preciousness of its materials. By employing the methods of divine craftsmanship, he might reverse engineer the manufacturing techniques of such artifacts. Furthermore, perhaps he could enhance the Imperial artifact, transforming it into an even more powerful magical instrument. By merging the skills of both worlds, he might create astonishing surprises beyond his imagination. Feng Xi recognized the viability of this idea. However, now was not the time for such research, as he needed to head out. Today marked the official opening day of Jiudu Academy, and as a new student, he could not afford to be tardy. After a refreshing shower and grooming, the disheveled recluse who had slept for 5 days and nights transformed into a dapper young man, exuding an aura of vigor. Dressed in the garments acquired during his zero-cost shopping expedition with Senior Yi and Yunshan, and wielding his Zampakit, Feng Xi leisurely stepped out into the world. Lifting his wrist, a virtual screen materialized, revealing a three-dimensional map alongside a message. The 119th Freshman Welcome Ceremony of Jiudu Academy will commence at 8:30 this morning. Held at the Celestial Pavilion in the city center. Please be punctual. The map indicated that various public transportation services could be accessed with a click. Feng Xi glanced at the distance, finding it quite manageable, and thus leapt directly from the rooftop, traversing the space between buildings with agile jumps. Occasionally, he would shoot a thread from his tail to gain momentum, playfully channeling his inner Spider-Man, thoroughly enjoying the experience. In approximately 10 minutes, Feng Xi arrived at his destination, a remarkably vast and stunning azure edifice, strikingly eye-catching in its design. The 4 prominent characters spelling Celestial Pavilion stood out vividly. At that moment, the entrance was bustling with a considerable crowd, predominantly vibrant youths, their faces radiating sunny smiles. With a flawless aerial somersault, Feng Xi descended gracefully to the ground, landing with an impressive flair, drawing the attention of many around him. A passerby exclaimed, "Wow, where did this show-off come from?" The scent of youth is back. Rising to his feet, Feng Xi sighed in awe before swaggering towards the main entrance of the pavilion, wielding a long sword with nonchalance. His demeanor was relaxed and his presence remarkable, which elicited gasps of admiration from several girls nearby. "Look, there's a handsome guy over there, tall and slender. With striking features and an exceptional aura, he undoubtedly qualified as a quality gentleman." The spirited youth certainly captivated my interest. He appeared distinct from the other boys. Surely, he wasn't a freshman? It was plausible, as most newly awakened boys exuded a certain naivety, lacking his poised composure. He must be an upperclassman. After all, senior students are also expected to attend the welcome ceremony. Should I ask for his contact information? You go ahead. I feel too shy. What is there to be shy about? A distinguished upperclassman like him is highly sought after. The quick seized the opportunity. Alas, why is he moving so fast? I can't keep up. Feng Xi soon stepped into the pavilion, entering an immensely spacious circular hall capable of accommodating thousands of attendees. Each newcomer had a designated number corresponding to a seat. Quickly locating his position, Feng Xi settled in, casually leaving a flying thunder god mark beneath his seat. Just in case. Ever since mastering the flying thunder god technique, he had adopted this prudent habit of marking every new location he visited, regardless of its utility. Once seated and with time to spare, Feng Xi idly surveyed his surroundings, observing the demeanor of the freshmen. To his astonishment, amidst the lively atmosphere of the pavilion, the number of handsome men and beautiful women was astonishing. Even those of average appearance possessed unique charm, brimming with confidence and filled with earnest hopes for a promising future. Upon reflection, it was hardly surprising. The students who are fortunate enough to pursue further studies at Jiudu Academy are undoubtedly the Armée de las Armées among newcomers from various regions. Their awakened abilities are unlikely to be subpar, marking them as exceptional individuals who stand out remarkably. Even though some may not possess striking appearances, the sheer advantage of having extraordinary innate talents sets them apart, instilling a sense of confidence that naturally enhances their allure. Moreover, as these newly awakened individuals begin to harness their exceptional abilities, their essence starts to transform, affecting their temperament, physical attributes, complexion, and overall appearance. Indeed, it is not uncommon for them to become more attractive. This is particularly evident among young women, whose improved skin can significantly elevate their beauty. The adage "a fair complexion covers a multitude of flaws" encapsulates this phenomenon. As Feng Xi surveyed the scene, he noticed a plethora of exquisite young women, each with a unique style, creating a dazzling array that was truly a feast for the eyes. Although he had yet to encounter anyone who could rival the unparalleled beauty of Senior Yi and Chu Ming, the sight still stirred his emotions fervently. Feng Xi was not yet inclined to pursue a romantic involvement on campus, but this did not diminish his joy. Men often experience an unexplainable exhilaration when entering an environment filled with stunning women. This excitement stems from an innate yearning for a promising future and the instinctual impulses tied to the propagation of life. Perhaps this is the essence of youth. With a pensive sigh, Feng Xi reflected on this sentiment just as the exuberant youths in the venue began to stir with newfound excitement. Driven by curiosity, he leaned forward to follow their gaze. Chapter 61. A Competition of Beauty. Lo and behold, look, a beauty. Where? What is so special about a beauty? I am a proud student of Jiudu Academy. Why the fuss? Good heavens. She is truly stunning. My word, this girl is absolutely remarkable. Mother, I have fallen in love. Is this the allure of Jiudu Academy? How fortunate I am to study here. Those long legs, I could indulge in their splendor for a lifetime. Amidst the clamor, faintly echoed the excited discussions of the boys, observing their eyes gleaming with desire and their salivating expressions. Feng Xi immediately surmised that the newcomer must be an exceptionally beautiful girl. Upon closer inspection, realization dawned upon him. Ah, is that nodding Z? Quite normal, indeed. The newcomer was none other than Chu Yingming. Today, she was not clad in the combat uniform of the Night Watch, but rather in a simple white casual outfit. Her hair tied in a neat high ponytail, swaying gracefully as she walked, as if to sway into the hearts of the young men. Her unpretentious attire somehow transformed into a fashionable statement, with a placid expression, devoid of both sorrow and joy. She radiated an ethereal beauty that seemed to encapsulate all that is lovely in the world, quietly entering the realm of those who beheld her, capturing every gaze with an irresistible allure. Unassuming yet undeniably favored by fate, she embodied the brilliance of the world. Even Feng Xi, having seen her numerous times before, was momentarily captivated, his usual clever remarks reduced to mere exclamations of awe. Indeed, Miss Chu's beauty is formidable wherever she goes. Feng Xi mused as he watched her quietly take a seat at a distance, choosing not to greet her. She was unaware that he was a newcomer. Should she spot him in the freshman seating area, it would surely expose his secret. He felt no apprehension, merely found it inconvenient to explain. Deciding to wait for a more opportune moment to disclose the truth after this day. Today was the orientation, and it was prudent to remain low-key for the time being. With that thought, Feng Xi diverted his gaze to avoid detection. At this moment, the boys were becoming increasingly restless, many contemplating approaching Chu Yingming. However, before they could act, a new commotion arose. Feng Xi, alerted by the noise, peered around and spotted three beautiful girls walking side by side. Each one possessed exquisite beauty, with the middle one clearly standing out as the most distinguished. She was a tall, elegant girl with a princess-cut hairstyle, possessing a striking physique and captivating features. Her attire was meticulously chosen, exuding an air of confidence and grace. Clearly, she hailed from a prominent family, her poise exuding an aura of superiority that rendered her seemingly unattainable. In terms of charm, she was certainly a match for Chu Yingming. Notably, the two beautiful girls accompanying her appeared to serve as her protectors, expertly parting the crowd ahead of her, demonstrating both professionalism and thoughtfulness. Upon their arrival, they captivated the attention of the majority, with the girl under protection drawing even more admiration, as if she were the moon surrounded by stars. She entered the venue with an air of indifference, taking her seat with a commanding presence that instantly reignited the fervor among the boys. Wow, another one? She's quite impressive. Definitely goddess material. Oh my, I'm falling in love again. Who is this girl? She even has bodyguards? Huh, why does she seem familiar? Isn't she the second daughter of the renowned Su family, Su Xingruan? Her family is a major shareholder in the prestigious Xingyin Academy. So what brings her to Jiudu Academy? The Su family you're referring to is the illustrious Xingheng Su family, right? Is there any other Su family? Incredible. A top-tier family. If I could win her affection, I would never have to strive again in my life. Don't be ridiculous. Such elite families only marry into other top-tier families. Ordinary folks need not even dream of it. Being her servant would be more realistic. Ah, well, that's not entirely impossible. My friend, let me advise you, being a sycophant has no future. Mind your own business. Who are you? I am merely a humble servant of Miss Su. The whispers of the boys did not escape Feng Xi's ears, and he quickly pieced together valuable information. A daughter of a prominent family, the Su family, which holds power in the city and is a major stakeholder in Xingyin Academy. This was the first time he had encountered such a wealthy heiress, and he considered it an enlightening experience. Nevertheless, he remained indifferent. In his eyes, this girl paled in comparison to Chu Yingming and senior sister Yi, lacking that elusive quality that even the most prestigious lineage could not compensate for. Admittedly, Feng Xi recognized his own bias against the affluent, a mentality inherited from his past life that he could not easily shake off. So what if one is wealthy? Yet, what he found unremarkable only served as a dazzling allure for the other boys, many of whom shamelessly proclaimed their desire to be Miss Su's devoted admirer. While most were joking, their remarks indirectly validated the charm associated with her elite status. However, the boys' affections were fickle. Barely had they finished their declarations when another stunning beauty made her entrance. This time, she embodied a soft and adorable demeanor, with bright eyes and a radiant smile, her fair skin enhancing her extraordinarily sweet appearance. Clearly unaccustomed to the crowd, she seemed nervous under the gaze of the surrounding boys, clutching her companion tightly. exuding an air of vulnerability that was quite enticing. Her beauty was undeniably exceptional, but it was her figure that truly stood out, even in a modest stance. She towered over her female companion, not fitting the mold of a petite girl. Overall, she appeared pleasantly plump, with curves in all the right places, embodying the ideal of a slightly chubby girl in the eyes of many boys. Notably, her ample bosom was particularly pronounced, making it difficult for her to see her own toes. At that moment, the boys fell silent, their astonishment evident as they gaped or gasped in awe. Feng Xi cast a glance, only to find himself unable to divert his gaze. Her figure was simply celestial, surely an E-cup, at the very least. To be candid, such a physique was more than sufficient. Everything else paled in comparison. If one were to take her home, there would be no fear of hunger for future offspring. What a cheat. Ingzi, you are bound to be overshadowed. Just as Feng Xi basked in this visual delight, a haughty and disdainful cold snort pierced his ears. Humph. Boring. Filthy. The sound was faint, yet Feng Xi heard it distinctly, for it was quite close. He snapped back to reality and turned to see a girl with black-rimmed glasses regarding him with evident disdain. Her overly long bangs obscured much of her eyes, rendering her features somewhat difficult to discern. Her attire was also rather baggy, concealing her figure. At first glance, she appeared to be an ordinary bespectacled girl, lacking any remarkable traits. However, Feng Xi's keen eye quickly discerned the truth. With his sharp perception, he realized that this girl was likely a beauty, simply neglecting to present herself well. Or perhaps, she was deliberately concealing her allure. Feng Xi found this unfathomable and retorted without hesitation, "You call me boring, how much better are you? Miss? What era are we in that you still resort to the old trick of playing ugly? Why not just dress as a boy instead?" The girl was evidently taken aback for a moment, then adjusted her glasses and spoke with an air of aloofness and mockery. "Oh? I thought you were merely a lecherous boy, incapable of moving on upon sighting a beauty. I did not expect you to possess some discernment, able to see through my impeccable disguise and glimpse my true appearance. Young man, do share your name. You have earned the privilege of being remembered by me." Feng Xi was rendered speechless. It seemed he was dealing with a quintessentially dramatic girl. Chapter 62. The Joys of a Chinibyu Girl. As the saying goes, beautiful exteriors are ubiquitous, while intriguing souls are rare gems. Although the bespectacled girl before Feng Xi is afflicted with Chinibyu, she nonetheless strikes him as a uniquely captivating spirit. With the welcoming ceremony yet to commence and the freshers still absent, as well as the senior students yet to arrive, time is ample. Seizing the moment, he initiates a conversation with her. "I am Feng Xi, a resident of Magic Sea City, and I am Xiao Qi Yue," she proudly declares, "remember my name well, for soon it shall echo across the globe." Huh, how ludicrous. Before the future world's sovereign, Lord Feng Xi, where do you find the audacity to speak so boldly? Roar. It seems you're also a youth with lofty aspirations. Alas, how can a firefly's light compete with the brilliance of the full moon? If you wish to be my rival, you must first strive to become a star. Interesting. You dare to liken yourself to the moon in the presence of this rising sun? Your ambition is commendable. I shall grant you a temporary acknowledgement. However, you must understand that no matter how radiant the moon, it cannot be compared to the sun. I advise you not to set me as your goal, for I am an existence you shall never reach. What? Even arrogance has its limits. You foolish youth. You have no idea whom you are addressing. Roar? How entertaining. Do you even know who I am? Who are you? Merely a new student, I presume? Feng Xi scoffs, his demeanor exuding pride as he proclaims a series of illustrious titles. Before you stands the champion of the Pokemon League, the chosen one left behind. A perennial genin of Konoha, an undying ember, a master of iron, an interstellar lord, the savior of the Sky Province, a master of Gwent. A distinguished card player of noble standing, the sole designated master of Chaldea, a hapless traveler lost in a foreign realm. A valiant warrior of Ulhud who suffers from server disconnections, a stubborn bronze of honor of kings, a noble of Zon in League of Legends. And the God King of Elden. Xiao Qi Yue is momentarily taken aback, her expression a mixture of shock and confusion. What a nonsensical array of titles. I have no idea what you were talking about. Are you mocking me? Have you finally realized? I could tell you, yet you wouldn't comprehend. In any case, you can never surpass me. Preposterous. Do not speak so brazenly before me. As the two engage in their lively exchange, their words are laden with the essence of Chinibyu. Nearby students gaze at them with a mixture of bewilderment and disdain, wondering if these two are indeed foolish. Time slips by as they converse, and the number of students in the venue continues to swell, with senior students taking their seats. Feng Xi, initially engrossed in his banter with the Chinibyu girl, suddenly feels an imperceptible wave of unease wash over him, causing him to shiver involuntarily. He senses a gaze filled with malice directed at him, abruptly extinguishing his playful mood. He turns to follow the source of the ominous stare. In the front row of the second-grade student area, Yi Zhishi was smiling at him. Her smile was enchanting, yet it sent a chill down Feng Xi's spine. You scoundrel! After so many days of silence, now you are here flirting with other girls. Feng Xi could only respond with an awkward smile, waving at her from a distance. He then straightened his posture, adopting a more subdued demeanor. Yi Zhishi huffed in annoyance and turned her head away, choosing not to see him. Only then did Feng Xi breathe a sigh of relief. Suddenly realizing, why should I be afraid? Can she really control who I converse with? A rebellious spirit surged within him. Just as he intended to turn back and continue chatting with the quirky girl, Xiao Qiyue, he noticed someone had taken the stage at the center of the venue. Upon closer inspection, something was gleaming brightly. Goodness, what a dazzling bald head. Students, please quiet down. The time has come. I hereby declare the 119th welcome ceremony and opening ceremony of Jiudu Academy officially commenced. The bald elder on the podium spoke with authority, his voice resonant and robust. Although he had no microphone, his voice reverberated throughout the hall, reaching every teacher and student clearly without being deafening, akin to someone speaking normally in close proximity. This was already quite extraordinary. Feng Xi's eyes brightened as he squinted slightly, instinctively calculating the situation. However, he was met with an utterly unexpected result. He could discern nothing, yet was overwhelmed by a rush of blood and a piercing pain in his head. It hurt. It hurt terribly. Was this a backlash from the heavenly mandate? Merely probing the opponent's reality with Feng Ho Chimin had led to such repercussions. This was an encounter unlike any he had experienced. The elder before him was undeniably a formidable force, far beyond Feng Xi's imagination. There could be no other explanation. Fortunately, the backlash was not too severe, and he could recover after a brief respite. Nonetheless, this served as a stern warning for Feng Xi. It seemed that while Feng Ho Chimin was indeed convenient, one must exercise caution when employing it. Should he attempt to calculate the presence of an extraordinarily powerful being, he might very well find himself in peril. I am Yu Tianxing, the president of Jiudu Academy. On behalf of the entire faculty and student body, I extend a warm welcome to all the new students joining our family. On this momentous and celebratory day, I wish to share a few words. Realizing this was the Academy's president, it was no surprise that he possessed such strength. Although unaware of the specific realm of the individual's power, Feng Xi surmised that the elder was likely a top-tier expert at the 8th realm, the Soul Sea, possessing the world-destroying might of a demigod in the transformation stage. This was his first encounter with a transformation stage expert, and it imparted a profound lesson. I am still not strong enough. In the presence of such powerful beings, it seems likely that I would be unable to escape, even with all my capabilities. With this thought, Feng Xi did not succumb to despair. Rather, he solidified his resolve to grow stronger. He then withdrew his gaze, reclined in his seat, and closed his eyes, drifting off into slumber. It is not that he is unwilling to show respect to the dean. Rather, the individual is simply too verbose. Initially promising to keep it brief, he instead launches into an incessant monologue, showing no signs of pausing. He meanders from the history of Jiudu Academy to its traditions, from the spirit of inheritance to pedagogical philosophies, and from reminiscing about the past to envisioning the future. Feng Xi truly does not wish to squander his time on such unproductive discourse. He would find it far more beneficial to cultivate his skills within the Dreamland instance. In fact, there are numerous students who, like Feng Xi, have drifted off mentally. However, none are as audacious as he, openly succumbing to slumber. Even the senior students, who have long anticipated such an occurrence, dare not show any disrespect towards the dean. It is essential to recognize that he is not merely a leader, but a demigod standing at the pinnacle of humanity. To incur the displeasure of such a formidable being could lead to consequences far graver than mere inconveniences. Fortunately, the powerful possess a certain grace, allowing the dean to address his audience without concern for their reactions, thus sparing Feng Xi from potential repercussions. Chapter 63, The New Representative. The Golden Emperor's Thunder. The welcoming ceremony unfolded throughout the morning, with Dean Yu Tianxing delivering a 2-hour address. Following this, representatives from the senior students took the stage to deliver their speeches, succeeded by the address from the representative of the new students. The senior representative was the student council president, a poised girl wearing glasses, whose striking beauty and figure elicited enthusiastic cheers from the audience. In contrast, the new student representative was a tall, handsome young man with an air of elegance and nobility, his golden hair shimmering under the light. His entrance caused quite a stir, captivating many young girls who erupted in admiration, while several senior girls appeared to have found a worthy target, their eyes gleaming with interest. The atmosphere grew even more fervent after the young man introduced himself. Good morning to all esteemed teachers, senior students, and fellow classmates. It is my honor to represent all the new students here today. My name is Sikong Ming, and my awakened talent is the S-rank ability of the Golden Emperor's Thunder. At this proclamation, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Girls screamed, while boys exchanged glances filled with envy. An S-rank ability, and the most formidable in the lightning category. This was indeed a true prodigy. A handsome young man possessing such extraordinary powers? How intriguing. Surely, he is the most outstanding among this year's male students. How unfair it is that he possesses such looks and such strength. I want to be his girlfriend. This junior is mine. No one else can compete with me. However, amidst the astonished voices, several students from prestigious families furrowed their brows, having grasped a deeper understanding. Seacombe? Could it be that one? The Golden Emperor's thunder. Indeed. That is the ultimate lightning ability that only a direct descendant of the Seacombe family could awaken. This young man must be a significant figure within the Seacombe lineage. A direct descendant of the Seacombe family? Wait, does that mean he is a junior to that renowned individual? There could be no stronger backing than that. In comparison to that connection, the Xinghengsu family seems rather insignificant. The manipulation ability is inherently the strongest among all powers in the early stages. And the might of the ultimate lightning is half a tier above other S-rank lightning abilities. This young man is likely the strongest new student of this cohort. It is rumored that this year the Academy has recruited several S-rank geniuses. However, none can rival the ultimate lightning in this period. How fascinating. This year's new students promised to be quite lively. While the atmosphere was charged with excitement, it did not disturb Feng Xi, who was blissfully asleep. However, the moody and somewhat irritable Xia Qiue, sitting behind him, couldn't help but frown upon seeing the dazzling golden-haired young man confidently speaking on stage. She pushed up her glasses in annoyance and muttered to herself, "Why is this arrogant fellow here too? He just won't leave me alone. I must not let him discover me. Otherwise, I will have no peace again." Thankfully, I had the foresight to disguise myself and change my identity. What a wise decision. I truly am exceptionally clever. As the new student representative eloquently delivered their speech, the enthusiastic applause echoed through the hall. Once they descended from the stage, the orientation assembly approached its conclusion. The director of education took the stage for a final summary, and the event finally wrapped up just before lunchtime. Amidst the thunderous applause, Feng Xi gradually awakened, noticing the attendees rising to vacate the venue. He stretched lazily before standing up at a leisurely pace. "Did you sleep well?" A sarcastic voice pierced his thoughts, belonging to a rather pretentious girl. Feng Xi turned to her and nonchalantly replied, "Not really. The chairs are too hard. I had to make do." Xiao Qiue scoffed in response. "Humph. I thought that despite your lecherous nature, you possessed some ambition worth my attention. I never imagined you could be so languid as to sleep through the freshman assembly. How will you muster the focus for classes? Such sloth. Truly, it is appalling." Feng Xi rolled his eyes in exasperation. It seemed this bespectacled girl was not only pretentious, but also rather peculiar in her thinking. "What do you know? This is my unique method of cultivation. A mundane person like you could never comprehend it. Even if I explained, you wouldn't understand. I'm off to eat. Farewell." With that, Feng Xi hoisted his sword and swaggered away. "Excuses. A decayed wood cannot be carved." Xiao Qiue scoffed, dismissing his words. However, as she turned, she noticed a golden-haired youth surrounded by several girls, his gaze scanning the vicinity as if searching for something. Coincidentally, his eyes landed in her direction, prompting her to quickly turn away and hasten after Feng Xi, using his figure to shield herself from view. "Wait, where are you going to eat? Take me with you." "My lady, I am aware of my charm, but your lack of modesty is rather excessive. On our first meeting, you wish to treat me to a meal? I can scarcely imagine what you might do once we are familiar." "Enough nonsense. If I am willing to grace you with my presence, you should be grateful. Moreover, when did I ever say I would treat you? It is you who should be inviting me. Could it be that Miss Qiue is a shameless freeloader? You are the shameless one. There is something off about your words. Forget it. I shall treat you. Now let us hurry." "Ah, a teachable child. Since you are so gracious, I shall not be rude." Together, they exited the assembly hall, disappearing into the crowd. Miss Xiao Qiue successfully evaded the gaze of the golden-haired youth, yet Feng Xi found himself under the scrutiny of two pairs of eyes. Chuing Ming, who had just used her teleportation ability to escape a throng of boys, observed Feng Xi leaving the freshman seating area with a puzzled tilt of her head. "Senior Feng Xi? Why is he at the freshman seating?" Meanwhile, Yi Zhixi, still fuming, had spent the morning in turmoil, but ultimately resolved to meet Feng Xi, reasoning that since she had brought him in, it was her duty as a senior to look after him in this unfamiliar environment. Just as she had convinced herself to suppress her grievances, she turned around to see him walking away, laughing and conversing with a newly acquainted junior. He hadn't even intended to greet her. What an insufferable scoundrel. The current generation of young boys truly lacks manners. At that moment, a dashing upperclassman, whose eyesight was not particularly keen, strolled by with a warm and inviting smile. "Yi, would you care to join me for lunch? I happen to have a reservation at the Tianding restaurant," he graciously proposed. "I'm not free, and I'm not hungry." Goodbye, Yi Ji, she responded curtly, not even sparing him a glance as she turned on her heel and walked away, her demeanor as frigid as winter, offering him no semblance of courtesy. The upperclassman was instantly taken aback, his face paling with a mix of embarrassment and anger, while confusion brewed within him. Though no boy had yet succeeded in inviting Yi Ji, her previous rejections had at least been delivered with a modicum of politeness. This time, her unyielding and icy demeanor was a first. Mortified, he could only mutter under his breath, today's young girls truly lacked decorum. Chapter 64. The Whip and the Blade. Regarding Feng Xi's companionship with other girls, Chu Yingming was rather indifferent, thus she harbored no reservations. As Yi Xuejia, in a fit of anger, turned to leave, she swiftly pursued him with a flicker of movement. Feng Xi, a gentle call prompted him to halt. He turned, only to find Yingming standing gracefully behind him. Ah, Yingzi, where were you sitting earlier? I didn't notice you at all. Feng Xi greeted her casually, attempting to deflect the situation with a facade of confidence. Unbeknownst to him, his ruse had already been unveiled. Chu Yingming cut straight to the point. I was in the freshman area. But what brings you, Feng Xi, to sit there as well? Ah, so you saw that? Feng Xi was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. Beside him, Xiao Qiyue appeared somewhat astonished upon seeing Chu Yingming. Likely unable to fathom that Feng Xi was acquainted with such a beautiful girl, and their rapport seemed rather amicable. Listening to their exchange, she instinctively retorted, isn't he also a freshman? What's so unusual about sitting in the freshman section? Curiosity piqued, she then turned to Feng Xi. You actually know such a lovely girl? She calls you senior, so you must have attended the same high school. But why are you both in the same cohort? Did you repeat a year? Feng Xi was suddenly flustered. Can't you read the atmosphere, Mingmei? Freshman? Even the Na'vi, Chu Yingming grasped the situation, her previously serene expression finally shifting. Feng Xi, it is wrong to lie. It is one thing to deceive me, but you have misled others as well. At that moment, her cheeks puffed slightly, exuding an inexplicable charm. Feng Xi felt an overwhelming urge to reach out and pinch her cheeks. Meanwhile, the eccentric girl by the side fanned the flames. Ah? So you are a deceiver of girls. And not just one. Mind your own business. Stay out of this. Feng Xi shot her an exasperated glance before turning to Chu Yingming to clarify. I never claimed I wasn't a freshman. You all simply misunderstood. But you were teasing them on the plane? Just to lighten the mood. I believe if they found out, you might encounter some trouble. I am not one to shy away from trouble. Chu Yingming remained speechless, clearly ill-equipped to handle Feng Xi's brazen demeanor. Not wishing to linger on the topic, Feng Xi swiftly retrieved 2 weapons from his storage artifact, diverting her attention. Enough of that. Come, take a look at the specialized weapons I crafted for you. Indeed, Chu Yingming was captivated, reaching out to examine the weapons with keen interest. The eccentric girl beside her leaned in curiously as well. Before them lay a sleek, black long sword sheathed elegantly, alongside a whip woven in hues of black and crimson, subtly shimmering with an otherworldly glow, exuding an air of distinction. Chu Yingming first picked up the whip, and upon grasping it, she felt an extraordinary sensation, as if the whip seamlessly melded with her arm, allowing for effortless control as if it were an extension of her own will. The only issue is that the length of the whip is rather short, resembling those playful items typically found on a bed. While Chu Yingming has yet to grasp this notion, Xiao Qiyue is already blushing, silently expressing her disdain. Upon seeing her expression, Feng Xi instantly comprehends her thoughts. If it weren't for the presence of Yingming, he would undoubtedly taunt her at this moment. Just then, Chu Yingming picks up the whip and forcefully swings it towards a nearby open space. The dark crimson shadow of the whip flashes past, resulting in a resounding explosion in the distance that startles Xiao Qiyue. Judging by the distance of the attack, it was at least 10 meters away. Is it retractable? Is this an extraordinary weapon? Xiao Qiyue is finally taken aback. In this world, the upper limits of the power system are extraordinarily high, and there are naturally advanced manufacturing techniques for extraordinary items. It can even be said that these techniques are quite developed, as many individuals awaken abilities related to this area, outnumbering those with combat-related powers by a significant margin. However, even so, extraordinary weapons are exceedingly rare, with prices remaining perpetually high, as few possess the skill required to forge such items. It is not uncommon for an extraordinary weapon to fetch hundreds of thousands to millions, and even then, there is often a scarcity of buyers, as very few are willing to part with extraordinary items for profit. Ordinary extraordinary weapons do not catch Xiao Qiyue's interest, yet the fact that a student could forge such a weapon piques her curiosity. Chu Yingming is equally astonished, for she has used it before and understands the weapon's true efficacy. The mere flick she had just executed resulted in a strike 10 meters away, if she desired. She could easily extend that distance. Moreover, she can feel that the whip possesses inherent extraordinary power, delivering significant damage with superb material capable of withstanding her spatial rift abilities. This implies that she can now employ the whip for long-range spatial slashes. No one understands the magnitude of this difference better than she does. However, it is precisely because of this that she finds it difficult to accept. Initially, she thought it was just an ordinary weapon, never expecting Feng Xi to craft an extraordinary one for her. How could she possibly accept it so easily? Thus, she immediately attempts to return it to Feng Xi, saying, "Feng Xi, this weapon is far too precious. I cannot accept it. No, it is meant for you. If you do not take it, who will? Consider it a compensation for fooling you. At worst, you owe me a favor." For Feng Xi, this is merely a simple gesture. He forged the weapon simply because he found her likable and never intended to gain anything in return. "No, this cannot be," she protests. "Enough, it's settled. If you consider me a friend, stop hesitating. Quickly, let us take a look at your dagger. That is the real highlight. This dagger itself is of excellent quality and is also an extraordinary weapon. I made some modifications to it that will surely surprise you." Chu Yingming hesitantly picks up her dagger, observing that it appears unchanged on the surface. However, as she grips the hilt, the feedback she receives causes her expression to falter, and she cannot help but glance at Feng Xi with astonishment in her eyes. Feng Xi smiles at her and nods, saying with a hint of pride, "Give it a try." As he spoke, he formed a seal, conjuring a rudimentary wooden clone that he cast 20 meters away onto the open ground. Chu Yingming nodded slightly, then gathered a modicum of energy, swiftly drawing and sheathing her blade. Suddenly, a gust of wind arose, and the space before her flickered with delicate black fissures, intertwining chaotically before vanishing in an instant. In the next moment, the 2-meter-tall wooden dummy shattered into countless fragments, its cuts remarkably smooth and utterly silent. The speed was astonishing, and the effect was terrifying, sending shivers down the spine. The wooden clone, 6, Xiao Qiyue's pupils constricted in surprise. She had not perceived Chu Yingming releasing any energy. She hadn't even fully drawn her sword. Yet, the wooden dummy 20 meters away appeared as if it had been struck by hundreds of blows. The flickering black traces in the air unmistakably indicated that the space had been severed. Astonished, Xiao Qiyue immediately focused on the blade. There was some form of medium upon it. Chu Yingming gazed in astonishment at the long knife in her hand. Having discerned its secret, it was a thread. High tensile threads were affixed at the base of the blade and within the scabbard, which would shoot forth at high speed in accordance with the wielder's intent during the drawing of the sword, targeting distant foes and even encompassing the entire area. Coupled with her unique ability to continuously slice through space, she could eliminate distant enemies into countless fragments without the need to draw her sword. Within a radius of several dozen meters around her, every tangible target was a death zone. Feng Xi had ingeniously elevated her extraordinary abilities to unimaginable heights using the simplest of tools. Feng Xi, this. For a moment, she was at a loss for words. Yet, Feng Xi merely smiled gently. "Do not thank me. If gratitude is due, let it be directed towards Miss Shakugan no Shana for the inspiration." Note: Shakugan no Shana is a character from the anime series A Certain Magical Index. Known for her considerable allure, those unfamiliar may wish to search for more information. Chapter 65, The Economics of Infatuation. Chu Yingming was undoubtedly overjoyed by the two extraordinary weapons tailored for her by Feng Xi. This seemingly indifferent girl harbored only a few desires, most of which revolved around combat and self-improvement. Naturally, weapons were among those desires. However, she found herself somewhat at a loss, uncertain of how to reciprocate. Having already owed Feng Xi a debt of gratitude for saving her life previously, the weight of this new favor only compounded her sense of obligation. She was unaccustomed to feeling indebted, particularly to someone she held in such high regard and admiration. Thus, she continuously expressed her desire to offer compensation, but Feng Xi, lacking any need for monetary gain, promptly refused. Ultimately, it was Feng Xi's reassuring words that calmed Chu Yingming's anxious heart. "If it truly bothers you, then consider it a debt for now. After all, having many debts does not weigh one down. There is no need for you to feel excessive pressure. If you genuinely wish to show your gratitude, then focus on becoming stronger and contributing to humanity and the Great Xia. When your strength increases, you will have more opportunities to assist me. Think of it as an early investment in you. I have great faith in your potential." Feng Xi had begun to understand Chu Ying's character, realizing that this approach resonated deeply with her. As expected, Chu Yingming solemnly absorbed this heartfelt sentiment, feeling profoundly moved. Indeed, Feng Xi is a noble individual, selflessly devoted to the well-being of the world, viewing wealth as insignificant. He is always contemplating the future of humanity and our homeland. In comparison, my aspirations seem so trivial. I must learn from Feng Xi, endeavor to grow stronger. Otherwise, how could I ever repay his kindness? Yingming, you can do this. Keep pushing forward. Feng Xi remained oblivious to the lofty regard in which he was held by this girl, lest he feel flustered by such admiration. Once matters were settled, he introduced the two girls to one another and, unabashedly, extended an invitation. Ingzi, we are just about to head out for a meal. Why don't you join us? Is that appropriate? What is inappropriate about it? You are simply too reclusive. Young people should make more friends. Come on. Xiao is treating. It would be a shame to refuse a free meal. Xiao Qiyue rolled her eyes but was indifferent to the addition of another guest. A trivial sum of money meant little to her. Moreover, she recognized that Chuing was not only beautiful but also possessed considerable talent and strength. A true genius worthy of friendship. As she put it, Chuing had caught her eye and qualified as a friend. Since they were both at Jiudu Academy and would be living there for the next few years, it was only natural to cultivate a few like-minded companions. If Chuing has no other commitments, she should come along. Having you there would make me feel more at ease. Otherwise, it would just be the two of us. And we might be misinterpreted, which would be quite unfortunate. Hey, even if there were misunderstandings, it would be to my detriment, wouldn't it? Why are you so troubled? Huh? Do you even hear what you're saying? I caution you, do not harbor any inappropriate thoughts towards me. I am an entity beyond your reach. And it is a privilege of your lifetime to dine with me. Cherish that memory eternally. How absurd. If being overly dramatic is one thing, lacking self-awareness is another. What did you say? Repeat that to me. I said you were truly remarkable. Not even the aristocrats of the galaxy compare to your magnificence. Is that satisfactory? Yet you did not express it that way moments ago. And what on earth is this talk of galactic nobility? Where shall we dine? Let's consult the student forum online to find a highly rated, upscale restaurant that offers extraordinary cuisine. It is evident that you, Jiudu Tong, possess considerable wealth. Surely you can afford a lavish meal? Humph. Stop looking down on others. Choose any place. If I merely blink, consider it a defeat. I relish befriending the affluent. But if I don't blink, will anything happen? Does it concern you what I do? Is that what matters here? As the three gradually distanced themselves, their bickering and banter continued, yet the gentle autumn breeze began to disperse their voices. Ultimately, they settled on an upscale Chinese restaurant named Qingyu Hall, conveniently located not far from the conference center, easily accessible with a leisurely stroll. Within the Tiandu Network Student Forum, this establishment boasted the best reputation, ardently favored by a vast number of students, ranking among the finest in the vicinity. Thus, Feng Xi decisively chose this venue. On their way, Xiaoqi Yu was the first to place a reservation through her terminal wristwatch, casually browsing through customer reviews. The restaurant's exquisite dishes appeared quite appealing, rivaling those of the premier dining giants in the homeland. It truly lived up to the renown of Tiandu City. You have quite the discerning taste. Oh, it's nothing. I merely selected the most expensive option. Humph. Such audacity. Xiaoqi Yu shot him a glance, her fingers still idly scrolling through the reviews. Then, she seemed to discover something. Oh? Now I understand why this restaurant is so popular. It turns out a celebrity has endorsed it. What celebrity? Do students of Tiandu Academy really chase after stars? How embarrassing. Not a celebrity, but it appears that a certain campus belle frequently dines here, thereby setting a trend. Humph. How superficial. A mere belle wields such influence? How many sycophants exist in this academy? TSK. Feng Xi shook his head in disbelief. A rugged man like him, accustomed to the roughness of life, could not fathom such matters. Hence, it is said that sycophants are impressive. They can inflate prices and even boost the national GDP. Xiaoqi Yu cast him a sidelong glance, not forgetting to mock him. You seem to possess quite a bit of integrity, not a sycophant? There's no helping it. I am inherently unsuited to be a sycophant. What do you mean? I, by nature, am sentimental. I could fall for over 300 girls in a single mall visit. Could I possibly cater to that many? How outrageous. A true scoundrel. That you would utter such words reveals your blatant unworthiness. How can that be labeled as scoundrel behavior? I call this being affectionate without being frivolous, charming yet not vulgar. I am a wanderer at heart, a romantic soul at the ends of the earth. With a mouth full of clever quips, are you contemplating graduate studies? Amidst laughter and banter, the trio arrived at their destination. Before them stood a traditional Chinese restaurant, adorned with an elegant and refined decor. The clientele entering this establishment were predominantly distinguished individuals, often adorned in exquisite attire, exuding a sense of sophistication. They carried themselves with an air of grace, and though the restaurant was bustling with patrons, it remained remarkably tranquil. The subtle strains of refined music enhanced the ambience, elevating the establishment's prestige. As the trio stepped inside, they inevitably drew numerous glances. Such attention was, of course, to be expected. Although classmate Xiao Qiyue appeared quite ordinary, Feng Xi's striking appearance and demeanor were truly remarkable. However, he was merely an accessory in the presence of the dazzling Chu classmate. Many patrons recognized the stunning junior who had caused quite a stir at the spring festival, and their interest was piqued upon seeing her. Nevertheless, Feng Xi and her companions were accustomed to this kind of attention, and they disregarded the gazes as they approached the front desk to announce their reserved private room number. A beautiful waitress in a qipao promptly escorted them to their reserved chamber. Feng Xi cast a glance at the waitress's graceful figure and captivating poise, reflecting that this restaurant truly knew how to impress. Without further ado, she made a mental note to return. The cuisine was secondary. What truly mattered was her fondness for the restaurant's elegant atmosphere. Chapter 66. Extraordinary Cuisine. Upon ascending to the private room on the second floor, Feng Xi found himself unusually courteous, urging Xiao Qiyue to order for herself. He certainly would not divulge that he had never experienced extraordinary cuisine and was unaware of its intricacies. A mere glance at the menu revealed a clear delineation of the exceptional ingredients and their benefits. For instance, jade crystal blood rice, cultivated with the blood of lower-tier exotic beasts as fertilizer, nurtured by high-level planting specialists. This extraordinary crop is soft and chewy, imbued with a delicate meaty fragrance, rich in pure vitality and blood nourishment. Consuming it significantly replenishes one's qi and blood, and long-term consumption enhances physical constitution. Colorful feather azure spirit pheasant roasted chicken, crafted from domesticated lower-tier exotic beasts. This dish is exceptionally delectable, with an aromatic essence that, when consumed regularly, lightens one's physique and heightens neural response speed. Crimson armored mountain boar stir-fry, made from the tender meat of wild lower-tier exotic beasts. The flavors are rich and well-balanced, and regular consumption fortifies the body and amplifies strength. Flowing crystal salmon soup, prepared from the rare lower-tier aquatic beast, the crystal salmon. This dish boasts tender flesh and an exquisite aroma, which, with regular consumption, enhances bodily flexibility, purges impurities, and slightly accelerates cultivation speed, and so forth. With hundreds of varieties of extraordinary dishes, the exorbitant prices aside, the true essence of these flavors could not be grasped through mere words. Feng Xi, feeling a sense of respect and admiration, decided to leave the expertise to the specialists. Xiao Qiyue appeared quite familiar with such establishments and swiftly completed her ordering with ease. Feng Xi increasingly felt that this girl was no ordinary individual, yet he remained unconcerned, finding a certain comfort in her presence. Seizing the moment before the dishes arrived, Feng Xi rose to step outside, intending to use the restroom. Just as he finished and was about to wash his hands, he unexpectedly encountered a familiar figure, causing him to pause in surprise. Instructor Chong? Upon hearing the voice, Chong Hung looked up, equally astonished. Feng Xi, is that you? An unavoidable silence enveloped them for a moment. The scene felt vaguely familiar, reminiscing about their previous encounter. It seemed as if the heavens and earth had conspired to bring them together once more in this very moment. Why do we always run into each other in the restroom? I could ask the same. It's rather uncanny. They exchanged wry smiles and playfully teased one another. Then Chong Hung inquired, are you here to dine? The cost of consumption here is rather steep. I didn't expect you to be quite affluent. Oh, I can't really afford it. Someone is treating me, Feng Xi replied. Are you here to eat as well? Would you like to join me? Chong Hung was momentarily taken aback. You're being treated, yet you invite me? You truly don't mind such a breach of etiquette? No, it's quite all right. I didn't have the opportunity to play host last time at the nightclub, so let me make amends this time. Chong Hung's expression shifted. Amends? What nonsense. This certainly isn't how one borrows flowers to present to the Buddha. He was at a loss for words, realizing that it was more crucial to silence Feng Xi than to express his disbelief. What do you mean last time? There was no last time. Let us not dwell on the past. His demeanor was somewhat peculiar, leaving Feng Xi perplexed as he pressed on with inquiries. Huh? Why? Instructor, are you dissatisfied with the last visit to that nightclub, Heavenly Realm? I thought it was quite pleasant. The ladies were charming. You shouldn't have such high expectations. Enough already. Chong Heng's face turned ashen, but it was too late to retract his words. Suddenly, a melodious voice drifted from behind him. What nightclub? Which nightclub? My dear, what are you all discussing? It was the voice of a young woman, soft and alluring, caressing the ears and stirring the heart, as if it could render a man utterly enraptured. Feng Xi turned to behold a stunning figure clad in a dark azure qipao, her graceful posture exuding a mature sensuality. A captivating seductress gazing at them with a smile. Her alluring eyes held a hint of coldness, and the curve of her lips seemed to harbor a playful mockery. Feng Xi's eyes sparkled, a goddess among mortals. He had an affinity for such enchanting, mature women. Although her beauty might not rival that of Senior Yi, classmate Chu, or Hong Lian, it was undeniably enticing, truly exceptional, especially the unique charm exuded by mature women, a quality that was hard for 20-something university students to possess. Yet, it appeared that her relationship with Instructor Chong was rather intimate. The way she called him my dear was so tender it could melt one's bones. And if there were no romantic entanglements, he would be utterly astounded. Now it made sense why discussing the nightclub was discouraged. It seemed this fellow was quite the soft-hearted one. Oblivious to the undercurrents, Feng Xi even cheerfully fanned the flames, Instructor Chong, is this enchanting beauty your friend? At that moment, Chong Heng's smile was forced, likely cursing Feng Xi in his mind, while outwardly maintaining a facade of calm as he introduced them. This is my beloved, Yu Qingyu. Qingyu, this is Feng Xi, the exceptional student I escorted back from Mo High City, who has awakened an S-class ability. Beloved? Such a term is intriguing. So, they must be married? Instructor Chong is quite impressive. Feng Xi felt a surge of envy. Who wouldn't desire an exquisite woman as a wife? He promptly donned a warm smile. Ah. So you are the esteemed wife. Instructor Chong is indeed fortunate. With such beauty by your side, you must have saved the galaxy in your past life. Kiki. Such sweet words from a young one. She chuckled, playfully covering her mouth, her beautiful eyes curving into crescent moons, her allure heightened. Feng Xi readily acquiesced. All right, sister you. From now on, you shall be my sister. Feel free to tell your younger brother anything. No hesitation at all. Ah, I shall remember that. Here, take this VIP card. Whenever you dine with me, you shall enjoy a 20% discount. This delightful sister seemed to produce a jade green VIP card from nowhere, placing it into Feng Xi's hand, leaving him momentarily astonished. This establishment belongs to you, sister? A modest little business. Remember to bring more friends to help with it in the future. Goodness. She is quite the affluent lady. My envy grows. Certainly, I will. The esteemed lady you then withdrew her smile, turning to Chong Hong with a stern tone, inquiring. My dear, could you kindly elucidate the matter regarding the Heavenly Realm nightclub? How is it that I was unaware of your visits to such establishments? Wife. Allow me to explain. I am listening. Seeing this, Feng Xi chuckled inwardly while hastily excusing herself. Instructor Chong, sister you, my friends are awaiting me. So I must take my leave. I shall visit again when I have the opportunity. Yu Qingyu elegantly waved her hand in farewell. Yet her attention remained firmly on Chong Hong. Feng Xi, disregarding Chong Hong's subtle gaze, turned and departed. Shortly thereafter, the familiar banter echoed from behind. Wife. I indeed visited, but what? Is it that you find nothing at home, or do you deem me inadequate, resorting to such places for amusement? Do you think I am incapable of wielding a knife? It was a mission. I went there to investigate the hidden monsters within, I assure you. It was not for leisure. I am innocent. You must have faith in me, and even more so in yourself. Humph. Who knows if you have ulterior motives, or if you took advantage of the situation. Men's words are often deceitful. I possess evidence. That evening, Xiao Shi was also present. She can vouch for my innocence. If you doubt me, you may return to the private room and inquire directly with her. Surely, you trust her words? That better be the case. Otherwise, do not expect to enter the house tonight. Feng Xi deliberately slowed her pace to eavesdrop on their quarrel, finding amusement in their exchange. However, she was momentarily taken aback upon hearing the last remark, halting her steps. Was the senior also at the nightclub that night? Hadn't the instructor claimed she did not attend? The more she pondered, the more suspicious she grew, prompting her to count on her fingers once again. Initiating a second round of calculations, Chapter 67, The Side Effects of Special Techniques. In a state of perplexity, Feng Xi returned to the private room. Once again, the divination yielded no new insights. It merely confirmed that senior sister Yi and Hong Lian existed as separate entities, with their relationship being one of acquaintance. What does that even mean? Of course, they know each other. I was the one who introduced them. Doubt lingered in his mind. For it had already been demonstrated that the Qimin Duanjia was not infallible in this world, leaving him with reservations. How vexing. Never mind, let us eat. While Feng Xi and his companions were indulging in their meal, in a private room reserved for the restaurant's exclusive clientele, Chong Hong had brought his affluent wife before Yi Shi, seeking to clear his name. Upon hearing his explanation, Yi Shi was both amused and exasperated. Quickly providing clarification, Master, you've misunderstood. That day, I indeed accompanied my master to the nightclub to investigate the traces of the monsters. After obtaining some leads, he proceeded to dismantle the cult's hideout. Even if my master had the inclination to indulge, he simply had no time to do so. Moreover, he is quite fearful of you. He wouldn't dare to act recklessly behind your back, so rest assured. Yu Qingyu evidently trusted her, and upon hearing her words, she finally relented and spared Chong Hong. He exhaled in relief. The momentary scare had stripped him of his usual composed demeanor. As he seated his wife and resumed their meal, he casually complained, I told you it was impossible, yet you were so relentless, making me lose face before the students. The foundation of a marriage is trust. How could you doubt me like this? All right, my dear, I apologize. It's just that I love you so much. Yu Qingyu, a woman of both adaptability and cleverness, began to act coy, promptly disarming Chong Hong. With playful exasperation, he affectionately pinched her nose, saying, Enough. You mustn't do this again. Do you still not realize how deeply I love you? Of course I do. My husband is the person who loves me the most in the world, and I love him dearly as well. Nearby, Yi she could not help but shudder, feeling an involuntary chill run down her spine. It was simply unbearable to witness. One moment she was enjoying her meal, and the next, she felt as though she had been kicked and bombarded with an avalanche of dog food. Although it was not her first encounter with their nauseating affection, she remained unaccustomed to it. These two elders exhibited no restraint in her presence, inflicting upon her, the single dog, a veritable avalanche of emotional turmoil. They were indeed a couple of lovebirds devoid of decorum. Unwilling to indulge them any further, she interjected to redirect the conversation, interrupting their shameless display of affection. By the way, how did you find out, master? Surely, he wouldn't have confided such matters to you? Before Yu could respond, Chang Hung interjected, visibly displeased. This is all Feng Xi's fault. He happened to dine here at noon, and we crossed paths in the restroom. He insisted on discussing our last encounter at the nightclub, and I couldn't deter him. Thus, your misunderstanding arose. Yi Zhishi was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated that Feng Xi would be involved in this matter. Upon hearing his name, the anger and resentment that had just begun to subside surged back within her. He is here too? Humph. Truly, he seems to be everywhere. It appears someone has invited him to dine. This fellow certainly has a remarkable talent for making friends. Friends? Yi Zhishi recalled the girl who had chatted with Feng Xi at the club and left with him, and she could not help but bite her lip, feeling a twinge of displeasure. Whether he is quick to make friends is uncertain, but his speed in charming young ladies is undeniably impressive. Having a girl treat him to a meal is indeed something that this audacious character would do. What do those girls see in him? Why are they so misguided? That shameless fellow, too, wanting a free meal while ensnaring a junior, making it seem as if I am the one unwilling to treat him. Wait, Yi Zhishi, what are you thinking? Damn it, I must be infuriated by him. The couple beside her noticed Yu Zhishi's distracted demeanor and inquired with curiosity, Cici, what's wrong? You seem lost in thought. It appears you have something on your mind. Yi Zhishi snapped back to reality, hurriedly suppressing her chaotic thoughts, and replied, I'm fine. It's just a side effect of my cultivation technique. As you know, I've been feeling rather restless lately, making it easy for my mind to wander. The couple nodded, not suspecting anything amiss. They were well aware of the extraordinary cultivation method Yi Zhishi was practicing and understood that this phase indeed came with such side effects. There was little to be done, after all, given the technique's remarkable efficacy. Experiencing only these minor side effects was rather fortunate. In light of the benefits it provided, these side effects were negligible. However, Yu seemed to ponder something and, with a hint of concern, cautioned, this technique can only be cultivated by you, and we cannot offer you any advice. Nevertheless, you must approach it with seriousness. It is best not to let your emotions run high before reaching the next realm. Particularly, do not allow your feelings to sway your thoughts too easily. The ideas you generate during this phase may not genuinely reflect your true self. It is wise to refrain from making significant decisions hastily. For instance, regarding your previous agreement with the military, I still believe it was too impulsive. You, a young lady, should not bear such a heavy burden alone. I genuinely fear it may affect your entire life. As she spoke, Yu's tone bore a hint of concern. Yi Zhishi quickly reassured her, Aunt, you are overthinking it. That matter does not rest solely on my shoulders. And the military has promised to find someone to take my place as soon as possible. There will be no significant issues. Let us hope so, Yu sighed, realizing she should not dwell on such topics. She then deliberately lightened the mood with a teasing remark, by the way, especially when it comes to matters of interacting with the opposite sex, you must be particularly cautious now. Yi Zhishi was instantly bewildered. Huh? Aunt, why are you bringing this up all of a sudden? I am aware of your sensitivity, yet I must remind you that in your current phase, you are particularly prone to emotional upheaval, which signifies a greater susceptibility to infatuation. Do not allow those mischievous knaves to exploit your vulnerabilities. The young maiden's cheeks visibly flushed with a rosy hue. For some inexplicable reason, that scoundrel's cynical grin suddenly materialized before her eyes. Master, she exclaimed, what are you saying? Look at you, blushing so easily. Does this not confirm my concerns? Her mentor urged her to confront the matter at hand. Even if you find yourself smitten, strive to maintain your rationality. Observe the other person carefully, exercise patience, and consider your feelings deeply to avoid future regret. Under the earnest guidance of Yi Zhishi gradually shed her shyness and absorbed the advice. After a moment of contemplation, she nodded earnestly. I understand, Master. I will keep your words close to my heart. That is good to hear. You have always been perceptive and sensible. In truth, there is no need for us to worry. You rarely interact with other boys, so it is unlikely they could take advantage of you. Perhaps I overthought today and spoke too much. Please do not hold it against me for my verbosity. Not at all. I know you care about me. Yi Zhishi replied obediently, although a flicker of helplessness crossed her mind. In truth, it is not as if I have completely avoided contact. Such a good girl. Come, let me embrace you. Master, let us eat first. The dishes are getting cold. Do not worry. I shall have the chef prepare another feast. Please, no? That would be too wasteful. Very well, very well. I shall heed your wishes. My little she truly embodies thriftiness. I cannot fathom which scoundrel will eventually benefit from you. It is a thought that weighs heavily on my heart. Sigh. Master, you are thinking too far ahead, and besides, this era is different from the past. There are many strong women who choose not to marry. I do not necessarily need to tie the knot, do I? The future is uncertain, and it is premature to feel distressed now. One cannot phrase it that way. I would rather not see you alone for a lifetime. Such experiences are essential to a complete life. My hope is that you find someone truly worthy of your trust, so you may savor the exquisite joys that come with it. As she spoke, Yu cast a teasing glance, seductively licking her lips, the implications of which were unmistakable. Yi Zhishi was instantly taken aback, her face turning crimson, feeling utterly speechless. Just moments ago, she had reiterated her warnings. And now her mentor was the one steering the conversation in a provocative direction. Master, you truly are something. Chapter 68, The Academy Course. Ah, what satisfaction. Life has no regrets. In the private room, Feng Xi gently caressed his round belly, reclining in the armchair with a look of utter contentment. The expression on his face was unmistakably that of happiness. It can only be said that the extraordinary delicacies truly lived up to their reputation. He had never tasted anything so exquisite in his entire life. On his first bite, he nearly lost control, his manner of eating somewhat unrefined. However, after indulging, he began to savor the essence of the experience. The extraordinary cuisine not only possessed flavors far superior to ordinary delicacies, but it also released extraordinary elements that were absorbed by the body during the meal, nourishing organs and cells. Thus, partaking in such culinary delights was not merely a feast for the senses of taste and smell, but also a source of profound joy emanating from the very cells of his being. This was the true allure of the experience. As Feng Xi began to eat, he found himself irresistibly immersed in this inexplicable pleasure. Coupled with the visual delight of dining alongside two beautiful women, it was indeed a luxurious indulgence. If only a lovely lady would sit in his lap, gently feeding him while whispering sweet nothings, then the pleasures of touch and sound would also be fulfilled, making it an experience beyond compare. Decadence. It was simply too decadent. It seemed that his willpower was not as resolute as he had imagined. He could not withstand the test. While savoring the moment, he chided himself but had no intention of changing, instead finding yet another reason to grow stronger. To fully enjoy the future, he must become a powerful individual, for only the strong are deserving of the finest pleasures. Although he understood that such thoughts were rather mundane, they felt achingly real. Sometimes, one must be a bit more grounded in their desires. Lofty aspirations can often be overshadowed by simpler, more carefree life goals. Unashamedly justifying his hedonism, Feng Xi paid little heed to his somewhat unrefined demeanor, especially in the presence of two young ladies. Classmate Xiao Qiyu elegantly wiped her mouth and cast a sidelong glance at Feng Xi, not forgetting to offer a sarcastic remark. Look at you now. Such laziness. Is this all it takes to satisfy you? Your ambitions appear rather modest. You have yet to experience the true pinnacle of culinary delights and pleasures. Indeed, I am but a commoner, unable to afford many luxuries. Unlike you, classmate Xiao, who has such a grand background and has seen so much of the world. I wonder why you choose to conceal your true self. With your prowess, is there really anything you need to fear? Feng Xi, keeping his eyes closed, retorted casually while probing into her identity. However, despite her eccentric mindset, the middle school girl was not foolish. She disregarded Feng Xi's probing and simply advised, in life, there are always circumstances beyond one's control, necessitating a careful weighing of pros and cons. I merely make the choices I desire. You need not concern yourself with it. Having dined on my meal, do remember to keep it a secret. Rest assured, my lips are sealed, and so are those of classmate Zhu. We are not the type to gossip, and besides, we know nothing at all. Consider yourself fortunate. Now let us exchange contact information. In the academy, I shall look after you. Feng Xi rolled his eyes at her. What does it mean? Just because I treat you to a meal, you think you can take the lead? Friends can be added, but we don't need protection. You should see that I am a tough guy and will not accept any form of submission. I am the only one allowed to protect the world. No one is allowed to protect me. If anyone is to be protected, it shall be I who protects you. How audacious. Do you know who I am that you dare to shield me? I don't know. You didn't say, did you? Do you know who I am? Aren't you just a shameless lecher? Let me tell you something. The two of them bantered while adding each other as friends on their wristwatches. And Chu Yingming did not fall behind. After a satisfying meal, Feng Xi lazily stood up, patted his belly, and casually remarked, all right, thank you for the hospitality. I'm off to take a nap at home. See you tomorrow. Just as he intended to leave, Xiao Qiyu stopped him. Why are you in such a hurry to go back? Have you chosen your courses? If we don't select the same ones, we might not see each other tomorrow. At Tiandu Academy, The teaching atmosphere emphasizes freedom, with no concept of classes. Several required courses are taken together, while the rest are selected based on individual circumstances and preferences. Students majoring in knife techniques take knife courses. Those practicing swordsmanship choose sword courses. And there are more options for those interested in magical arts. Students can reserve classes in advance through their wristwatches. There are hundreds of elective courses, theoretically allowing one to study them all, provided they can manage their time. Most students tend to specialize in a few subjects, as learning too much can hinder their progress. One cannot overindulge. The focus remains on honing their unique abilities and forging their own paths. Hence, it is rare for students' schedules to be entirely identical, which is why Xiao Qiyue mentioned it. Feng Xi casually replied, I finished choosing long ago. What did you choose? Oh, quite a lot. Blades, spears, swords, staffs, axes. Various weapons, hand-to-hand combat, ability development, magical seals, monster encyclopedias, and even props manufacturing. Oh, and I also enrolled in a music course to play instruments and cultivate my artistic sensibilities. Upon hearing this, both girls were momentarily stunned, unable to believe it. Yet Feng Xi appeared earnest. Are you serious? Why would I joke with you? From now on, your brother Feng will be a prominent figure in various classrooms, becoming an unsolvable legend. Can you keep up? Cultivation isn't done that way. No. Do not measure a genius with your narrow mortal perspective. That only reveals your ignorance. You are the ignorant one. You are just courting disaster. You will surely regret this later. Humph. Feng Xi snorted coldly, shook his head, and turned to leave, muttering, Indeed. Geniuses are often misunderstood. You cannot comprehend my brilliance, and I do not blame you. Farewell. See you tomorrow when we collect our uniforms and cultivation resources. With a wave, Feng Xi floated away, carefree and unrestrained. Xiao Qiyue could not help but curl her lip and asked Chu Yingming beside her, Humph. So full of himself. Do boys always act like this? Chyngming shook her head, expressing a differing opinion. I believe Feng Xi did not deceive us. He is indeed a genius. Weren't you just fooled by him? How can you trust him so readily? You claim he is a genius. Is he truly that formidable? CH nodded earnestly. Yes, he is exceptionally strong. A youth who can single-handedly vanquish cult apostles and contend with the scions of dark deities. How could he not be powerful? However, Xiao seemed unconvinced. Perceiving that Chyngming had merely not encountered those true prodigies and thus did not take her assertions to heart. Her unique status afforded her a vantage point that allowed her to see the world differently than most. Those prodigies, like her, who had enjoyed extraordinary privileges since childhood, were not comparable to the so-called talents who awakened through conventional means. From birth, they bore destinies and missions unlike those of ordinary individuals, destined to be figures unreachable by their peers. Shall we go, CH? This afternoon is free. Let us go shopping. But I wish to find a place to thoroughly acclimatize myself to the weapon Feng Xi has crafted for me. Very well, I shall accompany you for practice. Xiao, my abilities are quite perilous. Isn't it merely spatial in nature? Relax. Chapter 69. The Marvelous Use of Clones. Special Privileges. It is not that Feng Xi does not wish to indulge in leisure with beautiful women. Rather, he has pressing matters to attend to. Naturally, any spare time must be devoted to serious pursuits. After all, one can engage in flirtation during class as well. Upon exiting the Qingyu Hall, Feng Xi promptly sought out an operations room to commence his endeavors. He did not purchase anything extravagant, merely acquiring a new terminal wristwatch. He harbored an idea he wished to experiment with, believing that if successful, his subsequent learning efficiency would witness a significant enhancement. The terminal wristwatch is designated for individual use, with each student permitted only one. However, in the event of damage or loss, one may procure a replacement at a hefty price of 200,000 xia yuan, a sum Feng Xi could still afford. Upon receiving the new wristwatch, he immediately synchronized it with his original one. Yet, the outcome left him somewhat disheartened. Was it not feasible? Had they not anticipated such a need? The intelligence of the system proved rather rigid, complicating matters further. Feng Xi ran his fingers through his hair in frustration. Did he not enroll in a multitude of courses? Many of these classes were scheduled in close succession, if not overlapping entirely. Initially, he had intended to employ the wood clone technique learned from the world of Naruto to attend classes on his behalf, allowing his primary self to remain at home, catching up on sleep while simultaneously attending lectures, grinding dungeons, and hunting monsters, a veritable trifecta of productivity. Should this plan succeed, his rate of growth would increase exponentially. However, this led to an unavoidable dilemma. The terminal wristwatch, which represents a student's identity, could exist in only one instance at a time. Class attendance, roll call, entering the classroom, reserving courses, and collecting resources all required the wristwatch. Without one, his clones would be unable to attend classes. Even if they attempted to infiltrate the classroom using the Flying Thunder God technique, it would be deemed disruptive, resulting in expulsion. Thus, he pondered whether he could purchase multiple wristwatches to share a single student identity. The results of his experiment were now clear. If he transferred his academy identity to another wristwatch, the old watch would lose its privileges. There was no provision for sharing a single identity between two wristwatches. His clone training method seemed to have hit a dead end. It appeared that only one clone could attend classes while the primary self remained home, grinding dungeons, while the other clones traversed the shadows as non-students, hunting down potential cultists lurking within the city of Jiudu. This arrangement could be considered a makeshift solution, albeit one that would slow his learning efficiency. Feng Xi quickly deduced the optimal solution and ceased to dwell on the matter, rising to leave the operations room. Upon stepping outside, he encountered a stunning figure approaching from a distance. Their eyes met, and it would be improper not to exchange greetings. Senior sister, what a coincidence. Have you had lunch yet? The person he fortuitously encountered was none other than Uchiha, his senior sister. You saw me exiting the restaurant, yet you feign ignorance, she remarked, the hint of resentment evident in her tone. Her beautiful eyes casually surveyed the surroundings before she inquired. I heard you were also at my mentor's restaurant at noon. Where is your friend? Upon hearing her words, Feng Xi understood. It seemed she had indeed been at the Qingyu Hall during lunchtime, and Chang Heng must have informed her about their encounter. As for the campus belle who brought immense success to King Yutang, the moment he discovered that the proprietress was Chang Heng's wife, he had already deduced that it must undoubtedly be senior sister Yi. Thus, he was not at all surprised and simply replied, I parted ways with them after I finished eating. The two girls are likely off shopping. I didn't inquire further. Them? Isn't it just one? He inquired. Who else? Classmate Chu happened to run into us at the entrance, so we called her along. Oh, an air of silence enveloped them. Having not seen each other for several days, senior sister Yi felt a lingering discomfort in her heart, and both found themselves at a loss for words. Feng Xi sensed that senior sister Yi was acting a bit strangely, just as he was about to find a topic to discuss. Uchiha suddenly noticed the new watch in his hand, while the old one still adorned his wrist. Curiously, she asked, why do you have two watches? Did the old one break? Feng Xi, upon being questioned, did not conceal his thoughts and candidly expressed them. However, Uchiha was left stunned halfway through, her face reflecting sheer astonishment as she interrupted, wait, are you saying you can clone yourself? Feng Xi, equally bewildered by her reaction, retorted, what's wrong? Is such an ability rare? Senior sister Yi responded with some exasperation, of course. Few possess the ability to develop clones. This is a true marvel, immensely advantageous in both combat and academics. Indeed, in the original Naruto series, this ability was a special boon granted to Prince Naruto. Feng Xi nodded in agreement, deeply resonating with her statement. Uchiha observed him with a complex expression for a moment and then sighed. How many more tricks do you possess that I am unaware of? Even a genius shouldn't be this extraordinary, right? Haha, how impressive am I, Feng Ge? Feng Ge. My foot. Uchiha laughed at his audacity, shaking her head in resignation before saying, this matter is not insurmountable. The school has anticipated that some students may have such needs and has specifically left a loophole for this purpose. However, it requires a special application and must be approved by the higher-ups in the academy. After all, allowing a student to act with clones within the academy poses certain safety risks, necessitating special filing. Oh, Feng Xi's eyes brightened instantly, his heart swelling with delight. What is joy, if not the revelation that amidst the bleakest of circumstances, a glimmer of hope emerges? Is there such a procedure? Senior sister, do you know how to apply? Seeing his excited demeanor, Uchiha couldn't help but smile slightly. If he were to ask others, they might not even have heard of it, but she was fortunate to be among the few who did. Consider yourself lucky. Very few know this besides me. Follow me. And if we hurry, we should be able to sort it out by afternoon. With a playful glare, she turned and gestured for him to follow. Feng Xi, elated, hurriedly trotted to her side. Thank you, senior sister, for your help. Without you, I would have been utterly lost. Humph. Now you recognize how great senior sister is, don't you? At this moment, the senior appeared inexplicably adorable, causing a flutter in Feng Xi's heart, compelling him to feel a twinge of longing. Senior, do you have time this evening? Allow me to treat you to dinner as a token of my gratitude. Humph. That depends on your sincerity. Of course. I'll make a reservation right away. How about Qingyu Hall? What do you think? Well, dining there feels like returning home to me. Indeed. Then I shall choose another place. What do you enjoy eating, senior? Accompany me to the snack street. I have yet to visit. And I want to indulge in some late-night snacks as well. Feng Xi suddenly recalled a similar suggestion made during their last visit to Yinshan City, and a smile crept across his face, thinking how fixated she seemed on such places. All right, tonight, I shall follow your lead. Humph, you are quite perceptive. The young woman averted her gaze, a smile dancing at the corners of her eyes, her steps seemingly lighter. Feng Xi, not one to miss the subtle shifts in her mood, could not help but smile in return, thinking how easy it was to please her. By the way, senior, from your words, it seems that this special privilege is known to very few. How did you come to learn of it? Well, it was my magic theory instructor who mentioned it during a casual conversation. Oh, I see. What tone is that? Nothing. I just feel incredibly fortunate to know you, senior. Enough with the flattery. Every word is heartfelt, senior. Am I not aware of your nature? Always so smooth-tongued. Never serious. I believe you have misunderstood me. In the past, I was affectionately referred to as the honest and charming young lord. Haha. Chapter 70. The Celestial Listening of Sister Yi. The procedures for obtaining special permissions proved to be more intricate than Feng Xi had anticipated. Not only did she have to visit a designated administrative office to fill out extensive paperwork, but she also needed to consult with the school leadership in person for verification. The former task had already consumed considerable effort, while the latter was even more cumbersome, as the college leaders were not always readily accessible. The senior officials of Jiudu Academy were all formidable figures, each bearing significant responsibilities. It would not be an exaggeration to say they were perpetually occupied with myriad affairs. Students wishing to meet with the school leadership, even with formal applications, were required to schedule appointments in advance. Moreover, the special permissions Feng Xi sought could only be approved by a select few high-ranking officials, complicating matters further. Under normal circumstances, delays of 3 to 5 days were entirely expected. However, Sister Yi assured her that it could be resolved by afternoon, indicating that she had her own methods. Upon exiting the special permissions office, Uchiha activated the virtual screen on her wrist device and dialed a number. The call was quickly connected, and a gleaming bald head appeared on the projection screen. Feng Xi was momentarily taken aback. Was this not Xiaoxi? What brings you to contact me today? Is there something you need? The somewhat intimidating bald man wore a disconcertingly affectionate smile, reminiscent of the expressions she had observed on certain doting fathers. In contrast to his exuberance, Uchiha maintained a polite demeanor, creating a slight distance between them. Hello, Dean. I hope I am not intruding by reaching out to you, she said with utmost courtesy. Not at all. Nothing is more important than your matters. I am free. Speak. What is it that you require of me? Uchiha flashed a sweet smile and gently pulled Feng Xi closer, elaborating. It is regarding this student Feng Xi, who wishes to activate the special permissions for the use of her doppelganger abilities. The preliminary procedures have been completed, and we would like to seek your approval for the application. May I inquire if you have a moment, Dean? Oh. Dean Yu Tianxing's eyes flickered as he observed the closeness between Uchiha and Feng Xi through the screen, a glint of caution flashing in his gaze. It was the kind of protective look a father casts upon noticing a boy getting too familiar with his daughter. Nevertheless, he refrained from commenting on their proximity and instead expressed interest in the matter at hand. Student Feng Xi, you say? I have heard your name. Chongheng has reported your accomplishments to me. I had no idea you were so young and yet possessed the ability to develop doppelgangers. Truly remarkable, indeed. You flatter me. Dean, I merely consider myself fortunate, Feng Xi responded modestly, though she knew her success was not merely a matter of luck. With a mysterious smile, the dean gestured. Very well, I happen to be in my office at the moment. Xiaoxi knows where it is. Let her guide you here. I would very much like to meet you. Uchiha nodded in agreement. Understood, we shall come over immediately. After ending the call, Uchiha snapped her fingers triumphantly. Done. Playful and charming, her lively demeanor was a sight to behold for Feng Xi, who couldn't help but smile. He quickly offered enthusiastic applause and flattery. Senior, you are formidable. You captured it effortlessly. Truly impressive. As she basked in her triumph, Feng Xi seized the moment to voice his curiosity. Senior, what is your relationship with the dean? He seems to hold you in great esteem. Upon hearing this question, Uchiha's smile faded, and she sighed softly. You see. Despite the dean's esteemed position as a revered demigod, he is, in many ways, a pitiable figure. You see, the dean once had a beloved daughter, a paragon of beauty and talent, who was the apple of his eye. Tragically, during a calamity instigated by a malevolent deity that threatened multiple cities, she sacrificed herself to protect the populace, leaving behind no trace of her remains. Since that day, this tragedy has become an everlasting sorrow for the dean and his wife, one they have been unable to overcome, particularly the dean's wife, who weeps daily in her grief. After I enrolled, a certain incident brought me into the dean's orbit. He remarked that my appearance, character, and ideals bore a striking resemblance to those of his daughter, which led him to take special care of me. In return, I have endeavored to alleviate some of the heartache of the dean's wife, becoming a part of their homage to their daughter. It seems they have come to regard me as a surrogate daughter. Feng Xi nodded earnestly, understanding the dean's predicament. A powerful figure who could not safeguard his most cherished family member. One can scarcely imagine the depth of his regret and despair. Though Feng Xi had not experienced such loss, a substantial part of his relentless pursuit of strength stemmed from a desire to avert similar tragedies in the future. In a world where humanity is besieged on all sides, unexpected calamities lurk at every corner. Only through formidable strength can one safeguard oneself and those they cherish. Clearly, he had yet to attain that level of power. Unbeknownst to him, there was a deeper story intertwined within this narrative, and he grasped its essence. Observing his serious demeanor, Yi Zhixie's beautiful eyes sparkled with curiosity as she inquired, "What have you come to understand?" Turning to meet her gaze, Feng Xi replied earnestly, "Before misfortune and tragedy befall, I must seize the opportunity to grow stronger, strong enough that no danger can take away what I hold dear." Yi Zhixie's expression shifted. She was aware that Feng Xi was an orphan, and she gently asked, "Is there someone you wish to protect?" "Indeed. Though I have no family at present, I am fortunate to have many friends." "Oh, friends, is that so?" Yi Zhixie averted her eyes, her voice diminishing. Yet Feng Xi, oblivious to the subtlety in her demeanor, began to playfully mimic a certain bald, brawny character, thumping his chest and exclaiming, "And my fellow compatriots, and all of humanity, this world shall be safeguarded by me." Sister Yi cast a sidelong glance at him, contemplating how she must have lost her mind to suddenly yearn for such nonsensical matters. However, she found herself unexpectedly appreciating Feng Xi's carefree demeanor. "Let us not be foolish. Passers-by might think we are simpletons. Come on, let us hasten to the dean's office and not keep anyone waiting anxiously." "What foolishness! I am being serious." All right. You have lofty ambitions, I suppose. When we meet the dean, you must comport yourself appropriately and refrain from being so frivolous. A demigod should not be disrespected. You have to approach this matter with the utmost seriousness and never lose your decorum." "I understand. I'll just go buy a couple of cigarettes first." "Why are you buying cigarettes? Weren't you the one who said we should be courteous? Isn't it customary to bring a gift when asking for a favor? Later, I can secretly slip a couple of gold bars into the bag, and that will suffice." "Gold bars? What utter nonsense. I am trying to have a serious conversation with you. Can you not be so flippant? If you keep joking, you may as well go on your own." Wait. Then what do you suggest we bring?" "No need. The dean is a paragon of integrity and has never accepted gifts. Besides, what assets do you possess that you would dare to bribe a demigod?" "True enough. Exactly. I was merely jesting with you. Why are you getting so worked up?" "Leave me be." Chapter 71. Do not bow your head. That is not freedom. The dean's office is situated in the heart of the Tiandu City office building, which is not only home to the dean of Tiandu Academy but also houses numerous administrative offices. As a result, this locale is frequented by many faculty members and students alike. When senior sister Yi brought Feng Xi along, they promptly attracted a multitude of astonished gazes. Within Tiandu Academy, she is indeed a figure of great renown, possessing unparalleled strength, talent, beauty, poise, and connections, enabling her to appeal to a diverse array of groups, from students to faculty, from males to females, and from freshmen to upperclassmen, including both youthful admirers and elder mentors. The actions of such a star in public are magnified, with even the slightest occurrences subjected to incessant speculation. For an ordinary female student to escort a male peer to the office building would be entirely commonplace. However, her situation is markedly different. Throughout her year at the academy, she has never been seen in public with a male of her age. Thus, when she is suddenly observed engaging in light-hearted conversation and walking side by side with a boy, it inevitably stirs the imaginations of onlookers. Many boys displayed expressions of utter disbelief, their eyes fixed on Feng Xi with an intensity that suggested they wished to obliterate him with mere gazes. If looks could convey magical harm, he might have been reduced to ashes. Yet, since their glances could not vanquish him, they wore expressions of clenched teeth, their minds raging. Who is this scoundrel? By what right does he stand so close to the goddess Yi? What audacity to elicit her laughter! That lewd smile, he must be a rogue. Oh, goddess, remain composed. Do not be deceived by him. What has come over you? How can you smile so joyfully at this insouciant little brat? Where has your usual aloof and serene demeanor gone? No, this cannot be true. To protect the esteemed goddess Yi, I must eliminate this scoundrel. Amidst her engrossing conversation with Feng Xi, Yi Zhixie suddenly became aware of the male student's displeasure around her and realized the precariousness of the situation. Her smile faded, and she instinctively distanced herself from Feng Xi, wishing to prevent him from attracting trouble. She did not want to ensnare him in a web of unwarranted conflict. If he were to find it bothersome, she would feel equally embarrassed and distressed. This has always been one of her sources of helplessness, and her mood, which had just begun to brighten, soured once more. However, upon noticing her shift in demeanor, Feng Xi, oblivious to her concern, coldly chuckled and leaned in to whisper intimately in her ear, "Senior sister, I think I'm about to become famous." Yi Zhixie's cheeks flushed a delicate shade of crimson as she gently pushed him away, playfully admonishing, "You're asking for trouble, you reckless fool." Feng Xi, unfazed, chuckled lightly before suddenly adopting a serious expression and inquired, "Don't you find this way of living exhausting? Why should one care about the opinions of others, thereby rendering oneself so discontented?" Senior sister Yi paused momentarily, and upon grasping his intent, she could only manage a resigned smile. "I merely wish to avoid being entangled in these matters. I suppose I've grown accustomed to it. But what of that? It is hardly freedom." Feng Xi's suddenly resolute voice caused her to lift her head abruptly. "Avoidance serves no purpose. These burdens should never become shackles. One must learn to be more carefree. Do you think everyone is like you? I must admit, I envy your carefree nature, but I cannot emulate it. There is no need to learn. Simply liberate your true self. Laugh heartily when you wish. Express your anger unabashedly. Vent your frustrations until you feel relief. Pursue your desires. Forge friendships, and if someone disgusts you, kick them away without hesitation. You do not live for others. Why concern yourself with their opinions? If everyone admires and pays attention to you, then you must strive to live joyfully. If you cannot even honor yourself, how can you tend to the feelings of others? Sometimes, you overthink matters. Your excellence stems from your own efforts, while your good looks are a gift from your parents. What do they have to do with this? If they wish to compete for attention, let them do so. Simply view it as a circus performance. If you don't believe me, give it a try. If they can cause a ruckus, let us see it. A bunch of kids thinking they can turn the world upside down. What is wrong with walking alongside me? I, for one, fear no trouble. Stand by my side, and let us see how many foolish souls dare to speak against us. From now on, feel free to shop at your leisure. Scold anyone who approaches, and deal with those who pester you without mercy. Within a month, I assure you, you will go wherever you please, and no one will dare to disturb you." Preaching to others can be quite addictive, and Feng Xi now rambled on endlessly. The topic straying further. However, senior sister Yi could not help but laugh, her gaze softening with a hint of relief. "All right, I shall give it a try. But I am a lady. How can I resort to violence so casually? Perhaps I should take you with me wherever I go. You can handle the scolding and confrontations." How does that sound? Feng Xi's lecture came to an abrupt halt. What the hell? How did I get roped into this? I don't have that much time to accompany you shopping every day. It would be such a waste. He could only manage an awkward smile. If the roles were reversed, the nature of the situation would change entirely, and people might easily misunderstand our relationship. What is there to fear? Did you not say one should not be overly concerned with the opinions of others? I am indifferent, but I do worry about tarnishing your reputation, senior sister. So, after lecturing me for so long, this is the conclusion? You simply wanted me to use your advice against you? To be so easily countered? You are lacking in this regard. Well then, consider yourself impressive. You must have the ability to subdue me. Haha, just teasing you. I understand your point now. I will attempt to shift my perspective. After your thorough admonition, I suddenly realized my past life was rather absurd. Absurd indeed. How can young people live in such suffocation? We are all geniuses. Let us live a bit more boldly. All right, then let us live boldly. The two individuals resumed their lively banter, seemingly oblivious to their surroundings, which only deepened the despair of the onlookers. One could easily envision that Feng Xi was about to attract significant attention, albeit in an unconventional manner. However, he remained unfazed, as they had already reached the floor where the dean's office was located. Before they could even knock, the door swung open, revealing several tall, handsome young men exuding an air of superiority and strength. They initially wore cheerful smiles, radiating warmth and elegance, but upon spotting Yi Zhishi and the accompanying Feng Xi, their expressions shifted dramatically. Surprise morphed into narrowed eyes and a scowl, their gazes piercing as they scrutinized Feng Xi. "Zhishi, what a coincidence! Are you here to see the dean as well? And who might this gentleman be?" The leader of the group, a young man with vibrant red hair and a defiant demeanor, was the first to initiate conversation, albeit with a tone that left much to be desired. Under their intense scrutiny, Feng Xi felt a surge of exhilaration. Here it comes, the long-awaited moment of confrontation. After countless chapters, I, the protagonist, have finally encountered this classic scenario. It had taken far too long. I was beginning to doubt my status as the main character. If this were a novel, the author would surely be a failure, incapable of crafting even the simplest of clichés, destined to flounder for a lifetime. Chapter 72. Who would be the sycophant among the decent? Upon encountering the group before her, Yi Zhishi felt a flicker of surprise, quickly replacing it with a polite, yet distant response. "Senior Zhu Yan and esteemed seniors, good afternoon. This is our new classmate, Feng Xi, who, like myself, hails from Mo High City and is also a junior at our school. The dean wishes to meet him, so I was asked to bring him along." She deliberately altered her phrasing to imply a warning, indicating that Feng Xi was someone of importance to the dean, thereby instilling a sense of caution in her interlocutors, lest they trouble him. Upon hearing this, Feng Xi was struck by a realization, discerning nuances from her demeanor. It appeared that the senior was not particularly fond of the red-haired individual, yet she seemed apprehensive, suggesting that he held considerable influence. Furthermore, her choice to issue such a warning indicated her awareness of their questionable conduct, implying that these individuals were quite likely to cause trouble, perhaps even having done so in the past. With this in mind, Feng Xi deliberately flashed a grin, infused with a hint of defiance, a touch of arrogance, and a dash of nonchalance and disdain. The group opposite could not suppress their surprise, their feigned smiles nearly faltering. What an odd smile this boy had. His lips seemed to stretch nearly to his eyes. Did he not fear cramping? How infuriating. Was he not subtly provoking us? The more they contemplated, the more their irritation grew, their gazes turning increasingly hostile. The leader of the group, the red-haired one, appeared the most brash, yet it was he who maintained his composure, responding with a haughty grin. "Ah, so you are the junior from the same hometown as Jishi. What a delightful coincidence. No wonder the usually aloof Jishi would extend her assistance. I nearly misjudged the situation. For a junior like Feng Xi to attract the dean's attention, he must indeed be a remarkable talent. I have a penchant for befriending geniuses. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhu Yan, a fourth-year student. And these are my companions, also in their fourth year. Should you encounter any challenges in the future, do not hesitate to seek our assistance. We promise to be of help. As a fellow from Jishi's hometown, you are certainly our friend, so please, do not stand on ceremony." As he spoke, he extended his hand towards Feng Xi, feigning amiability, yet the underlying chill, mockery, and disdain were unmistakable to any discerning observer. Feng Xi responded with a cold smile. "So, you consider yourself a statistical pie chart?" Refusing to back down, he grasped the offered hand firmly, continuing to provoke. "Senior Zhu, your kindness is somewhat overwhelming. I wouldn't want to trouble you esteemed seniors. Rest assured, should any issues arise, I will seek guidance from Senior Yi, so you needn't trouble yourselves." After delivering this with a cheerful demeanor, Feng Xi immediately sensed the pressure in their handshake intensifying, a searing heat emanating from Zhu Yan's palm, as if intent on roasting his hand. "Is this all?" Feng Xi promptly retaliated, channeling an invisible current of energy in response. Zhu Yan was caught off guard, his body suddenly jolting with a tingle, akin to an electric shock. "Playing dirty, are we? I'll return the favor with a jolt of lightning." After imparting a lesson, Feng Xi released his grip with a cold smile, displaying a look of disdain. "Senior, the dean has summoned us for matters of importance. I shall not keep you further. Next time, we shall find a suitable venue for some proper entertainment." At this moment, Zhu Yan's face had turned a shade of iron, understanding that this encounter would have lasting repercussions. Yet, being in the dean's office, he dared not cause a scene. Thus, he merely cast a glance at Yi Jishi and shot Feng Xi a chilling, menacing glare. With a sarcastic tone, he remarked, "Since the junior looks down upon us seniors and does not wish to acknowledge this favor, I have little more to say. Jishi, your fellow townsman, possesses some talent. Yet his aversion to forming friendships is quite troublesome. You ought to counsel him. A newcomer who is overly arrogant is bound to suffer." With that, they took their leave. Yi Jishi remained silent, and once they had distanced themselves, she reproached him with a hint of exasperation. "Why did you provoke him for no reason? I had already warned you, yet you insisted on stirring him up. Now, you've awakened a tempest. You'll have much to contend with in the future." Feng Xi scoffed dismissively. "As I mentioned before, I fear no trouble. Let him come seek me out. I am eager to witness the caliber of the upperclassmen at Tiando Academy and determine if they are worthy of my consideration. You seem rather spirited. Do you even know who he is?" She inquired. "Who?" He replied. "The Son of Heaven. He is Zhu Kejian, one of the 3 vice-deans of our academy. And he is quite favored. He ranks among the few whom one should not provoke. His innate talent is exceptional. He is an S-class fire elemental manipulator, an awakened infernal crimson flame user, and among the strongest students, nearing the pinnacle of the 5th realm. I understand you may be stronger than him, but he has connections. And he holds a position in the student council, which grants him considerable power. If he decides to make your life difficult, he has many means at his disposal." "Ah, a second-generation rich kid. That explains his arrogance. So, does that mean he is your admirer?" Yi Jishi nodded with a hint of frustration. "I have never acknowledged him. Yet he creates a ruckus wherever he goes. I find him quite bothersome. However, Dean Zhu has been very kind to me, so I cannot afford to hold too much against him. It is best to avoid him when possible. Be cautious. The last time a senior invited me to dinner in front of him, he made that person suffer terribly when I declined. Given your provocation today, he will undoubtedly seek retribution." From her expression, it seemed that the other party was the type who persistently clung on, a rather aggressive admirer. Such behavior is unbecoming. Who would lower themselves to such a level? Feng Xi waved his hand nonchalantly. "It's nothing. I'm not afraid. In fact, I welcome his pursuit. It will provide me with some amusement. You, forget it. I truly do not comprehend what you boys think about all day. If this escalates beyond control, you must come to me. Do not let it get out of hand, understand? CQ? That would diminish the fun by half, wouldn't it? Haha. All right. Rest assured, rest assured, rest assured. Feng Xi acquiesced with a casual demeanor, regarding future endeavors as solely his own concern. He was certain he would not succumb to temptation. As for whether the other party would, that remained uncertain. Upon entering, Feng Xi realized that the dean's office was far more spacious and opulent than he had anticipated. It surpassed even his imaginings of the office of a former American president. Despite his lack of first-hand experience with such grandeur, inside, a distinguished bald gentleman rose with a welcoming smile as they approached. He exuded an aura of formidable presence, advancing with a gravitas reminiscent of a mountain, instilling a palpable sense of reverence. Good day, Dean. Xiaoxi, you two have arrived a bit late. The tea has cooled. Please, take a seat while I brew another pot. Would you care for some snacks? Do sample this lungsi cake that old Zhu just delivered. It enhances the internal energy flow and will aid your progression to the fifth realm. I must say, after a summer apart, both your aunt and I have missed you terribly. Are you free this evening? If you don't visit us soon, your Aunt Lin's incessant reminders will surely drive me to distraction. Feng Xi stood to the side, observing the bald dean, whose face radiated affection as he fussed over the senior student, not even sparing a glance for him. He felt an inexplicable sense of awkwardness. The dean's demeanor resembled that of an indulgent father, lavishing attention upon his daughter, rendering his earlier imposing presence merely an illusion. Feng Xi, shall I take my leave then? Chapter 73. I strongly request to be classified as SSS level. At last, the principal recollected the matter at hand and reverted to his usual demeanor. He addressed Feng Xi, saying, "You are Feng Xi, correct? Indeed, a remarkable talent. Chang Heng and Yu Peng did not err in their judgment. Yu Peng, the guardian of the seven realms from Yinshan City? Do you know Mr. Yu? He is my cousin. Oh, a family of formidable individuals, I see. Quite impressive. Yet, even if I were unfamiliar with him, the Academy would undoubtedly report on an extraordinary student capable of contending with the descendants of evil deities before even enrolling." As Yu Tianxing spoke, he candidly posed his query. "Before I grant permission for your avatar, I wish to clarify one matter. Feng Xi, the records indicate that you did not awaken prematurely. May I inquire how, having awakened only 2 months ago, you have acquired such formidable powers?" A moment of silence enveloped the atmosphere. Feng Xi was aware that he had not concealed his secret well. A cursory investigation would reveal the truth. In fact, he had not intended to hide it. Chang Heng and senior sister Yi were certainly aware that he harbored a secret, yet they had refrained from inquiring. And he had not anticipated that the principal would be the first to ask. However, it mattered not. He had devised a response. "This matter is rather simple, albeit astonishing. I trust you will not be alarmed by my revelation. Fear not, we are not easily frightened. On the day of my awakening, I did not merely awaken the Sacred Heart's spiritual ability. I simultaneously awakened an unprecedented, unheard of, earth-shattering, epic-defining, mysteriously terrifying, unparalleled special ability. In short, an extraordinarily bizarre power." Feng Xi's tone was exceedingly exaggerated, and Yi Zhishi understood he was being playful again, yet neither of them paid it much heed, for they were already astounded by the information Feng Xi had divulged. Setting aside that string of descriptors, his meaning was clear. 2 abilities? Are you claiming to be a dual ability wielder? The principal's eyes gleamed with unrestrained joy, suddenly regarding Feng Xi with utmost seriousness. A dual ability wielder is rarer than an S-class ability wielder, and historically, most recorded dual ability wielders possessed 2 innate abilities, both of which were below S-class. Instances of individuals like Feng Xi, who are both S-class and dual ability wielders, are virtually non-existent. If he speaks the truth, this young man is indeed favored by the heavens to an extraordinary degree, approaching the brink of divine retribution. Even Yi Zhishi was left wide-eyed, struggling to comprehend. She had assumed Feng Xi had encountered some fortuitous event, inheriting the legacy of a powerful being, combined with the aid of the Sacred Heart's ability, allowing him to master so many formidable techniques in such a short span of time. After all, while such occurrences are rare, they have not been entirely absent in history. However, she had not anticipated that the secret he bore was a second ability. Wait, are you implying that your strength primarily derives from this second ability? What sort of ability could yield such effects? I cannot say. I have never heard of an ability with such effects. It must be a new ability that has never before manifested. To put it simply, the effect is that during sleep, consciousness randomly enters incredibly vivid dream realms, in which extraordinary inheritances await my exploration, learning, and cultivation. The powers gained from such practice seamlessly translate back into the realm of reality. My Sacred Heart's spiritual abilities also function effectively within these dream worlds. And it is the harmonious interplay of these two extraordinary powers that has enabled me to attain my current strength in a remarkably short span of time. Based on the efficacy of the second ability, I have aptly named it Dream Path to Enlightenment. The most difficult lie to uncover is often the truth itself. While he did not disclose the full extent of the miraculous effects of the Dream Path to Enlightenment, he spoke a semblance of truth, rendering any lie detection methods ineffective. Thus, his greatest secret, the identity of a traveler from another realm, could remain concealed. Nonetheless, even without a complete revelation, this so-called second ability's effect is already astonishing enough. After Feng Xi finished speaking, both individuals were left in a state of shock and daze. The notion of gaining strength through sleep and simultaneous cultivation in dreams is indeed absurd. Upon regaining her composure, Uchiha suddenly realized something. Her eyes widening in understanding, so his love for sleep stems from this. Dream Path to Enlightenment, indeed a fitting name, the dean mused. His gaze growing increasingly bright. He could not help but exclaim, it seems to belong to a special category. However, such a powerful effect surpasses all known special abilities, truly remarkable. After expressing his amazement, he turned to Feng Xi with seriousness. I am now fully aware of the situation. Regarding your second ability, I will report and classify it as a top secret, documenting it in the new ability registry and prohibiting any further investigation by others. This matter is of utmost importance. In the future, aside from the two of us who are already aware, it would be best not to disclose this to anyone else. We will also keep it confidential for your safety. Do you understand? Understood. I would never carelessly divulge my secrets. I am immensely grateful for your willingness to maintain confidentiality. Feng Xi replied with a smile, reflecting on how the Academy's backing would effectively eliminate the dangers posed by this secret. Henceforth, even if his pace of improvement accelerated or he showcased more impressive extraordinary abilities, there would be a reasonable explanation for it all. From this day forward, he would be invulnerable. Moreover, this would likely garner further official attention. An unprecedented dual ability user, an S-rank genius with new powers. Would the authorities neglect such an extraordinary talent? Future resources for cultivation and privileged treatment would surely flow in abundance. Surely, this is far more effortless than the protagonists of novels who go to great lengths to conceal their secrets, only to find themselves embroiled in a myriad of troubles. Truly, I am quite clever. In high spirits, Feng Xi felt a surge of pride and began to lose himself in the moment. Dean, may I inquire? If my new ability is to be documented, will it also require an assessment of its potential level? What grade do you believe this ability should be rated? Without a doubt, it should at least be classified as an S-rank special ability. Unless the evaluators lack common sense, it is improbable for the rating to be low. The dean spoke with utmost certainty. However, Feng Xi, with a mischievous demeanor, ventured his suggestion, S-rank. To be frank, I believe that is somewhat inadequate. What? Both individuals were taken aback, furrowing their brows at Feng Xi. What are you talking about? Do not tell me you are unaware that S rank is already the highest level. What I mean is that the rating criteria need not be overly rigid. When encountering exceptionally formidable abilities, establishing an extraordinary rank for distinction seems entirely reasonable, does it not? The two were utterly bewildered, failing to grasp his bizarre notion. So, what you are implying is, Feng Xi, with a righteous demeanor, proclaimed loudly, I strongly advocate for categorizing the ability Dreaming to Enlightenment as a special SSS class ability. This would delineate my potential and prowess from that of ordinary geniuses. You Tianxing what? Yi Zhishi, huh? Observing their astonished expressions, Feng Xi nodded emphatically, indicating his seriousness. In other novels, protagonists often awaken with abilities starting at SSS rank, while in the world Feng Xi traversed, the pinnacle only reached S rank. After his awakening, he felt a sense of regret, deeming himself somewhat inferior. However, it mattered not. If SSS was unattainable, he would create his own, striving not to fall behind. Should his proposal succeed, the title of this book could be altered to, starting with dual abilities, I shatter the rating system's limits. Awakening for all, only I possess an SSS class ability. With an unprecedented SSS class ability, I reign supreme. With my exceptional talent, I boldly slay gods. Now that would elevate his status. Feng Xi envisioned this splendidly, yet reality clearly would not accommodate his whims. Yu Tianxing shot him a speechless glare, utterly unable to adapt to his thought process, perceiving him merely as an eccentric, a rather shameless eccentric at that. Feng Xi, the ability rating system is globally recognized and exceedingly rigorous. It cannot be reformed so easily. The notion of an SSS rank is utterly impossible. Do not dwell on it. What? Is there truly no way, Dean? Absolutely not. Whatever. Chapter 74. Her understanding nature makes me cry. In comparison to the secrets revealed by Feng Xi, the activation of the clone's operational authority seemed a trivial matter. At the request of the dean, Feng Xi demonstrated the wood clone technique in their presence. creating several identical wooden clones for the dean's inspection and meticulously recording data. He then elaborated on the detailed effects of the wood clone technique. Thus, the report was duly completed. With a wave of his hand, the dean operated his wristwatch, which triggered a notification on Feng Xi's device. Your identity wristwatch has activated the universal network function, allowing the granting of subpermissions to unassigned wristwatch students. For further details and operation instructions, please click to inquire. Upon seeing this, a smile graced Feng Xi's lips as he eagerly produced the newly purchased terminal wristwatch to test it. Connection successful. Subpermissions activated. Success. How wonderful. Thank you, Dean. Many thanks to you, senior sister. In moments of joy, Feng Xi's words flowed sweetly, and his smile radiated warmth. Witnessing his happiness, usually she could not help but smile back. Subsequently, she rose and addressed Yu Tianqing. Dean, with the new semester commencing, you must be quite busy. So we shall not disturb you. Oh, leaving so soon? Why not come to my home for dinner tonight? We can chat, the dean remarked, clearly reluctant to see them go. She discreetly glanced at Feng Xi before gently declining. Dean, I have other plans for tonight. May I visit tomorrow evening instead? I hope it won't be an inconvenience. The dean, satisfied, replied, that will suffice. One night more or less makes no difference. Having settled the matter, she took Feng Xi's hand and led him out of the dean's office. The reason for her firm grip was her fear that he might slip away after completing his business. However, Feng Xi, being pulled by a beautiful girl, felt no honor in it. Rather, he sensed an affront to his character. He lamented, Senior sister, is it really necessary to hold on so tightly? If someone sees us, they might think I'm stealing from you. I promised to accompany you shopping today. I cannot be untrustworthy, can I? Yet, she did not relent, playfully teasing. Who knows? You're so shameless and quick. What if you dashed off in a blink, and I couldn't catch you? What do you mean by shameless? Why do you say that? Feng Xi retorted, perplexed. Can't there be a bit more trust between people? Fine, I'll trust you this once. After today, I won't bother you again, she said, still smiling, devoid of any anger or disappointment. Feng Xi, taken aback by her demeanor, could not help but wonder. Senior sister, what do you mean by that? With a playful roll of her eyes, she chided, are you really that oblivious? I know you practice while you sleep. I wouldn't dare disturb you every day. Do you think I'm one of those unreasonable girls? From now on, I won't seek you out unless necessary. Just focus on your training and dreams. Oh, great genius. As he gazed at her charming smile, Feng Xi found himself momentarily at a loss for words. In that instant, even he, usually so indifferent, felt a flutter in his heart. Is it truly possible for a maiden, so exquisitely beautiful and profoundly understanding, to exist? My heart is aflutter. Dear friends, she is simply too considerate. It brings me to tears. Hey, why do you gaze at me so? Do not overthink it. I merely feel a sense of urgency. I wish to devote myself to my training henceforth. Urgency? From where does this arise? How can you even ask? Is it because of me? What do you think? The Holy Heart's spiritual essence is already quite extraordinary, and now you speak of cultivating in dreams. It is becoming increasingly absurd. Can one truly attend classes in such a manner? Is it fair to possess such an advantage? If I do not accelerate my efforts, I might well be surpassed by you. And then where would my dignity as a senior be placed? Have you not already surpassed me? You refuse to acknowledge the obvious. Your stubbornness surpasses even that of a hardened bronze. After listening, Feng Xi cast her a glance, graciously refraining from voicing her thoughts, and instead jested in return. Ah? Have you finally come to this realization? Alas, dear senior, you are destined to be surpassed by me. I shall surpass everyone and rise above. Such audacity. Let me witness if your dream cultivation is indeed as formidable as you claim. A word of caution. Do not be misled into believing that relentless training alone will lead to continuous advancement. Even the most exceptional talent can only excel rapidly through the extraordinary realms. From the fifth realm onward, each realm presents its own challenges, requiring a holistic elevation of body, will, and spirit in unison. Though you may contend with the fifth or even sixth realms through your formidable extraordinary means, truly breaking through the barriers of the fifth realm cannot be achieved overnight. In essence, cultivation is paramount. It must be regarded with utmost seriousness. How did our discussion veer into a lecture? Feng Xi pondered, yet she retained this wisdom in her heart and feigned a modest smile, saying, all right, Teacher Yi, I understand. Get out of here. She laughed and playfully tapped him. The two strolled along, bantering and jesting, their demeanor relaxed, resembling a pair of young lovers. Naturally, many recognized Shi, the undisputed belle of the academy, for her brilliance was simply impossible to overlook. Witnessing the goddess in such amiable and intimate conversation with a male companion left the students astounded and struggling to accept the sight. Nonetheless, the pair remained oblivious to their surroundings, entirely engrossed in one another. It seems Shi has come to terms with certain matters. Subsequently, they engaged in the previously agreed-upon activities, dining, shopping, and snacking, simple pleasures that nonetheless brought immense joy. The city of Tiandu is vast. Beyond the tens of thousands of students, there are countless ordinary residents living under the protection of the barrier, content, and thriving. The extraordinary techniques left by the sovereign of the Zong Yi have not been squandered. Rather, they have been maximally utilized by the academy to fulfill its duty of safeguarding the populace. Amidst the myriad of lights, beauty can indeed be discovered. Feng Xi had initially resolved to accompany her until the end, yet Uchiha chose to conclude their outing by 9 p.m., without dragging it on too late. During their conversation, she primarily imparted to Feng Xi various essential insights regarding the academy, as well as highlighting certain special activities worthy of his attention and the influence of factions among the students. Remarkably, Feng Xi refrained from his usual antics, diligently committing her words to memory. Perhaps there were other sentiments nestled in his heart as well. After spending an evening together, Feng Xi gained a deeper understanding of his senior, and for reasons unbeknownst to him, he felt a sudden pang of reluctance at their farewell. Thus, prior to parting ways, at his earnest insistence, he escorted Senior Yi back to her residence before taking his leave. Although he did not ascend the stairs, he left a mark akin to a flying thunder god technique. Let there be no misunderstanding. He harbored no ulterior motives, but rather acted out of habitual inclination. As for the accusations of infatuation or stalking, Feng Xi maintained his innocence, stating that he was unaware of what they were insinuating. Chapter 75. The ingenious utility of wooden clones in the 180-yard pursuit line of life and death. Due to Senior Sister Yi having graciously released Feng Xi early, he returned home last night shortly after 9 o'clock, leaving him ample time. Consequently, Feng Xi did not rush to sleep. Instead, he embarked on a venture to procure 19 terminal wristwatches, each imbued with distinct permissions. He then proceeded to create multiple wooden clones, distributing one wristwatch to each. In conjunction with the one previously acquired for experimentation, he now possessed a total of 20 wooden clones, each equipped with a wristwatch. These clones were organized into a learning and teaching group, specifically tasked with attending classes. Feng Xi calculated that this number was quite suitable. Even under conditions of simultaneous high-intensity training, the strain on him would remain manageable. While he could theoretically handle more, the accompanying side effects would be excessive, hindering long-term development. His aim was to cultivate a steady and gradual progress, unlike Naruto, who sought immediate results, thus sparing himself the undue burden. Subsequently, he created an additional 20 wooden clones, 10 of which ventured into the night, responsible for patrolling the city and stealthily hunting down cultists hidden within. The remaining 10 stayed in the living room, serving as bodyguards and logistical support for his primary self. What? You inquire about the necessity of logistical support? A pertinent question indeed, worthy of elaboration. These 10 wooden clones, stationed at home, would tirelessly engage in research day and night. They would practice their skills, develop more magical artifacts, dismantle imperial tools to reverse engineer their creation methods, and forge disposable talismans, extraordinary weapons, armor, and various items for the hunting clones. The benefits arising from this endeavor included the enhancement of technical prowess, the ascent of the technological tree, and the potential to monetize surplus magical artifacts. As for the materials, the hunting clones would return with their spoils. After all, hunting invariably yields rewards, and the elimination of cultists also grants official reward points, which can be exchanged for an array of extraordinary resources. Thus, a robust team framework composed of wooden clones was established. If necessary, Feng Xi could even orchestrate the clones to collaborate in a modern assembly line fashion to boost productivity, mass-producing low-tier magical artifacts. The reason the technique of cloning is deemed a divine skill is exemplified here. A single individual becomes a faultless, high-efficiency team. Presently, his strength is not yet formidable, and his capacity for clones is limited. However, as his power grows, he dares to envision the establishment of a factory dedicated to wooden clones. Feng Xi, a pharmaceutical factory's unceasing 24-hour production system, I dare to employ. An electronics factory's relentless 180-yard pursuit line, I am willing to utilize. My dear clones, let us add 3 more production lines. The next morning, Feng Xi donned another outfit selected by Senior Sister Yi, feeling refreshed as he stepped out. Today marked the inaugural day of formal classes, and he believed it prudent to present himself with a sense of gravity. The first task for the new students was to collect their uniforms and the first month's cultivation resources, followed by attending their first major course in the afternoon. The designated location for resource collection is unified at the Chaoyang Pavilion. Feng Xi is yet to visit, hence he has not left the Flying Thunder God mark and must, for the first time, approach on foot. Naturally, he opts for an unconventional route. Most of the teaching facilities are concentrated near the city center, so the distances are not excessively far. After 10 minutes of vigorous running, leaping and bounding with his long sword in hand, Feng Xi finally arrives at a vast open square, bustling with activity. The area is teeming with new students, likely numbering over 10,000, all gathered to collect resources. It seems the academy is well prepared for such crowds, as evidenced by the dozens of processing channels established at the base of the grand hall in the center of the square, alleviating the pressure of the queues. Although the time has not yet come, the students have already formed orderly lines, a sight to behold with numerous columns stretching forth. Feng Xi discreetly blends into the throng, activating his Sharingan to scan the crowd, yet he fails to spot Chu Yingming and Xiao Qiyue. He shrugs indifferently and selects a less crowded channel to queue up, then raises his wrist to send a message to Chu Yingming. Winds cease, waves unceasing. There are too many people. I'm already in line at channel 66. Wait for you to join. Within moments, he receives a reply. Ming, it's not good to cut in line. Haha. Truly a statement befitting her character. Winds cease, waves unceasing. Enough chit-chat. Hurry over. Ming. Oh, I'm waiting for Qiyue. I'll come over with her shortly. Winds cease, waves unceasing. Were you both together yesterday? Such a close relationship, arriving at school together? Ming. She accompanied me for a sparring session all afternoon yesterday. We decided to walk together since we live quite close. At this point, Feng Xi's curiosity is piqued, prompting him to ask another question. Winds cease, waves unceasing. She can spar with you for that long? Seems she possesses some strength? Ming. Yesterday was just a test of a new weapon. We didn't engage in a full-on battle, but I could sense she is quite formidable. Winds cease, waves unceasing. Oh? Feng Xi's eyes narrow slightly, intrigued. Chu Yingming's prowess among the new students is undoubtedly remarkable. And if she claims that Xiao Qiyue is strong, then her abilities must be equally impressive. This is something he had not previously discerned. It appears she possesses some high-grade treasures that can shield her from detection. As Feng, she had been unable to sense her aura or energy fluctuations prior. Coupled with her mannerisms, her extravagant spending habits, and her worldview, he increasingly feels that Xiao Qiyue is quite extraordinary. Nevertheless, ultimately, this bears little significance to him. He is merely slightly curious. Soon, however, this matter is cast aside from his thoughts. As he quietly awaits in line, the surrounding new students quickly notice him. With time on their hands and the camaraderie of being fellow newcomers, it is only natural that they engage in conversation. Brother, your sword is really cool. It looks magnificent and powerful. It must be an extraordinary weapon, right? A tall youth with a buzz cut turns around to glance at Feng Xi, initiating a conversation with an air of familiarity. Feng Xi offered a faint smile, responding with a sense of pride. Thank you for the compliment. This is a treasured heirloom of my family, possessing abilities that defy comprehension. Its primary function is to be visually striking and to exude an air of superiority. Do I not resemble an unparalleled swordsman, whose ancestral weapon is merely for show? Unparalleled swordsman, indeed. Can one not maintain a semblance of dignity? It appears formidable, yet proves to be utterly ridiculous. The cheerful young man with a buzz cut felt a sudden urge to mock, yet he restrained himself, choosing instead to continue the conversation with a hint of sorrow in his words, for to do otherwise would be impolite. You are indeed quite handsome, my friend. You are already a striking figure, and this sword serves as the perfect finishing touch, truly worthy of being called a family heirloom. What on earth am I saying? By the way, I am Li. May I inquire your name? I am Feng Xi, a paragon of charm. This fellow possesses an extraordinary lack of shame. Li mused inwardly, suddenly feeling that the name sounded somewhat familiar. After a moment of reflection, he was struck with disbelief as he gazed at Feng Xi and exclaimed, You are that Feng Xi? Feng Xi, taken aback by his reaction, asked in confusion, What? Has my reputation as a scion of Shanghai reached this place? Not at all, my friend. Are you truly unaware? Unaware of what? Quickly, take a look at the student forum. You have become quite the celebrity. Feng Xi paused for a moment, then a realization dawned upon him. A smirk spread across his face as he confidently replied, Ah, I see now. Chapter 76. The gossip post erupts, and I am infuriated. Oh, now I understand. With an expression of profound realization, Feng Xi nodded in agreement, prompting Li to affirm, It seems you are indeed aware. Indeed. Is it not abundantly clear? It must be due to my extraordinary handsomeness. Even when I strive to remain low-key, I shine like a firefly in the night. On the very first day of school, my unparalleled beauty was noticed by the keen-eyed classmates, leading to my unanimous acclaim as the new heartthrob of Jiudu Academy. Li's expression froze instantly. After a prolonged silence, he expressionlessly raised his thumb towards Feng Xi, uttering a single word, impressive. Behind them, a freshman who had been eavesdropping could no longer contain himself. He tapped Feng Xi on the shoulder, offering a weary reminder. I think you should check the forum. Feng Xi turned to glance at him, nodding in agreement. Very well. Let me see how the online community praises my exquisite visage. Opening his wristwatch, he logged into the internal communication network of Tiandu City. The moment he clicked on the student exchange forum, the very first post caught his attention. Shocking. Tiandu Academy's first beauty, goddess Yi Zhishi, allegedly on a date. Her rumored boyfriend is none other than him. What a sensational gossip title. Feng Xi raised an eyebrow and clicked to delve deeper. A series of large photographs materialized. They were filled with images of Yi Zhishi and him engaged in intimate laughter, and a few of these photographs, perhaps edited, appeared particularly affectionate. In the pictures, the senior smiled radiantly, her eyes enchanting, while Feng Xi wore a lascivious grin, his gaze lecherous. It was hard to believe that anyone would accept they were merely friends. Feng Xi was instantly displeased. When the senior looked at him with such allure, it could very well be genuine. After all, his excellence warranted admiration from the opposite sex. However, how could I possibly appear so lascivious? A dashing figure, and yet they captured me as a lecherous man? Preposterous. It must be the work of jealous photo editors seeking to tarnish my image. Given Yi Zhishi's immense popularity, this post was nothing short of a sensation, garnering clicks and comments that eclipsed all others, even overshadowing the excitement of the new semester. Feng Xi perused the commentary section, where the sentiments echoed similar themes. Woe is me. I cannot accept this. How could my goddess possibly be dating a boy? This must be false. Goddess, what is happening? Why such despair? Is solitude in old age not preferable? This is more painful than death. The goddess smiles so beautifully. I have never seen her so joyous. But why is it with another man? Beast. My heart is shattering. I refuse to believe this. It cannot be true. Editor, please reveal the truth. Who is this boy? How dare he tarnish the goddess? Why does he not vanish? In 3 minutes, I demand to know everything about him. In 10 minutes, I will stand outside his building to enact his demise. He smiled in a rather lewd manner, while my goddess Yi appeared so pure, resembling a little white rabbit ensnared by a cunning wolf. To speak frankly, Yi, the campus beauty, is no mere rabbit. She ought to be a magnificent white rabbit. They had a rendezvous last night. Could it be that the goddess has already succumbed to him? Such beauty as hers cannot be withstood by any man. That lascivious fellow would undoubtedly not let her slip away. Thus it is entirely plausible that they have indeed. No, that scoundrel. I shall have him dismembered. I shall render him incapable. I mean it. Even a deity could not restrain me. You rogue. I implore you, be gentle with my goddess Yi. My heart aches. Woe is me. What on earth is happening upstairs? Enough already. How could the pure goddess Yi be so indiscreet? The outcome has yet to unfold. I believe there is still hope. Indeed, so many exceptionally talented and noble young men have pursued goddess Yi with no progress. How could a mere freshman possibly win her over at the onset of the semester? Absolutely. There must be a misunderstanding. Is it conceivable that they are siblings? Perhaps distant cousins? Even if they are sworn siblings? It is entirely possible. It must be so. Aside from the lamentations in the comments, several revelations have garnered significant attention. I am a former classmate of goddess Yi from high school, and I know this fellow. His name is Feng Xi, a year below us. Notorious for being a troublesome student who never ceases to create chaos at school. I can assure you, he is not related to goddess Yi in the slightest. Everyone, look at this photograph. This scoundrel was dining with 2 other girls at Qingyu Hall yesterday afternoon. One of them is also of campus beauty caliber. This is irrefutable evidence. He is a bounder. The replies below were filled with outrage, and Feng Xi remained oblivious to it all. The public was in an uproar. Feng Xi, infuriated, clenched his fists in indignation, exclaiming, "How outrageous! Why is everyone engrossed in gossip? Do none of you recognize my unparalleled beauty and extraordinary charm? These people are blind. They should donate their eyes to those in need." The 2 individuals beside him observed him with stoic expressions, their minds brimming with unvoiced sarcasm. So you still care about this? Is this the crux of the matter? At that moment, another freshman interjected, curiously inquiring, "Feng Xi, is what they say true? You and goddess Yi cannot possibly be." Feng Xi turned to glance at him and replied without hesitation, "Do not misunderstand. They are spreading falsehoods. Goddess Yi and I are merely long-lost sworn siblings, the sort that is entirely pure." "Oh, so you are sworn siblings? I thought as much. But wait, what did you say? Long-lost sworn siblings? Is that even a thing? If you are sworn siblings, how can you be long-lost? At this point, do not jest with us. What is your true relationship? Yes means yes, and no means no. There is no reason to shy away from stating this. If I were able to win the affection of the campus beauty, I would be eager for the entire world to know, for such recognition is a matter of pride." Some, impatient, sought to extract information. Yet, Feng Xi could only smirk inwardly, resorting to the ubiquitous art of vague rhetoric. "Do not inquire further. I assure you, my relationship with the senior is entirely innocent. Do not tarnish her reputation. As for yesterday's events, I can only say that those who understand, understand. For those who do not, I shall refrain from elaborating, savor it in silence." "Hey, What kind of explanation is that? You Haven T clarified anything. Do not ask me for details. The implications are far too vast. Speaking of it would benefit neither of us. Simply consider it as something you ought not to know. Is it really that complicated? Hence, I maintain that those who understand, understand. In truth, you comprehend as well as I do. After all, we are all in the know. If one does not understand, there is no need to feign comprehension, for the matter involves complexities beyond grasp. Those who are aware need not voice it, while those who are oblivious will only pester with endless questions. Ultimately, even if they were enlightened, such knowledge could prove detrimental. After all, knowing too much is not always beneficial. Thus, it is best for everyone to remain ignorant and refrain from delving deeper. Understood? A crowd encircled him, bewildered by his cryptic discourse, feeling an overwhelming sense of profundity. Even after hearing the entirety, they remained perplexed, nodding in confusion. However, they were not foolish. It did not take long for them to realize, their expressions turning to one of frustration. Got it, you're playing us. With a clap of his hands, Feng Xi exclaimed, correct. You're free to go. Chapter 77. Sincerity is the eternal ace. What the heck? Are you looking for trouble? Are you insulting us? Are you calling us insane? At last, the crowd reacted. An uproar of curses and laughter ensued. Feng Xi sneered disdainfully, saying, Isn't it just a trivial matter that you keep prattling on about? Aren't you simply bored out of your minds? Let me ask you, why are we here at the academy? With a shift in tone, Feng Xi's expression turned serious, tinged with a hint of sorrow. And his voice grew impassioned. We are here to learn and to elevate ourselves. Understand this. This is the Tiandu Academy, the foremost institution of the human race. Each of you present is a pillar of the future for humanity. Anyone can laze about, but we cannot afford to do so. The weight of safeguarding the world awaits our shoulders to bear, to inherit. How can we spend our days yearning for romantic entanglements and gossiping? Is that appropriate? It is not. Fellow students, let us rid ourselves of such base distractions and strive together for the future of humanity. I am willing to be your exemplar, to blaze the trail for you. What about you? Answer me, what is your response? The crowd, what the hell are you doing? Don't get all fervent and dramatic on us, you idiot. Are you delivering a speech? We Haven T even settled the score for your earlier insults. And here you are preaching to us? Outside, other bewildered freshmen, curious about the commotion, peered over. What is going on? The atmosphere grew tense, mainly because the students were at a loss for where to begin with their myriad grievances. Noticing their silence, Feng Xi finally relaxed his demeanor, nodding in satisfaction. It appears you have begun to realize your mistakes. I believe that under my patient guidance, you will surely awaken to the truth. But do not dwell in regret. Life is just beginning, and it is not too late to strive now. The crowd, what the hell? Just as someone was about to erupt in frustration, a clear, ethereal voice echoed from afar, melodious and captivating, awakening the crowd. Feng Xi. All eyes instinctively turned to Feng Xi, who was now beckoning eagerly as Chu Yingming strolled in, gracefully accompanied by Xiao Qiue, both breathtakingly beautiful, leaving the onlookers entranced. Feng Xi's demeanor instantly shifted, and he waved, here, come here. The newcomers gazed eagerly at the enchanting girls as they approached Feng Xi, who smiled shyly, captivating everyone's hearts. At that moment, every boy felt as if their molars were about to shatter. Damn, after all that talk, what about you? The forum was right. This guy is indeed a complete scoundrel. Is this how he lured the campus belle? And this equally stunning leggy girl must have fallen for him too. This scoundrel truly deserves a reckoning. Make way, ladies first. I'll form a line for them in advance. I trust you all have no objections? No. Please, this classmate, would you like to come forward? I can offer you my seat. Come here. My seat is much closer. The enthusiastic crowd of students, despite the unforgivable nature of Feng Xi, remained oblivious to the fact that the young lady was innocent. This left her feeling somewhat awkward, as she had yet to greet Feng Xi and could only continuously decline their kind offers. Seizing the moment, Li Yi discreetly approached Feng Xi, his expression one of eager curiosity as he whispered, Brother, no, big brother, please teach me, how do you attract girls? Feng Xi cast him a disdainful glance, thinking to himself that after all his lecturing, they hadn't absorbed a single word. Nonetheless, he haughtily replied, You want to learn? Yes, I do. Call me Dad. Dad? All right. At least you have a hint of my former audacity. Feng Xi solemnly instructed, Listen well, my son. My secret is sincerity. What? Indeed. Sincerity, my son. Only sincerity is the eternal killer technique. Li Yi. Though the gossip on the forum had been temporarily deflected by Feng Xi's jesting, he was acutely aware that he had gained notoriety. Aside from a slight concern for the potential impact on the senior sister, Feng Xi himself was indifferent. After all, blackened fame is still fame, a positive development. Just take a look at Kai Su Cohen. He has reached such heights of popularity. Without the heated discussions stirred up by detractors, could he have achieved such a claim? As for the possibility of envious rivals causing trouble, he was genuinely unperturbed. Feng Xi thought to himself, "Oh my God. In the interest of being from the same school, I promise that when they come looking for trouble, I will do my utmost to avoid outright lethal force. I will merely kick them hard with my leather shoes." He craved more opportunities to showcase his prowess and assert his protagonist status. "Thank you." Classmate Xiao turned around and, noticing Feng Xi's peculiar expression of anticipation as if lost in a daydream, immediately mocked him. "What are you thinking? Making faces and adding drama to yourself?" Snapping back to reality, Feng Xi rolled his eyes and retorted, "Mind your own business. It has nothing to do with you." Time swiftly passed to 8:30, and the resource collection channels opened promptly. With dozens of channels operating simultaneously, the thousands of new students were processed in no time. Soon, it was Feng Xi's turn to collect his resources. He scanned his wristband at the machine, which displayed the resources he was entitled to without ambiguity. The staff member responsible for distributing resources glanced at him, eyes widening in disbelief. After several confirmations, realizing there was no mistake, he respectfully presented several sets of various styles of school uniforms, along with an oversized metal suitcase. "Classmate, all your cultivation resources are here. Would you like to count them?" Feng Xi paused for a moment, glancing back at the other students who had already collected their resources, puzzled. "Are you sure this is mine? Why is it different from theirs?" His suitcase was notably larger than those held by others, exuding an air of sophistication, adorned with various luminous indicators that imparted a sense of science fiction. One could easily surmise that the contents within were equally extraordinary. The staff member smiled and responded, "Dear student, the allocation of resources is governed by the Academy's regulations, ensuring an optimal distribution. Generally, those with higher talents receive a greater share of superior resources. Your talent is classified as S grade, which distinguishes you from your peers." Although this was said, he internally added, "Yet your resources are worth several times more than those of other S grade students." Feng Xi nodded, scanning the suitcase with his wrist device before opening it. A plume of cold mist escaped, and the internal mechanisms unfolded automatically, revealing a dazzling array of colored potions and vials, meticulously organized within. Each was clearly labeled with its purpose and instructions for use, and Feng Xi comprehended their significance at a glance. He was familiar with these extraordinary resources, such as the energy potions that could enhance cultivation speed when consumed prior to practicing main techniques, the essence potions that improved energy purity with prolonged use, the blood surge potions that replenished vitality and nourished the body, and the calming incense that aided extraordinary practitioners in focusing their minds while mastering remarkable combat techniques. However, the quantity was far greater than previously discussed, and several notably superior and rare potions were included. A thought crossed Feng Xi's mind, swiftly leading him to the conclusion that this was likely the handiwork of the principal. Although his proposal for an SSS grade rating was ruthlessly rejected, it was clear that the principal had elevated his treatment and resource allocation. Upon reflection, in the principal's eyes, Feng Xi was already a dual S-grade extraordinary individual, an unparalleled and astonishing genius, deserving of far more than the typical S-grade prodigy. It was only natural for his benefits to be proportionately increased. Feng Xi chose not to mention this, yet the principal acted on his own accord. One could only commend such leadership. Clearly, he possessed a distinct approach to governance. With a faint smile, Feng Xi closed the suitcase and waved his hand to store it within his spatial artifact. He then turned his attention to the neatly stacked sets of school uniforms on the table and inquired, "The resources are satisfactory. However, could I possibly obtain a few extra sets of these uniforms for backup? I am willing to pay." Student, we have already prepared 3 sets of each for you." The staff replied, "I tend to be quite active, and my clothes are easily damaged. I would greatly appreciate your assistance." "You're welcome. But the uniforms are specially made and quite durable." "Well, I suppose I can get you some more, as students are entitled to receive uniforms free of charge." "How many additional sets do you require?" 20 more sets, please." "Thank you." What? Chapter 78. After receiving the resources, the morning was uneventful. Following a collective class in the afternoon, it would soon be time for elective courses, marking the moment when Feng Xi's wooden avatars would truly come into play. "Let's go." "It's too crowded here. It's uncomfortable. Do you have any plans for the morning?" Xiao Qiyue, exuding a leadership aura, was the first to suggest. "If you have nothing on, I'll treat you to bubble tea." Chu Yingming remained silent, casting a glance at Feng Xi, silently inquiring for his opinion. Feng Xi nonchalantly nodded. Since they had already stepped out, a little delay wouldn't matter. After today, his main body would begin an intense period of training, leaving little time for leisure. Thus, this last day of freedom was a welcome opportunity to unwind. The trio discussed briefly before departing together. Yet, before they could exit the square, Xiao Qiyue began her usual teasing. "Feng Xi, how do you plan to arrange lunch? Here's your chance. Treat us 2 lovely ladies." "Apologies, but I'm a bit strapped for cash lately." "Perhaps next time," he replied. His savings had been depleted after purchasing 20 wristwatches yesterday, leaving only some official demon-slaying points, which could only be redeemed at military bases or the Night Watch headquarters. Moreover, converting points into cash seemed rather impractical. They were meant for acquiring extraordinary resources. Xu Yingming promptly interjected, "Let me treat you today. It's a way to express my gratitude towards you, Feng Xi." Xiao Qi Yue, however, was dissatisfied. "Hey, are you really that broke? Should I lend you some? Do I need to pay it back? Well, what do you think? Do you take me for a fool? Never mind, I'll figure it out myself." Indeed, with your talent for crafting extraordinary items, you won't starve. You've just inspired me. Xiao, do you need any custom-made artifacts? Given our close relationship, I can offer you a 9 discount. Is that all for being close? Even street vendors offer better discounts. Offering a mere 10 off wouldn't matter, right? It's just talk. Ultimately, I determine the price. You need to look beneath the surface. You're quite reasonable in your own way. So, what is your true essence? I wish to swindle you a bit. Go to hell. Amidst their playful banter, the trio exited the square, only to find their path obstructed by a group of people at the entrance. A cadre of senior boys clad in the Jiudu Academy uniform stood before them, with the leader being a familiar face. His strikingly fiery red hair bore a curious resemblance to Feng Xi's doppelganger, leaving a lasting impression. Feng Xi's excitement surged. Just when he felt a tinge of boredom, here came the amusement. "Senior Zhu Yan, are you here to see me?" Zhu Yan, initially exuding an air of arrogant indifference, was momentarily taken aback by Feng Xi's enthusiasm. As Feng Xi reached out to grasp his hand, flickers of electric light danced within his palm, prompting Zhu Yan to hastily retreat a couple of steps, raising a finger in warning. "Stop. Don't come any closer. Spare me the theatrics." With Shishi absent, I have no desire to waste my breath on you. Today, I come to issue you a final warning. There are certain matters that are beyond the reach of someone of your lowly origins. Do not harbor the delusion that possessing an S-class talent grants you the right to covet what is mine. Yi Zhishi is destined to be with me, and I caution you to keep your distance. Should I ever catch you near her again, I assure you, you will regret it. Behold, what a quintessential utterance from a villainous lackey. This is professionalism at its finest. Feng Xi halted, his insincere smile morphing into a mocking grin. "Oh, are you no longer pretending, senior? What a pity, I was just beginning to enjoy myself. How can you possibly pursue a girl when you are so impatient? You speak as if you own her. Are you begging here? Spare me your meaningless chatter. If you have the guts, then come at me. Let us see who will regret it. However, allow me to warn you, I have set my sights on you. Even if you were to kneel and call me father, I would never let you off the hook. Prepare yourself to be tormented to the brink of despair. I shall ensure you find no way to live or die." With that, a chilling and sinister laughter escaped from Feng Xi's lips, sending shivers down the spines of those present. "What nonsense!" Xiao Qi Yue slapped her forehead. "What kind of villainous elder's lines are these? Aren't you the one being provoked? Do you have some misunderstanding about your role as the protagonist? Be quiet. Stop laughing. Have you ever seen a protagonist laugh like that? What an unfortunate creature." The senior students across from him were momentarily taken aback, and it took a while for them to react. Zhu Yan's countenance darkened considerably, regardless of the circumstances. Feng Xi had effectively declared war on him, and he had no choice but to accept, lest he lose face. "Very well. You have guts. Let us rely on our own skills, and see whose true strength prevails. I am eager to discover who will be left desperate and longing for death. No one has dared to speak to me like this before. You are the first. I will not let you off easily. Just wait." Feng Xi donned a derisive expression akin to that of a fly, scoffing. "What a coincidence. You are also the first to dare speak to me in such a manner. If I do not bring you to your knees, I shall call you father. Let us see who outmatches whom." "Excellent. We shall see. Enjoy your last moments of leisure. Let us depart." Zhu Yan spat out his final threatening words and stalked off with his entourage, brimming with fury. Feng Xi watched their retreating figures, unable to suppress a smirk. This simply will not do. I have provoked them so, yet they remain passive. Was this merely a warning? A bunch of petty villains discussing morality? This is a farce. They are far too inept in this game of pretense and humiliation. As Feng Xi grumbled inwardly, the two girls approached him with inquiries. "Feng Xi, why did they trouble you? Was it because of Senior Yi? Are you all right?" Xu Yingming expressed her concerns, albeit reassured by Feng Xi's prowess. "It's nothing. I intend to treat him as mere entertainment. There is no need to worry. Those fellows seem to be upperclassmen." "Don't they? How did you, a newcomer, manage to offend them? It seems that you are still rivals in love." "Du share. I find this utterly fascinating." Classmate Xiao appears quite intrigued. Feng Shibai shot her a glance. "If I had such a pathetic rival, I might as well collide headfirst into you. Matters of adults are not for children to pry into." As she spoke, she cast a sidelong glance at her straight figure. At such a tender age, she already possesses her own airport. It's no wonder she is wealthy. Classmate Xiao was immediately incensed. "What do you mean by that? Where are your eyes wandering? Scoundrel." Feng Xi was about to tease her further, but before she could utter another word, Her watch suddenly buzzed with a message. She paused for a moment, opened it, and her eyes narrowed instantly. It was a message from Mufan. I can't talk now. Something urgent has come up. Let us save the milk tea for another time. With that remark, Feng Xi turned and left in haste, appearing somewhat flustered. The two girls were momentarily taken aback. Huh? Why did she leave so suddenly? Did something happen? Do you need assistance? No, it's just a trivial matter. See you in the afternoon class. As soon as she finished speaking, Feng Xi had already vanished from sight. Xiao Qiyue was momentarily stunned, her mind racing with shock. Is that spatial displacement ability? Could it be that he belongs to the spatial system? Chapter 79, A Night of Relentless Search, Joyfully Acquiring Funeral Services. In the southwestern district of Jiudu City. It bore no distinct difference from other urban areas. Under the protection of the Kangyu restriction, the inhabitants of Jiudu City enjoyed a life far more blissful and stable than the majority of humanity in the world, free from the perils and uncertainties that plague others. Even the cultists who infiltrated the city dared not act recklessly, lest they harm innocents. This was due to the congregation of formidable individuals within Jiudu City. Even excluding the thousands of elite students and powerful faculty members, it remained a haven for the strong. In such a place, cultists could only bide their time, slowly infiltrating. For any indiscriminate attack on civilians would expose them, leading to swift demise. Whereas in other cities, the difficulty of cultist concealment might be described as simple or average. In Jiudu City, it was akin to hellish tribulation. Under these circumstances, the daily lives of the citizens could indeed be termed as true living, stable and prosperous. However, unbeknownst to all, the tranquility had been shattered since the previous night. The battles and bloodshed transpired silently, concluding in darkness, leaving no one the wiser. As dawn broke, the residents awoke to commence their busy and fulfilling routines, while a band of shadowy figures congregated, visibly agitated. Damn it, have you found that bastard? An apostle clad in a cloak adorned with the pattern of the other shore flower inquired, suppressing his fury towards the surrounding lower-ranking members. A minor leader, bearing a troubled expression, hesitantly responded, the evil spirits have already been released, covering the entire district. If he hasn't fled, we should be able to locate him. However, it is likely that he possesses means to counteract the evil spirits. So far, over 100 lower-tier spirits have gone dark. Yet, it is precisely for this reason we can ascertain he remains within this district, he continued. It seems he has taken a stand against us, intent on a relentless feud. The apostle leader erupted with a chilling, sinister laugh. Dare to oppose our Spectre sect? Where does he find such audacity? Have you uncovered his identity? How did he discover our presence? That, not yet. Do you truly believe it is easy for the church to infiltrate? We painstakingly introduced members one by one. And yet over 30 were assassinated overnight. And you stand here, unable to even ascertain who he is. Pathetic fools. Do you realize this is a joint operation? Do you wish to make a mockery of us before the other churches? Hurry and search. Until you capture that scoundrel, do not return. Yes. At that moment, the minor leader received some news, his face lighting up with joy as he quickly reported, My lord, we have located him. Our people have cornered him at the West City Mountain Cemetery. Excellent. Let us depart immediately. Lead the way. Without a moment's hesitation, the apostle commanded. An imposing throng set forth, akin to a legion of malevolent spirits unleashed. Cloaked in malevolent apparitions, they concealed their movements, rendering themselves nearly undetectable to ordinary mortals. However, en route to their destination, the Apostle of Souls sensed an unsettling anomaly. Having already clashed with their adversaries, they were acutely aware of their expertise in manipulating spirits. Thus, why would the opponent venture into a graveyard? Had they been pursued to the point of desperation? A foreboding intuition washed over him, prompting him to send a message to his superiors before proceeding with his team. Before long, over 100 acolytes of the soul cult congregated in a hilly area within the city. The pathway, paved with azure stones, was immaculate, lined with neatly arranged tombstones. In the bustling metropolis of Jiudu, dedicating such a vast expanse for a cemetery seemed a considerable waste. Yet, the rationale of existence prevailed. For those interred here were extraordinary beings who sacrificed their lives to safeguard the populace. Among them were military leaders, members of official institutions, and even several prematurely departed students of Jiudu Academy. They were heroes to this city, to this very nation. Under normal circumstances, few would come here, fearing to disturb the eternal slumber of the noble spirits. Yet, at this moment, the place buzzed with an unseen energy. Superficially, everything appeared unchanged. But beneath the veil of perception, the entire cemetery was shrouded in a miasma, forming a barrier that isolated it from the outside world. Countless malevolent specters, grotesque in form, drifted through the air, lending strength to this barrier. Upon their arrival, the acolytes of the soul cult traversed the barrier unimpeded, ascending to the summit where they gradually encircled a towering, lush locust tree. Beneath its boughs, a young boy sat in serene meditation. Akin to an ancient monk in deep contemplation, exuding an aura that harmonized with the surrounding environment, a delicate balance of solitude and tranquility. Upon sighting the boy, the Apostle of Souls felt a flicker of surprise and understanding. He then smirked, uttering with derision, "Even at death's door, you feign composure, little spirit. Should I commend your mental fortitude or deem you foolishly arrogant?" The boy opened his eyes, their clear, profound depths devoid of sorrow or joy, and simply uttered, "How delightful." The apostle furrowed his brow, inquiring, "Delightful, you say?" Rising and brushing off his garments, the boy elucidated, "I awaited your arrival, and you came with such confidence. We have both achieved our respective aims. What could be better? So you intend to suggest that you deliberately lured us here?" The apostle scoffed, though a flicker of caution and unease danced within his gaze. The boy offered no definitive answer, calmly stating, "Had it merely been to eliminate you, the task would have been far simpler. However, dealing with the remnants you leave behind is quite the hassle, hence I chose this location for our encounter. Reflect on your sins before the graves of heroes. This is the last mercy I grant you." As his words lingered, the air grew thick with murderous intent. Chapter 80. The tomb engraving of the earthly Buddha and the capture of malevolent spirits in the course of last night's hunt. Feng Xi's wooden avatar uncovered the presence of an organized cult of ghostly devotees. Among all the malevolent sects, the Ghost Church, which venerates the Lord of Souls, poses a significant threat to humanity, as they delight in the torment of innocence, inflicting suffering through their cruel and twisted methods, all while remaining adept at concealment and subterfuge. The authorities harbor a deep loathing for them, and upon discovery, they unleash a swift and merciless retaliation to eradicate their presence. Upon identifying their whereabouts, Feng Xi wasted no time and initiated a covert assassination campaign against them. However, as it was his first engagement with this particular sect, he encountered some unforeseen complications. In terms of strength, although the wooden avatar lacked magical artifacts, a soul cutting blade, or a substitute body, and its reservoir of extraordinary energy was not as abundant as that of the original, the majority of its skills remained functional. Utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique, eliminating these aberrant cultists of the extraordinary phase proved to be a manageable task. Nevertheless, upon their demise, the malevolent spirits they harbored would spiral into chaos and scatter in all directions. These spirits, conjured through the torment of humans and infused with dark sorcery by the cultists, possessed no intellect and were incapable of communication. They were driven solely by a visceral hatred for any living being. Absent any form of control, they would indiscriminately attack humanity. Caught off guard, Feng Xi was unprepared and nearly allowed them to escape, requiring considerable effort to recapture them using a binding technique. From then on, he remained vigilant, ensuring to contain these malevolent spirits after each hunt. Consequently, his efficiency diminished significantly, resulting in the elimination of merely 30 low-ranking cultists throughout the night. Discovering that this faction of ghostly devotees numbered over 100, along with the lurking presence of a fifth-tier ghost apostle leader, the wooden avatar realized it could not manage this alone. Thus, it decisively contacted the original body. By using itself as bait, it lured the cultists to converge at a single location, preparing for a decisive resolution. This sets the stage for the events leading up to Feng Xi's wooden avatar awaiting the assault of the cultists in the Western City Mountain Cemetery. With the cultists taking the bait, its mission was effectively accomplished. However, prior to the arrival of the original body, it could not afford to rest. At the very least, it could deliver some menacing remarks on behalf of its original self before the confrontation. Were it not for the solemn atmosphere of the hero's tomb, it would have undoubtedly uttered some taunts to provoke them further. Feng Xi believed he had maintained a serious demeanor, yet upon finishing his declaration, the ghostly cultists could not help but erupt in laughter. It was evident. Indeed, this fellow was not entirely sane. With no escape above or below, he still dared to boast before them. Did he truly believe he could turn the tables? The malevolent spirit prison barrier has been erected. No one can save you. Feel free to utter more words, for your demise is imminent. After their laughter subsided, the ghost apostle grew impatient, sharply reminding and commanding, "Enough with the idle chatter. Hasten to eliminate him. Do not forget, this is the city of heavenly capital. You all, go. Subdue him for me." Upon the leader's command, the cultists, filled with trepidation, hastily summoned additional malevolent spirits, urging their conjured entities to launch a relentless assault on Feng Xi's wooden avatar. In an instant, a tempest of wicked apparitions swirled towards the base of the locust tree, cloaked in ghostly mists and howls, as if hell itself had descended to consume Feng Xi entirely. Yet, in the face of this spectral onslaught, Feng Xi's wooden form merely scoffed with disdain. With a sharp clap of his hands, he summoned forth an aura of ethereal power, instantly entering a transcendent state. His hands danced with intricate seals, distinct from the 12 foundational ninjutsu, culminating in the invocation of the wood-release immortal technique, Coffin of the Earthly King. The ground trembled beneath him as a colossal wooden coffin, towering 10 meters high, erupted from the earth, rising majestically alongside Feng Xi's wooden avatar. Surrounded by a myriad of sinister spirits, Feng Xi clasped his hands together and proclaimed with a commanding voice, "Open." With a resounding boom, the gigantic coffin's lid swung open, revealing a resplendent wooden statue of the Buddha. Its countenance radiated solemnity and compassion, with one hand holding a jewel and the other a staff, embodying the revered visage of Itagarba Bodhisattva. As the Bodhisattva's form emerged, the gentle radiance of its divine light spread, purging the realm and dispelling the shadows of the underworld, illuminating the entire tomb with its serene glow. The air filled with the resonant echoes of sacred chants, and mystical Sanskrit characters began to materialize, weaving through the atmosphere with an enigmatic allure. The advancing malevolent spirits, caught in the luminous embrace of the Buddha's light, felt their dark auras dissipate as if seared by fire, unleashing anguished cries, yet inexplicably drawn towards the open coffin. Unable to resist its pull, they could scarcely defend themselves, let alone assault Feng Xi. Every single malevolent spirit was now beyond the control of their cultist masters. Witnessing this grand and solemn spectacle, as well as the unraveling of their plans, the cultists were struck with panic, some utterly bewildered. What is happening? My spirits are out of control. Curse it. What trickery is this? Only the Apostle of Souls maintained his composure, coldly observing Feng Xi, who remained in a meditative pose atop the coffin. His eyes narrowed, and he issued a decisive command. He is maintaining the technique. He must not be allowed to continue. Quickly, interrupt him before he claims the spirits. With that, he acted first. With a wave of his hand, 9 fireballs shaped like skulls, ablaze with purple-black flames and echoing with wails of despair, materialized and hurtled towards Feng Xi's wooden avatar. His assumption was correct. Feng Xi was indeed immobilized at this moment. This technique, a blend of wood release, spirit summoning, and elements from the Great Sun Tathagata Sutra, was specifically devised to counter ghostly entities rather than for direct offense or defense. As the 9 skull fireballs soared forth, they were weakened by the Buddha's light, yet they still sought to strike Feng Xi's avatar. Just as they were about to hit their target, a flurry of blade-like light descended from the heavens, intertwining and obliterating the 9 skull fireballs. Subsequently, a figure wielding a sword descended gracefully, unfurling white wings, and positioned itself in front of the wooden avatar, standing majestically in mid-air, a paragon of superiority. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that the figure resembled the wooden doppelganger atop the coffin. It was indeed Feng Xi's true form that had arrived at the scene. As for the wings behind him, they were a product of his ninjutsu, conjured effortlessly during his journey. The technique, known as paper escape, technique of the divine paper master, bore a distinct difference from Conan's wings. Feng Xi's wings radiated a shimmering blue light. Each paper that constituted the wings was smaller and more intricate, adorned with various talismans crafted from celestial scripts, each piece serving as a disposable charm. Another one? A twin? No wonder he appeared so fearless. Wait, it's a doppelganger. You possess such abilities? Feng Xi's grand entrance momentarily stunned the soul apostle. Upon discerning his appearance, the apostle quickly surmised the reason behind it, finally comprehending the source of his unease. That doppelganger had deliberately lured them here, intending for the true form to emerge and ensnare them all at once. This implied that the opponent's true self was undoubtedly more formidable, possessing the confidence to confront them all. In an instant, his inner vigilance intensified. His gaze subtly shifted, glancing at the subordinates surrounding him. And with a commanding wave of his hand, he ordered, "You all, charge at once." The cultists gazed at the celestial figure of Feng Xi hovering above, their eyes filled with trepidation. Yet, the leader's command compelled them to conquer their fear and immediately prepare to launch an assault on Feng Xi. Observing this, Feng Xi, with an expression of calm indifference, extended his left hand to form the Guanyin seal, while his right hand slowly raised the blade known as the Zhan Pedao, Great Heavenly Conquest. Behind him, a spectral form of Guanyin flickered and vanished, imbuing the blade with sacred and solemn power. Subsequently, the blade was swept in a circular motion, conjuring countless pure white petals that cascaded throughout the air. Beneath the boundless radiance of Buddhist light, amidst the swirling petals, Feng Xi raised his long blade and descended with deliberate grace, neither hurried nor anxious, embodying a gentle yet dignified presence. As the blade fell, the wings behind him simultaneously disintegrated into a multitude of petals, swirling forth in an endless dance, rapidly enveloping the mortal realm and covering the heavens. Great Luo Blade Technique, 6th Form, Blossoms of the World. Chapter 81, Transcendence of the Departed. The Lady in Black. An endless cascade of petals blanketed the earth, resembling a vast, undulating sea of white flowers that engulfed the cultists. With nowhere to hide and no crevice to escape, only the ethereal apostle managed to summon all his strength to form an omnidirectional shield, barely keeping the countless petals at bay. Even so, the effort was taxing. The seemingly weightless paper petals concealed extraordinary power, and the energy expended to maintain the shield far exceeded his recovery rate. Feng Xi, utilizing the heavenly talisman and the 10,000 Buddhas seal, imbued each white paper petal with the energy of Buddhism, Taoism, celestial arts, and ninjutsu. Not only were they razor-sharp, but they also bore a divine attribute specifically designed to vanquish evil. At this moment, the relentless onslaught of petals covered, sliced, and shattered everything in its path, making resistance a daunting challenge. It was akin to Shaonin's trillion explosive talismans, an overwhelming force of sheer volume, an unparalleled ability beyond the realm of rules. Even a five-boundary apostle, known for boundless energy, found it immensely difficult to withstand. Thus, it was no surprise that those cultists below the extraordinary fourth boundary met with inevitable ruin. The sea of flowers swept through in an instant, cleaving them apart and reducing them to dust, silently entombed in this exquisite display of romanticism. As Feng Xi unleashed the final form of the White Emperor's sword, no, it was the sixth style of the Great Luo knife. The onslaught obliterated over 100 cultists of the ghostly church. With their demise, the evil spirits they controlled found themselves increasingly powerless against the celestial technique, the coffin of the earthly guardian, and were swiftly drawn into the colossal coffin. Before long, the sky was devoid of malevolent spirits. With a resounding thud, the spirits were entirely collected, and the coffin's door sealed shut, fitting perfectly without a sliver of gap. The sealing was complete. The barrier reliant on the evil spirits naturally dissipated, revealing a clear sky and a resplendent sun. Feng Xi gestured, and approximately 2/3 of the white paper petals rolled back, coalescing behind him into angelic wings. On the ground lay a somewhat disheveled figure. The grave that once surrounded hundreds was now left with only the solitary ghostly apostle. His tattered robes failed to conceal his grotesque form, and he weakly lifted his head, revealing a visage that inspired dread, his eyes brimming with malice fixed intently on Feng Xi, grinding his teeth. Such strength from merely a fourth boundary. Truly, humanity harbors prodigies. It is precisely because of beings like you that humans cling to that faint, laughable hope, stubbornly refusing to submit to the embrace of the master. You are a malignant tumor obstructing the world's elevation. You deserve to die. Why do you not perish? Die? Feng Xi regarded him from above, his gaze indifferent and frigid. His pristine wings unfurled languidly, sunlight streaming through his form, casting a radiant glow upon the wretched creature. In that moment, it felt as though divine judgment had been pronounced. Unperturbed by the frantic and deranged ravings of a cultist on the brink of death, Feng Xi raised his zanpakuto once more, his tone devoid of warmth. The opportunity one afforded you to speak was intended for your repentance, yet you remain irredeemable. Indeed, weakness is not a sin, foolishness is. In that instant, the sound of thunder roared, severing his final cries. With a single stroke, the technique years of awakening cleaved through the body of the spectral apostle. The shattered petals of wings, trailing behind Feng Xi, surged into him, wholly extinguishing his life, annihilating his form, and purging his tainted soul. In the midst of the falling floral rain, Feng Xi silently turned away, sheathing his sword. He proceeded to the colossal coffin, casually removing the sword bead from his wrist and gripping it between his fingers. At that moment, his wooden doppelganger had already leapt down from the ground to his side, advising him. The malevolent energy within the evil spirit should have been largely purified. How do you wish to proceed with the corporeal form? Feng Xi responded with serene composure. You may go. I will handle this. The wooden doppelganger nodded and vanished in a flash. Feng Xi pressed his palms together, the beads resting in his grasp, bowing his head before the enormous coffin, silently reciting the Sutra of Rebirth. A gentle golden light emanated from him, causing the coffin to tremble slightly. For these purified malevolent spirits, Feng Xi chose to grant them salvation. The cult's method of creating evil spirits involved tormenting ordinary individuals, melding the power of dark deities with the negative energies harbored within human hearts. Thus, every soul contained within had once endured unspeakable torture as humans. Feng Xi could no longer save them. Allowing them to pass into peace was the only recourse. As for the notion of binding spirits for servitude, Feng Xi found that beneath him, as it was a path he could not tread. Such an act would render him no different from those cultists. The act of granting salvation to so many souls required time, yet Feng Xi deemed it not a waste. Some matters simply must be addressed. Time slipped away. Second by second, his form remaining utterly still, a barely perceptible chant drifting through the tranquil tomb. The atmosphere was serene and harmonious, with only a gentle breeze ruffling the strands of the youth's hair. After an indeterminate duration, a slender figure emerged from the mountainside, slowly approaching. It was a tall woman. Her long hair cascading casually over her shoulders, her skin pale to the point of appearing somewhat frail. She wielded a black parasol and donned a neutral ensemble of black garments, draped with a matching coat. Seemingly noticing someone atop the mountain, the parasol tilted, revealing a striking visage. Her eyes, imbued with a sense of weariness yet tinged with a hint of coldness, reflected a somewhat indifferent demeanor. Her face was one that defied age, as if time had left no mark upon it. Yet her mature and capable aura suggested she was not without years. In her other hand, she clutched a bouquet of white flowers, likely intended for honoring departed friends and family. However, upon observing Feng, she bowed in prayer. She paused momentarily and stepped forward to stand behind him. Without causing any disturbance, I silently observed. Feng Xi did not cease his ritual of delivering souls due to her presence. After a considerable time, the rite was completed. The colossal coffin, now devoid of any lingering spirits, sank back into the earth, vanishing from sight, leaving behind only a wooden statue of Xidigarba, roughly the size of a child. Feng Xi offered a respectful bow to the statue before straightening his back, readjusting his sword and bead bracelet, and turning to the woman behind him. "Are you here to pay homage to a loved one?" The woman clad in black spoke slowly, her voice chillingly serene. "I have come to see my daughter. I apologize for having chosen this place for battle. It may have disturbed the souls in their eternal slumber." "It matters not. You have safeguarded them well." The woman glanced at the gravestones in the cemetery, noting that none had been marred. Just moments ago, a sea of flowers had blanketed the entire tomb. She paused before continuing. "You selected this place to protect the townsfolk. They will understand. They would surely be pleased to see someone wielding their hallowed ground to vanquish evil. At the very least, my daughter would." Feng Xi nodded, casting a glance at the bouquet in her hands. He inquired, "It seems your daughter was also a fierce and noble warrior of our kind. May I pay my respects to her?" The woman in black nodded, first bowing to the statue of Xidigarba before plucking a flower from the bouquet and placing it before the statue. "I apologize. Next time I shall bring more." Feng Xi chuckled softly at this, squatting down to touch the earth. His celestial chakra permeated the ground, and immediately, an abundance of tender shoots sprouted around the statue, growing at a visible pace, blossoming into a vibrant array of flowers that enveloped the statue in a colorful embrace. Once adorned in splendid hues, Feng Xi gathered a few white floral stems into a bouquet and stood, turning to the woman in black. She gazed at the small, endearing statue amidst the flowers, a hint of a smile gracing her previously stoic features. "Little one, you must be quite charming to the ladies." "You flatter me," Feng Xi replied with a smile, remaining noncommittal. "If you had seen my usual demeanor, you might not say so." Chapter 82. Do not inquire, for inquiry brings surprise. Although he sensed that the prowess of this enigmatic woman in black was formidable, Feng Xi refrained from inquiring about her name. His suggestion to pay homage to her daughter was merely a matter of circumstance, rooted in courtesy. Their encounter was a mere chance meeting, after all. What necessity was there for prior acquaintance? The grave of the woman in black's daughter lay in the vicinity of the mountaintop. Following her, Feng Xi approached the tomb, laying down a bouquet of flowers. As he gazed upon the photograph of the girl, radiant with a smile, he felt a wave of emotion. She was an exceptionally beautiful girl, youthful and vibrant, her gentle smile and tender features evoking a sense of profound sorrow. One could not help but lament the injustice of fate that had snatched away such a young and lovely life. Feng Xi glanced once more at the name inscribed on the gravestone, Yulanxin. How fortuitous, she shared the same surname as the dean. Was Miss Yu also a student at Jiudu Academy? He mused aloud. The woman in black had not diverted her gaze from the gravestone since their arrival. "Indeed. She is our pride," she replied, her voice tinged with a melancholic resonance. "Please accept my condolences, esteemed elder. It is of no consequence, after all these years. I have come to terms with it." She departed amidst the adoration of the people. Feng Xi nodded, choosing silence as the most fitting tribute in the presence of death. Moments passed, yet the woman remained motionless. Feng Xi took the initiative to take his leave. "Esteemed elder, I have matters to attend to. I shall excuse myself." "Go on. Do not let me delay you," she said, suddenly presenting him with a business card. "In the future, should you encounter similar circumstances, do not hesitate to contact official agencies or the Night Watch. Alternatively, you may reach out to me. It would be more prudent. You are a good child, with a bright future ahead. Such recklessness is unwarranted. Should anything happen to you, it would be a significant loss for the Great Xia and humanity." It seemed that the earlier confrontation had not escaped her notice. Feng Xi accepted the card without further comment, merely nodding in acknowledgement of her goodwill. As he turned to leave, he glanced at the card in his hand. Chief of Staff of the Tiandu District, Lin Maching. A figure of considerable authority within the military? No wonder she exuded an air of competence and decisiveness. Even those in high positions were not immune to the tragedy of losing a loved one. This world was indeed absurd. Stowing away the card, Feng Xi took a step forward, activating the Flying Thunder God technique, vanishing from sight in an instant. Upon returning to the central district, Feng Xi casually sought out a restaurant for lunch. He had little expectation, yet to his surprise, this unremarkable eatery offered several signature extraordinary dishes at remarkably reasonable prices. After sampling the fare, Feng Xi was pleasantly astonished, realizing he had stumbled upon a hidden gem of a restaurant. Discovering such culinary treasures is worth the effort. The truth of student life is indeed multifaceted, he thought. In the realm of small eateries in Tiandu City, one could dine alone for merely 8,848. Enough said. I shall leave my mark here, he declared, bestowing upon the establishment his highest commendation. After dinner, as the time approached, the first collective class was about to commence. Feng Xi, using the Flying Thunder God mark left in Chu Yingming's scabbard as a focal point, executed the Flying Thunder God technique once more. In an instant, his surroundings shifted, revealing a stunningly beautiful visage before him, bright eyes and pearly teeth, exquisite and unparalleled, causing his heart to skip a beat. Caught off guard, he found himself face to face with her smile. Oh, I teleported right to her face? Well, that is fine. Upon closer inspection, Feng Xi realized he had materialized in a vast, pristine auditorium, surrounded by thousands of seats encircling the central podium, now teeming with people. Chu Yingming sat obediently in her seat, while he perched one foot on the armrest, gazing down at her, their proximity creating a somewhat ambiguous posture. Startled by his sudden appearance, Chu Yingming nearly drew her blade in alarm. However, upon recognizing Feng Xi, she relaxed, blinking shyly and asking, Feng Xi, why are you here? Feng Xi, taken aback by the unexpected position, felt a twinge of embarrassment. But his thick skin saved him. He raised his index finger to his lips and smirked coolly. Show. Don't ask, it's a surprise. Surprise my foot. Aren't you just being a rogue? Came the furious outburst from Xiao Yue, who sat beside Chu Yingming. Witnessing Feng Xi's teasing of her newly acquainted friend, she stood up in a fit of rage, pulling him away and berating him. You scoundrel. Translate that for me. What do you mean by surprise? A surprise is just a surprise. What the hell is TMD surprise? Stop. Feng Xi interrupted her incantation in a timely manner, shrugging nonchalantly. Fine, it was just an accident. I don't see it as an accident. You're clearly taking advantage. Yingming, be cautious. This guy is undoubtedly eyeing your beauty. Chu Yingming, feeling helpless, stood up to quell their quarrel, defending Feng Xi. Yue, this must be a misunderstanding. Feng Xi isn't that kind of person. You don't know him well. He is actually a righteous and brave hero, freed from base desires. You've misunderstood him. Xiao Yue almost choked on her words, rendered speechless. Him? Righteous? A hero? How much of his charm have you been fed? Does anything you said even remotely connect with him? Unfazed, Chu Yingming continued gently. All right, let us just sit down. There are so many people watching. Feng Xi turned to survey the crowd, noticing the freshmen nearby were all glaring at him intensely, particularly the boys. Their eyes filled with resentment, as if they wished to devour him whole. Who is this scoundrel, daring to brazenly take advantage of a lovely classmate in broad daylight? Absolutely unforgivable. Sensing their envy, Feng Xi smiled faintly, and, right before their watchful eyes, sat down in the empty seat beside Chu Yingming. The surrounding seats were occupied by boys, leaving only this particular spot vacant, undoubtedly saved by Feng Xi for him. At that moment, as he plopped down, the envy in the eyes of the onlookers intensified. They had long coveted the seat adjacent to the goddess, yet every time someone attempted to feign ignorance and occupy it, the goddess would inform them that it was already taken, leaving them in despair. And now what the hell? The goddess did not oppose. This street punk was indeed the one she had been waiting for? Good grief, they actually knew each other. Wait a moment, why does this scoundrel appear somewhat familiar? Hold on. Isn't he the new student rumored to be involved with the esteemed senior flower of the first school? Damn it, he is a scoundrel playing both sides. Why hasn't he this rascal faced divine retribution? Feng Xi observed the myriad expressions on the faces of the crowd with amusement, deliberately wearing a provocative smirk, akin to that of a grand villain. That smile radiated a wicked charm and audacity. His gaze unmistakably challenged the boys present. Feng Xi, allow me to translate this for you. This is what one calls a surprise. Chapter 83. The first lesson, an introduction to cultivation techniques. Undoubtedly, Feng Xi once again effortlessly offended a multitude of boys, deriving a sense of delight from it. Xiao Yue observed his antics with a sense of speechlessness, secretly contemplating the existence of such reckless young men in this world, deeming him a peculiar talent. On the other hand, Chu Yingming, a straightforward girl, seemed blissfully unaware of the surrounding dynamics. In her eyes, Feng Xi was merely radiating a cheerful disposition. The boys around them seethed with frustration but dared not voice their indignation. In the presence of a beautiful girl, they sought to maintain their composure. Thus they could do nothing but watch as this scoundrel engaged her in light-hearted banter. Fortunately, it was not long before the class commenced. An elderly man with dark red hair ascended the stage with a dignified demeanor, hands clasped behind his back. Greetings, esteemed students. I am Jiudu, the vice president of Jiudu Academy. Today, you embark on your first lesson here at the academy, which I shall be imparting. With a calm assurance, the elder projected his voice effortlessly to every student present, without the aid of modern devices. This was no small feat. The venue was brimming with thousands of new students. A veritable sea of humanity. Feng Xi couldn't help but ponder whether this was a standard skill among the academy's faculty. The students applauded enthusiastically, their collective clapping resonating like thunder. As he joined in the applause, a smile graced Feng Xi's lips. This man seemed to be the backing of Zhu Yan, his biological grandfather. He wondered if they would eventually cross paths. Were not the tales of his past life filled with such narratives? The young would provoke the old, and the cycle of arrogance and retribution would continue until the protagonist ultimately vanquished the entire opposing lineage, leaving readers in ecstatic delight. Though the initial conflict might merely stem from a trivial student dispute, it mattered little. The thrill was paramount. Was it not customary for the antagonist's reckless heir to bring ruin upon his entire family? As the saying goes, a father is a son's passport, and a son is a father's epitaph. To not annihilate a few debauched heirs and their families would hardly qualify one as a protagonist. As Feng Xi indulged in these whimsical thoughts, he found himself spiraling further into anticipation. Unbeknownst to Vice President Zhu, who was merely there to conduct a lesson for the new students, one among them harbored a deranged ambition to obliterate his entire family. After relishing the applause for a brief moment, he raised his hand to quell the noise. Silence. Without further ado, let us commence our lesson. This session primarily aims to enlighten you about the relationship between cultivation techniques, extraordinary combat skills, and supernatural abilities, facilitating your informed choice of a primary cultivation technique for your future practice. Supernatural abilities and cultivation techniques are mutually reinforcing. The former serves as the foundation and inception of the extraordinary, while the latter enhances the potency of these abilities, streamlining the path to transcendence. Extraordinary combat skills represent an efficient means to maximize the efficacy of one's supernatural powers, forming the essential cornerstone of one's existence. Together, these three elements constitute a comprehensive power system for modern supernatural practitioners. At the dawn of the world's ascension, prior to humanity's discovery of martial arts, the awakened could only rely on their unique abilities for combat, rendering them significantly weaker than the aberrant beasts and monstrous entities. The avenues for enhancing their powers were limited to the gradual passage of time and the frequent exercise of their abilities, leading to a painfully slow progression. During this era, the evolutionary pace of humankind lagged far behind that of the aberrant beasts, and they appeared particularly vulnerable amidst the onslaught of relentless monstrosities, leading civilization to the brink of extinction on multiple occasions. However, humanity's strength resided in its capacity for synthesis and learning. In times of dire need, the ancestors of humankind forged a pivotal key to alter the tide: martial arts. Initially, these arts were quite rudimentary, lacking the diverse forms we witness today. They were specifically tailored to align with various types of abilities, and in the beginning, the extraordinary techniques were largely similar, allowing all practitioners to cultivate, albeit in a crude manner. Nevertheless, the advent of martial arts significantly augmented humanity's strength, enabling exceptionally gifted individuals to evolve at a rate that surpassed most aberrant beasts, thus affording humanity a fleeting respite to preserve its civilization. During the fierce battles fought between the first generation of empowered ancestors and the aberrant beasts, they devised techniques that could dramatically amplify the destructive potential of their abilities, marking the inception of extraordinary combat skills. The emergence of martial arts and combat techniques allowed humanity to achieve remarkable advancements in evolution within just a few generations, thus ensuring their survival in perilous extraordinary environments and stabilizing their situation. As the elder recounted this historical account, his voice resonated with vigor and passion, captivating the students into a profound silence. Although most were familiar with this history, revisiting it as elite seeds of humanity's awakened elite imparted a fresh perspective. The vice dean, without delay, shifted the discourse to the crux of the matter. In the present day, martial arts and combat techniques have been refined through the hands of successive generations of powerful beings, evolving into increasingly precise and effective training methodologies, with their numbers continually expanding. The path of the awakened has thus become richly diverse. I wish to convey to you that each individual's unique ability corresponds with a specific martial art that is most suitable for them. Only by selecting the right one can you attain remarkable progress in your subsequent training and achieve peak efficiency. For instance, If your awakened ability is a fire-based power from the energy manipulation category, the most fitting martial arts would naturally be those that enhance fire energy and maximize the potential of fire attributes in combat techniques. Conversely, if one awakens a specialization in swordsmanship, it is imperative to practice a sword technique. Should you possess a fire ability yet stubbornly pursue water-based martial arts? It is not impossible, but unless fortune and insight favor you, leading you to carve a new extraordinary path. The overwhelming likelihood is that your abilities will clash with the martial arts, resulting in a struggle where your progress fails to even match a normal growth rate. Therefore, I advise you when selecting martial arts to refrain from seeking to be unconventional or pursuing individuality. Instead, follow the paths paved by your predecessors, for it will not lead you astray. If one truly seeks to demonstrate their capabilities, they should strive to enhance their techniques and broaden the horizons for future practitioners, thus earning the admiration of posterity and etching their name into history. Perhaps in the future, your name will be the first inscribed in your family's genealogy, and during festive occasions, offerings will be made in your honor first. The deputy dean's words were amusing, eliciting laughter from the students. All techniques are provided to the students free of charge by simply logging into the Divine Techniques Treasury app on their wristwatches and entering their unique abilities and levels. The system will automatically present all suitable techniques along with detailed descriptions. At that point, you may select a primary discipline according to your own inclinations. Rest assured, there is no significant disparity among techniques of the same type. Only nuanced differences in their characteristics exist. Outdated techniques have long been evaluated and eliminated, so you need not concern yourselves with the notion of technique levels. Such distinctions are non-existent. After all, humanity has reached a critical juncture of survival, and any potent techniques available will undoubtedly be shared to instruct future generations. As professionals in the realm of extraordinary education, we earnestly desire for each of you to employ the most formidable techniques. Thus, there will be no hierarchical system of technique levels, and it is impossible to withhold superior techniques while offering only inferior ones. Choose freely and without hesitation. Even if some of you possess rare abilities without a specific match in techniques, do not fret. The system will recommend options previously selected by your predecessors, which may provide valuable insights. Now, let us conclude this discussion. Please follow my instructions and open your wristwatches. I will guide you through the process, which is quite simple. The first step. As Deputy Dean Zhu elaborated, the students began to engage with the task. Feng Xi also activated his wristwatch, locating the Divine Techniques Treasury and directly inputting his innate ability, Sacred Heart Transformation. To his astonishment, instead of receiving recommended techniques, a prompt appeared. Dear student, you have been granted full access to the app. Please feel free to choose at your leisure. Feng Xi was momentarily taken aback, then found himself in a state of bemusement. While others received technique recommendations, he was left with an open invitation to choose on his own. Not a single suggestion was provided. Was the system truly this complacent? Oh, system, do not abandon me. A smidgen of recommendations would be greatly appreciated. Chapter 84. The Effects of the Lotus Heart, Sacred Embryo. The Inaccessible Techniques. The Divine Art Treasury system had relinquished all defenses, adopting a stance of openness and vulnerability. This overt invitation rendered Feng Xi disinterested. Glancing around, he observed his classmates, each engrossed in selecting and perusing various techniques. Only Xiao Qiyue appeared distracted, idly toying with the virtual screen as if in search of something intriguing. With nothing to occupy him, Feng Xi pondered briefly and entered another ability's name into the search bar, Lotus Heart Sacred Embryo. Instantaneously, the system interface erupted with an abundance of recommended techniques, encompassing a diverse array of attributes. Feng Xi found this unsurprising, as his encounters alongside Yi Zhishi had piqued his interest in her transformation abilities. He had previously conducted searches and acquired some preliminary knowledge. The transformation type S-rank ability, Lotus Heart Sacred Embryo, possesses the remarkable effect of absorbing any form of energy from the natural world to condense various extraordinary embryos within the body. Each attribute can yield one sacred embryo, infused with pure extraordinary energy and accompanied by an automatic cultivation effect. Through these sacred embryos, the possessor of the ability can attain extraordinary powers corresponding to each attribute. Most importantly, mature embryos can be activated, enabling the possessor to transform into a special form aligned with the respective attribute, resulting in a tremendous surge in power. Each unique form nurtured by a sacred embryo holds extraordinary potential equivalent to an S-rank ability user of the corresponding attribute. Theoretically, a wielder of the Lotus Heart Sacred Embryo ability could master multiple S-rank abilities. The sole limitation lies in the fact that the powers of the embryos cannot be utilized simultaneously. They must be switched according to actual needs. Were it not for this constraint, a practitioner of the Lotus Heart Sacred Embryo would effectively be akin to possessing multiple S-rank abilities. Even so, this ability is extraordinarily formidable, ranking amongst the pinnacle of transformation-type abilities. If the Sacred Heart Spirit, on the surface, is categorized as a special type, it is, in reality, the zenith of specialized abilities. While the Lotus Heart Sacred Embryo represents the extreme of transformation-type abilities, so much so that it arguably belongs within the special category. Due to this characteristic, practitioners of the Lotus Heart Sacred Embryo thrive on learning a multitude of techniques. Mastering several techniques allows them to cultivate multiple sacred embryos, enhancing their versatility. Thus, the system recommends such a wide array of abilities to practitioners of the Lotus Heart Sacred Embryo. As Feng Xi sifted through these techniques, he considered that among them lay the methods cultivated by his senior, yet that was not what he sought. It was not until he reached the end that a particular technique captured his attention, the Sacred Embryo Cultivation Method. This technique stood out distinctly from the others. For while most techniques provided comprehensive elaborations, detailing attributes, characteristics, benefits post-cultivation, enhancement directions, various intricacies during cultivation, compatible extraordinary resources, and information about both the originator and subsequent improvers, this technique offered merely a brief introduction. The Sacred Heart Seed Technique, crafted by the inaugural Lotus Heart Saintess, Lin Xinsu, is a profound and formidable art reserved solely for those endowed with the Lotus Heart Sacred Seed abilities. The intricacies of mastery are exceedingly challenging. Even those qualified often find themselves unable to attain proficiency. For those devoid of such abilities, the consequences of engagement are dire, maddening descent into chaos or certain death. To date, no successors have succeeded in its practice. Aside from this excerpt, the specifics of the technique remain concealed until one downloads the manual. Ironically, Feng Xi lacks the permissions to download it. Within the vast repository of divine techniques, only a handful are beyond his reach, and this is among them. While Feng Xi does not possess an overwhelming obsession to uncover its secrets, the implication of the last line piques his curiosity. Does it truly mean that even subsequent awakeners of the Lotus Heart Sacred Seed have failed to master it? Is the difficulty indeed so insurmountable? A moment of contemplation ensues, as he senses an inkling that the answers to his lingering questions about his senior might be entangled within this technique. However, he resolves not to dwell on it for long. After all, who does not harbor a few secrets? It is of no concern to him. His curiosity merely flares, relishing the thrill of deciphering enigmas, which ultimately is not of paramount importance. He decides to seek out more information regarding the illustrious saintess in due time, hoping to unearth additional clues to continue his quest for understanding. Yet, he acknowledges that this pursuit is merely a diversion, a spice to enhance the mundane fabric of his life, one that will not disrupt his daily routine. Feng Xi did not immediately select his primary cultivation technique, for in his view, any choice would suffice. He planned to gradually sift through various practices and integrate them into the great Sundathagata Sutra. In the future, he would undoubtedly forge a technique uniquely suited to himself, with the existing methods serving as nourishment for his growth. Without any financial burden, he could take his time to learn. Following the conclusion of this public lecture, Feng Xi's journey as a student officially commenced. In the afternoon, he had the opportunity to attend an elective course. However, he chose not to join his companions, Chu Yingming and Xiao Qiyue, who had arranged to attend a branch of the weaponry class focused on soft weapon techniques. After parting ways with them, his primary self returned home to cultivate and rest, while his wooden avatars dispersed to various classrooms, embarking on an efficient learning expedition. Henceforth, unless his wooden avatars encountered adversaries of the fifth realm or higher, or if his senior, Yingzi, sought him for assistance, or if he found himself weary of solitary training and wished to venture out, he would predominantly remain in his dormitory, engrossed in seclusion. With a singular focus on strengthening himself, he endures the solitude. Chapter 85, The Fifth Realm Challenge. The extraordinary power of compatibility with all paths. Time swiftly passed, and half a month had elapsed. A rare autumn downpour engulfed the entire city of Tiandu. The rain pattered against the window pane, rousing Feng Xi from his slumber. A glance outside stirred a thought within him, prompting him to rise and settle by the window, quietly admiring the street scenery amid the torrential rain, relishing a moment of tranquility and blankness. During these past 2 weeks, Feng Xi's days had been both fulfilling and monotonous, simple yet bustling. He either trained diligently in dream sequences or utilized the resources provided by the academy to hone his extraordinary techniques in reality. Occasionally, upon receiving messages from his wooden avatar, he would venture out to slay a couple of heretical apostles, treating it as a means to clear his mind and stretch his limbs. Afterward, while the wooden avatar reported in for rewards, Feng Xi would take the opportunity to indulge in some culinary delights on his way home. When tedium and vexation became overwhelming, he would switch places with one of his wooden avatars at the academy, attending classes in person and enjoying the company of Chu Yingming and Xiao Qiyue, engaging in playful banter to lift his spirits. Remarkably, This proved effective. Conversing and joking with charming companions indeed lightened his mood. However, Chu Ming and her friends remained oblivious to this arrangement, as they frequently encountered Feng Xi in their daily lives and sometimes coincidentally attended classes together. They were unaware that, for the most part, the individual they interacted with was merely one of the members of Feng Xi's wooden avatar study group. Occasionally, they would wonder why he appeared so focused during most classes, seldom conversing with them, and would leave promptly after lessons, often lacking time for shared meals. Yet, at times, he would revert to his usual self, relishing jokes and antics, creating an intriguing contrast. As for Uchiha, encounters had become infrequent, given their different academic years. Both were engrossed in their training, leaving little opportunity for meetings. Nevertheless, apart from sleeping or grinding through instances, Feng Xi often engaged in remote chats with the senior sister when awake. Sometimes he initiated greetings, while at other times she sent morning and evening salutations. Their exchanges seldom revolved around serious matters, but naturally unfolded into caring conversations, akin to those between old friends, effortless and comforting. According to Yixishi, she was currently diligently preparing to break through to the saintly realm, aiming for a decisive leap into the fifth stage, the Yuan Lake realm, truly transitioning from a prodigy to a formidable power. She even mentioned that upon her success, she would treat Feng Xi to a meal, insisting he could not refuse. This was splendid news, and Feng Xi, of course, would not decline, readily promising while secretly chuckling to himself. How amusing. Who knows who will break through to the fifth realm first? Just wait and see if I outpace you. Indeed, Feng Xi was also diligently working towards breaking through to the fifth realm. As he amassed more power in the instances, coupled with the enhancements obtained through his real-world training, the extraordinary force within him had reached a truly formidable level. In the realm of Yuan Lake, where rivers converge into a lake, it is essential to transcend the limitations of the extraordinary power circulation system within one's body. This breakthrough leads to a profound transformation, elevating the entire being into an extraordinary vessel, significantly enhancing the efficiency of absorbing the energies of heaven and earth. Consequently, one reaches a level where energy consumption becomes almost inconsequential, allowing the body to seamlessly transition into elemental and energetic states. Currently, Feng Xi possesses an extraordinary energy within him that far surpasses that of an ordinary practitioner at the Mingyi realm. He has mastered various methods to accelerate the absorption of the energies of heaven and earth, enabling him to engage in battle with minimal concern for energy expenditure. Even without considering any extraordinary means, in terms of foundational strength alone, he has already surpassed the malevolent apostles of the fifth realm. Had he not acquired an abundance of extraordinary powers and engaged in an extensive array of extraordinary systems, leading to an excessively solid foundation, the difficulty of his breakthrough would not have been so significantly heightened. It is conceivable that he might have naturally transcended into the Yuan Lake realm by now. Feng Xi senses that he could initiate his breakthrough at any moment, with a near certainty of success. However, he remains calm and deliberately restrains his advancement, for the timing is not yet appropriate. The complexity of energies within him is simply too intricate. Since he began practicing the extraordinary techniques of the real world, Feng Xi has gained a deeper understanding of the path of cultivation. The fifth realm is of paramount importance for extraordinary beings in this world, as it directly influences their future achievements. During the breakthrough process, the energy within an extraordinary being undergoes a purifying and refining baptism, rendering it purer and more potent. This power will then become his most fundamental source of strength. Many practitioners who possess various extraordinary powers prior to reaching the fifth realm must choose a singular extraordinary energy to advance, forsaking the others. Alternatively, they may opt for the more arduous path of merging all their energies into a new extraordinary force. Feng Xi, however, has no choice but to merge, for he does not wish to abandon any extraordinary power, be it the powers of abilities, spiritual pressure, chakra, qi, or even the devil fruit. His ambitions extend even further. He aspires to forge a supreme energy capable of infinitely merging with any energy. This would allow him to seamlessly integrate the extraordinary power systems of other worlds when he embarks on new quests, and to automatically accommodate the extraordinary methods he acquires later. This ideal vision of extraordinary power is what Feng Xi yearns for most, and the process of breaking through the fifth realm presents the perfect opportunity to forge this power. Thus, he must strategize carefully and continue accumulating strength until he possesses absolute confidence before commencing his breakthrough. Over the past half-month, his actions within the dream realm have largely revolved around this objective. Now, his envisioned puzzle is gradually falling into place, and he is confident that he will soon commence his breakthrough. With diligent effort, he may even complete it before his senior sister does. This is not arrogance. Rather, he understands that Yi Zhishi, like him, is also a practitioner of the Lianxin sacred embryo, possessing multiple attributes of extraordinary energy. And she too must choose the path of merging. Although it is undoubtedly much simpler than his own situation, it is not without its challenges. He believes he still has a chance to win her over. If Uchiha were to discover Feng Xi's thoughts, she would likely be thrown off balance and would undoubtedly rush over to confront him. Chapter 86. A reflection on gains. Progress in the quest. The heavy rain gently cleanses the city, enveloping it in a serene and ethereal atmosphere. A certain old sage sits by the window, listening to the sound of the wind and rain while contemplating his recent accomplishments. In his solitary world, he assumes the role of the highest advisor, accompanying Zhang Chulan and Feng Baobao to the grand ceremony of Luotian. He refrains from participating in the competition, merely imparting a few techniques to Zhang Chulan, thereby enhancing his prowess. With prior knowledge of the outcome, he remains indifferent to who will emerge as champion, for the Celestial Master is covertly orchestrating events, ensuring that Zhang Chulan will undoubtedly claim the title. His sole purpose for attending the grand ceremony was to capture a particular individual, thus necessitating the preservation of the narrative's trajectory. His diligent efforts bore fruit as he successfully devised a trap to ensnare Baron, from whom he obtained the 6 storehouse celestial thief. The 6 storehouses correspond to the organs: the large intestine, small intestine, stomach, triple warmer, gallbladder, and bladder, collectively referred to as the 6 viscera. Mastery of this technique cultivates a sublime and extraordinary digestive system, significantly enhancing one's capacity for absorption and digestion. It even allows the practitioner to siphon the life essence of the world, harnessing natural energy for personal gain, thus enabling rapid recovery of true qi, preserving youth, and delaying the onset of aging. This technique, in conjunction with the qi body source flow and improved celestial arts, has elevated Feng Xi's extraordinary energy recovery rate to levels exceeding the 5th realm. This skill is a crucial piece of the puzzle that Feng Xi is determined to acquire. In the realm of the Soul Reapers, he continues to maintain a low profile as an ordinary Soul Reaper, outwardly portraying himself as a martial enthusiast, wholly devoted to honing his skills in slashing and combat. However, unbeknownst to others, he has commenced covert operations. After developing a Soul Reaper version of the spirit restraining and dispatching technique, he has begun to quietly assemble his own faction. In the Soul Reaper quest, Feng Xi is not yet a match for the cunning Aizen. Thus, he exercises caution in his endeavors, subtly leaving behind hollows while dealing with them in the human world, employing the spirit restraining technique to control them. As a member of the 13th Division, he finds it convenient to engage in such activities without attracting attention. The captured hollows serve not only as future cannon fodder, but also as experimental material for his research, providing valuable parameters for his future hollowification process. However, the timing is not yet ripe. He remains in a phase of accumulation, temporarily setting this aside. In the world of Naruto, Feng Xi primarily focuses his energy on the development of various secret techniques and bloodline limits. Currently, there are only 2 evident paths to attain the 6 paths level. One involves mastering the Sage Body and upgrading the Sharingan to the Rinnegan, then following the original route to gather tailed beasts and become the 10 Tails Jinchuriki. The other path is based on the modified celestial techniques he has developed, continually creating additional bloodline limits and even bloodline eliminations, ultimately merging them into a singular force within his body, thus cultivating the power of all phenomena and achieving comprehensive bloodline mastery, thereby advancing to the 6 paths level. The second path has not been explored in the original narrative. It is a hypothesis derived from his own research, and only he possesses the potential to realize it. Feng Xi intends to pursue both avenues concurrently, continuing the development of bloodline limits while also capturing tailed beasts. As for the Rinnegan, he possesses alternative methods to gain an advantage, devoid of any necessity for the eyes of Madara. He is more inclined to rely on his own abilities and has no desire to engage in the complexities of external enhancements. Consequently, he has been secretly plotting and has recently, albeit inadvertently, revealed the existence of his Sharingan. Following this revelation, his plans will lead him to uncover the tragic truth behind the Uchiha Clan's demise. At that point, he will inevitably experience a profound disillusionment. Convinced that Konoha has decayed beyond redemption, believing only he can inherit the ideals of the first Hokage, save Konoha, embody the will of fire, and establish the true vision of the Hidden Leaf village as envisioned by Hashirama Senju. He will then logically eliminate Danzo, seizing all his research and an abundance of Sharingan before defecting from Konoha. Subsequently, he will join the Akatsuki, seeking the tailed beasts. To this end, he has already refined his sealing techniques. By integrating the 8 gates with sealing arts, he has pioneered a remarkably unique and potent method of sealing the tailed beasts. Each of the 8 gates has been transformed into a prison for a tailed beast, with one gate sealing away one beast, culminating in a grand design that utilizes his own body to seal the 9 tails. He is confident that he can contain all 9 beasts simultaneously. Furthermore, at that juncture, his 8 gates will harness the infinite power of the tailed beasts, allowing him to maintain a permanent state of heightened ability. Even the fatal 8 Gates formation could be unleashed at will. By then, even if his life force has not yet reached its peak, his combat prowess would undoubtedly rival that of the Sage of Six Paths. Who would dare obstruct his path? A single kick would suffice to teach them their place. Of course, that represents the ideal scenario. Presently, he is yet to seal a single-tailed beast and must rely on sage techniques and a plethora of secret arts, along with his bloodline limits, to maintain his standing. In the world of pirates, he has elevated his physical prowess, hockey of both colors, and swordsmanship to the level of a Marine headquarters captain. With the power of the Titan fruit, he could contend with a Marine admiral without losing ground in a short skirmish. Most crucially, his Conqueror's Haki has been activated, and he is diligently exploring the techniques of Conqueror's Haki. Feeling sufficiently powerful, he selected a supreme blade named Kansai Seas from the world government's treasury to bolster his presence before setting sail as a pirate. He is a celestial dragon, of course, not genuinely pursuing piracy. His intention is to conceal his true identity, establish a pirate crew, and, after gaining notoriety, seize the opportunity to join Whitebeard, subtly positioning himself as a double agent. His ultimate aim is to seize the dark fruit. During this period, Ace has already made a name for himself, entering the new world to challenge Whitebeard, indicating that the emergence of the dark fruit is imminent. If he does not act soon, he will miss his chance. The dark fruit is the final piece of the puzzle for him to merge into an omnipotent force. It is imperative that he acquires it. Once he consumes the dark fruit, it will mark the beginning of his ascent to the 5 realms. Chapter 87. Who says this is your domain? Over the past fortnight, Feng Xi has devoted most of his energy to several side quests, neglecting the realms of JoJo and the Crimson Eye. However, the research logistics team for his wooden clones has made significant strides in the study of Imperial artifacts. The artifact, the ever-changing crosstail, has undergone extensive modifications, enhancing its capabilities remarkably. The threads can now be retracted and restored automatically, no longer depleting, and its cutting power has been augmented. Its design has transformed into a pair of sleek metallic gauntlets, now aptly named the Divine Mechanism Artifact, Crosstail. Its myriad applications truly embody the essence of transformation, surpassing the efficacy of his other magical tools. Yet, there is little to be done. Those artifacts were crafted in an earlier time with ordinary materials, and they can no longer keep pace with his growth, relegating them to mere auxiliary roles, destined for eventual obsolescence or upgrade. In truth, even the modified crosstail holds little significance for him, as its impact on his strength is minimal. It serves merely as an intriguing plaything. His true aim lies in unraveling the principles of Imperial artifacts to enhance the craftsmanship of the divine mechanism. Ding dong. Just as Feng Xi was admiring the rain-soaked scenery, his wristwatch suddenly buzzed with a message. Upon opening it, his brow furrowed slightly, just when he thought he could slow down and indulge in a moment of respite. Reality had other plans. The message, sent by a wooden clone from a hunting squad, indicated the discovery of formidable adversaries exceeding the 5th realm, requiring his personal intervention to resolve the matter. Very well, venturing into the night rain to vanquish evil might indeed be a form of romance. Feng Xi rose, grasped his Zanpakuto, the great heavenly conquest, and stepped outside, gracefully leaping into the rain, vanishing from sight. The rain-soaked knight, armed yet without an umbrella, primarily served to accentuate his cool demeanor. In the southern district of Tiandu City, torrential rain poured down the streets, where agile figures surged forward at a spectral speed. Their swiftness defied mere description. They appeared only for a fleeting moment atop a building's eaves, only to vanish instantaneously, reappearing on another rooftop hundreds of meters away. This ethereal movement was nearly impossible for the naked eye to track. Yet, such uncanny figures were not singular. They bore identical appearances, matching physiques, and indistinguishable attire, resembling twins more closely than siblings. As they advanced, their coordination was impeccable. One would often serve as the teleportation anchor for another, weaving a dazzling relay of instantaneous movements. At that moment, they seemed to be pursuing something elusive, and despite their rapidity, they had yet to capture their quarry. Under the dim glow of the streetlights on this rainy night, it appeared as though they were chasing nothing but air. However, their resolve remained steadfast, their pursuit relentless. These were, in fact, Feng Xi's wooden clones, partaking in a rare joint operation. After an exhilarating high-speed chase, the wooden clones had cornered their target near a spacious canal within the city. 3 of the clones suddenly halted, seizing the opportunity to teleport ahead of the fleeing figure's escape route. As they manifested in midair, they simultaneously formed hand seals, unleashing their ninjutsu with unparalleled speed. One exhaled a viscous oil, another spewed flames, and a third unleashed a tempestuous wind, merging together to instantaneously create a flowing sea of fiery oil that blanketed the surface of the river. The thick layer of burning oil floated atop the water, effectively severing any chance for the adversary to plunge into the river and escape. The spell of 5 right guards. The inferno surged suddenly, flames reaching skyward. The intense heat vaporizing the raindrops falling from above into mist. The entire river began to bubble violently, enveloped in a haze of smoke and steam, obscuring vision. A barely perceptible current was exposed by the onslaught of the infernal sea, transforming into a grotesque figure composed of flowing water. This humanoid entity bore the head of a fish and the body of a man, webbed fingers between its limbs, scales covering its frame, fins adorning its back, and bulging eyes akin to those of a fish that would not close. Gills adorned its neck, and it wielded a spear fashioned from water, its body radiating a shimmering azure glow. Though undeniably unattractive, it possessed the capability of human speech. Damn it. I merely wish to avoid attracting the attention of the city's formidable humans, yet you persist in your relentless pursuit. Do you truly believe I fear a mere handful of 4-bound doppelgangers? Its voice was grating, almost comical, yet its menace was unequivocal. After a frantic outburst, it swung its spear with great force, summoning torrents of rainwater that converged violently, crashing down like a colossal wave, forcibly suppressing the fiery sea of oil. In many places, the burning oil was dispersed, revealing the boiling, ordinary river water beneath. The wooden doppelgangers were compelled to evade. The power displayed by this maneuver was terrifying, proving that the threat was not mere bluster. This is my domain. Do you dare to obstruct me? Seek your demise. In truth, Feng Xi's wooden doppelgangers had not underestimated him, for they recognized that he was an apostle of the Deep Sea sect, a follower of the Lord of the Deep Sea, Etherean, whose acolytes drew their strength from water. It appeared that he had stealthily infiltrated the city through the sewer system, using his watery form under the cover of rain, perhaps intending to engage in some nefarious act. However, before he could strike, he was already anticipated by Feng Xi's wooden doppelgangers, which led to this rainy night chase. Given his ability to transform into water and escape, and the advantageous conditions of a rainy night, pursuing him had proven quite challenging, prompting the wooden doppelgangers to summon others for a coordinated effort, ultimately preventing his flight. They had succeeded in cornering him. Their task was complete, and what remained was no longer their concern. Suddenly, a figure appeared upon the surface of the water created by the Deep Sea Apostle, standing firmly upon the water with a long blade in hand. He lifted his gaze towards the overweening Deep Sea Apostle not far off, a proud and scornful smile gracing his lips. Your domain? I beg to differ. The laughter of the Deep Sea Apostle abruptly ceased as he looked down at the youth, whose visage mirrored that of the surrounding doppelgangers, an inexplicable flicker of fear igniting within him. The smile of Feng Xi broadened, the blade in his hand beginning to unsheath. Simultaneously, the rainwater across the expanse of sky began to whirl and stir, coalescing around his form into spiraling tornadoes, boiling with ferocity. Amidst the mist, colossal water dragons emerged, lifting their heads in unison from behind Feng Xi, fixating their gaze upon the apostle of the deep sea with an air of mystery and majesty. The Great Luo Blade Technique. 7th Form. The Dragon Born from Cloud and Rain. Chapter 88. Who is truly foolish? To manipulate rainwater before me? Surely, your mind is in disarray. At this moment, the scene conjured by Feng Xi, utilizing the ability of his Zanpakuto, was nothing short of terrifying, exuding an astounding aura. Yet, the Deep Sea Apostle displayed no fear. Instead, he wore an expression of disdain, mocking loudly, setting aside whose water manipulation skills are superior. Employing water-based powers against a being that embodies the essence of water is utterly devoid of threat. Do you truly believe you can harm water with water? Feng Xi paid no heed to the derision, standing atop the water's surface, wielding his blade. Behind him, torrents of colossal water spirals transformed under his command into vivid, lifelike divine dragons, their jaws agape as they lunged ferociously at the enemy, relentless and swift. As one batch of water dragons surged forth, another immediately coalesced, an unending stream of dragons vying to devour, creating a scene that was quite formidable. The Deep Sea Apostle regarded this with indifference, sensing that these water dragons were merely highly concentrated water. As long as he maintained his elemental form, he could disregard them entirely. Thus, he did just that, unperturbed by the futile attempts of the water dragons to penetrate his being, instead gathering great waves of water to counterattack Feng Xi. He was unafraid of water himself. But he understood that Feng Xi, being merely in the 4th realm, could not share his immunity. This was his advantage. He was in command. And what could he possibly lose? As the massive waves and torrents crashed toward him, Feng Xi remained expressionless, continuing to direct the water dragons, racing atop the tumultuous waves. With each swing of his blade, a water dragon surged forth, shattering the enemy's assaults. His form was agile, akin to a divine dragon gliding through the rivers, a river deity dancing upon the surface, summoning the dragons as companions. The spectacle resembled a grand ceremony honoring the Dragon King and other water deities, imbued with an ancient, sacred essence. The full force of a fifth-realm deep-sea apostle's water manipulation could unleash tsunamis capable of obliterating cities. Yet here, in the river, he exerted his utmost, and still could not lay a finger on a mere human youth of the fourth realm. This realization gnawed at the deep-sea apostle's teeth, compelling him to concede, "You little brat, you possess some skill. In the realm of water manipulation, you indeed rival me. But that is all. I shall see how long you can endure." With that, he intensified his onslaught, conjuring greater waves, larger splashes, and more formidable columns of water, eager to establish dominance over Feng Xi in their contest of water control. Observing this, Feng Xi could not suppress a subtle smile. Excellent, he has become overconfident. It won't be long before this concludes. Suddenly, Feng Xi spoke, accelerating the speed of his blade strike this time. Instead of passing through effortlessly, it firmly seized its target, catching him off guard and causing him to gasp in shock, panic, and fear. Hiss! What is happening? There's nothing in the water. How could it bite me? Damn it! You've deceived me. No one responded to his lament, for the rushing water dragons had already surged forth, lifting his body into the sky while swiftly tearing apart and devouring their prey in a frenzied manner. Boom! Splash! The entire assembly of water dragons converged, exploding in the air and showering droplets down like rain, transforming the nearby riverbanks into a torrential downpour. Feng Xi scoffed disdainfully, shaking the raindrops off his blade, and with a flourish, sheathed his sword against the backdrop of the pouring rain. Fool! It's plainly obvious that I've set you up, yet you remain oblivious. Is it any wonder I deem you foolish? Feng Xi's attack was not difficult to decipher. It was fundamentally straightforward. He first paralyzed his opponent with the water-controlling abilities of his Zanpakuto, but then unexpectedly infused a powerful strike with armed color hockey during the water-based assault, catching his adversary completely off guard. Such a simple ruse. If only he had been a tad more cautious and not so recklessly allowed Feng Xi's water dragons to approach, he would not have met such a swift demise. He succumbed so quickly that Feng Xi's backup plan was rendered unnecessary. He had initially intended to enhance the water dragons with divine thunder and other techniques specifically designed to vanquish evil, but his opponent's foolishness eliminated that opportunity. Old 6. What old 6? In combat, one must spare no effort. In a life-and-death struggle, choosing the most efficient method to swiftly eliminate the opponent is paramount. Should he truly become so impassioned as to defeat the enemy in their area of strength? If he were to spar with another human, merely determining superiority without the stakes of life or death, he would not mind playing that role. However, his adversary was merely a cultist, a figure whom all would swiftly wish to eliminate. Thus, there was no need for pretense, nor did he possess the qualifications. Time to leave, with my striking presence. It's a shame no one has witnessed it. Perhaps I shall indulge in a late-night snack. Just as Feng Xi was about to turn and depart, he suddenly felt a peculiar sensation and looked down to find a silvery, oval object drifting to his feet along the river. An egg? What is this? Did I just slay an apostle only to have a pet egg appear? With a flick of his foot, the silver egg soared into his hand. It was roughly the size of a basketball, its surface gleaming with an unusual metallic luster. After pondering for a moment, unable to discern its nature, he habitually calculated with a flick of his fingers. In the next instant, his expression changed dramatically, as if his brain had been struck by a hammer, and he spewed forth a mouthful of blood. The chakra beneath him spiraled out of control, and Feng Xi immediately plummeted into the depths of the water. Just before submerging, he faintly heard a furious curse. What the hell? Chapter 89, Madame Dean. Feng Xi was not seriously harmed. His fall into the water was merely a matter of surprise. The wooden avatars by the shore promptly retrieved him from the depths, and upon seeing his pale countenance, they anxiously inquired about the circumstances. The situation remained unclear, yet it was evident that today's events were of great significance, necessitating decisive action. Feng Xi gazed at the silver pet egg in his hand, his expression gravely serious. Moments ago, he had employed a method of divination known as the wind behind the mysterious gate to probe the origins of this egg, only to suffer a backlash. Though he gleaned no information, the very occurrence of the backlash was telling. Previously, when he had used the same method to investigate Dinyue Tianxing, he encountered a similar consequence. However, this time, the repercussions were even more severe. This indicated that the source of the egg was potentially more formidable than a demigod of the 8th realm. Feng Xi's thoughts immediately drifted to the monstrous sovereigns that dominated the wilderness, even the royal beasts of the 9th realm. Only objects associated with such beings could yield such results. This egg might very well be a descendant of a royal beast. Such an entity would be on par with the top-tier powers of the Great Xia, akin to the 12 heavenly origins, and second only to the celestial deities of the cosmic realm. The presence of such a remarkable item on the body of a mere apostle from a heretical sect was utterly astonishing. The implications sent a chill down Feng Xi's spine. The more he contemplated, the more he sensed the gravity of the situation. When dealing with entities surpassing the transformation of divinity, one must exercise utmost caution. He felt compelled to report this matter upward. However, the manner of reporting required careful consideration. If he were to rush to the night watch and declare, "I have slain an apostle of a heretical sect and uncovered an egg of a ninth realm beast monarch. There must be something amiss. Please investigate," it was unlikely others would take him seriously. Even if they believed him, the information might become entangled in bureaucratic layers. Wasting precious time, he deemed it far more reliable to seek out Dean Yu directly. Or perhaps, a thought sparked in Feng Xi's mind as he retrieved a business card. What leads you to believe this is the egg of a beast monarch? In the skies above Tiandu City, at the Great Xia's military base, Tiandu No. 1, within the office of the Chief of General Staff, Lin Maching, clad in a dark blue, high-ranking military coat, glanced at the silver-white beast egg on the table before raising his gaze to Feng Xi, expressing his curiosity. Without hesitation, Feng Xi disclosed, "I possess a divinatory ability akin to fortune-telling, which allows me to foresee certain futures and trace their origins. I can ascertain information about entities beneath the transformation of divinity to a certain extent. However, matters above that threshold result in backlash. The backlash from this egg is significantly stronger than that which I experienced while probing our Dean." Upon hearing this, Lin Maching's typically stoic expression registered a hint of surprise. "You possess precognitive abilities? That is implausible. The only known precognitive ability in existence is the S-class ability from the special system, Destiny Theory. There are no other methods to acquire such abilities. And without a place to learn, even the saintly heart's spiritual essence would be powerless to assist." Now it was Feng Xi who was taken aback. "Senior, have you investigated me?" Lin Maching replied, "Given my authority, it is quite normal for me to access your information. Moreover, your recent activities have made it nearly impossible for me to remain unaware." Feng Xi understood that her reference to his activities pertained to the achievements of his wooden avatar team over the past month and a half. Aside from the few cult apostles he personally eliminated, they had successfully dealt with the cultists below the four realms on their own. To date, they had hunted down a significant number of ordinary cultists lurking in Tiandu City and exchanged a substantial amount of points at the Night Watch Bureau. It was evident that Feng Xi had gained considerable notoriety in the Night Watch Bureau. Yet he had not anticipated that even the military's upper echelons had begun to take notice of him. However, it seemed she was still unaware of his second ability, dream manifestation, otherwise she would not express such disbelief. It appeared this matter was indeed classified, beyond even the reach of a major general. After coming to this realization, Feng Xi hesitated and explained, "I cannot disclose the source of this ability, as it pertains to my secrets. Even the Dean has mandated strict confidentiality, so I must respectfully decline to share." Lin Maching regarded him thoughtfully for a moment before choosing not to press further. She shifted the conversation back to the previous topic. "All right, I understand. To continue, my husband is an 8th realm demigod who has just entered the Soul Sea. The backlash you experienced while calculating him was far less significant than that of this egg, leading you to conclude that its owner is a higher-level 9th realm beast sovereign. This reasoning has some merit. However, I must inform you that an 8th realm expert newly entering the Soul Sea is vastly different in strength from one at the pinnacle of the Soul Sea. Is it possible that the opponent is merely a stronger beast monarch than my husband, rather than a 9th realm beast sovereign?" Feng Xi was unaware of this distinction and, after hearing her words, found his initial conviction wavering. He hesitated. "If that is the case, then I cannot draw a definitive conclusion, especially without a comparison." Suddenly, he reacted, his eyes widening as he looked at Officer Lin, exclaiming, "Senior, did you just say, husband? You are the Dean's wife? What an astonishing coincidence." Chapter 90. We will have our own support in the future. Previously, I had heard from my senior that the Dean's wife wept daily, utterly heartbroken. I had imagined her to be a gentle and delicate woman. Who could have anticipated that she would turn out to be such a composed and capable military figure? I was momentarily taken aback. However, upon reflection, it made sense. A demigod like the Dean would not naturally age or perish. Such formidable beings typically seek partners of equal strength, and thus, it is only fitting that the Dean's wife is a high-level powerhouse. I had been misled by my preconceived notions. Yet, one thing puzzled me. My senior mentioned that I resembled their daughter, which was why I received preferential treatment. However, judging by the photograph from the tomb, while the late Miss Yu was indeed beautiful, she bore little resemblance to my senior. Surely, the Dean and his wife could not both be face-blind, could they? This fleeting doubt crossed my mind, but I did not dwell on it. I quickly rose and exclaimed, "So it is the Dean's wife. My apologies." Lin Maching waved her hand dismissively, placing it on my shoulder to urge me back into my seat. With a casual demeanor, she half-jokingly remarked, "There's no need to be so formal. Are we to believe that the identity of the dean's wife holds more weight than that of a military major general? You seemed quite composed a moment ago." Indeed, her reasoning was sound, and I could only manage an awkward chuckle. It's different. After all, I am a student of Jiudu Academy. Lin Maching smiled gently, patting my shoulder as she said, "What is there to fear? Are they able to bully you? If anyone dares to make your life difficult at the academy, do not hesitate to seek me out. Within my household, my words carry more weight than his." Instantly, I felt a surge of joy and was touched by her words. My eyes lighting up. So I have support now? With the dean's wife backing me, does that mean I can walk with confidence in the future? It is well known who holds the greatest authority in Jiudu Academy, the dean, of course. Yet even the dean must answer to his wife. Excellent. I shall inform my study group to be a bit more audacious in class from now on. Senior, thank you for taking such good care of me. Still calling me senior? Little she calls me Aunt Lin. If you don't mind, you may call me that as well. All right, Aunt Lin. In the future, let little she bring you over for dinner to get acquainted. But now let us discuss serious matters. Lin Maching set aside her rare smile and continued with the important topic. I understand your concerns. You fear that the cultists might utilize this beast egg to orchestrate some grand scheme, correct? In fact, I share your apprehensions. Allow me to show you something. With that, she snapped her fingers, and a large virtual screen projected above her desk, displaying various data in a clear and comprehensible manner. Since your enrollment, the number of cultists you have eliminated surpasses the total captured in Jiudu City over the past 2 years. I now understand that you have identified them through your predictive abilities. Such accomplishments are indeed commendable. However, there is one point you must pay attention to. After a brief pause, she continued, the Night Patrol Bureau has conducted an investigation, and it appears that among the cultists you have slain, a staggering 80% exhibited unusual movement patterns. They infiltrated Jiudu City under false identities shortly before your school commenced. Do you comprehend the implications of this? Feng Xi furrowed his brows. This indicates that they are targeting the new students this time? Indeed, it is a possibility. Furthermore, these individuals possess dubious identities, hailing from various cult factions, which suggests that this is a coordinated operation involving multiple sinister organizations. Such a significant maneuver denotes that their objectives and scale are undoubtedly considerable, warranting heightened vigilance. Your warning is most timely. Upon hearing her words, Feng Xi nodded in agreement, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. With a military authority like her acknowledging his concerns, he felt reassured. With such formidable allies, he had done all he could. The matter would be handled without his further intervention. However, he had one lingering question. Since you say so, I am at ease, trusting that the military will thwart the cult's plans. Yet, I am puzzled. Why are you fixated on whether the egg's owner is of the 8th or 9th realm? Are not the 8th realm beast lords equally perilous? There is a distinction, Lin Maching elucidated. If it is merely a beast lord, we can rely on Jiudu City's resources to manage it. However, should it be a 9th realm beast sovereign, we will require the intervention of the 12 celestial lords. The great generals of the nation are burdened with pressing responsibilities, each one overseeing the suppression of a sealed domain of evil deities. They cannot be mobilized lightly. It is preferable to avoid troubling them. Nonetheless, given that this lead seems to be linked to the 9th realm, we shall duly report it to the Supreme Council, ensuring the celestial lords are forewarned. There is no need for excessive concern on your part. That is reassuring, Feng Xi remarked as he rose to take his leave. In that case, I shall return. Should you require my assistance, please do not hesitate to reach out. This beast egg is entrusted to you. Go attend to your matters. You need not worry about the egg. It will surely be returned to you once this situation is resolved. After all, it is your trophy. Oh, it's merely an egg. Not a big deal. I'm off, Auntie. Call me if anything arises. With a carefree wave, Feng Xi turned and vanished from the office in a flash. He was not putting on airs or feigning generosity. He genuinely did not mind the beast egg. Although it might be an egg laid by a beast sovereign, it was not an extraordinary treasure. It could merely be considered a valuable item. Beasts are not invincible from birth. They too ascend from lower forms through gradual evolution. While lineage may confer initial advantages, it does not guarantee that one will be inherently noble or destined for divine ascendance, as depicted in many tales of yore. The bloodline of a beast sovereign merely offers a slight edge, comparable to an S-rank talent among beasts, with no assurance of transcending to divine transformation in the future. Moreover, the growth duration of exotic beast offspring is exceedingly prolonged, resulting in a scarcity of individuals willing to nurture them from infancy. Most beast masters, who have awakened their beast-taming abilities, typically capture fully grown exotic creatures for their purposes. This particular exotic beast egg, now in Feng Xi's possession, presents two potential paths. Selling it is out of the question, The worth of such an item is simply beyond measure. The first option entails painstakingly hatching and training it, investing considerable time to cultivate it into a formidable companion. The second option is to roast it for a meal. A beast emperor's egg undoubtedly possesses high nutritional value, although the flavor remains uncertain, relying heavily on the skills of an extraordinary chef. Contemplating this, Feng Xi, who had already returned to the ground, swallowed hard. He was hungry. It was time to find a place to dine. Ever since he mastered the 6th library celestial thief, his appetite had significantly increased, transforming him from a mere foodie into a voracious gourmand, relishing the joys of culinary delights more than ever before. Being fully satisfied was no longer feasible. He sought merely the exhilaration of indulgence. It was all about savoring the essence of earthly existence and fulfilling his mundane cravings. Chapter 91. He is doomed, I tell you. The torrential rain continues to pour, while Feng Xi indulges in a feast at a local inn. A gathering of leaders from the cult of the evil god sits in silence atop a high mountain outside Jiudu City. After an indeterminate period, one finally breaks the silence, inquiring, "Has the egg of the Silver Moon Wolf Emperor been delivered?" "It has been delivered, but it was lost." "So, we exerted so much effort to steal that egg in vain?" "Not entirely. Although the blood source curse can no longer be activated, the egg still carries the essence of the Silver Moon Wolf Emperor. That cunning old wolf must still sense the location of its egg. It might come searching for it. In that case, our objective could still be realized." "Nonsense. You know how cunning it is. It has sired countless offspring. Losing just one egg, do you really think it would boldly confront humanity? It suffered greatly beneath the sword of the Daxia sword saint, Imolinjun, and has refrained from seeking revenge since. Without the blood source curse to fully provoke it, I estimate our chances are slim. This is infuriating. We have been sufficiently discreet. How could we still be discovered? Who is responsible? I suspect it is the same group that has been hunting our followers." "Absolutely. Among the newcomers at Tiandu Academy, there must be an awakened fate weaver. We must eliminate him. Otherwise, once he matures, our strongholds and influence within Daxia will inevitably be uprooted. We can no longer delay." In just half a month, the promised joint operation has resulted not only in the slaughter of all our infiltrated followers, but also in the loss of our agents within the city. This is utterly preposterous. If this continues, the popes will surely lay blame upon us, and none of us will escape unscathed. Let us not forget that we each took oaths of military service before our respective leaders. I had initially intended to seize this opportunity to attempt the direct destruction of Tiandu City, to ascend in one bold stroke. Had I known this would transpire, I would have refrained from participating. Now you regret your decision? Weren't you all gleaming with excitement when the plan was first devised? As for me, I will not harbor regrets. Tiandu City is one of the most crucial nodes for humanity's resistance against our Lord. Should we succeed in its destruction and unleash all the beasts from the abyss, we could decimate at least a quarter of Daxia's cities and territories. Such a vast number of souls would enable each of our cults to summon a manifestation of a divine Lord. Accomplishing this task would surely earn us our Lord's favor, elevating us to the divine realm. Fortune favors the bold, my friends. What do you think? At this juncture, the group fell silent for a moment, before resolutely making their decision. Let us proceed. There is no turning back now. Hesitation serves no purpose. Rather than face the Pope's reproach, it is better to take a gamble. I will handle the Silver Moon Wolf Emperor. I refuse to believe that such a beast can truly endure. Leave the hatching of the evil god's egg to us, even if we must feed it the flesh and blood of other beasts. I will ensure that several descendants of the 7th realm evil gods emerge. We shall summon a few descendants of the malevolent deities to assist us, at worst. We can share the spoils with them. Very well. I shall make a journey to the heavenly city. With the power of the dark deities' rules at my disposal, they cannot touch me. I will accompany you. Do not forget what our primary objective is. Fear not. With our intervention, a mere novice awakened will be an easy conquest. The loss of so many of our comrades must be avenged. He is as good as dead. Mark my words. Achio, in a roadside eatery, Feng Xi, gnawing on a pig trotter, suddenly sneezed. How peculiar. How could I sneeze out of the blue? It was merely a rain shower. Surely my current physical condition cannot be susceptible to a cold. Could it be that yet another enchanting beauty has taken a secret fancy to me? Alas, this wretched, misplaced charm of mine. Feng Xi mused to himself, not allowing himself to become careless. He laid down the greasy pig trotter, wiped his fingers not at all, and began to calculate his own fortune and misfortune through the mystical art of Fo Ho Chi Min. He thought, let me discern which lovely maiden is secretly enamored with me, or which obtuse individuals dare to conspire against me. However, the outcome surprised him. He could not discern anything, yet the sensation felt distinctly different from his usual calculations. It was as if something obscure shrouded the heavenly secrets, enveloping him in a fog that rendered his divinations unclear. This discomforted Feng Xi. who was accustomed to resolving uncertainties through his calculations, causing him to furrow his brow. What is happening? Is there indeed someone plotting against me? Employing some method to obscure my fate? Do they possess such capabilities? Fascinating. It seems I have underestimated the world. I must hasten to break through my current limitations. Only by enhancing my strength can all schemes and tricks be rendered insignificant. Only true power is devoid of illusion, capable of dismantling all nefarious tactics. With this thought, Feng Xi quickly finished his meal, settled the bill, and departed. He resolved to retreat to his abode for several days, seizing the opportunity to obtain the elusive dark fruit. And then he would begin his assault on the fifth realm. Once he successfully breaks through to the fifth realm as per his plan, he would possess the confidence to rival any opponent below the divine transformation, ensuring that unless an eighth realm demigod intervened, anyone who challenged him would face a formidable reckoning. Chapter 92. The Acquisition of the Dark Fruit. After a week of seclusion, Feng Xi awoke from his slumber, a triumphant smile curling at the corners of his lips. Extending his hand, a mass of shadowy energy coalesced in his palm, compressing with an intensity that seemed capable of devouring souls. He had successfully acquired the natural type dark fruit. During this week of introspection, Feng Xi had infiltrated the realm of the Pirate King's dreamscape, successfully joining the Whitebeard pirates. While outwardly participating in their amicable games, he secretly kept a watchful eye on Teach and Sachi. Fortune favored the diligent. After a fierce battle, Sachi indeed obtained the dark fruit, igniting Teach's avarice and murderous intent. Unbeknownst to them, a cunning observer had already discerned their machinations and was quietly fixated on Teach. As Teach ruthlessly eliminated Sachi, Feng Xi seized the opportunity to snatch the dark fruit, biting into it before Teach's despairing gaze. In a fit of rage, Teach was thrown into turmoil, while Feng Xi, now empowered by the dark fruit, called out loudly, drawing the attention of others. He accused Teach of murdering a comrade for the fruit, claiming that Teach intended to eliminate him, the eyewitness. To thwart Teach's ambitions, Feng Xi had acted first, consuming the fruit himself. The members of the Whitebeard pirates, incensed by the revelation, were quick to rally against Teach, who found himself unable to defend his actions. He was swiftly subdued by Feng Xi, Ace, and a cadre of formidable allies. What followed was an inevitable trial for Teach. Needless to say, this future emperor faced an early and grim exit. Having obtained the powers of the dark fruit, Feng Xi chose not to depart from the Whitebeard pirates immediately, for he had meticulously devised his next course of action. He intended to incite a war among the emperors, leveraging the strength of the Whitebeard pirates to launch an assault on the nation of Tado land, aiming to seize Charlotte Linlin's soul fruit. Indeed, after much contemplation, he resolved that the last superhuman-type devil fruit he could consume would be the soul fruit. Not only was it immensely powerful, but it also wielded the essence of soul manipulation, which could assist him in transcending the Soul Sea realm in the future. He was confident that, under his stewardship, the soul fruit could be harnessed to its utmost potential, potentially aiding his research into the holification within his Grim Reaper realm. Further speculations led him to ponder whether, upon activating the Fate series, he might wield the power of the soul fruit to master the third law of soul materialization, thereby unraveling the essence of heroic spirits and commanding their formidable powers. All of this remained within the realm of conjecture. Yet he firmly believed that the developmental potential of the soul fruit was undoubtedly vast. Besides the allure of the soul fruit, his decision to remain with the Whitebeard pirates was also influenced by the fact that Whitebeard was aging. Feng Xi harbored a keen interest in Whitebeard's legacy and his extensive family of sons. Once he showcased his prowess and established himself as the strongest within the crew, demonstrating his capability to protect the family even after Whitebeard's passing, the latter would naturally entrust this emperor's crew into his capable hands. With Ace and Marco lacking the qualifications to rival him, they would undoubtedly acquiesce to becoming his loyal subordinates. At that time, he would ostensibly be the most formidable emperor of the seas, while secretly emerging as a rising star among the celestial dragons, adeptly navigating both the light and dark realms. It seemed the complete unification of the world of pirates was not far off. Contemplating such a scenario, Feng Xi had even devised a name change for the Whitebeard pirates once he ascended to power. Of course, that was merely a future plan. For now, his priority was to break through the 5 realms. With a wave, he dispelled the power of the dark fruit, but did not immediately embark on his breakthrough. Firstly, he had just returned from a mission and needed time to recalibrate his mindset. Secondly, the environment was unsuitable. The intensity of a typical breakthrough in the 5 realms was already considerable, and with his formidable accumulation and aspirations, it was even more so. Attempting such a feat at home was out of the question. He would need to utilize the advanced training room at the academy, designated for students' breakthroughs. Lastly, he needed to gather some resources prior to the breakthrough. Many high-level resources in the real world could significantly enhance his success rate, and although they weren't strictly necessary, it was prudent to be prepared, especially since he had ample financial means. The relentless hunting efforts of his wooden clones had amassed a substantial amount of demon-slaying points, which were now ripe for use. With these thoughts in mind, Feng Xi swiftly completed his morning routine and, standing before the mirror, tousled his hair. With a flick of his locks, he declared himself the most handsome in this world. A touch of gel, and he was ready to impress. Armed with his blade, Feng Xi first contacted his benefactor, Madame Lin Maching, the academy's headmistress. "Hello, Aunt Lin, are you at work? I wish to redeem some high-level resources from the military, but the quantity is significant and I need them promptly. Do you have any suggestions?" A serious tone emanated from his wrist communicator. "I am not at the base. I am currently at the outskirts of Tiandu City and will not return shortly. I'll make a call to facilitate your request. It's a minor issue." Feng Xi furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. "Outskirts? Is there something happening? You haven't heard?" Her voice conveyed surprise. "Indeed, I just completed my retreat." "Ah, I see." Lin Maching paused before explaining. 2 days ago, a massive beast tide erupted outside Tiandu City, with the gathered number of exotic beasts exceeding 2 million. And traces of sovereign-level beasts have been discovered. The situation was abrupt, and to combat the tide, most of the troops and extraordinary forces within the city have been deployed to the borders. As a commanding officer, I naturally must oversee the borders until the conflict concludes. It is my duty. Upon hearing this, Feng Xi's brow furrowed even deeper. Chapter 93. The Constraints of the Future. The classification of extraordinary beasts is quite straightforward. Beasts of the extraordinary realm are divided into 4 levels. The ordinary beasts, which encompass levels 1 to 4, advanced beasts, which are 5th realm, super beasts. Belonging to the 6th realm, beast lords, classified as 7th realm, beast monarchs, representing the 8th realm, and beast emperors at the 9th realm. Should a 10th realm exist, it would be referred to as a beast deity or a savage deity of extraordinary beasts. However, to date, no definitive evidence of such a deity has been discovered. The concept is inferred solely from the unique abilities of the 9th realm beast emperors, suggesting the possibility of such an evolutionary tier. Extraordinary beasts traverse a path of transcendence that is entirely distinct from that of humanity. Their primary enhancement lies in the fortification of their corporeal forms. Even the 9th realm beast emperors are incapable of manifesting miniature worlds as the powerful beings of the human starry realm can, thus failing to create mental domains. In contrast, they wield a formidable power known as the savage transformation. In this state, they possess defenses and strength that can only be deemed invincible, rendering them immortal and capable of rebirth through blood. Within the duration of this transformative state, they cannot be vanquished. In summary, extraordinary beasts are indeed formidable adversaries to humanity, with the number of beast emperors surpassing that of the esteemed beings of the human starry realm. Yet, due to their propensity for individual conflict and mutual aggression, they have not collectively posed an insurmountable threat to humankind. Nevertheless, the sporadic outbreaks of extraordinary beast rampages remain a significant peril, second only to the incidents involving the descent of evil deities, often threatening the annihilation of human cities. Thus, the dangers of large-scale beast tides are well understood, even by the youngest of humanity. This represents the highest level of catastrophe. Feng Xi quickly grasped the gravity of the situation and was struck by another notion, prompting him to inquire, "Aunt Lin, could this be the handiwork of cultists? That extraordinary beast egg? I understand your implication, and I share your suspicions. If this were not a human-induced event, beast tides would typically exhibit certain forewarnings, rather than occurring so abruptly. Then it seems we are almost certain. If this possibility indeed exists, how should we respond? The extraordinary beast egg is in our possession. If it is indeed the catalyst for the beast tide, we may consider dispatching a formidable individual to return it and negotiate for a peaceful resolution, provided we can ascertain the identity of its owner and confirm the potential for negotiation." At this juncture, she hesitated. "It is your side that..." Feng Xi comprehended her concerns and immediately asserted, "Please do not mind my involvement. If it can prevent a senseless war, returning an egg would be the most favorable outcome. And I have no objections whatsoever. If I cannot possess such awareness, how can I consider myself a hero?" Upon hearing Feng Xi's words, Lin Maching could not help but express her admiration. "I did not misjudge you. With young individuals like you, humanity's future is sure to break the deadlock. Rest assured, if this proves effective, we shall certainly compensate you for your losses." "Oh, discussing compensation at this moment feels overly formal. Were it not for my current endeavor to break through my limitations, I would gladly assist you, Aunt Lin. You are thoughtful. Yet these matters are within the purview of us elders. You need not worry." As she spoke, she earnestly reminded him, "You must exercise particular caution in the city. The cult of the dark deity has instigated a beast tide, which may serve as a diversion. Although we have taken precautions within the city, we cannot guarantee absolute safety. You must remain vigilant. Should you encounter formidable adversaries, do not act recklessly. Prioritize your own safety above all else. Do you understand? Feng Xi's eyes flickered. Having already considered this possibility, and he readily agreed. After concluding the call, Feng Xi reflected for a moment and resolved to seize the opportunity to advance. The sooner he reached the fifth realm, the more capable he would be of engaging in higher-level battles, thereby expanding his potential actions. With this thought in mind, he strode forward, vanishing in a flash of lightning. Upon arriving at the military's resource exchange point, Lin Maching had already coordinated with the personnel below. Given her rank, this minor task was easily accomplished, and the staff dared not exhibit even the slightest negligence. The extraordinary items he sought were of the saint-level breakthrough treasures. Among the most precious and rare, the quantity he required was substantial, typically necessitating advance reservations. Acquiring them within a week would be commendable, and often they had to be collected in batches. However, with Lin Maching's word, the military assured that they would gather everything by noon, delivering it into Feng Xi's hands. This was one of the advantages of having influential connections. Watching the staff hurriedly make calls to assemble the resources, Feng Xi reclined in the VIP lounge, leisurely sipping tea, exuding an air of contentment. From a distance, he appeared somewhat smug. Nevertheless, Feng Xi did not remain idle. In his moments of leisure, he actively engaged in the simulation of his martial arts techniques. He had long aspired to create his own primary cultivation method and would often employ his abilities for this purpose, finding it more efficient than automatic simulations. Simultaneously, he sought to consolidate the various techniques and knowledge he had acquired in the dream realms, adjusting and refining them in conjunction with the martial arts framework of this world, aiming to bring the arcane treasures of other realms to humanity in this one. The inheritance of the extraordinary from the world of the unusual, the 8 extraordinary techniques, the ninjutsu and celestial arts from the world of Naruto, and the imperial artifact creation methods from the world of Jiudu Tong. These could all enrich the extraordinary system of the real world, serving humanity in profound ways. While the potential for enhancing one's strength remained uncertain, the impact would undoubtedly be significant. For instance, if he could transform the wind rear chimen into a secret technique accessible to this world's extraordinary practitioners, then it would no longer be solely those with awakened S-class special abilities capable of foreseeing and deducing. This would deliver a devastating blow to those cultists lurking within human society. Just this one secret technique could substantially improve the internal living conditions of humanity. The number of lives it could potentially save in the future is beyond estimation. And this is merely the influence of a single secret technique. What about others? What are the other dream realms that might emerge in the future? With the aid of enchanted orbs to capture extraordinary beasts, let everyone become a beast master and trainer. Extracting various advanced technologies from scientific realms, we can enhance the quality of life and fortify our military, even deploying strategic weapons and colossal mecha bases across the globe, allowing humanity to wield Gundams and mechs to defend against the monstrous creatures. By delving into the essence of the soul's power, could we potentially grant fallen warriors a second life, transforming them into reapers or heroic spirits to continue the fight for humanity? In the Marvel Universe, can the might of the Reality Stone, combined with the technology of dual discs from Yu-Gi-Oh!, empower card players to save the world? Furthermore, could integrating the knowledge of cultivation systems into the realm of reality foster the emergence of formidable beings capable of reshaping the heavens? The thought of such a future filled Feng Xi with exhilaration. Feng Xi, it is time to astonish this world with the wonders of a time traveler. Suddenly, a melodious voice echoed in his ear, rousing Feng Xi from his daydream. Chapter 94. The Woman of Contradictions. Feng Xi raised his head at the sound, only to behold a striking figure clad in crimson standing at the entrance. The charming visage, adorned with a smile that sparkled like stars, was none other than Miss Hong Lian. What a coincidence! Are you here to redeem points as well? Feng Xi, momentarily taken aback, quickly regained his composure and greeted her. Miss Hong Lian sauntered into the room, her laughter melodic and captivating. Indeed. So, you are also here to exchange points? I must say, you have become quite the sensation in our Jiudu Town Night division lately. I frequently hear tales of your exploits. Having vanquished so many cultists, your points must be considerable. Surely enough to redeem some splendid items. Upon hearing this, Feng Xi offered a rare, humble smile. Oh no. It's merely a matter of dispatching a number of cultists equivalent to the achievements of the entire Jiudu city over the past 2 to 3 years. It's nothing of significance. Miss Hong Lian, initially poised to shower him with further compliments, suddenly paused, her mind catching up with her tongue. Rolling her eyes, she exclaimed, "Is that even a sensible statement? The collective achievements of all those extraordinary individuals in the city over several years pale in comparison to your single-handed triumphs in just half a month. Are we members of the Night Division merely subsisting on your efforts? Truly, your self-effacing remarks are more disarming than outright insults. I had thought you had become more modest. Yet here you are, shameless as ever. Such words are only suitable for our private discourse. I wouldn't dare to boast in front of other official extraordinary beings, lest I be reprimanded. Feng Xi nodded in agreement, appearing demure and understanding. Very well, then. I shall be your sole confidant for such statements, she replied. Her brow furrowed as she pondered the peculiar nature of his words. Wait a moment. Are you implying that you will reserve your self-aggrandizing remarks solely for me, as a means to unsettle my defenses? I appreciate your high regard for me. Miss Honglian, you flatter me. I have always held you in great esteem. Feng Xi chuckled playfully before feigning curiosity. But wait, aren't you a member of the Tiandu Night Division? What need do you have to come to the military for point redemption? Seemingly prepared for his inquiry, Miss Honglian quickly replied. I am here for a collaborative operation with the military. I have been frequently visiting the military base lately, and I thought I might take the opportunity to see how their treasure trove differs from ours in the Night Division. Oh, I see. Feng Xi narrowed his eyes meaningfully, as if he found her explanation credible, then casually inquired, Pray tell, what resources does Miss Honglian wish to redeem? Feeling an odd intensity in Feng Xi's gaze, Miss Honglian instinctively averted her eyes, feigning nonchalance as she settled beside him. I'm not sure. I merely mentioned that I was here to browse, didn't I? And you? What do you intend to redeem? In response to Miss Honglian's seemingly indifferent counter, Feng Xi inwardly smirked, locking his gaze onto hers with unwavering seriousness. I am preparing for a breakthrough and wish to acquire a selection of treasures that can aid in my ascension. What? Honglian was indeed astonished, nearly rising to her feet in surprise. Aren't you a freshman? How can you be on the verge of breaking through to the fifth realm so soon? You are truly extraordinary. Feng Xi shrugged, once again engaging in a display of ostentation. What is so strange about that? You've witnessed my strength before. It's merely a natural progression. He paused momentarily, then leaned closer to Honglian, whispering, The senior, Yi, whom I introduced to you last time, is also preparing to break through to the fifth realm. She has been boasting about it to me, quite arrogantly, I must say. Can I allow her to get away with that? Absolutely not. Thus, I intend to surpass her and secretly overshadow her achievement. Don't mention this to her, as I am eagerly anticipating her reaction upon discovering my breakthrough. It will surely be amusing. Initially flustered by his sudden proximity, Honglian quickly dismissed her shyness upon hearing his secretive words. Her lips twitched slightly as she bit down on her teeth, internally cursing, This scoundrel. Humph. Immature. How trivial. What is there to compete over? Are you all just children? She pushed him away, scoffing in disdain. Feng Xi observed her reaction with a smile, a glimmer of mischief dancing in his eyes. He merely chuckled, refraining from retorting, Miss Honglian, just remember to keep this under wraps. I couldn't care less about such trivial matters. I am not acquainted with your senior. Oh, that is good to hear. Feng Xi's words were deliberately chosen, stemming from his suspicions about Honglian. By informing her of this matter, if he encountered the senior next time without her showing surprise, he could ascertain certain truths. Contemplating various possibilities, he could not help but scrutinize the red-haired beauty beside him, his smile becoming increasingly enigmatic. Feeling his gaze, Honglian grew uncomfortable and shifted away, playfully scolding, Hey, where are your eyes wandering? With that lewd grin, are you thinking of something inappropriate? Feng Xi smirked mischievously, thinking to himself that his thoughts were undoubtedly more impure than she could imagine. Sisters, a pile-up, and all sorts of mischievous scenarios. Miss Honglian, you're overthinking it. I merely noticed you've become even more beautiful after our time apart, which compelled me to steal a few more glances. I assure you, I'm not envisioning any inappropriate imagery, so please do not misunderstand. Feng Xi casually deflected her accusations, yet his predatory gaze remained unwavering, causing Honglian to feel increasingly uneasy. If you keep looking at me like that, I swear I will gouge out your eyes. TSK, such a contradictory woman. Very well. If you wish to play, I shall indulge you at my own pace.